Chapter 1 The Lonely King. The sun was already high in the sky, and the mid-June sunlight streamed through the loosely drawn curtains, warming his backside uncomfortably. The man lying naked in bed, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly, shifted slightly, pulling the thin blanket to cover his exposed bottom. On the bedside table lay the essentials of an older bachelor, a Fiji cup, lube, tissue paper, and a tablet. Suddenly, a cell phone that had fallen on the carpet began ringing with a DJ rock remix of Under the Bridge at the door. A group of ducks swam by. Come. Qin Ching mumbled a curse with his eyes still closed, burying his head under the pillow. But the powerful, electrifying, quack. Quack quack. Quack quack quack, pierced straight through his eardrums, leaving a buzzing aftereffect. Annoyed, Qin Ching threw off the pillow, revealing a face filled with dissatisfaction from last night's hangover. Grumbling, he said, "What the hell? Who's such an idiot to call this early? Hey, Dad." Scratching his tousled hair, Qin Ching glanced down at little Qin giving him a military salute. "What do you want?" "I'm sleepy." Yesterday, their company held a 5-year anniversary team-building event where they drank quite a bit, and now his temples were throbbing like popping candy, causing pain repeatedly. "You go pick someone up at Jiangbei East Station. A child of one of my old friends from our hometown. Bring him home for a meal. Boy or girl?" "Boy." "I won't bother. Have the guy just take a taxi." Qin Ching fell back into bed, ready to catch some more sleep. "Your mother has arranged 7 blind dates for you this weekend. I wanted to decline them for you, but..." Qin Ching sat up, sighing in disbelief. "Is my mom Empress Wang arranging the 7 fairies for me? Or does she think if I collect 7 blind dates, I'll summon a dragon? Even donkeys need rest sometimes, right?" Jiangbei East Station, arriving at 10:30. "Zhou Du, beep beep beep." Qin Ching gave a slight smirk, glancing at the time, 9:30. He could still make it. Looking at the mess on the carpet, twisted clothes compared to his neatly balled-up tissues, he sighed over his seemingly endless energy every day. Melancholy, Qin Ching tossed the tissue ball into the trash can and rushed into the bathroom to quickly take a shower, preparing to head to the station to pick someone up. At around 10, the sun was scorching hot. Qin Ching stood at the top of the exit stairs biting an ice pop, feeling almost melted under the heat and full of impatience. His heavy black eye circles made him resemble a zombie king about to explode and bite anyone nearby. It seemed as if he was radiating an ominous aura of, "Don't touch me, or you die," so within a meter radius, no one dared to stand beside him. Qin Ching poked the driver of a black car in front of him who was holding a sign. "Driver, wasn't it supposed to be the 10:30 train? It's almost 45 now. Why hasn't anyone come out yet?" The driver turned, his brows furrowed. Upon seeing Qin Cheng's grim face, he relaxed, speaking politely, even a little stiffly. "The train is delayed. It should arrive soon." "Oh, thanks." The ice pop in his hand was melting fast. Qin Ching finished it in 2 bites and threw it into the trash beside him. On his wrist was a string of bracelet beads, which looked somewhat feminine, bought by his mom for a pretty penny. Allegedly, it was blessed by Yulao and Cupid together across borders. With it on, love was supposedly effortless and within reach. Effortless my ass. Besides, would Yulao even know English? Recalling his previous 2 relationships, both purely materialistic and unfulfilling, Qin Cheng had a problem. Every time he started dating, he immediately became lovesick and wasted money lavishly. In the end, all he received were 2 good person cards, leaving him feeling bitter. As the only direct male descendant in 3 generations of the Qin family, his parents were extremely concerned about his marital affairs. They prayed to gods and worshipped Buddha, all in vain. Qin Ching reflected upon himself. He wasn't bad-looking and wasn't poor either. So why was he single? The other day was overcast when the company organized a team-building mountain climb. Halfway up the mountain was a temple dedicated to Yulao, and Qin Ching managed to escape his employees to seek a romantic prophecy stick. The result came out as, "No wife in your destiny." He was so angry he almost overturned the incense offering counter. Qin Ching figured fate deemed him a lone king. So be it. "Do you need a parasol, sir?" "You look very hot," asked a young girl holding an umbrella, her face flushed red as she looked at him. Qin Ching moved his foot slightly, waving his hands as if to avoid something venomous. No, I'm getting enough calcium." How funny. His own face was sunburnt, and the quality of these umbrellas didn't look too promising. Inwardly mocking, Qin Ching glanced at his watch. It was almost 11, and his patience was dwindling. This early morning, still half drunk, he'd been waiting for over half an hour under the blazing sun, all to wait for a guy. What a mess. The more Qin Ching thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and his hangover-induced headache seemed to worsen with each pulse of pain. The crowd at the exit began to surge. Qin Ching frowned as he looked at the scrolling departure board, which showed that Zhou Du's train had already arrived. Just as Qin Cheng was about to take out his phone to check Zhou Du's picture, someone's suitcase caught his bracelet, and with a clack, it snapped. The beads scattered all over the floor, bouncing and rolling rhythmically, as if mocking Qin Cheng for being an idiot. "Shit." Qin Cheng muttered under his breath, turning to look for the person who had scratched him. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in his ear, "Excuse me, are you Qin Cheng?" Qin Cheng looked up and saw a boy standing before him, pulling a suitcase. His phone screen was still lit, showing a casual photo of Qin Cheng, his hair sticking out like he'd been caught in an explosion, his teeth bared as he chewed on sugarcane. It was a picture taken by comrade Qin Wei-jun, who was very satisfied with how dynamic it was and even posted it on WeChat Moments. Only after receiving a big red envelope from Qin Cheng did he reluctantly delete that post. Qin Cheng was speechless. So you're Zhou Du. Your eyesight must be pretty good if you can recognize me from this. Zhou Du picked up his phone, glanced between the photo and Qin Cheng, and sincerely said, "Did you turn on beauty filters? You look exactly the same, not hard to recognize. Was this kid stupid?" Chapter 2, Great Pectoral Muscles to Rub. Qin Cheng gave him a mental combination of punches in his mind. But it had to be said, even though Zhou Du didn't have the best eyesight, he was very handsome. Out of occupational habit, Qin Cheng quickly checked him over from head to toe. White but somewhat old sports shoes, athletic pants plus a solid colored short-sleeve shirt. There was a scar on his brow bone which at first glance looked like a broken eyebrow. Although his face was still somewhat young, his testosterone levels were quite high. Qin Cheng couldn't resist pinching Zhou Du's muscular arm. "Wow, have you been working out?" His tone was full of appreciation, as if he were evaluating a quality item. This kid was different from those male streamers who relied on ambience filters to create sexual tension. Zhou Du was completely natural with a bit of a raw, wild edge. It was hard for male streamers to make it now because their business skills weren't a match for female streamers, but in couple content, male-male couples were more popular than male-female couples. At yesterday's company anniversary celebration, the top streamers in the couples category were two boys selling straight-up gay content, and they were getting better and better at it. The profit-seeker's eyes lit up looking at Zhou Du, realizing that this type was rarely seen on the internet and could definitely open up a lucrative path. Zhou Du took a step back, perhaps having smelled the alcohol on his breath, eyeing him cautiously. In an instant, Qin Cheng devolved into a shameless man trying to flirt with a handsome young man. "He has some vigilance," Qin Cheng muttered as he searched his pockets, but couldn't find a business card. "Our company works on live streams. My dad mentioned you got accepted into Jiangbei University. Need tuition? Why don't you come to Brother Cheng's place and work hard, half a year's work will get you a house without any problem." When he said this, he seemed just like a brothel madam enticing people to take a plunge, but since he looked good, what he said had a little credibility. Zhou Du gripped the handle of his luggage tightly. "It's Jiangbei Law and Political University, and I've already found a job, no need for your trouble." "Law enforcement? Threatening me? Taking me for a scammer? Can I not manipulate you, a newly enrolled university student?" With a teasing look on his face, Qin Cheng said, "So fast. Where are you working?" "Boxing club." Zhou Du replied faintly while walking behind him. Qin Cheng waved it off carelessly, "Sparring partner? You're pretty sturdy, but we shouldn't risk our lives for money, so come with me, I'll show you how to make real money." He bent down to fiddle with his phone. After drinking heavily yesterday, he couldn't drive today and had to take a taxi. Zhou Du's lips curled slightly. "I'm not sparring, I'm a coach." Qin Cheng paused his actions, looking up at Zhou Du's powerful forearms and the scar at the corner of his brows. "Wow, impressive." Zhou Du didn't speak, but the meaning was clear. "If you keep fooling around, I'll consider how many punches I can endure." Feeling foolish, Qin Cheng stopped talking and hailed a taxi, directly bringing the person to his parents' home. Qin Weijun's eyes almost teared up upon seeing Zhou Du, being so enthusiastic that Zhou Du felt somewhat at a loss, instinctively looking toward Qin Cheng for help. Qin Cheng held a grudge and pretended not to see, changed his shoes, leaned back on the sofa, and watched his dramatic idol dramas. Qin Weijun and Cheng Lan went to the kitchen to prepare food, leaving Zhou Du sitting next to Qin Cheng, looking somewhat awkward but trying hard to remain calm. A smirk played on Qin Cheng's lips. No matter how confident, this boy was still only 19 years old and hadn't left home yet. He got the idea to bully a child and playfully kicked Zhou Du's thigh. "Call me, Brother Cheng." Zhou Du shifted away, and Qin Cheng took encouragement, repeatedly stepping on his leg. "I'm 7 years older than you. Will calling me brother hurt? Stop making such a fuss." Qin Cheng was acting all cocky. When his foot was about to touch Zhou Du's leg again, Zhou Du caught his ankle. Qin Cheng wore shorts, and Zhou Du's palm was warm against his slightly cool foot. Qin Cheng's toes curled. Zhou Du appeared somewhat exasperated. "Big Brother Cheng, stop fooling around." A small electric current shot through Qin Cheng's waist at the words. Although embarrassing, his ankle truly was a sensitive spot, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable as a grown man. Looking rather discomfited, Qin Cheng retracted his foot, put on slippers, sat up straight, and stayed quiet. However, after being quiet for less than 10 minutes, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten breakfast and was now hungry. Qin Cheng strolled into the kitchen, grabbed 2 pieces of fried pork belly, ate one himself and stuffed the other into Zhou Du's mouth. Zhou Du was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to Qin Cheng's familiarity when feeding him. Qin Cheng hummed a song while heading to the bathroom to wash his greasy hands, then paused momentarily when applying soap. Looking at his fingertips, had he just brushed against Zhou Du's tongue? Oops, he hadn't washed his hands after changing shoes earlier, sorry. Just as Qin Cheng was about to go out after washing his hands, Qin Weijun entered, looking shifty as he pushed a bank card into Qin Cheng's arms. There's 100,000 yuan in this card. Let Zhou Du stay at your place for 3 months and take care of him until his university opens. Qin Cheng's smile faded. Dad, is Zhou Du my half-brother? Nonsense, where do you two look alike? So why do you care so much about him? And why should he live with me? It's inconvenient for me. You're a bachelor with no girlfriend, what's inconvenient? Qin Cheng's heart stung from his father's words, and he snapped, what are you talking about? It's just inconvenient. Be quiet. Qin Weijun glanced at the door, hesitated, then spoke again. It turned out that Zhou Du was the son of Qin Weijun's childhood friend. His father had become paralyzed due to an accident on the construction site and was awaiting compensation. His mother stayed at home to take care of him, so now the burden fell on their 19-year-old son. Qin Cheng felt sympathy for Zhou Du's situation, but as for the fact that Zhou Du's mother was his father's first love. He tapped the bank card. Dad, it needs more money. Just for 3 months. Qin Weijun was shocked and whispered, for just 3 months, 100,000 isn't enough. Are you robbing me? One lump sum, 300,000. The extra 200,000 is for my silence. After saying that, Qin Cheng directly grabbed Qin Weijun's phone, went into mobile banking, and transferred 300,000 to his own account all in one fluid motion. Before Qin Weijun could even feel the pain, he heard the boy shamelessly shouting, Mom. Dad has been hiding a small fortune from you. 100,000. What? Cheng Lan came out with a knife in hand, and soon there was chaos in the house. Zhou Du sat awkwardly on the sofa, feeling restless, scratching his thigh nervously. Qin Cheng leaned over and patted his shoulder, with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Stop watching the drama and come, Brother Cheng will take you out to eat. Ah. Before Zhou Du could agree, Qin Cheng pulled his collar and dragged him out. If Qin Cheng weren't shorter than Zhou Du, it would have looked like he was picking up a dog by its scruff. Zhou Du looked at the closed door, hesitating. Isn't dinner almost ready? Should we just leave like this? Qin Cheng looked at him in surprise. You look like someone from juvenile detention, yet you're so well behaved. Juvenile detention? Was that a compliment? Qin Cheng remembered what his dad had said earlier. Zhou Du was so young, and with such sudden changes in his life, choosing to seek help from someone he had never met before, naturally, he would be restrained. It's fine, nothing serious. By the way, you'll be living with me from now on. Zhou Du lowered his gaze at him. There are dormitories for coaches at the club. Oh, really? That's great. Qin Cheng thought about the 300,000 he had just received and changed the topic. Why live in a dorm when staying at my place is much better? Your club isn't far from my house. Zhou Du tried to open his mouth again. Qin Cheng hooked his shoulder and stepped into the elevator. Don't nag, let's just go. You're not a girl, do you think I'm going to take advantage of you? Zhou Du looked at Qin Cheng's hand on his shoulder, uncomfortable with such close contact, and wanted to pull away. But Qin Cheng seemed to have read his mind and held him tight, even patting his chest. Hey, these pecs, they're kinda soft. He pinched. Reacting instinctively, Zhou Du quickly gripped Qin Cheng's wrist and twisted it, pinning him against the elevator wall with his arm twisted behind his back. Ouch. Stop. What's wrong with you? You're not a girl. So what if I touched your chest? Chapter 3, What are you so shy about? As the words, so what if I touched your chest, echoed, the elevator arrived at the B2 parking level and automatically opened its doors. The people at the door blinked when they saw their posture. Zhou Du released Qin Cheng and stepped out of the elevator. Qin Cheng, rotating his wrist, kicked Zhou Du's buttocks. He was about to swear at him when he noticed Zhou Du's crimson ears and grinned. Come on, you look like a maiden. Zhou Du sighed helplessly, don't touch me so much. Qin Cheng scoffed and pulled out his car keys to unlock the car. Are you that delicate? Who exactly are you? What should I call you? Chenggu. Good boy. Chenggu will take you to eat some good food. Qin Cheng playfully flicked Zhou Du's earlobe. Because Qin Weijun had asked him to take care of Zhou Du, Qin Cheng naturally categorized Zhou Du as a younger brother. He had no sense of propriety with his buddies. People who could pee together, bathe together, and watch AVs together didn't need boundaries. Qin Cheng even thought Zhou Du was somewhat pretentious, looking so rugged but acting so delicate. With his lips pressed tightly shut, Zhou Du ultimately remained silent and got into the passenger seat. As the car drove out of the parking lot, the sudden sunlight made Zhou Du squint his eyes. All around were high-rise buildings. This wasn't like his hometown where mountains came into view every time he opened his eyes. Qin Cheng led Zhou Du to a restaurant, scanned the code on the table, and said, look at the menu and order whatever you want. It's not your money anyway. The restaurant owner was his high school roommate, and they had colluded shamelessly for over a decade. Except for their wives, everything else was shareable. Zhou Du took his phone, swiped it a couple of times, and handed it back. Seeing that Zhou Du had chosen the cheapest 2 vegetarian dishes, Qin Cheng stayed silent and then proceeded to order all the most expensive items. When the dishes arrived, Zhou Du's lashes fluttered slightly, and Qin Cheng said, "Eat your fill. If you can't finish, we'll take the leftovers home. Whatever you want in the future, brother will buy for you." Zhou Du hesitated a moment, gazing at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. It was an honest smile, not one out of politeness. "You actually look quite handsome when you smile." Qin Cheng added a piece of fish to Zhou Du's plate. "Smile more often in the future. Why should such a young kid be so worried? There's always adults to support you." Zhou Du's phone rang, and he looked at Qin Cheng before answering it without hesitation. Mom, I've arrived. Uncle Qin has been very nice to me." Don't worry about money, there's me." Qin Cheng looked out the window, feeling a slight sourness in his heart. With shallow tear ducts, his emotions would make his eyes redden easily. After Zhou Du hung up, he suddenly noticed the red rims around Qin Cheng's eyes and paused. Cough. Qin Cheng pointed at the spiced pork on the table. "This is too spicy. Eat less of it later so your stomach doesn't hurt." He hadn't touched his chopsticks earlier at all. Without arguing, Zhou Du poured him a glass of warm water. "Drink some water to neutralize the spiciness." "Oh." Qin Cheng grabbed the cup and drank it all down. They couldn't finish all the dishes ordered, so Qin Cheng directly asked for them to be packed up for dinner. On leaving, he felt that the fish they ate was especially delicious, so he asked the kitchen to prepare another portion for him. When they returned home, Qin Cheng unlocked the door using his fingerprint and told Zhou Du, "I'll register your fingerprints shortly." Zhou Du nodded and entered the house with him. Surprisingly, the interior was immaculate, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, brightening the room. There were no clothes strewn across the sofa, and the cups on the coffee table were neatly placed, with even the remote control resting neatly on the TV cabinet. Qin Cheng opened the shoe cabinet, rummaged around, and pulled out a new pair of slippers, signaling him to change shoes. "Little Du, listen. In here." The smart screen lit up. Qin Cheng froze momentarily, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, why did I smile just now?" "Zhou Du. Xiao Du, turn on the air conditioning, it's unbearably hot." "Alright, living room air conditioning is switched on, currently cooling at 24 degrees Celsius, level 2 wind." Only then did Qin Cheng shift his gaze back to Zhou Du. "Du. Zhou. What do your family members usually call you?" "Calling me Zhou Du is fine." "Okay then, Zhou Du." Qin Cheng smiled at Zhou Du's cautious appearance. "Don't be so uptight. I'm just occasionally meticulous when tidying up. In a few days, it'll get messy again. Feel free to be comfortable." Qin Cheng suffered from intermittent cleanliness obsession and continuous sloppiness. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night to clean obsessively, but most of the time, the house was a complete mess like a dog's den. Zhou Du nodded but still held on to his large suitcase. The suitcase had been carried through many stops, and mud was visible on its wheels. "Don't you think it's heavy?" Qin Cheng forced him to put down the suitcase, then tried to lift it but failed at first. "Did you put iron blocks inside?" "That's my room, this one is yours." Qin Cheng pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom where there was only a mattress on the bed. "I'll go get you some bedding. You can start unpacking your luggage." After coming out of the secondary bedroom, Qin Cheng first put the boxed meals into the refrigerator. The weather was hot in summer, and cooked food spoiled easily. His father had also messaged him, asking how Zhou Du was arranged. Qin Cheng made a call. What other arrangements could there be? "I threw him onto the curb." "Don't talk nonsense." Qin Weijun knew his son well. If he promised something, he'd do it splendidly. "You're so smart, now I don't have a penny in my hands." Qin Cheng chuckled. "Men with money will turn bad, I'm helping you." "Stop teasing your old man." "Hey wife, I'm talking to the son." Qin Weijun covered the mouthpiece and whispered softly, "Zhou Du is left to you. I have to hang up, your mom is calling me." TSK. Qin Cheng put down his phone. Sooner or later his mother would find out about Zhou Du's identity. Poor old Qin. Qin Cheng pulled open the freezer, took out an ice lolly and bit into it while eating. After 2 bites, he remembered he had to get sheets and bedding for Zhou Du. The noon sun was perfect. Qin Cheng directly laid them out on the balcony to dry. "Zhou Du. I've hung them out to dry. I'm going to take a nap. You can collect them later." Zhou Du came out of the room. Thank you, Chenggu." "You're welcome. Just treat it like your own home." Qin Cheng held the melting ice lolly as he hadn't finished eating before hanging the bedding, so it started dripping down to his wrist. Without hesitation, Qin Cheng instinctively licked it off and sucked his thumb. After finishing and noticing Zhou Du still watching him, "What? My hand isn't dirty." When Zhou Du didn't respond, "It's really not dirty. I'm clean." Zhou Du looked away. "Your shirt got stained." "Huh?" Qin Cheng glanced down and noticed that at some point, the lolly had dripped onto his chest. In a couple of moves, he finished the lolly, lifted his hand, and took off his shirt, and also his pants, stuffing them both into the washing machine. He even invited Zhou Du, your clothes are worn out all day too, you sweat so much. Take them off and wash them together. Dressed only in a white cotton underwear briefs, he barely owned dark colors because light ones made him look bigger. Zhou Du didn't know where to look. I'll wash them later. Chenggu, you should go take your nap. Why are you shy when we're both guys? Is your height inversely proportional to, you know what? Qin Cheng muttered quietly and snuck a glance downwards at Zhou Du's legs. Zhou Du slightly shifted his body to avoid his eyes. Qin Cheng chuckled lowly and entered the bedroom. Zhou Du let out a sigh of relief. Yet again, Qin Cheng poked his head out from the bedroom. Zhou Du, if you're around, could you rub my socks too? I swear I don't have stinky feet or athlete's foot. Okay. Chapter 4, The Tough Guy Sheds Tiny Tears. As soon as Qin Cheng's head touched the pillow, sleepiness hit him like he'd taken a knockout drug, and he fell asleep in 3 seconds. Zhou Du took a shower in the bathroom of the living room and studied the use of the washing machine. He wanted to wash his socks but couldn't find Qin Cheng's for a while. He looked at Qin Cheng's half-open door and went over to ask where he had thrown his socks. As he just pushed the door open, he saw Qin Cheng lying in a big shape, completely defenseless. That white cotton briefs was crumpled and thrown at the foot of the bed. Zhou Du's gaze scanned over him, then quietly closed the door with a faint click. Qin Cheng turned over in a daze, changing from lying on his back to lying on his stomach. He let out a soft hiss and curled up slightly. The tragedy of being an older virgin. He winced and turned over again. Drowsiness conquered his restlessness, and he drifted off again. In a semi-dreamlike state, he thought someone had opened his bedroom door, but his brain didn't have time to process it. The god of sleep punched him right on the forehead, and he passed out completely. Zhou Du eventually found Qin Cheng's socks in the small box by the entrance hall where they kept the keys. After washing the socks, he took out the clothes from the washing machine to hang them up, made the bed, and then sat on the bed absent-mindedly staring out the window as the sky gradually darkened, looking at the lights turning on in the tall buildings. North of the river, even at night it was bright, the pebbles on the small road could be seen clearly. Unlike his hometown, where no matter how wide your eyes were opened at night, you couldn't see the path, only occasionally the moonlight would illuminate the winding mountains. Zhou Du felt heavy-hearted. Other people's starting points were goals he had to struggle hard to catch up with, and he keenly sensed the gap between the mountains and the concrete jungle. When his mother sent him off onto the bus going to the county town, she told him, youngest son, when you leave, don't come back. Zhou Du buried his face in his palms and did not raise it for a long time. He must take his mother and sister to get out of the mountains together. When Qin Cheng fully woke up, it was already pitch black outside. He listened to the sounds outside and suddenly sat up like a fish leaping vertically out of water. At first wanting to grab something, he then remembered there was someone else in the house, it wasn't a thief breaking in. Qin Cheng fumbled around to put on his underwear, slipped into slippers, and opened the door. In the instant the light entered his field of vision, he squinted for a bit due to discomfort. That smells good, are you cooking? Qin Cheng yawned and leaned against the kitchen sliding door watching Zhou Du move around inside. This feeling was really novel. It was a pity that it was a man cooking for him. If it were a woman, life would be too wonderful. Just reheating the dishes from noon. Zhou Du turned to look at him, hesitating. Qin Cheng understood the unspoken meaning in his eyes, couldn't you properly dress? How funny, wearing shorts was already quite giving him face, right? At home alone, Qin Cheng usually embraced the air without any barriers. Qin Cheng glanced at Zhou Du, who was dressed very formally, silently disliking his fussiness about trivial things. After Zhou Du placed the reheated food on the table, they sat down facing each other. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Cheng noticed the calluses on Zhou Du's knuckles. Is boxing very tiring? How did you come to learn boxing? You can win prizes. Zhou Du was very straightforward, not hiding his financial difficulties. Qin Cheng said, oh, and spat out a fish bone, asking again, do you like it? Only then did Zhou Du look up at him, seeming to think his question was naive. I don't hate it, at least no one dares to bully me. After finishing his question, Qin Cheng also felt he was talking nonsense. Survival was already an issue, where did this notion of liking or disliking come from? Pretending nonchalance, he changed the topic. I heard old Qin say you have 2 elder sisters. That's great. I wish my mom had given birth to a sister for me. Do they spoil you a lot? Zhou Du tightened his chopsticks until his knuckles turned white. After a long while, he croaked, my elder sister has already got married. My second sister was given away by my grandmother after I was born. Qin Cheng choked, these were all scenes he could only see in TV dramas. Zhou Du asked calmly, Cheng brother, do you know what a human blood steamed bun is? Qin Cheng didn't know how to respond. Zhou Du smiled at him, but the bottom of his eyes was cold and deep. I grew up eating human blood steamed buns. The baby formula I had as a child was exchanged for my second sister, and the tuition fee for middle school was paid with the dowry money from my eldest sister. Zhou Du met Qin Cheng's startled, shocked, and disbelieving gaze and lowered his head. He had no intention of excusing himself. That year, when he returned home, all he found was his tearful mother and his father smoking dried tobacco, while his sister was gone. But there was an extra stack of money on the dilapidated wooden table, 2 more piglets in the pig pen, and 5 more hens in the chicken coop. Later, Zhou Du counted that stack of money. It amounted to 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan, 2 piglets, and 5 hens were the price for his sister. People like Qin Cheng, who had grown up without worry in a kind and orderly world, could never understand just how ignorant and despicable people could be. Qin Cheng didn't know what to say, or what he even could say. Finally, Zhou Du stood up. Cheng brother, it would be more convenient for me to stay at the club. This brought Qin Cheng back to reality. Zhou Du. It wasn't your fault that you were young back then. Zhou Du's throat tightened. But I benefited from it, so I am not innocent. What he didn't say was that the year he'd gone mad with rage after finding out about his sister, his father had dragged him back and whipped him fiercely with a leather belt. The scar on his eyebrow came from that time. Qin Cheng felt emotional again, pressing his eyes as he rubbed them. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to move out, I'll break your legs. Zhou Du remained standing motionless. Qin Cheng also felt embarrassed, wiping tears in front of him. What are you staring at? Sit down and eat, and wash the dishes after dinner. You're not staying here for free, keep an eye on some chores. He lowered his head, heading toward the bedroom, and as he passed Zhou Du, he turned around and kicked him in the leg. Zhou Du stumbled back and asked him, Cheng brother, aren't you eating? I'm eating. I'm looking for my phone, where did I put it? He mumbled and walked into the bedroom, closing the door. Zhou Du looked down at the phone lying face down on the dining table, his dark eyes softening with a hint of tenderness. Qin Cheng didn't even turn on the light. He grabbed a couple of tissues, sat on the bed, and started wiping away his tears. He had always been someone who cried easily, even during fights with street thugs when he was in school, tears streaming uncontrollably while yelling. He sobbed loudly while swinging his fists, snot flying onto others' clothes. The gangsters were utterly baffled. This almost led to his expulsion until Cheng Lan gave him a good scolding. His friends Yuanzi and Daqiao had made fun of him endlessly about this every year. It was an annual topic they joked about, like Unforgettable Tonight at the Spring Festival Gala, something likely to follow him forever. A tough guy who was supposed to leave legends on the streets instead became a laughingstock. How tragic. How lamentable. How infuriating. Yet fortunately, due to such incidents, being younger and always trying to act tough, if it weren't for this embarrassing event, Qin Cheng might have joined some gang and ended up in juvenile detention chasing his dreams too early. He cried for quite a while, holding the tissue, shedding tears for Zhou Du's sisters sacrificed by futile ideas, for Zhou Du burdened by so many shackles. And while he was at it, he also shed a tear for old Qin's first love. In the end, after blowing his nose and splashing water on his face to reduce the redness around his eyes, he finally left the bedroom. Zhou Du hadn't touched his chopsticks either, waiting for him all along. Why are you waiting for me? Am I the side dish? Qin Cheng's nose was stuffed, making his voice sound muffled and hoarse. Zhou Du lowered his head and suppressed a smile on his lips. The next moment, the soup spoon with broth hit his head. Stop laughing. Eat your own meal. Chapter 5, The Landlord and the Farmhand. Qin Cheng usually had breakfast at the company, but today as soon as he got out of bed, he smelled something delicious. Zhou Du had used the leftover fish soup from yesterday to cook porridge. You didn't throw it away yesterday. You sure know how to make use of things. Qin Cheng pulled out a chair and sat down, noticing there were vegetable bits in the porridge for a balanced nutrition. After telling Zhou Du yesterday to be proactive around the house, today Zhou Du was up early cooking him breakfast. Qin Cheng felt a little guilty inside. It seemed like he was the big landlord, and Zhou Du was his hired hand. Zhou Du, sleep in more in the future, we can go out for breakfast. Zhou Du handed him the spoon. No problem, I wake up early anyway. Alright, just don't tire yourself out. After eating, Zhou Du voluntarily washed the dishes. Kids who lived under others' roofs knew to be responsible, which made Qin Cheng feel a bit uncomfortable. He leaned against the doorframe, looking at Zhou Du's back as he washed the dishes. Zhou Du, what I said yesterday was just for fun. If you make the meal in the future, I'll wash the dishes. We're fated brothers, we're good mates now. Don't think of yourself as an outsider. Zhou Du placed the clean bowls into the cabinet and looked at Qin Cheng in confusion. At home, after all, he also had to feed pigs and chickens and work in the fields, so washing a few dishes was no issue. Unexpectedly, Qin Cheng came up with all these ideas right off the bat. He was too sensitive and kind-hearted. No wonder he cried so easily. Brother Cheng, I get what you mean. Don't worry about it. A bit of work doesn't matter. I'm not worried. Do what you love, Farmer Zhou. Qin Cheng turned toward the bedroom. Hurry up and change your clothes, let's go to work. Qin Cheng's company was on the way to the club where Zhou Du worked, so in the morning, Zhou Du could ride with him. After getting dressed, Qin Cheng walked out and saw Zhou Du waiting by the doorway. His cheap sport shoes were clean but slightly peeling, and his short-sleeve shirt was both old and wrinkled. He even held a plastic bag. The plastic bag contained his sports clothes for changing later, and even a pair of chopsticks. Qin Cheng realized that he forgot to take him shopping for clothes yesterday. How come this guy looked like a refugee? Qin Cheng tugged at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Du, if not for your handsome face, you'd really look like a famine victim. Zhou Du showed no reaction to his teasing. He understood his own financial struggles but wasn't ashamed. Being poor wasn't illegal as long as he earned honestly. Come on, boy, Qin Cheng put his arm around Zhou Du's shoulder as they walked out together. Zhou Du caught a whiff of a faint woody perfume scent from his body. Following the GPS, Qin Cheng arrived at the front door of the Black Shark Boxing Club, which looked quite impressive and didn't resemble any pyramid scheme or fraud organization. As Zhou Du unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the car door, Brother Cheng, drive carefully on the road. With his closing of the door, Qin Cheng also stepped out of the car. I'll come in with you. Nowadays, there are plenty of shell companies, don't let anyone trick you. A top 10 ranking club became a suspected shell company in Qin Cheng's mouth, but Zhou Du didn't bother to explain and allowed him to follow himself into the hall. Upon entering, someone came over to greet them. Zhou Du took out his ID and informed them he was there for employment. The receptionist nodded. You must be Mr. Zhou, the boss specially mentioned that you would be coming today. Then she looked at Qin Cheng, is this gentleman also a coach? No, I am his guardian. Qin Cheng gave her a slight smile, as a parent, always need to double-check. Just as his words ended, the automatic glass doors of the hall opened again, and the receptionist respectfully greeted, Boss. Qin Cheng and Zhou Du turned their heads simultaneously. The newcomer looked pretty decent, appearing refined with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose bridge, still wearing a suit despite the scorching summer. Qin Cheng's first thought was that this guy didn't seem like a good person, rather like a villainous tiger with a smiling face from TV dramas, the type that constantly sets obstacles for the protagonists. When this dark-side villain saw Zhou Du, he paused for a moment, surprised, saying, Zhou Du. Brother Fong. Zhou Du gave him a nod. They met at a national youth boxing competition. Fong Ke served as a referee for one of the matches. Zhou Du won that game, and Fong Ke invited him to join his club as a professional athlete, but Zhou Du declined at the time. Later, when issues arose in Zhou Du's family, he contacted Fong Ke and asked if he could work part-time while studying. Fong Ke readily agreed. Qin Cheng. Huh. Fong Ke noticed a scrutinizing gaze upon him, so he turned to Qin Cheng. Zhou Du introduced him, this is my elder brother, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng extended his hand for a handshake with Fong Ke, my younger brother is young, please take care of him. Fong Ke glanced at Qin Cheng's wristwatch for a second. He knew about Zhou Du's family situation, and there was no way such a wealthy relative could exist. However, he didn't have much room to ask further questions, and just nodded, rest assured, I value him a lot. All right. Qin Cheng quickly withdrew his hand, glanced at his watch, Zhou Du, I'm off to work. I have an engagement tonight, you go home after work yourself. There doesn't seem to be a direct bus nearby, just take a taxi, don't worry about the money. Qin Cheng waved, took 2 steps towards the door then turned back. Zhou Du looked at him, what's wrong? You idiot, we haven't exchanged contact details yet, I can't believe this. He grabbed Zhou Du's phone and input his own phone number, my phone number is also my WeChat ID, remember to add me, bye. He was all flustered and bustling about. Zhou Du stared at the note on the screen that read, Brother Cheng is the handsomest, smiled, and copied the number into WeChat. The phone was a bit slow, it took 3 seconds before jumping to Qin Cheng's friend adding page, Zhou Du smiled again. Qin Cheng's WeChat nickname was, Qin Cheng, Get Rich Edition, with a wealth-bringing cat as his profile picture. As soon as they became friends, Qin Cheng sent over 2,000 yuan. Zhou Du didn't accept it and replied, thank you Brother Cheng, I still have money. Qin Cheng ignored him. As soon as Qin Cheng got to the office, he was pulled into it by De Qiao, what's up? So early in the morning. Xiao Jing took out his phone and showed Qin Cheng the long complaint from their newly famous streamer. Qin Cheng gave it a cursory glance, who is this? Too many words, I don't want to read. Does he want to sleep with you? Go to hell, I don't go for that. Xiao Jin swiped through his phone a few times, Xiao Lu, the one who has recently gone viral and topped the Do search list, his fans increased by 10,000 in 2 days. He's arguing with the company and demanding renegotiating the contract to increase the profit sharing, otherwise, he'll jump ship. Xiao Lu. Qin Cheng searched his mind but couldn't recall anyone, after all, he had quite a few streamers under him. That guy who just joined the company, you complimented how pretty he was, then complained how unfortunate that such beauty was endowed with a small package. I remember now, said Qin Cheng, looks gentle and weak, but has great ambition. I checked, indeed there are other companies willing to pay a high price to poach him. Old Qin, what should we do? After exchanging a look of evil intent, the 2 capitalist villains saw no good intentions in each other's eyes. Qin Cheng put a cigarette in his mouth, leaned back on the office chair, and put his long legs up on the desk. What else can we do, just let some dirt out there, meanwhile, remind others too. Whether one wants to become a soaring phoenix or a chicken stuck in a ditch, it is decided by me. All the streamers in the company were thoroughly investigated by Qin Cheng. No one is perfect, more or less everyone has some flaws which might not be significant in daily life, but once posted online, the greater the fame, the quicker the fall. Qin Cheng could be considered a considerate boss, generous and tolerant to his employees. But if any of them dared to stab him in the back and impact his earnings, the punishment would certainly be severe. All right, Mr. Qin, as your majesty commands. Hey. De Xiao. Xiaozhen turned around, what's up? Qin Cheng sighed in pity, just scare him a little. If he weren't so petite, he'd be my ideal type. Chapter 6, The Mouth Flies Ahead. Xiaozhen rolled his eyes, what a stinkpot. I don't think he's straightforward either. Why don't you try your moves on him? Qin Cheng tapped his cigarette ash off, go to hell, brother Qin has principles, and anyway, I don't go for backdoor tactics. Xiaozhen pulled the office door open just enough to show his head, like you've ever gone through the front door, Mr. Virgin Qin. Your old man. Qin Cheng grabbed the nearest file and threw it. Xiaozhen, swish, closed the heavy wooden door as a block, yet his mocking laughter could still be heard through the thick wood. Qin Cheng was fuming with short breaths. What's wrong with being a virgin? Just wait and see. He'll lose it this year for sure. Qin Cheng picked up his phone and saw Zhou Du's reply. All this fuss over nothing, why not accept it graciously? Qin Cheng pressed his phone while sending a voice note yelling, you got money? If so, then take it without hesitation. What's with all the dilly-dallying? Are you a girl or something that I need to coax you into taking it? As soon as those words came out, Qin Cheng remembered his perpetually complaining mode in A/B romance scenarios and became even more irritated. Take it if you want, otherwise, forget it. He tossed his phone onto the desk, feeling relieved after venting, his mood improved significantly. Qin Cheng snuffed out the cigarette. Though the guilt was delayed, it finally arrived. He always acted this way, his mouth moved ahead, and his brain followed afterward. Those who know him well treat his words as hot air, those who don't will consider him a rude and irascible jerk. Qin Cheng leaned over and picked up the phone, praying that the unlucky guy Zhou Du hadn't seen it yet so he could retract it within 2 minutes. However, reality hit him, your transfer has been accepted. Not only that, but Zhou Du also sent him a response, thanks, bro Cheng. I am so dead. Qin Cheng rubbed his own head. He remembered again how difficult Zhou Du's life circumstances were, making his feelings of guilt skyrocket. Just then, Xiaozhen emerged from the tea water room, encountering Qin Cheng waiting for the elevator. Where are you going? Got some things to do. Qin Cheng drove to the nearest mall. He gestured to the salesperson with an idea of Zhou Du's size, bought 3 sets of clothes, 2 pajama outfits, 3 pairs of athletic shoes. Recalling the plastic bag Zhou Du carried, he also bought a sports fitness bag. In principle, Zhou Du should have earned bonuses from competing in matches, but judging by how poor he looked, probably all the money went towards his paralyzed father's hospital bills, a bottomless pit. Kong Cheng walked away with shopping bags, feeling very satisfied. After spending the money, his sense of guilt indeed diminished quite a bit. He tossed the goodies into his car and returned to the company. There was a meeting to attend shortly. Recently, the operation of their maternal infant account data was doing pretty well, attracting some manufacturer collaborations. After all, these products are for small infants, so Qin Cheng paid close attention to quality control. Today, he would negotiate a partnership with a popular domestic infant milk powder brand, and Qin Cheng aimed to secure the most optimal price for live-stream sales. There would surely be dinner networking engagements tonight. It was rumored that those old men drank heavily, though there would be people from the marketing department accompanying them to handle liquor duties, but the opposing company was also vying for this opportunity. Qin Cheng couldn't afford any slack, he needed to please the potential partners, so he preemptively ate something to pad his stomach. Xiaozhen also followed along. Despite being in a pre-parenting phase and unable to drink, his silver tongue could make dead talk alive. Back in college, Xiaozhen was the dorm leader. Within 1 week of assuming his role, he got beaten by Qin Cheng, all because he wouldn't stop talking, constantly spewing high-frequency platitudes. But Qin Cheng didn't reason at all, he directly wrestled the guy down. Yet fate is strangely whimsical. They eventually became close buddies. After graduation, they started a business together, operating it successfully for 5 or 6 years. Sharing good times, sharing misfortunes alike. Qin Cheng was resourceful and highly action-oriented, breaking new ground boldly up front. Meanwhile, Xiaozhen handled the calming influence and mending broken situations from behind, demonstrating impeccable coordination. Employees revered Qin Cheng but were much closer to Xiaozhen, unaware that these two were secretly plotting together like top-notch scam artists. On the ride over, Xiaozhen sitting in Qin Cheng's car noticed the piled shopping bags in the back seat. He rummaged through them a little, entirely sporty clothing and shoes. Have you changed style for rejuvenation? Qin Cheng tossed an antidote tablet into his mouth, get lost, it's for someone else. We'll talk about this later. Is the contract ready? We must sign today. Xiaozhen patted the briefcase, don't worry, it's ready. Go easy, let the 2 younger guys take charge. You don't want another hospital trip, right? All talk. Qin Cheng laughed and got out of the car. The 2 young men from the market department were already waiting outside. Qin Cheng handed over the hangover prevention medicine, just graduated from university, right? Don't be too honest, when no one's watching, spill it under the table. Once we seal this deal, we'll give you both extra bonuses. The two young men nodded continuously. Thank you, President Qin. Xiao Jing smiled and nudged his shoulder. President Qin is so gentle today. Am I not always considerate to my employees? Qin Cheng put on the suit jacket that was draped over his arm. In fact, he thought of Zhou Du. It's not easy for young people to be away from home, so taking care of them would count as doing good deeds. They were led upstairs by a waiter. Xiao Jing took a call. It was his wife, reminding him not to drink for the baby's health and to come home early. Listening beside him, Qin Cheng felt somewhat envious. He prided himself on his freedom as a single man, but occasionally, he envied others for having a warm family with a wife and kids. Xiao Jing saw through his thoughts, embraced his shoulder and patted it, envious. Hurry up and find a girlfriend to get married then. Marriage is the graveyard of love. Qin Cheng lightly hummed and broke free from Xiao Zheng's arm. That's why people say comparison kills. Xiao Zheng was single while he was single, Xiao Zheng got married while he was still single, Xiao Zheng had a child while he was still single, and even when Xiao Zheng started preparing for a second child, he was still single. It was as if a curse had been cast on him. Could it be that all his luck had been used up in his career? But that's not fair. Why does Xiao Zheng have it all in both love and career? Jealousy flared. The server pushed open the private room door, and Qin Cheng flashed a smile. Oh, Manager Li came too, surely knowing there would be fine wine today. Though Qin Cheng could easily flare up with his temperamental personality, his company wouldn't have grown without his knack for smooth talk. As they ate and discussed work, the server stood ready to refill their drinks, her eyes constantly lingering on Qin Cheng. Firstly, Qin Cheng was undeniably handsome. Secondly, the contrast was too stark. The two young men from the market department were too inexperienced, fresh out of college with an air of naive innocence. The remaining managers were either bald or pot-bellied, and even Xiao Zheng, who went to the gym 3 times a week, had gained a little happiness weight. Only Qin Cheng, the single dog whose meals weren't made by anyone, was tall with long legs, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, looking impeccable in his suit, very appealing. While the other party indulged in alcohol, Xiao Jing began to clang paint grand visions of future cooperation. Kong Qing drank more than half a caddy of white spirit and looked up to see all of Xiao Zheng's empty promises floating around. He massaged his brow bridge, staying rational but feeling a bit dizzy. Qin Cheng noticed someone watching him and turned his head, giving the young girl a smile. The girl blushed at his smile. Leaning back on the chair, Qin Cheng thought he was quite charming, so why couldn't he find a girlfriend? Fuck. Chapter 7, Post-Drinking Conduct. Is Mr. Qin slacking off? Someone noticed Qin Cheng was distracted, and wobbled over with a glass of wine in hand. Come on, Mr. Qin, have some more. Drink your grandpa. Qin Cheng picked up his wine glass and smiled as he stood up. Mr. Wang, now that the contract is signed, you can drink as much as you want. In the end, after drinking nearly a caddy, a unit of weight, of baijiu, Chinese white spirit, the contract was finally negotiated, but Qin Cheng found their greasy faces nauseating. Zhou Du's clothes were tightly filled by his pectoral muscles, whereas these fools' outfits were stretched out by beer bellies. The difference between a person and a pig was glaringly obvious. While Qin Cheng was mentally criticizing them, he also thought about staying disciplined so as not to become a drunk pig later. Beside him, Manager Li was getting drunk. Seeing Qin Cheng's furrowed brow, he leaned in. Manager Qin, what's wrong? A strong smell of alcohol wafted towards him, causing Qin Cheng to suddenly push him away and dash into the restroom, where he stuck his head under the faucet. Vue. Manager Li. He must have had too much. Xiao Zheng quickly walked into the restroom, closed the door, and started patting Qin Cheng's back. Why did you drink so sincerely today? Qin Cheng's brain was a bit muddled, but he still retained his sanity. Was the contract signed? It was. Then let's go. Qin Cheng supported himself to stand up, washed his face, and despite his unsteady steps, he could still walk. Xiao Zheng said goodbye to the others. The boss had arranged for a driver to come pick him up. Their company's 2 young ones had rosy faces as they followed him outside. Xiao Zheng first called a taxi for the young ones before fetching his car, fulfilling his duties like a housewife worrying about his subordinates. Qin Cheng sat on the curb, patting his butt with a suit jacket, and vomited loudly while grabbing a plastic bag. These old people really drink like bastards. Tears streaming down from vomiting, Qin Cheng felt all over soaked with the stench of alcohol. Once home, he'd better take a good shower, scrub off this smell. He wanted to use peach-scented body wash today. It smelled great. Xiao Zheng delivered Qin Cheng home. Knowing the password to his house, just as Xiao Zheng was inputting the code, the doors suddenly opened from inside. Warm indoor light spilled out, raising Qin Cheng's head. Xiao Zheng, seeing the boy before him, thought he might have entered the wrong home, preparing to take a step back to check the door number when Qin Cheng began struggling restlessly. Brother Cheng, how could you get yourself so drunk? Zhou Du reached out to support Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng squinted his eyes, then shrugged off Xiao Zheng and jumped onto Zhou Du. Caught off guard, Xiao Zheng almost got thrown against the wall and hurt his waist. Qin Cheng grabbed onto Zhou Du's shoulder, repenting, little do I was mean to you today, sorry. Here. The smart screen chimed in unnecessarily. Xiao Zheng, holding his aching waist. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Du placed his hand on Qin Cheng's back and lightly patted it. An epiphany struck Xiao Zheng when he remembered the clothes at the back seat of Qin Cheng's car. They must have been for the boy before him. What? What situation is this? Where did this younger brother figure come from? Qin Cheng turned around, hooking his arms around Zhou Du's neck, introducing enthusiastically, this is Big Xiao, my son. As he spoke, his mischievous hand started pawing at Zhou Du's chest. This is Zhou Du, Big Xiao, this is your uncle. Go to hell. Xiao Zheng rolled his eyes, deciding to wait until Qin Cheng sobered up tomorrow to ask questions. He should head home now. If he didn't return, his wife would be angry. Thankfully, there was someone in Qin Cheng's house, or given his current state, Xiao Zheng wouldn't dare leave him alone. He handed the car keys to Zhou Du. Younger brother, I'll be leaving first. Take care of him properly and give him some water. Zhou Du nodded, closed the door, and helped Qin Cheng lie down on the couch. Then, he went to prepare honey water to help Qin Cheng sober up. With an arm over his forehead, Qin Cheng's mind was hazy like glue, only retaining a faint shred of lucidity, his voice somewhat hoarse. Zhou Du, I bought something for you. It's in my car. Go get it and see if you like it. What did you buy me? Zhou Du stirred the honey water with a spoon, supporting Qin Cheng as he sat up and offered it to him. Qin Cheng rested his wrist on Zhou Du's, drinking half a cup following his lead, gulping. The alcohol caused his gaze to appear slightly dazed. Since there was no focus, it gave off an appearance of deep affection. Such an unfocused look falling on Zhou Du made him uncomfortable and he averted his gaze. I'll go get it for you. You're definitely going to like it. Qin Cheng released Zhou Du's wrist and shakily stood up, intending to go out. Zhou Du tried to stop him, but Qin Cheng tripped his left foot over his right, landing directly into Zhou Du's arms. The glass fell to the floor with a thud, shattered into pieces. Tiny shards of glass cut Zhou Du's ankle slightly, but he remained unaware of it. Qin Cheng's breath after drinking was a bit warm, brushing against Zhou Du's neck, making it feel tingly. Zhou Du's Adam's apple rolled as he supported Qin Cheng's arm and pulled the two of them apart. Qin Cheng's body swayed slightly, and he smiled at him with half-closed eyes. I bought you some clothes and shoes. I also wanted to buy you some underwear, but I really don't know your size. Let me measure. Zhou Du quickly grabbed Qin Cheng's descending hand, saying helplessly, stop fooling around. There were shards of glass on the ground, and Qin Cheng wasn't behaving himself. Zhou Du worried that he might step on them and hurt himself, so he simply picked him up and carried him horizontally. Qin Cheng, who was 180 centimeters tall, worked out frequently, appeared slim, yet weighed over 70 kilograms at the very least. But Zhou Du carried him effortlessly, and even when Qin Cheng struggled, he held him steady. After all, Qin Cheng was lighter than a pig and much easier to handle. He placed Qin Cheng on the bed where his clothes were already wrinkled, carrying a strong smell of smoke and alcohol. Zhou Du's fingers hovered over the buttons at Qin Cheng's collar, unfastening too. His fingertip accidentally touched the mole on Qin Cheng's clavicle, making Qin Cheng hum softly. Zhou Du's hand trembled momentarily before hastily buttoning him back up. In the end, he merely adjusted Qin Cheng into a side-lying position to prevent any risk of choking from vomiting. Zhou Du turned off the lights and went out to clean up the broken cups in the living room. He picked up the large pieces of glass, wrapped them in toilet paper, and then used wide tape to collect smaller shards. Placing this garbage into an unused small box, he labeled it broken glass and reinforced it with a couple of rounds of tape before throwing it in the trash bin. Finally, he vacuumed the living room again, cleaned his hands after finishing, and went into the master bedroom to check on Qin Cheng. There was no one on the bed. The light in the bathroom of the master bedroom was on, and there was water running. Zhou Du knocked on the door, but received no response. He pushed the door open and found scattered clothes on the floor. Qin Cheng lay naked in the bathtub, one leg dangling over the edge, sleeping soundly. Zhou Du sighed and turned off the faucet. Fortunately, the water flow was small, and the bathtub hadn't been filled, otherwise Qin Cheng could have drowned. He fished him out, wrapped him in a towel, and carried him back to the bed. Qin Cheng stirred, opening his eyes to look at him. Behave. Zhou Du averted his gaze and stuffed the bath towel wrapped Qin Cheng under the blanket. In principle, Qin Cheng should have at least been dressed in underwear, but Zhou Du truly couldn't remain indifferent. He liked men. He had known since he was little. He couldn't face Qin Cheng's body with the calmness of still water. Regardless of romantic love, even if his inner emotions remained completely unmoved. Visual impact alone was enough to stir some physiological excitement. And Qin Cheng was undeniably a male with a good appearance and physique. Chapter 8, What kind of person are you? The damp towel clung uncomfortably to his body, but Qin Cheng, tipsy, muttered a couple of times and fell asleep. Zhou Du slowly exhaled, turned off the light, quickly walked out of the master bedroom, and stood by the door for a moment. Despite the air conditioner blowing cold air, his blood seemed to boil. His loose athletic shorts suddenly felt somewhat tight. Zhou Du tugged at the hem of his pants, recalling the words Qin Cheng had just said. He picked up the car keys and went downstairs. The underground parking lot at midnight was quiet, with only the sound of flip-flops shuffling on the ground. Following his memory, Zhou Du found Qin Cheng's parking space. Zhou Du opened the car door. The back seat was piled high with various-sized shopping bags, all disheveled. One bag's contents, clothes, had spilled out. When Zhou Du tried to put a short-sleeve shirt back into the shopping bag, he noticed the price tag had already been removed. Was Qin Cheng afraid that Zhou Du would feel it was too expensive and refuse to accept it? A small pebble had been tossed into the tranquil lake of Zhou Du's heart, causing just a faint ripple on its surface. But deep inside, he knew how much it shook him. The parking lot was unbearably hot, and soon Zhou Du's back began to sweat profusely. A car drove in with its high beams on, the blinding light making him squint momentarily. After locking the car, Zhou Du took the items and returned home. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of vomiting coming from the master bedroom. Quickly changing into slippers, Zhou Du rushed over. The bedsheet was already a mess, with a strong smell of alcohol wafting into his nose. Qin Cheng was throwing up while waving his hand in the air. So smelly, you, so smelly you. Playing tricks again. Not caring that Qin Cheng was half-dressed, Zhou Du hurriedly helped him to the bathroom. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Cheng hugged the toilet, throwing up until there was nothing left, his face frowning. Poo poo poo. Zhou Du handed him a cup of water to rinse his mouth. Chenggu, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Occasionally, his dad would also get drunk, and once they threw up, they were fine. But Qin Cheng was always more delicate. If he was feeling unwell, it might be better to visit the hospital for reassurance. Squatting halfway next to Qin Cheng, Zhou Du gently rubbed his back. It was smooth and delicate, gleaming porcelain white under the cold light of the bathroom. Qin Cheng bent over. The elegant curve of his spine was visible under Zhou Du's palm. I'm fine, I feel much better. Qin Cheng pressed the flush button, having emptied his stomach. Catching his breath, he didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. Zhou Du helped him stand up, glancing at the reddened knees where he had knelt. Qin Cheng raised his head and gave him a foolish grin, his eye rims and nose red, looking somewhat pitiful. It makes a difference having someone around at home, huh? Zhou Du wanted to say drink less in the future. But then he thought, what right did he have to judge? In the end, he dryly nodded. Dull donkey. Supported by Zhou Du, Qin Cheng kept babbling, no girl will like you this way. You'll never find a girlfriend. Zhou Du, I'm not looking for a girlfriend. Qin Cheng squinted at him, you're not looking for a girlfriend. The palm of Zhou Du's hand touching Qin Cheng's waist side started to sweat, ready to explain. Qin Cheng continued, can't find one anyway, which is good. If even dull donkey could have a girlfriend, I'd really feel imbalanced. Zhou Du didn't want to talk to this insulting drunkard anymore. There was no way Qin Cheng could sleep in his own bed. So Zhou Du helped him to his room with a mix of hesitation and helplessness. Chenggu, wear some pants. Huh? Qin Cheng closed his eyes, rubbing his temples and chuckled when he heard Zhou Du's request, you really can't let go of your modesty. Okay, give them to me. They're in the drawer in the walk-in closet. Find them. Zhou Du pulled out a pair of Qin Cheng's underwear and pajama pants and handed them over. Wearing them lazily, Qin Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Du's lower body and paused. Chenggu, you sleep here. I'll take the living room couch. Zhou Du's face heated up, and he quickly stepped outside. The sofa in the living room is too small. Even for me, it's a struggle, especially for someone tall like you. Without concern, Qin Cheng grabbed Zhou Du's thin blanket and pulled it over himself, stretching it out with his feet. At 19, I used to spring up all the time too. Understandable. Young blood boiling and all that. He shifted closer, still keeping his eyes shut, yawning, his voice becoming muffled and unclear, it's late. Sleep. Zhou Du wasn't sure how to react for a moment. Both being men, it seemed stranger for him to insist on sleeping on the sofa. Chenggu, you sleep first. I'll tidy up. No response. Qin Cheng had already fallen asleep, his furrowed brow indicating possible discomfort. Zhou Du went out and washed the soiled sheet by hand in the bathroom directly since Qin Cheng had eventually thrown up only water, making it easier to clean. After wringing out the bedsheet, Zhou Du picked up Qin Cheng's clothes that had been discarded in the bathroom. He originally intended to wash them by hand as well, but at the sight of the light-colored boxer briefs, the skin he touched started burning. In the end, he threw them all into the washing machine along with the rest of the clothes. After doing the laundry and mopping the floor, Zhou Du glanced at the clock. It was already 1:30 a.m. He hesitated for a moment at the door but finally pushed it open and went inside. Qin Cheng was sleeping soundly, his demeanor honest and peaceful. Under the moonlight, Zhou Du stood beside the bed and watched him for a long time. This person, offering him a place to stay, treating him to meals, buying him clothes, and even giving him money, had been incredibly kind to him. Zhou Du had never received such straightforward, unconditional, and rather inexplicable kindness before. Qin Cheng was not someone who fit neatly into any of the categories Zhou Du used to understand people. Despite having an irritable personality prone to outbursts over trivial matters, he could also be gentle enough to remember apologizing even when drunk. He even removed price tags so Zhou Du wouldn't feel pressured about accepting gifts. Zhou Du softly whispered under his breath, "Qin Cheng, what kind of person are you?" The only response came in the form of Qin Cheng's steady breathing. Zhou Du lay down beside him but kept a respectful distance between them. The 1.5-meter wide bed felt somewhat narrow in this moment. Qin Cheng, influenced by alcohol, had heavy breathing. In the rhythm of his breathing, Zhou Du slowly turned on his side, resting precariously at the edge of the bed. His thoughts were colorful yet always returned to focus on Qin Cheng's prominent spine. Zhou Du rubbed his fingertips together, trying hard to clear his mind. But the body is always more honest than the deceitful mind, and Zhou Du sighed deeply. He was wide awake. From Qin Cheng's murmuring slumber, vague mutters spilled forth, soft and tender in a way they never were when sober. Zhou Du turned over again, leaning closer to listen to what he was saying. %. I want **. Chenggu, do you want some water? Zhou Du propped himself up, intending to fetch a glass of water. Losing virginity. Zhou Du laid back down. Just as he managed to regain some semblance of calm, in a half-dream state, an arm reached over and draped itself on him, its hand landing precisely on his chest. Zhou Du's head throbbed slightly, he wasn't sure if it was from fatigue or something else. Qin Cheng's face pressed against his shoulder. Gently gripping Qin Cheng's wrist, Zhou Du moved his hand away, but no sooner had he done so than the hand returned, pawing and squeezing insistently. Fine, let it be. They're both men. Both men. 5 minutes later, Zhou Du hugged a pillow and headed to the living room, collapsing onto the couch. With irritation written across his face, he loosened his waistband. Chapter 9. Wow. So considerate. In the morning, Qin Cheng woke up feeling the urge to urinate. The wine from last night was pretty good, and after the hangover, his head wasn't too painful, just a bit dizzy with a buzzing sound as if it were still loading. 5 minutes later, the loading was complete. Qin Cheng opened his eyes and regained consciousness for a while, realizing he wasn't in his own room. There was a glass of water on the bedside table, and next to it, a plastic bag printed with the name of a chain pharmacy, containing 3 boxes of medicine. Qin Cheng sat up, leaning against the bedhead, and pulled over the plastic bag to check the medicine inside. Famotidine, omeprazole, and ibuprofen, treating the stomach, stopping vomiting, even headaches were all considered. Qin Cheng chuckled twice, this kid was quite thoughtful, evidently buying them early in the morning for him. He called out, "Zhou Du." No response, he must have gone to work. Qin Cheng had drunk too much white wine last night, burning his stomach a bit. He glanced at the instructions, swallowed a famotidine tablet. Then he remembered he was awakened by the need to urinate, quickly got out of bed, shuffling in slippers to the bathroom to relieve his bladder's distress. After draining the excess water from his body, his intelligence reoccupied the high ground. Qin Cheng stuffed little Qin back into his pants, looking somewhat displeased. He looked down at the toilet bowl, recalling the scene from yesterday when he hugged it naked and vomited loudly. What did Zhou Du do at that time? Oh, he squatted beside the toilet to accompany him. 2 grown men squatting before the toilet, what a beautiful picture. Qin Cheng rubbed his hair, which was standing on end. He estimated that in Zhou Du's eyes, he was now a drunken fool, an unclothed weirdo drunkard. Recalling his disgraceful state from yesterday, Zhou Du must have been busy running around and exhausted. Alas, it was unfortunate that his mature and steady persona didn't even get a chance to be established before shattering into the toilet, flushing away with the vomit. Qin Cheng rubbed his empty stomach, turned around and went to take a shower in the bathroom. He used peach-scented shower gel, washing until he smelled fragrant all over, and then came out of the bathroom swaying unsteadily. Not having eaten breakfast, he was feeling a bit hypoglycemic. Qin Cheng staggered into the kitchen looking for some bread or something to eat. There was a conspicuous sticky note on the rice cooker, "Brother Cheng, millet porridge." It was still warm. Qin Cheng directly took a spoon and scooped it to drink, moved to the point where tears almost welled up in his eyes. Having someone at home is important, ideally a female. A male will do too. Qin Cheng drank about half a pot of millet porridge and patted his full belly as he walked out of the kitchen. He then noticed the windows of the living room balcony were open, with summer wind blowing the bedsheet and his messy clothes from yesterday hanging on the drying rack. The lavender scent of laundry detergent drifted into Qin Cheng's nostrils, and he praised absent-mindedly, "Wow. So considerate. This child really was remarkable. In the future, they should raise their son according to the standard of Zhou Du." At 10 o'clock, Zhou Du sent him a message, "Brother Cheng, are you feeling any better?" Qin Cheng directly called him, ringing for more than 10 seconds before it was answered. There were sounds of boxing punches on the phone, bang bang. "Brother Cheng, is there anything wrong?" Zhou Du's gentle voice came through, slightly out of breath, probably having just finished a session with students. "Nothing, you sent me a message, I just wanted to let you know I'm fine." "That's good." Zhou Du sat bare-chested on a chair in the rest area, his boxing gloves by his feet. He sweated a lot, so he took off the towel from around his neck and casually wiped himself. "Ah, alright, go ahead with your work, I'll hang up." Before Zhou Du could respond, Qin Cheng had already hung up. He stared at the screen's contact name, "Brother Cheng is handsome." A pair of leather shoes appeared in front of Zhou Du. He looked up and saw Fang Ke. Fong K smiled and handed him a sports drink, sitting beside him. How do you feel? Are you adapting well? Zhou Du nodded and said, thank you. Seriously, not planning to become an athlete? I've seen many of your match videos. Your punches are fierce and fast, you're really talented. Zhou Du leaned back in the chair, unscrewed the bottle cap, and drank a sip. My mom would cry. Oh. Fong K laughed, I understand. When I competed, my mom cried every day, crying whether I won or lost, like a teary-faced person. He stopped speaking halfway because his phone rang. Hello, you, what's wrong? Lost. Fong K pressed his temples, looking very helpless. I'm at work. Why are you wandering alone? Although Fong K didn't put the phone on speaker, Zhou Du could still hear the person shouting on the other end of the phone. Why are you being so mean? Don't answer if you want, just let me feed wolves. Nonsense, where would there be wolves in the city? Fong K's voice slowed down a little. Send me your location and stop throwing tantrums. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Fong K said, I'll go pick someone up. Zhou Du, if you feel any discomfort, let me know immediately. Alright, Fong Gu, you go ahead. Zhou Du picked up his boxing gloves and walked towards the boxing ring. That day Qin Cheng had asked him why he liked boxing. In fact, he didn't like it. A coach came to school to recruit students, saying that it could make money, so he learned it. Later on the boxing stage, he felt the excitement of the violent elements boiling inside him, but he still didn't like it. It hurt a lot when he got hit, and there was no sense of great joy in hitting others either. Every time his mother saw his injuries, she would cry, crying and apologizing to him for making him suffer. Zhou Du himself didn't think it was too bitter. He could earn money and study, which was already good. The ones who suffered most were his mother and sister. After his father became paralyzed, his temper grew increasingly worse. Many times, Zhou Du saw his mother wiping away tears in the corner. City people liked climbing mountains during their free time, but Zhou Du really despised the mountains. What others regarded as clear waters and green mountains, in Zhou Du's eyes, were chains confining ignorance and suffering. When he was a child, a girl was abducted into their village. Zhou Du secretly reported it to the police and got beaten almost to death by his father. The girl wasn't rescued after all. People in that place were exceptionally united in matters of conscienceless actions. The last time Zhou Du heard about the girl, she gave birth to a son, and then jumped off a cliff with her son in her arms. All worldly affairs were bitter, and only self-redemption could save one. Zhou Du walked out of the mountains, yet a mountain still weighed heavily on his heart. Qin Cheng lazily lay on the sofa watching idle dramas for half the morning. He criticized while watching, why don't they just explain or kiss each other already? So annoying, such a terrible director. Since he ate breakfast late and got stuffed, he didn't eat lunch. After catching up with the latest episode, Qin Cheng looked at the time, changed his clothes, and went to work. Before even entering the office, he was pulled away by Qiao Zheng. Qin Cheng thought he wanted to ask about Zhou Du. Zhou Du is the son of my father's fellow villager. Having no support in Jiangbei, I've been entrusted to take care of him. Oh, it's not that, Qiao Zheng pointed to his office, your ideal type is shedding tears inside. What ideal? Qin Cheng recalled halfway through. Xiao Lu. Isn't it just about releasing a video of him tossing cigarette butts everywhere? Why are you crying? Qiao Zheng laughed smugly, with tears streaming down her face. Go comfort her. Chapter 10, Brother Cheng, are you alright? Qin Cheng hadn't even comforted crying girls, let alone men. He leaned his ear against the door to listen for a moment, hearing nothing, before pushing it open and entering. This push of the door was like flicking a switch, wah-wahing. Qin Cheng found it exasperating. Big man, why are you crying? Little Lu sobbed looking at him. Mr. Qin, what should I do? I've lost so many fans. Qin Cheng handed him 2 tissues. Oh come on, little uncouth one, not quite right, poor boy, don't cry. I've already arranged for the PR department to handle it. It's all minor issues, don't cry. Leaning against the desk, alternating his arms, he watched the tearful boy in front of him, admiring how a handsome person crying genuinely made people feel sorry for them. Qin Cheng patted Xiao Lu's shoulder. Stop crying. There's Mr. Qin here. By the way, I heard from Big Qiao that someone wants to poach you with a high price offer. Little Lu's sobs paused for 2 seconds, quickly expressing loyalty. Mr. Qin, I haven't agreed. You must believe me. Ha, trying to deceive ghosts, ha. TCH. I believe you, I believe you. Qin Cheng drew another tissue to help him wipe away tears. Crying makes me feel so heartbroken. Stop crying quickly. Really? Little Lu tilted his head to look at him. Of course not, silly kid. You're a guy, why should I feel pity for you? Am I gay or something? Hilarious, nonsense. But he said, of course it's true. Be a good boy, your eyes will swell if you keep crying. And don't forget, you have a live stream tonight, right? But there are so many people cursing me online now, I'm afraid to turn it on. All my professional hired trolls, this is an easy matter for me. Don't worry, Mr. Qin is here. I guarantee no one will dare to insult you in your live stream tonight. Qin Cheng consoled him for quite a while, seeing that his patience was running low and about to explode. Little Lu finally reined in his magic, awkwardly saying, "Thank you, brother Qin. When did I become your elder brother?" Qin Cheng smiled gently, "You're welcome, go, get back to work. Hurry up and make money for me. Because of your mess, I've spent a lot of money." As it was almost time to finish work, his mom called him, asking him to take Zhou Du home for dinner since she hadn't properly entertained him last time. Qin Cheng messaged Zhou Du on WeChat, saying he'd go directly to the club after work to pick him up. The Mercedes-Benz was parked by the roadside with double flashing lights. Even though it was still scorching like an oven in the summer evening, Qin Cheng didn't feel like getting out of the car. He adjusted the seat's tilt angle and idly blew cold air. After waiting just 5 minutes, Qin Cheng already started feeling impatient because his call wasn't being answered. He had rarely waited for anyone in his life, and he disliked waiting. His ex-girlfriend took too long to get ready, and Qin Cheng criticized her procrastination, which led to their breakup. He once said, "Look at your eyeshadow. It could be achieved by me giving you a punch." His words were always so harsh. In the end, the girl beat him with her small bag several times. A girl who normally asked him to open bottles for her burst forth surprising arm strength at that moment. Thus, just half a month after dating, Mr. Qin turned into a single dog after being beaten. Qin Cheng waited another 10 minutes, with his patience almost depleted, when he finally saw Zhou Du appear in sight. "Hey." Qin Cheng saw Zhou Du, who was running toward the car with a large sling bag. This guy was wearing clothes he had bought for him. Surprisingly, they fit perfectly, making him look handsome. That gave Qin Cheng a sense of accomplishment. Qin Cheng opened the car window, resting his arm on it as the hot summer breeze hit his face, and he chuckled while blowing a rogue whistle toward Zhou Du. Zhou Du hesitated a moment before walking around to the passenger side and climbing in. "How wet is your hair? Did you just shower?" Qin Cheng adjusted the air conditioning vents to avoid blowing directly onto his face. "Yeah, Chenggu, did you wait long? There was a line to use the shower." About an hour. Actually, only 15 minutes. Sorry. Just kidding, ouch." Qin Cheng made a U-turn signal, teasing the guy. By the time they arrived home, Cheng Lan and Qin Weijun were nearly done cooking, only one more dish was left before they could sit down for dinner. "Little Du, are you here?" Cheng Lan wiped her hands on her apron. "You must have thought I disrespected you last time because I couldn't treat you well. Auntie has prepared many delicious dishes this time, so eat more later." Zhou Du smiled. "Thank you, Auntie. This kid is so polite." Qin Cheng, over these 20 years, I've never heard you say thank you to your mother. "Mom," Qin Cheng put his arm on her shoulder. "We don't need to thank each other, right?" Cheng Lan laughed at him and slapped his arm. "Take your hand off, who exactly are you treating so nicely?" "Hey, Qin Cheng, where's the bracelet I bought you?" Cheng Lan grabbed Qin Cheng's arm and looked at his empty left wrist. "I told you not to take it off, it's been blessed, and if you remove it, it won't be effective anymore." "What happened?" "It broke, I didn't do it on purpose, it snapped." Qin Cheng pulled back his arm and massaged it. His mom had a surprisingly strong grip. "It broke." Cheng Lan lit up with excitement. "The master said, after the bracelet breaks, the first person you see will be your future wife." "Huh?" Qin Cheng looked humorously at Zhou Du. "That's nonsense. I told you, it's a scam. The first person I saw was Zhou Du." "What? Impossible. Were there no girls around?" Qin Cheng plopped down on the sofa, picked up an apple from the fruit plate, tossed it around, bit into it with a big mouthful, and chewed as he spoke. "There weren't any. I'm telling you, that old man Yulao can't speak English or else Cupid would have to cross borders. What's all this nonsense?" Cheng Lan looked sad. "More than 5,000 yuan wasted." Qin Weijun walked out of the kitchen. "No, don't worry, dear. It's all petty cash. Cheng, Xiaodu, come wash your hands and help carry the dishes. We're about to eat." Qin Weijun called out. Qin Cheng dropped his bitten apple back into the fruit bowl and went with Zhou Du to the bathroom to wash their hands. The enclosed bathroom filled with the scent of peach bathing gel clinging to Qin Cheng's skin wafted toward Zhou Du's nose. "What are you daydreaming about?" Qin Cheng raised his hand and splashed water at Zhou Du, who turned his head but still got splattered with water droplets. Qin Cheng laughed happily and left. So childish. During the meal, Cheng Lan kept talking about how those 5,000 yuan had gone down the drain. Qin Cheng carelessly ate rice. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely find a daughter-in-law for you this year. You talk a good game." Cheng Lan gave him a dirty look and then turned to Zhou Du, who remained silent. She served him a piece of short rib. "Xiao Du, don't follow your brother's example. Once you go to college, if you find a suitable girl, go ahead and date." Zhou Du nodded slightly and said, But even if he liked a girl, he didn't plan to fall in love or get married. When the two of them left after dinner, Cheng Lan slipped Zhou Du a red envelope. "Here, this is Auntie's gift for meeting you. Treat this place as your home." Qin Cheng leaned his head to take a peek. The red envelope was quite thick. "Mom, aren't gifts like these usually for a future daughter-in-law? Will you stop complaining? Are you asking for it?" Lan patted Zhou Du's hand. Don't listen to him. Keep it, okay? She had heard from Qin Weijun about Zhou Du's family situation. Although some key details were concealed, as a mother, she simply couldn't bear seeing teenagers suffer. Zhou Du's throat tightened momentarily. Thank you, auntie. On their way back, Zhou Du suddenly said, the north side is really nice. Qin smiled and glanced at him. Is your big brother good? Yes. Chapter 11, Did you cry? On the first day of receiving his paycheck, Zhou Du transferred 4,000 yuan into his mother's account. His father needed regular rehabilitation sessions at the hospital, and his mother couldn't work since she had to stay home to care for him. They needed money. Right after transferring the money, his mother called him anxiously, asking, Baby, where did you get so much money? Did you go fight again? The household doesn't need that much. Zhou Du softly replied, Mom, I didn't fight. I'm just a coach. Don't worry, take good care of Dad and yourself. He kept 2,000 yuan for himself. Qin didn't ask for rent, but Zhou Du would buy groceries after work, something Qin never fussed over. During the lunch break, Zhou Du went to the mall to buy Qin a present, a 690 yuan tie. Even though he didn't understand why a piece of cloth could be so expensive, Qin was somewhat delicate and deserved quality items. Zhou Du carefully placed the gift box into his locker in the changing room. Since he worked the late shift, he wouldn't finish until 10 o'clock that night. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a WeChat message from Qin. Little Du, on your way home, bring me some grilled gluten sticks. Zhou Du's features relaxed slightly. Alright. Qin, super rich edition, and also some starch sausages, with extra spice. ZD, alright. After finishing work, Zhou Du was about to scan a bike-sharing code when he noticed an argument going on around the corner. He glanced twice and recognized Fong K among them. Fong K seemed to be trying to placate someone who struggled to break free. But then he hoisted the person and shoved them into the back seat of an SUV before slamming the door. Uninterested in others' private matters, Zhou Du observed that the one being dragged was a man, whose shoe fell off and was picked up by Fong K and tossed into the car. If he wasn't mistaken, Fong K even got kicked once. Zhou Du withdrew his gaze, hopped onto a shared bike, and went to a nearby night market to buy the grilled gluten sticks and starch sausages Qin had requested. The night market was bustling with lively chatter. Despite the oppressive heat, the air smelled rich with food aromas. Hanging the plastic bag on the handlebars of the bike, Zhou Du rode fast out of the market. His hair, not cut in a month, had grown longer, and the evening breeze lifted his bangs. His shirt clung lightly to his body with sweat, revealing glimpses of his chest and abdominal muscles. A faint smile hovered at the corner of his mouth, bringing a youthful aura to his face. With the wind rushing by his ears, his path home stretched ahead. When he arrived, Qin was sprawled on the sofa watching a TV drama. Zhou Du couldn't see what the allure was in a predictable plot starting from episode 1. Yet Qin watched it seriously every day, religiously catching up. Huh. You're back. Did you bring my grilled gluten sticks? Qin's voice wavered slightly, as the living room was dim without any lights except for the television screen flashing across his face. Zhou Du flicked on the lamp with a snap, making Qin quickly turn his head away. Qin, what's wrong with you? Zhou Du took off his shoes and stepped toward the couch. Did you cry? Nope, Qin clutched a tissue box, sniffling. It's just, dust got into my eyes. What exactly happened? Zhou Du sat next to him, furrowing his brows at Qin's bloodshot eyes. They broke up. Who did? Qin pointed at the TV screen through teary sniffles. Pure glass shards, no sweetness involved. What an idiotic screenwriter. I want to send him razor blades. Glancing up, Zhou Du saw the female lead sitting alone in despair on the sofa, tears dripping silently down her cheeks. Amused yet exasperated, Zhou Du pulled out a wet wipe and handed it to Qin. Why are you crying when they'll surely reconcile in the finale? Qin wiped his face, tossing the used wipe to Zhou Du as he grabbed a sausage from the sofa and stood up to eat it. You're such a bore. This is what immersive viewing means, do you get it? Zhou Du threw the wet wipe into the trash can and shook his head. He really didn't understand, at least in his mind, a 26-year-old man almost 30 shouldn't be crying over some idiotic plot. Zhou Du pulled a small box from his bag and handed it to Qin brother, I just got paid. This is my gift for you. After saying that, he turned around and went to take a shower in the bathroom, not caring about Qin's reaction. Qin opened the box and saw the tie inside, surprised as his eyebrows raised slightly. So this is what it feels like to have a son. It was quite fulfilling. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom as Qin mischievously wandered over, turning the door handle but finding it locked from the inside. The water paused momentarily, and Qin thought he heard a faint chuckle through the silence. He slapped the door, being so cautious, huh? In response, there was only the sound of running water. At home, Zhou Du always dressed rather formally, short sleeves with big shorts. At most, when he stepped out of the bathroom after a shower, all he'd have on would be a towel around his waist, but even then, he'd immediately go back to his bedroom to change into pajamas before coming out. Qin often thought this kid was either too self-conscious or perhaps not very comfortable physically. So one day, upon returning home from work, while Zhou Du wasn't paying attention, Qin Cheng pushed open the bathroom door and whistled teasingly at him. "Wow, Big Zhou, you're well endowed." Zhou Du's face instantly turned red. He covered himself with both hands, gritted his teeth, and told him to close the door and leave. Qin Cheng teased him endlessly about it. Since then, whether it was showering, using the restroom, or even sleeping, Zhou Du always locked the door. Qin Cheng scratched his back, unsure if it was due to his blood type or fair skin, but mosquitoes kept biting him relentlessly. "I've received your gift, thanks." "Good, as long as you like it." Zhou Du's muffled voice carried out. After showering and changing clothes, Zhou Du sat on the couch with a towel draped over his head, watching TV alongside Qin Cheng. On the coffee table, there was still a plastic bag containing a string of grilled gluten sticks that Qin Cheng had left for him. He picked them up and ate them. One of Qin Cheng's feet was propped up on the sofa, and he had no proper posture. Holding a can of beer, he gestured toward Zhou Du. "Ice-cold beer, it's the best after a shower. Want a sip?" Zhou Du hesitated before taking it, looking at the sole opening and bringing it to his lips for a small drink. "Do you see how dainty you are? That's not how you drink beer," Qin Cheng said, grabbing it from him, tilting his head back, and gulping down a large mouthful. His neck arched beautifully as his Adam's apple moved up and down delicately, as if it could break at any moment. Zhou Du turned away to watch TV. After finishing the last drop, Qin Cheng forcefully crushed the can with his fingertips and tossed it into the trash bin. "This is how you drink beer." Qin Cheng scratched his back again. "Zhou Du, do we have any menthol oil in the house? These mosquitoes are killing me." "Our house." Zhou Du stood up and rummaged through a storage cabinet, finding an unopened bottle of menthol oil. Qin Cheng turned around. "Rub some on me, I'm itchy." Qin Cheng's back was already red in patches, scratching wildly though he couldn't see it, leaving several bloody streaks. Zhou Du lowered his eyelashes, poured a few drops of menthol oil onto his hand, then placed it over Qin Cheng's back, rubbing gently over the mosquito bites. Qin Cheng leaned against the couch, half facing the TV, "Keep scratching." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Du suddenly stood up, rushing back to his room. "I'm tired, let's sleep." "It's not like scratching will kill you, right?" With a loud bang, the door closed. "You're on your period or something?" "So edgy," Qin Cheng yelled at the closed door. Still holding the menthol oil in his hand, Zhou Du looked down at himself, quietly muttering a curse. "Shit." Chapter 12, I Like Sweet Girls. Qin Cheng, arms crossed, was analyzing live stream data in the office when Zhao Zheng walked in with a grin full of anticipation. "Old Qin, want a wife?" Qin Cheng slowly inspected him and then slapped his butt hard. "What a big ass. You devilish thing. Get lost." Zhao Zheng rubbed his bottom, pulled over a chair, and sat beside him. "Serious stuff now. My wife's second uncle's sister-in-law's daughter's friend recently returned from studying abroad. She had dinner with my wife a few days ago, super pretty. There were plenty of handsome and beautiful people at Qin Cheng's company, and he had become numb to appearances. The only time he'd been truly surprised recently was more than a month ago when he first met Zhou Du. My sister-in-law showed her your picture, and she seemed quite interested in you. So, I thought I'd ask for your opinion." Zhao Zheng fiddled with his phone, flipping through to a picture of the girl, which he then handed over to Qin Cheng. "He Qin Meng, just like her name, right?" Qin Cheng glanced at it. She had short hair and an elegant big sister vibe, looking pretty cool and indeed very beautiful. "Beautiful, but I like sweet girls, the kind who cling onto you like little birds, the type that just makes you want to protect them." "You're picky now, she's pretty sweet." Zhao Zheng flipped to another photo where the girl had a ponytail and two small tiger teeth when she smiled. "Whoa, Sakura, this one's good." Qin Cheng slapped Zhao Zheng on the butt, his face full of excitement. "Sign her up with our company, she's both sweet and assertive, can be called wife or husband, and that's what netizens like these days." "Bro, do you know why you can't find a partner?" Zhao Zheng pointed at his head. "You're not civilized enough yet. Should I beat you up? Do you believe me or not? Dads need to take more care." Zhao Zheng pulled his phone back. "We're planning to go for a self-drive trip to the seaside on Saturday, and my wife will invite Xiaohe. Why don't you try to hang out and see if you two hit it off? Blind date? How awkward." Qin Cheng supported his cheek, one hand holding the mouse as he scrolled aimlessly. "Every time we go out together and there's only you as a single dog, isn't that awkward? When given the chance, you're not happy about it. Qin Cheng, not to criticize you, but start caring more about your own marriage. After 25 years old, it's all downhill for men. You're 26 now, any later and you might lose certain functions. Big brother, please, shut up. I'll go, okay?" Qin Cheng couldn't stand Zhao Zheng's chatter anymore. He didn't dare to hit him, so he could only beg. But since they were all brothers and sisters, Qin Cheng hadn't felt awkward before. It was just that every time he heard some indescribable sounds in hotels while he enjoyed the king-size bed alone at night, it made him feel quite pitiful. "Hey, Big Jiao, I'll bring Zhou Du along. The kid has been in Jiangbei for so long without going out. Bring him along. It can reduce some awkwardness, let him ease the atmosphere." "Humph." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow. Let Zhou Du ease the atmosphere. Given his introverted nature, it would be a miracle if he didn't ruin the mood. When Qin Cheng mentioned it to Zhou Du on his way home, Zhou Du, adjust your shifts this weekend so I can take you to see the sea, okay? I won't. The 3 words, go with you, weren't even out yet. And then Qin Cheng added, Big Jiao, your Jiao brother, he wants to introduce someone to me. Oh man, it's too awkward, you can make it more natural if you come with me. Alright. Zhou Du changed the subject and returned to his room, picking up his phone to call Fong Ke. Fong Gu, I have something on Saturday and Sunday, can I take leave? Sure. Fong Ke smiled. Why don't you just tell me tomorrow when you're at work? It was only Thursday today. Zhou Du pinched his eyebrows. Sorry, Fong Gu, for disturbing your rest. I lost track of time. It's fine, get some rest. Good night. After Fong Ke hung up, he thought Zhou Du seemed a bit strange. The door opened, revealing a tiny figure hugging a tattered pillow. Ayu, why aren't you asleep yet? Bai Qingyu threw the worn-out pillow onto Fong Ke's bed, lifted the blanket, and lay down beside him. I can't sleep, the weather forecast says there will be thunderstorms tonight, I'm scared. Fong Ke sighed. You're a college student, and in 2 months, you'll live in the dormitory. What are you going to do during thunderstorms there? Not sleep anymore. What if I commute, is that okay? Bai Qingyu hugged the pillow tightly. This was his abe, something he'd had for 19 years. He couldn't fall asleep without it. Don't cause trouble. Law and Political University is in the suburbs, it's too far from here, it'll delay things. Bai Qingyu irritably turned over. I know, you just want me out of sight as soon as possible, I'll leave soon, you must be glad, huh? You're throwing a tantrum again. I didn't think that way, I'm just stating existing difficulties. Bai Qingyu suddenly sat up, leaning over to kiss his cheek. Fong Ke, you know I like you, right? Fong Ke's throat tightened, his nails digging into the sheets. Ayu, you're still young, you don't understand the difference between liking and admiration. Shit. I'm almost 20, tell me. Bai Qingyu grabbed his hand and pulled it close. Fong Ke, I'm an adult. Fong Ke pulled his hand back, steadying his emotions. Yes, you're an adult now, but we're both men. Bai Qingyu's eyes watered, angrily jumping off the bed. After walking a few steps, he returned to grab his pillow. Don't think I don't know you're gay. I saw you kissing a guy. Why can he do it and I can't? Bai Qingyu, feeling upset, threw his small pillow at Fong Ke's face, you'll regret this. Coward. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Fong Ke's glasses were knocked askew, irritably, he took them off and tossed them aside, spreading his hands to look at the palms Bai Qingyu had touched. Their families had been close for generations. Bai Qingyu's parents went abroad 2 months ago due to work transfers, for a period of 2 years. They entrusted Fong Ke to look after Bai Qingyu and prevent him from causing trouble. Could he really keep an eye on him so closely that Bai Qingyu ended up on his bed? Not even considering they were both men, there was also a 10-year age gap. If anyone found out, neither Fong Ke's nor Bai Qingyu's parents would have any face left to meet each other again. Fong Ke leaned back, his head bumping lightly against the headboard with his eyes closed. When did the kid see him kiss someone else? Fong Ke recalled how in his youth, he once experienced a fleeting romance. It ended when his unhealthy control freak tendencies ruined everything. He still remembered the expression on that boy's face when he called him a controlling freak, saying being with him was too exhausting, having to report your itinerary whenever leaving, forbidden to be alone with either gender, and expected to respond within 10 minutes. He knew it was wrong. It hurt him as much as it hurt the other person. That was all so many years ago. How old was Bai Qingyu back then? Fong Ke rubbed his temples, a sudden low rumble of thunder outside shook the windows slightly. Fong Ke threw off the covers and got out of bed. Upon opening the door, he saw Bai Qingyu standing there with bare feet, looking aggrieved. Brother, I'm scared. Fong Ke smiled helplessly, picked Bai Qingyu up and placed him back in bed, covering him with blankets and patting him lightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Qingyu blinked in the warmth of the blanket, what will I do during thunderstorms when I start boarding school? Fong Ke realized he truly couldn't deal with this little devil, although he clearly knew Bai Qingyu was scheming something, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. I'll come pick you up then. Bai Qingyu proudly hugged his arm and fell asleep, thinking inside, you like me, Fong Ke. Pretend all you want, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Anyway, I'm young, I've got time to wait. Humph humph. Chapter 13, Qin Cheng is going on a blind date. Qin Cheng is going on a blind date, Qin Cheng is going on a blind date. Qin Cheng is going on a blind date. These 5 words kept circling around Zhou Du's mind for 2 days straight until Saturday finally arrived. They were taking the highway to High City, 4 hours away, agreeing to meet near the toll station. Qin Cheng woke up early, driving with Zhou Du to the meeting point where, except for Yuan Zi and her husband, everyone else was already there. Through the glass, Zhou Du saw the girl standing beside Jiao Zheng. His intuition told him she was Qin Cheng's blind date. Even though Zhou Du preferred men, he had to admit, this girl was very pretty, she met public standards of beauty, the kind who looked good at first glance. Zhou Du's mood instantly soured, his face darkening as those unwarranted fantasies were crushed right at their inception. Qin Cheng parked the car and noticed Zhou Du's gloomy demeanor, reaching over to ruffle his hair. The day before, Qin Cheng personally took Zhou Du to the barber shop to cut his hair, a short messy fringe that revealed his forehead and eyebrows, balancing the look between boyish and youthful maturity. He looked handsome. What's with the days? Social anxiety attack. Get out, move. Qin Cheng opened the door and stepped out, with Zhou Du following. Whoa, what are you two wearing? We're heading to High City, not Hawaii, overly flashy. Qin Cheng bought Hawaiian-style shirts and large shorts, one set each for him and Zhou Du. Jiao Jing walked towards them smiling, is this Zhou Du? That time was so rushed we barely spoke. How are you looking even better? Hello, Jiao brother. Oh, hello, Jiao Jing chuckled, hooking his arm around Qin Cheng's shoulders and whispering quietly, see her? Isn't she pretty? Qin Cheng raised his gaze toward He Qingmeng, she was playing with Jiao Zheng's wife and daughter. Noticing his stare, she sent him a subtle smile. Pretty. Zhou Du stood behind him, hearing every word of their secret conversation clearly, and kicked a pebble at his feet absently. Even prettier than in the picture. She has a great presence too, seems photogenic. Qin Cheng continued his compliments. Zhou Du kicked the pebble harder this time, sending it flying toward Qin Cheng's lower leg. Qin Cheng, wearing shorts today, felt the sharp pain from the jagged stone, jerking back and glaring at Zhou Du, what's your problem? That hurts. Sorry. Tough luck, kid. Qin Cheng rubbed his leg, hey, Big Jiao, introduce her to our company. I feel like she has the potential of a big streamer. I set you up on a blind date, not a recruitment trip. Jiao Zheng rolled his eyes at him. Zhou Du couldn't help but laugh from behind, Jiao Zheng looked at him, and you dare laugh. Your brother Cheng has a screw loose, don't follow his example or else you'll both end up bachelors forever. Go to hell. This is called dedication to one's career. Just as the two were bickering, Jiao Zheng's wife led He Qingmeng over, oh, this is Zhou Du, the young man sure is handsome. Qin Cheng introduced him, Big Jiao's wife, Sister Hua. Sister-in-law. Zhou Du greeted. Oh, hello, said Sister Hua introducing herself, let me introduce. This is He Qingmeng, she's a returned overseas student who came back from abroad this year. Qingmeng, this is Qin Cheng and Zhou Du. We thought that everyone coming out to hang together could make some new friends. This phrase was smooth, it suggested making friends rather than dating, reducing awkwardness if it didn't work out. Qin Cheng nodded at her, hello. He Qingmeng smiled, hello. Come on, little Pomelo darling, let Uncle Cheng hold you. Qin Cheng crouched down, arms open wide, the little girl giggling as she ran into his embrace. Ho! How come our little Pomelo has gotten even cuter? Qin Cheng pinched the girl's cheeks with a smile. The 3-year-old girl was soft and sweet, especially adorable, and had a sweet tongue too. Every time Qin Cheng saw her, he wanted to get married and have a daughter. Zhou Du noticed Qin Cheng's expression, this was the first time he'd ever seen such tenderness on Qin Cheng's face. Qin Cheng would probably make a great husband and father, with a happy family life. Pomelo laughed and snuggled onto Qin Cheng's shoulder, peeking at Zhou Du behind him with wide, grape-like eyes. Hello, brother. She extended her tiny hand. Zhou Du was slightly stunned but shook her hand, hello. Qin Cheng interjected, you're off by a generation. You should call him uncle. My mom says handsome ones are all oppas. Qin Cheng replied, then why do you call me Cheng Dad? Am I not the handsomest in your heart? You, because you're old. Qin Cheng held back an insult at the last moment, shocked, I'm old. Jiao Jing took Pomelo into his arms and chuckled, kids don't lie, ha ha ha. Qin Cheng pouted, placing his hands on his hips, all the good food I bought for you was wasted, saying I'm old. He turned his head to look at Zhou Du, taking the baseball cap off Zhou Du's head and sticking it on his own, as the second youngest here, tell me, is Uncle Cheng old? Zhou Du's pitch-black eyes glimmered with a smile, not old, very handsome. Humph. Qin Cheng proudly draped an arm around Zhou Du's neck, ruffling his hair, very obedient, haven't regretted caring about you. The summer morning was still quite cool, but as the sun rose higher, the sunlight became piercingly bright. Qin Cheng grew restless, how hasn't Yuan Zi arrived yet? Jiao Jing nudged him with his elbow and whispered, tone it down, there's a lady present, what's wrong with you? You really are acting like a nagging wife. Qin Cheng sneered and caught sight of Yuan Zi's car, there they are, finally. Dinner's on him tonight. Yuan Zi got out of the car and helped his wife out from the passenger side, sorry, there was something going on at home. Yuan Zi's wife was 7 months pregnant. They figured it might be their only chance to go out in nearly 2 years since having a baby wouldn't make travel convenient. You'd forget to disconnect the electricity unless reminded, absolutely no sense of safety. A tall 180 centimeters strong man was being scolded by his petite, cute 160 centimeters wife standing with her hands on her hips, honey, I was wrong. Please don't be mad, it's not good for the baby, I can't live without you. Qin Cheng and Jiao Jing shivered, glancing at each other. Yuan Zi's coquetry was nauseating. Finally, everyone gathered. Sister Hua urged He Qin Meng into Qin Cheng's car. Little Cheng, our car is full of things, there's no room. Let little he ride with you. Zhou Du cast a faint glance at Jiao Zheng's large off-road vehicle. This excuse was weak. He silently climbed into the back seat, giving up the front passenger seat to He Qin Meng. Qin Cheng looked at him for a moment, as if wanting to say something. The car hit the highway. Zhou Du hugged his arms, leaning back against the seat, closing his eyes. Though seemingly asleep, any slight sound inside the car could catch his attention. But Qin Cheng either acted reserved or something. There wasn't much conversation between him and the girl. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Cheng asked him, Zhou Du, are you carsick? Want a cola? He still remembered the first time he picked up Zhou Du, when Zhou Du had got out of the taxi and vomited. Zhou Du opened his eyes, bright and clear. Last time he had been carsick because there was a smell in the taxi. Qin Cheng's car smelled nice, and it was steady on the highway, so he felt no discomfort at all. A little, but I can bear it. Qin Cheng hesitated for a moment. Hey, Xiao He, how about we stop at the next service area and you sit in the back? Sure, sorry about that. I didn't know my brother gets carsick. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. Are you okay with sitting in the back? Totally fine, not carsick at all. The scene was awkward for a while. Zhou Du pressed down on the brim of his cap slightly, covering his upward curling lips. Chapter 14, Heartbeats. Zhou Du successfully swapped seats with He Qin Meng at the service area. He still felt a bit guilty, always feeling like he was blocking Qin Cheng's chances, but he couldn't control his actions. Qin Cheng was actually pretty happy. Zhou Du sitting next to him made him more relaxed, and he even chatted a few sentences with He Qin Meng in the back seat, asking her where it was fun abroad, and said he'd take a trip if he had free time. The atmosphere in the car gradually warmed up. Qin Cheng glanced over at Zhou Du, who seemed to be resting his eyes. Zhou Du, do you have a driver's license? No. You should find time to learn how to drive. Driving doesn't make you carsick. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Qin Cheng opened the armrest box with the other hand. The cold air blew inside, making the Coke refreshingly cool. Take a sip, tell me if you feel nauseous. Hey, we can't stop on the highway, but don't force yourself. Alright. Zhou Du clutched the can, pulled the ring open, along with the sound of bubbles was the beginning agitation of his heart. Qin Cheng probably thought putting the girl in the back wasn't too good, so he chatted idly with her during the rest of the journey. When he tried to cheer someone up, what he said always sounded pleasant. Zhou Du squeezed his can until it crunched loudly. By the time they reached the seaside resort hotel, it was almost completely flattened. Jiao Jing booked 2 king rooms and 2 standard rooms. No matter how others were divided, Qin Cheng didn't ask much, as long as he shared with Zhou Du. After all, Zhou Du only knew him. Finally, no need to sleep alone in a big bed. Great. The group ate lunch in the dining area of the hotel. After driving all morning, they were quite tired and planned to go back for a nap before playing in the afternoon. Jiao Jing lived up to being the nanny. All the rooms faced the sea. Once the curtains were drawn, endless deep blue waves came into view. Qin Cheng woke up early, having driven for such a long time. Now he was truly exhausted. As soon as he inserted the room card, he stripped off his clothes and threw himself onto the bed. Zhou Du, turn the air conditioning down a bit, it's hot. Qin Cheng buried his face in the pillow, ordering things around. Zhou Du found the remote control for the air conditioner, set the temperature, then sat on the armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. Qin Cheng propped his head up and watched him. Never seen the sea before. No. Zhou Du gazed at the beach and the waves outside, a vastness he could never witness living in the mountains. The winding mountains would block the road to faraway places, but the sea seemed like it could take people anywhere. Qin Cheng smiled and suddenly flipped to sit up. Let's go out and play. Big brother Cheng will show you around. Huh? Zhou Du turned back to look at him. Aren't you going to take a nap? Hey, look at your eager expression. How could I possibly sleep? Qin Cheng rummaged through his bag and tossed a pair of slippers to Zhou Du. Come on, let's go and have some fun. Qin Cheng casually put on his Hawaiian-style shirt, with no undershirt underneath, and left the buttons unfastened. A layer of thin skin covered his muscles, blindingly white. Qin Cheng always said Zhou Du had a good figure, but Zhou Du thought his figure was excellent. Not from intense training in the gym, but just well-proportioned, as handsome as Qin Cheng's face. Why are you staring at me? Moved? Cheng bro, do you like He Qin Meng? Zhou Du asked bluntly. Qin Cheng pondered for a moment. How to put this? She is very pretty and has a great personality, but there's just no sense of falling in love, you understand? Zhou Du nodded, yeah. He sat on the edge of the bed, leaning back on his hands, looking up at Zhou Du and smiling. Young man, do you know what the feeling of falling in love is? Yeah. Zhou Du's voice was light, lowering his eyelashes and meeting Qin Cheng's gaze. Against the light, his dark pupils seemed to hide something, directly locking onto Qin Cheng's eyes. As Qin Cheng tried to capture the emotions in his eyes, Zhou Du had already taken a step towards the door. Let's go play in the sand. The sea breeze was cool, very comfortable when it brushed against the skin. Qin Cheng stood there with his hands in his pockets, swaying leisurely as the waves lapped against his feet. He looked over at Zhou Du who was crouched on the ground picking up seashells, and no matter what, this was still just a 19-year-old guy. So immature, so very immature. A mature and steady Mr. Qin would never pick up shells to play with. He circled around behind Zhou Du and kicked him into the sea. Caught off guard, Zhou Du fell to his knees on the sand. A massive wave crashed onto his chest, splashing his face with seawater while soaking all his clothes, filling them with the salty tang of the ocean. Ha ha ha, Qin Cheng laughed loudly, standing aside, not caring about his friend's predicament. Zhou Du stood up and looked at his dripping wet shirt before taking it off and tossing it directly onto Qin Cheng's head. Plop. The mix of seawater and grit from the beach smacked Qin Cheng squarely in the face. Qin Cheng stopped laughing instantly and tore it away just in time to meet Zhou Du's smiling eyes. For a brief moment, Qin Cheng was taken aback. Zhou Du walked up to him and wiped some sand from his face with a clean hand. Are you upset? As the old saying goes, he who starts trouble comes to regret it. Fuming, Qin Cheng stuffed Zhou Du's shirt back into his hands. No. I have a present for you. Zhou Du opened his palm to reveal a conch shell. They say it can let you hear the ocean. Holding the shell to Qin Cheng's ear, his voice mingled with the sound of the tide. Cheng bro, do you hear it? Qin Cheng's eyebrows slightly arched upward as the whooshing sound filled his ears. He looked up at Zhou Du in surprise. I really do. What's the principle behind this? I don't know. Qin Cheng was highly intrigued by the conch. Try it yourself. The warmth of Qin Cheng's wrist brushed against Zhou Du's cool cheek as he pressed the shell to his ear, triggering an unexpected heat in the area touched. Zhou Du pulled his body back slightly. If Qin Cheng had been listening carefully, he'd surely have heard his heart thumping in rhythm with the sound of the waves. You two are down here so early. Oh my god, look at those muscles, Zhou Du. Xiao Jing approached with envy, pinching Zhou Du's arm. What a hidden talent, young man. Any fitness secrets? He does boxing, not gym workouts. Qin Cheng cast a displeased glance at Zhou Du. Why does he pinch and it's fine, but when I pinch, you're obviously resisting. Bro Cheng, you were pinching my chest, any normal person would resist. Ha ha ha, you brother Cheng is such a lewd pervert. Go away, we're both men, what's wrong with a touch? Qin Cheng slapped his hand hard on Zhou Du's chest and pawed teasingly at him. Zhou Du. Xiao Jing couldn't bear to watch anymore. Lao Qin, I didn't ask earlier, how's it going with Xiao He? Just tell Sister Huan not to set me up anymore. It feels weird trying to get along when dating is the ultimate goal. What's wrong with Xiao He? Nothing's wrong with her. She's great, just no feeling. Don't want to waste her time either. That's why Qin Cheng has been single for so long. No matter what, everything needs a certain feeling, a tingling sensation that strikes his heart in a fleeting moment. As they chatted, the others also came out of the hotel toward them. Even Yuzi was carrying a small bucket, waving to Qin Cheng cheerfully. Alright, love can't be forced. Over years as brothers, Xiao Jing knows full well what kind of behavior Qin Cheng gets up to. Zhou Du wrung out his damp top and swung it a few times before putting it back on. Watching the endless waves, he felt extremely cheerful. Indeed, the sea can wash away worries. Chapter 15, Are You Gay? The hotel offered open-air barbecue services. They provided grills and skewers for visitors to grill themselves. The group of men relocated the grills and tables to a suitable spot, with Yuzi even helping carry out a small stool. Qin Cheng couldn't help but take dozens of pictures, making funny faces at the little girl. The quality of the charcoal supplied by the hotel wasn't good. Qin Cheng and the rest tried for quite some time but failed to get it lit. Zhou Du walked over, used the tongs to spread apart the tightly stacked charcoal pieces to leave gaps between them, then separately picked up a fragment of charcoal and ignited it with a lighter, placing it into the gap. Finally, he fanned the flames using his own hat. Very soon, it caught fire. Brilliant. Qin Cheng patted his shoulder and grinned. Zhou Du looked up and smiled slightly. The night breeze by the sea was cold, and Qin Cheng reached out to feel the material of Zhou Du's clothes. They were still damp, retaining moisture. You should go back to the hotel and change. You'll catch a cold if you freeze like this. Also, grab one for me. Zhou Du nodded, returned to the hotel to change into dry clothes, and went out holding Qin Cheng's coat, bumping right into He Qingmeng. Big sister Qingmeng, Zhou Du greeted her, intending to sidestep past her. He Qingmeng suddenly spoke up, little brother, are you gay? Zhou Du hesitated in his step and turned back to look at her. Why do you ask? Just a gut feeling, I sense something between you and big brother Qin. How should I put it? Don't take it wrong now, I'm probably just being silly. I'm sorry. It's fine. Zhou Du walked towards the elevator with Qin Cheng's coat, hearing her mumble behind him, oh no, am I losing my mind by reading too many novels? Is my gaydar malfunctioning? I'd better read more. Zhou Du. Qin Cheng stood in front of the barbecue grill with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, turning two skewers over. Though he wasn't much of a cook, his barbecue game was strong. De Chiao laughed while assisting him beside. If our company goes bankrupt someday, we could always open a barbecue shop and make a comeback. Get lost, duck face. These skewers are done, quickly bring them to the queens. Qin Cheng held the cigarette on his fingertips and grabbed a handful of barbecue seasoning, sprinkling it casually but confidently. There you go. After brushing oil, the charcoal blazed fiercely. Qin Cheng took a few steps back, furrowing his brows to avoid the greasy fumes. Glancing around, he saw Zhou Du not far away and beckoned him over. Zhou Du. Come here, try the skewers your big brother made. Through the haze of the grey-blue night, Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng, as if he glowed, brighter than the moon in the sky. What are you gawking at? Come on. Zhou Du approached Qin Cheng and draped the coat over his shoulders. Qin Cheng spread his arms as Zhou Du helped him slip it on, then held a lamb skewer close to his face. Try this, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, guaranteed that you'll want more once you've had a bite. Zhou Du took it and bit into it, his gaze never leaving Qin Cheng, his eyes softening in an unnoticed way. It's delicious. That's what I say. Qin Cheng smirked triumphantly. Standing next to him, Zhou Du assisted Qin Cheng as they worked together seamlessly. Brother Cheng, let me show you a trick. Holding a fire spray gun, Qin Cheng set fire to the skewers in one quick motion. Amazing. Their clothes were slightly billowing in the sea breeze, their shadows stretching long under the lights, entwined on the beach. When the barbecue was almost done, Qin Cheng ordered Zhou Du to bring the plates over. Looking toward the dining table, Qin Cheng noticed that probably Aunt Hua had talked to Qin Meng. She was sitting between Aunt Hua's daughter-in-law Ying, chatting about something. The three girls giggled and occasionally glanced at him. Sitting down on a small stool, Qin Cheng looked puzzled. What are the three of you whispering about? Aunt Hua waved her hand dismissively. Nothing, eat yours. Qin Cheng snorted and bit into a beer bottle cap, pouring the beer into a disposable cup. Are you ladies not drinking? Such a drag. De Qiao was preparing for a second child and couldn't drink, neither could Yuanzi who needed to take care of his pregnant wife, and Qin Meng, as a newly acquainted young woman, found it inappropriate to drink at night. You two bachelors drink, then. As Qiao Jing received little Yuzi from Aunt Hua, the sleepy girl curled up in her father's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Zhou Du moved the glass closer to himself. Brother Cheng, I'll drink with you. Qin Cheng raised his eyebrow, picked up the glass, and clinked it against Zhou Du's. Alright, let's see your tolerance. With the sound of the waves and the smell of barbecue filling the air, the group chatted and ate happily. Seated quietly on the side, Zhou Du listened, finding a more carefree Qin Cheng in those memories. Hey, Zhou Du, do you know? Qin Cheng when he was at school once challenged someone to a fight and ended up. Yuanzi stopped mid-sentence, as Qin Cheng immediately covered his mouth. Qin Cheng, holding a bamboo skewer, threatened him menacingly. You rat bastard, I'll annihilate you if you dare to mention it. Yuanzi surrendered, waving his hands in the air, so Qin Cheng rolled his eyes and let him go. The moment he was free, Yuanzi dashed out, knocking over the small stool, shouting, Zhou Du, your brother Cheng is such a crybaby. Every time he argued, tears would flow, both snot and tears used to scare the hell out of the gangsters Yuanzi, damn your ancestors. Qin Cheng slammed the table, rushing out to chase after him. Even as Qin Cheng threw Yuanzi onto the sand, Yuanzi was laughing hysterically, yelling, after that incident, our school started spreading the legend of the crying warrior god. Old Qin was so mad he almost dropped out Ying stroked her stomach while grilling meat and told Qin Cheng, hero, please leave some life. Your kid cannot grow up without a dad. Yuanzi shouted, wife, I love you. Qin Cheng shoved a mouthful of sand into his own face as Zhou Du involuntarily pictured him crying while fighting. Unable to suppress it, Zhou Du chuckled. Qin Meng on the opposite side gave a knowing blink with an I totally knew it look. Zhou Du pressed his lips together, pulling back his laughter. Annoying. Qin Cheng wiped his hands and sat back down, glaring at Zhou Du, I just heard you laughing. What's so funny? Zhou Du shook his head, it's not funny. Humph. The sea breeze was too cold, so Qiao Jing took Yuzi back to the hotel for fear she would catch a cold while sleeping. Aunt Hua followed along with Qin Meng leaving as well. Wife, let's go back, it's chilly. Yuanzi watched his wife happily grilling meat despite her overeating concerns but didn't dare say much. After I finish this last bite. Brother Qin's barbecue is too good, if I can't eat freely after giving birth, what should I do? Yuanzi held out a cup of water, then we'll use formula milk. My wife can eat whatever she wants, leave the kid to me. You talk a good game. Ying finished her last bite with a smile, then put down the grilled skewer. Yuanzi, help your empress return to her palace. Coming, ma'am. Yuanzi wrapped an arm around his wife's waist and looked back at Qin Cheng, lifting his chin slightly. We're off, Cheng. You two should head back early too. Got it, got it. Qin Cheng waved him off. Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Du clinked glasses with Qin Cheng, who sighed in admiration, how great, they both have homes and families, so nice. Looking at his profile, Zhou Du saw the envious glimmer in his eyes and poured another glass of alcohol, taking a long swig. Qin Cheng, when do you plan to get married? Never thought about it. Qin Cheng pinched the disposable plastic cup, I was just saying it. We can't force ourselves to marry just for marriage, right? If it comes, it comes, if not, well, being single isn't bad either, very free. What about you? Qin Cheng asked, do you think about such things at your age? Zhou Du stared directly into his eyes, seriously saying, I won't get married. If you can't find a girlfriend, I'll always be by your side. Zhou Du's tone was overly earnest, causing Qin Cheng to hesitate briefly before taking a sip of wine in the sound of the tides. After a while, he finally spoke, nonsense, who says you won't find a girlfriend? Chapter 16, An Imperfect Kiss. Zhou Du acted like a fool, wherever Qin Cheng drank, he would follow suit. Qin Cheng had excellent tolerance for alcohol, drinking beer like water. He didn't expect Zhou Du's tolerance to be so poor. After 2 or 3 cups, his cheeks started turning red, glowing pink. Hey, looking this way, how can your wine capacity be so bad? Qin Cheng grinned at him. Zhou Du's face was bright red, his eyes gleaming, what do I look like? Kneading his cheek with one hand, Qin Cheng replied, well, someone who clearly doesn't seem to be a good boy. Zhou Du smiled faintly, lowering his gaze. Maybe due to the alcohol, Zhou Du talked more than usual, recounting many stories from his childhood to Qin Cheng. The winding roads without end that weighed heavily on his heart began to see some light through the hazy night. Are you going to cry again? Zhou Du curved his finger gently wiping the corner of Qin Cheng's eye, which reddened. In the flickering little lights, Zhou Du wanted to kiss him. Kicking away his hand, Qin Cheng laughed, why are you getting teary-eyed? Didn't you manage to come out fine? University of Political Science and Law, all that hardship wasn't wasted. Things will get better and better. Qin Cheng lifted a beer bottle and pointed toward the moon over the sea. Zhou Du, is the moon over the sea beautiful or the one over the mountains? Following his finger's direction, Zhou Du gazed at the mountain peaks he had climbed countless times, the full moons he had seen endlessly, yet none of them were as appealing as today's slim crescent. His eyes fell on Qin Cheng's profile, the moon over the sea is beautiful. He no longer wished to watch the mountain's moons, he wanted to stay beside his own moon. More and more empty wine bottles piled up near their feet. Qin Cheng kicked aside his small stool, flopping onto the beach. Lying down with one arm behind his head, his legs crossed, he smiled at Zhou Du, one day, you and I should go check out the moon over the mountains. Sure thing, if Qin Cheng wanted to see it, he could accompany him. Lying next to Qin Cheng, unfortunately, the sea fog rolled into night. The stars couldn't be seen, and the moon only appeared occasionally, its glow briefly unveiled when the wind swept away the heavy clouds. With his eyes closed, Qin Cheng's breathing steadied. Zhou Du propped himself up on his elbow and leaned closer, Qin Cheng, are you asleep? Desiring to kiss him. The only reply came from the sound of the waves. Zhou Du's throat tightened slightly as he slowly leaned closer. Suddenly, Qin Cheng opened his eyes, what did you call me? Chenggu. The alcohol had numbed his brain, and Zhou Du wasn't reacting as quickly as usual. He froze where he stood. Qin Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, what are you doing? Why are you so close? Want to hit me or something? Zhou Du exhaled slowly, then reached up and rubbed his eyebrows, idiot. Sand. Sitting up, Qin Cheng closed his eyes and shook his face a few times. Let's go back to the hotel. I feel like my face is going to wrinkle from the sea breeze. Alright, let's go back. Standing up, Zhou Du swayed slightly on his feet. He hadn't realized how dizzy he was until he stood up. Qin Cheng chuckled loudly and pulled his arm over his neck, hugging Zhou Du's waist. Ha ha ha, with this tolerance for alcohol, you'll sit at the same table as Yuzi in the future. Ignoring what Qin Cheng said, Zhou Du leaned on him, half of his weight pressing onto Qin Cheng. Hey. Do you want to crush me? Qin Cheng pinched Zhou Du's waist. Snap out of it. The pinch was really hard, and Zhou Du let out a sharp hiss, straightening up. The sand on the beach was soft, and they staggered along step by uneven step until they finally made it to the stone path. Qin Cheng shook the sand out of his slippers and pinched Zhou Du again. Shake the sand off your shoes. Zhou Du, clutching his sore waist, tapped his shoe twice. Being pinched in the same place twice, he felt that side already bruising. Zhou Du wanted to say he wasn't drunk enough to lose consciousness, but looking at Qin Cheng's hand gripping his waist, he endured the pain and kept quiet. The receptionist asked if they needed help, and Qin Cheng waved them off, no need. Qin Cheng helped Zhou Du back to their room, inserting the keycard to light up the room. You're really heavy. Drenched in sweat after carrying Zhou Du, Qin Cheng intended to toss him onto the bed. But unexpectedly, this guy clung onto his neck, pulling Qin Cheng down with him as Zhou Du landed on the bed. Though Qin Cheng had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he wasn't drunk. However, his reaction was still slower than usual. By the time he propped himself up, his lips had already grazed past Zhou Du's. Ah. Shit. Qin Cheng's lower lip hit Zhou Du's teeth, breaking some skin. Instinctively, he licked it, tasting the iron-like flavor. Muttering curses, Qin Cheng wiggled his front tooth, finding it still solidly in place. He then pried open Zhou Du's mouth for a check. Zhou Du's upper lip had also hit Qin Cheng's teeth. Though the skin didn't break, it looked a bit swollen. After cursing, Qin Cheng laughed gleefully. What are we going to do? Little Du, you've given me your first kiss, haha. Still laughing, he kicked off his slippers and went into the bathroom to take a shower barefoot. Listening to the water running in the bathroom, Zhou slowly opened his eyes and touched his lips. This first kiss wasn't very pleasant. After taking a shower while humming a tune and wrapping himself in a bathrobe, Qin Cheng came out, glanced at Zhou lying on the bed, thought for a moment, and shamelessly undressed him. Zhou, with his eyes closed, gritted his teeth as he could feel Qin Cheng unbuttoning his shirt and roaming around his abs. Zhou considered pretending he'd sobered up, but Qin Cheng didn't give him much time to think. With one swift move. Rubbing board hey. Rubbing board hey. Rub, wow, impressive. Still hard even when this drunk? Kicking lazily, Qin Cheng concluded, young is great. Zhou could feel his face heating up instantly, but thankfully, since his cheeks flushed red from drinking, it was less noticeable. Casually pulling the blanket over him, Qin Cheng climbed into the other bed and turned off the lights. Only then did Zhou dare to open his eyes and adjust his position under the covers. In the middle of the night, Zhou woke up to use the restroom and was about to return to bed when he heard unspeakable muffled sounds coming from the neighboring room. Terrible soundproofing. The lunk beside him moved slightly, revealing a disheveled, messy-haired head. Qin Cheng yawned. I used to hear it in the big bedrooms, now living in standard ones and still hearing, does this mean no chance for single dogs to survive? Zhou didn't know what to say. Qin Cheng turned toward him and smiled, hey. Have you sobered up? Yes, I'm awake. Do you remember us kissing earlier? Sometimes, Zhou found it quite curious what magical creatures lived inside Qin Cheng's mind, kissing. When I helped you onto the bed, I fell on top of you. Qin Cheng seemed delighted as if he'd struck gold, still chuckling, funny, huh? That was your first kiss, right? Zhou touched his lips, which had deswollen. Turning over to face Qin Cheng, he asked, do you mind kissing another man? I fell on top of you when helping you get into bed. Qin Cheng grinned, seriously funny, wasn't it? Was that your first kiss? What kiss, it was just a touch. Qin Cheng said amusingly while looking at him. Oh. Zhou turned over, facing away from him, preparing to sleep. Chapter 17, This is what a first kiss should be. The sounds from the neighboring room grew louder in the silent night. Zhou, a young man full of youthful passion, found it increasingly hard to fall back asleep in this situation. Moreover, the person he liked was sleeping in the bed next to him, making Zhou feel restless. Qin Cheng also tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Though very tired, the disturbance coming from the other side was too much. He extended his arm and pounded on the wall a few times. The commotion paused for a moment, then became even more flagrant. Isn't this supposed to be a standard room? Zhou was hesitant to lie on his back. Qin Cheng chuckled twice, separation of dry and wet areas, you know. Zhou followed up with a laugh, you're pretty clever. Can't stand it anymore. Qin Cheng threw off the covers, got out of bed, wearing only his slippers and dragging his anger toward the door. Zhou scanned him in the dim environment and leaned up, Chenggu, where are you going? Before he could finish the question, Qin Cheng had already opened the door and shouted down the long corridor, brother. Wishing you 3 babies at once. Become a father in 10 months. All sons. After shouting, he slammed the door shut. Zhou leaned against the headboard, one leg propped up, supporting the quilt, watching him helplessly, Chenggu, you're asking for a beating. This is why I have you here, isn't it? Qin Cheng said this as if it were a given fact. Listening to these words made Zhou feel incredibly happy inside, like tasting honey. Qin Cheng said this seriously. He wasn't stupid, what if the guy across was some burly dude he couldn't fight? Without Zhou around, he would have merely called customer service to file a complaint. Qin Cheng wandered over to the clothes hanger nearby, without turning on the lights, probably because it wouldn't be appropriate to do so right now. He lit a cigarette with a lighter, sighing, they're having fun, I'm smoking. What kind of thing is this? After Qin Cheng's shout, the noises across the room did stop, bringing silence back to their space. Qin Cheng pulled the curtains open and cracked the window slightly, Zhou, do you smoke? No. Qin Cheng smiled and walked over to Zhou's bed, blowing smoke onto his face, saying lazily, neither smoking nor drinking, that's a good youth nowadays. Zhou turned his head, coughed a couple of times due to the smoke. Looking back at Qin Cheng again, there was a darker tone in his gaze. Qin Cheng didn't wear much to sleep, just a pair of boxers. Standing before Zhou, he faced exactly towards Zhou's eyes. His fingers idly flicked the ashtray, putting out the cigarette, lamenting, they're doing it in the room, and we 2 big men are forced to eavesdrop. Really frustrating. Zhou's eyes traced Qin Cheng's long fingers, finally landing on the small mole near his collarbone. Emotions amplify infinitely at night, just like how he felt an intense urge to throw Qin Cheng onto the bed right now. Why aren't you talking? Qin Cheng grinned mischievously, tugging at the covers covering Zhou, is it inconvenient to talk? Chenggu, you really deserve. Zhou pursed his lips and swallowed the last word, pulling the cover back over himself. It's human nature. Why don't you go into the bathroom? I won't mock you, haha. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Cheng regained his calm. He rinsed his mouth with a sip of mineral water, returned to his own bed, and soon started breathing evenly in deep sleep. His sleep quality has always been excellent, especially after yesterday's drive and barbecuing. He was utterly exhausted, practically touching the pillow and falling asleep. Zhou Du sighed and lay down, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. All sorts of qin-cheng were running through his mind, all censored with mosaics and marked 18+. It seemed like he'd made up his mind about something, rising quietly and sitting by Qin-cheng's bedside. Qin-cheng behaved far more peacefully when asleep. Zhou Du observed him silently for a while. After a while, he supported his right hand next to Qin-cheng's head, leaning forward, carefully holding his breath and gently pecked his lips. When he caught the scent from Qin-cheng's body, Zhou Du's emotions surged a bit. He tried his best not to disturb Qin-cheng with his gradually heavier breaths. His kisses followed the edge of Qin-cheng's mouth until they softly landed on his lips. Very soft. This was what he wanted to do all day. Qin-cheng, this is what a first kiss should be, right? Zhou Du stared at Qin-cheng's sleeping face almost possessively. His dark pupils reflected a burning desire as if trying to swallow the other person. He'd harbored great ambition since childhood. This time, he wanted to reach out and grab the moon. Sleepless throughout the night, Zhou Du eventually fell asleep as dawn broke. The dream was chaotic. Zhou Du dreamed of his sister getting married, dreamed of the continuous mountains, and dreamed of a huge full moon on the mountaintop. But in the end, all of it vanished, leaving only Qin-cheng smiling at him with half-closed eyes, calling his name, Zhou Du. They had to check out by noon, but Qin-cheng couldn't get up. He called the front desk and extended their stay for half a day. Yuan Zi and Xiao Zheng's group packed their things and left first, naturally including He Qingmeng. Zhou Du went to bed late but still woke up according to his biological clock. He went jogging by the seaside, bought some food, and returned to the room to coax Qin-cheng into eating. After finishing his meal, Qin-cheng fell asleep again. He slept until 2 in the afternoon, finally feeling well rested. When he woke up, Zhou Du had already packed their luggage and neatly folded the clothes Qin-cheng would wear, placing them on the bedside table. Qin-cheng squinted at him, "You're really considerate. If you were a girl, forget it, I'd be afraid of domestic violence." Zhou Du raised an eyebrow and sat beside the bed to look at him. "If I were a girl, what would you do?" "Marry you and make you my wife." Qin-cheng stretched and jumped off the bed. "After I take a shower, let's go home." Just as fate would have it, they bumped into the couple next door as they exited their rooms. Qin-cheng smiled lightly at them. "Your symphony last night was great." The girl's face immediately turned red, and the guy wanted to flare up but saw Zhou Du standing behind Qin-cheng, which made him think twice. In the end, the four of them took the elevator down to the front desk together to check out. Before leaving, Qin-cheng cheekily said goodbye, "Have kids early." "Who are you?" The girl stomped her foot and looked at her boyfriend. Her boyfriend stepped forward to grab Qin-cheng's shoulder, but Zhou Du grabbed his wrist. "Sorry, he's immature. Don't stoop to his level." He. The man's face turned alternately green and white, but Zhou Du's grip was too strong for him to retaliate. Qin-cheng laughed with a snort. "Ha ha ha, that's good." Zhou Du got into the passenger seat and seriously asked, "What happened? You do look younger." He buckled his seatbelt but couldn't resist reminding him, "Chenggu, when we're outside, don't pick fights. There are many crazy people out there, and it's not worth injuring yourself over anything." "I know, but isn't that why you're here?" Qin-cheng smirked and started the car. "You'll protect me anyway." "Isn't that why you're here?" "You'll protect me." Zhou Du responded with a, "When I'm around, you can stir up trouble." "Ha ha, so obedient." Qin-cheng reached out and touched Zhou Du's cheek with the back of his hand. Zhou Du turned his head to watch the scenery rushing past outside the window, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. As soon as they arrived home, Xiao Zheng's call came through asking if they'd made it home yet. He added before hanging up, "Girls these days are funny. My wife asked Xiao He about her opinion of you, and she said she loves pairing you with Zhou Du." Qin-cheng exclaimed, "Ah. What nonsense is this?" Xiao Zheng laughed. "Who knows, but you don't need to worry about hurting her feelings. She has no interest in you either. Xiao He likes our little cousin you more." Qin-cheng felt a bit dissatisfied inside and turned to ask Zhou Du, "Zhou Du, do you think I'm charming?" Zhou Du questioned, "What do you mean? If you were a girl, would you like me?" Zhou Du paused, "Yes. Even if he weren't a girl, he would still like him." Chapter 18, University's back-to-school season. Zhou Du went home for a week just before the start of school. When he returned, he brought back plenty of local produce, various types of dried mushrooms and jars of bullfrog fungus paste, chicken truffle sauce, and cured meat handmade by his mother. Zhou Du prepared a dish of bamboo shoots and cured meat for Qin-cheng, who finished 2 bowls of rice in one breath. "Chenggu, there's too much stuff. Since you don't know how to cook, take some time to deliver it to Uncle Qin and Aunt Lan," Zhou Du said while washing dishes in the kitchen. Qin-cheng's hand stopped rubbing his stomach as he leaned on the couch, furrowing his brows slightly. Zhou Du's university was about to open, which meant he would live on campus and wouldn't stay here anymore. He felt strangely uncomfortable for some unknown reason. At first, when Qin Weijun entrusted him to take care of Zhou Du, he didn't want to come, but now that they had lived together for 3 months, They had grown close, regardless of any specific reasons. Qin Cheng truly hated the thought of not having Zhou Du's meals. And during these 3 months, Zhou Du had basically taken on all the chores big and small around the house. Qin Cheng hadn't even washed a single bowl. In the future, there would be no one waiting for him with the light on after his overtime work, and no one making him midnight snacks. Chenggu, what's wrong? Zhou Du, receiving no response, wiped his hands and went over to see him. Qin Cheng's frown twisted like a pretzel, his tone unpleasant. What do you mean? Why won't I be able to do it? Are you saying once you leave, you won't come back? Do you think this place is just a hotel for you to walk away from? Ah. Zhou Du looked at him confusedly. Are you mad? Why are you saying that? Qin Cheng irritably tossed the remote control onto the coffee table with a pat, and now even his favorite TV drama didn't interest him anymore. Zhou Du noticed the words, Grand Finale, in the bottom left corner of the TV screen. Qin Cheng hadn't even watched the finale, so his mood must have been really bad right now. After reflecting on Qin Cheng's words, Zhou Du slightly raised an eyebrow and followed after him. Chenggu, did you misunderstand something? Me misunderstanding? What am I misunderstanding? Qin Cheng walked into the bedroom, intending to close the door, but Zhou Du wedged himself against it, pushing it firmly shut. What are you doing? Zhou Du held the door edge with his right hand, smiling at him. Chenggu, can I come back on weekends? Qin Cheng's movement stopped for a second. Come back on weekends? If I take the subway, it's only half an hour, and I still need to work part-time at the gym, which is pretty convenient. With an uncaring hum, Qin Cheng arrogantly said, if you're making this request, then it's not entirely impossible. I want to come back. That's fine, come back if you want, I didn't say no. On the first day of school for new students, Qin Cheng drove Zhou Du to campus with only a small suitcase in the trunk. Since Zhou Du would go home regularly, there was no need to bring too many things, anything needed could always be fetched later. The parking spaces in front of the Jiangbei Law University were already full, and even along the roadside, cars lined up. Qin Cheng looked at the crowded sea of people and vehicles, exclaiming, ugh, nowadays kids even get dropped off for college. Back in my days, I simply hopped on a plane with one bag. After complaining incessantly about the parents, he suddenly realized he himself was one of those parents. If parents love you and can afford it, there's nothing wrong with sending you. Zhou Du watched families ahead lugging their children's luggage under the hot sun, contemplating finding Qin Cheng a shaded spot to wait. Qin Cheng abruptly reached out to ruffle his hair. Our family can afford it too, and you're cared for, aren't you? Doesn't Brother Cheng love you? Zhou Du smiled. Yeah, Brother Cheng is the best. TCH. Qin Cheng slowly pressed the brake as he trailed behind the car ahead. You've noticed yet, haven't you? Now you talk more, and your words are much sweeter. When you first came, all you said were, or oh. Now it's quite improved. Zhou Du glanced at Qin Cheng's cheerful expression. He talked more now and said pleasant things because there was someone he wanted to please. He wanted to share many things with him, to see him happy because of him. People always had double standards. Zhou Du was only this way toward Qin Cheng, while he remained cold toward the gym trainees. As soon as they acted up a little, he dragged them onto the boxing ring for a good beating. Even with protection gear, they would feel sore for a whole day. The kids were all scared of him. After searching endlessly, Qin Cheng finally found a parking space and parked the car, getting out alongside Zhou Du. Actually, his presence wasn't very useful because Zhou Du carried all the luggage himself. He was mainly here for moral support. Zhou Du took the admission notice and ID to register, arranging Qin Cheng to wait under the shade of a tree while also buying him a popsicle. Brother Cheng, wait here for me a moment. Once I'm done, I'll find you. Alright, go ahead. Qin Cheng plopped himself onto the suitcase, wearing Zhou Du's baseball cap on his head. Looking at the fresh-faced freshman bustling around, he vaguely remembered his own college days 8 years ago. Time truly spared no one. Although Qin Cheng originally felt accomplished in his career and youthful, compared to these kids, he instantly felt much older. While gloomily nibbling on the popsicle, Qin Cheng suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Squinting his eyes, Qin Cheng confirmed that it wasn't a mistake, it was Fang Ke, the owner of Zhou Du's club. Fang Ke was dragging an enormous suitcase, with a small bag hooked on top. He also carried a large bag on his shoulder, looking as though he were moving house. Behind him followed a boy with rosy lips and white teeth, hands free but pouting unhappily. Qin Cheng watched Fang Ke and the boy join the registration queue for Zhou Du's department. From the big bag, Fang Ke pulled out an admission letter to hand to the boy, but the boy refused to take it, shouting, "It's so hot. I don't want to wait in line." Fang Ke looked helpless. "Stop messing around, it's mandatory for the individual to report in person. I'll be right here waiting, so please behave." Only then did the boy reluctantly join the line at the back. "Ho, what a perfect father." Qin Cheng quietly criticized as Zhou Du squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward him with a smile. "Chenggu, is it very hot?" He fanned some air at Qin Cheng. "I'm about to collect the betting now. Do you want to wait here?" Qin Cheng had already finished his popsicle and glanced at Fang Ke's location, not intending to mention this to Zhou Du. He barely knew him and didn't feel like saying anything. I'll go with you. You might take too long alone. Let's just finish it quickly. By the way, where's your dorm? Building 6, room 207. It should face the sun. That's good, won't get damp. It's so hot, I'm going to get tanned. Bai Qingyu squeezed out from the queue, his small face red from the sun. His skin was delicate, one touch would turn it red. Fong Ke pressed his hand against Bai Qingyu's flushed cheek. Good boy, hang on a little longer. Which building is your dorm assigned to? Bai Qingyu played with the piece of paper in his hand and took a glance. Building 6, room 207. Fortunately, it's the second floor, or I would have died from climbing stairs. Chapter 19, The Hardworking Fong Ke. Bai Qingyu didn't buy the school-issued bedding because he disapproved of the cotton they used, he feared breaking out in rashes. Fong Ke agreed with him, since Bai Qingyu had tender skin, the things he slept on must definitely be the best quality. The size of most beds in the dormitory was 1.9 m*0.9 m, which was hard to find in home furnishing markets. Fong Ke had ordered custom-made bedding long ago. The cotton inside the mattress was stuffed very thickly and fully, having been under the sun for a week, soft and warm. Teapots and basins were even more unnecessary to mention. Fong Ke personally went to the mall and picked them out. They were all placed in the trunk now, and he simply couldn't carry them, so he'd need another trip. Or you could say people sometimes deserve their own suffering. Bai Qingyu had both hands free, but Fong Ke couldn't think of letting him carry something. By the time the two entered the dormitory building, Fong Ke was already drenched in sweat. Bai Qingyu gently fanned him with his fair hands. Gidge Fong Ke, are you tired? Fong Ke snorted coldly, this is when you start calling me brother. Credit to you for understanding manners. Bai Qingyu sheepishly, he laughed. I care about you. Caring means studying hard and don't fail any classes, Fong Ke said while carrying things upstairs. Bai Qingyu grumbled behind him, why are you more caring than my own father? What's with all the fuss, you might as well. Brother Fong. A male voice interrupted Bai Qingyu's growing inappropriate thoughts. He peeked out from behind Fong Ke to see a tall guy ahead. He looked quite handsome but seemed a bit tough to deal with. Fong Ke was delighted, Zhou Du. This is really coincidental. I never asked which university you got into, didn't expect it to be the law university. Bai Qingyu was bristling with alertness, holding on to Fong Ke's arm, brother Fong Ke, who's this? Fong Ke pinched Bai Qingyu's scalp lightly and lifted him up. Zhou Du, my club's coach, the same age as you, impressive, isn't he? Bai Qingyu scowled. Greet him, this is your roommate for the next 4 years, Fong Ke's tone became stricter. Bai Qingyu, be polite. Hello, my name is Bai Qingyu, I'm 19 years old, 178 centimeters tall, weigh 120 caddies, chest circumference is. Fong Ke covered his mouth and smiled apologetically at Zhou Du, young and impulsive, Zhou Du, I trouble you to help look after him in the future. Zhou Du looked at Bai Qingyu who was glaring at him and suddenly remembered the man Fong Ke had carried onto the car that night. Judging by the build, it should be the person beside him. But other people's private affairs weren't worth prying into. Sure thing, brother Fong, no worries. Who are you talking to? Qin Cheng emerged from the toilet. Zhou Du, there aren't separate baths here, you'll have to go to the bathhouse. Huh? What's this pose? Qin Cheng looked at Bai Qingyu whose mouth was covered by Fong Ke, blinking, wasn't this an extraordinary coincidence? Fong Ke noticed Qin Cheng raising an eyebrow. Mr. Qin, are you here to send off Zhou Du? Aha. Qin Cheng responded, looking at Zhou Du, are you and this little guy roommates? Zhou Du nodded, yeah, Chenggu. Oh, I see. Upon seeing the boy in front of him who resembled a teenager, Qin Cheng realized this wouldn't be someone easy to get along with. Pampered and ordering Fong Ke around like an ox. Zhou Du had already prepared his bed. Fong Ke unzipped the large bag he had carried earlier. There were obviously bed sheets and bedding inside. Are you on the top bunk? Fong Ke reached out and pushed the anti-fall railing on the top bunk. Will it fall? Bai Qingyu wiped the chair with a tissue and sat down, no problem, top bunk is fine. Fong Ke looked at Zhou Du, somewhat embarrassed, Zhou Du, are you on the bottom bunk? You isn't steady when sleeping, I'm afraid he'll fall. Zhou Du didn't mind, then switch with me, it doesn't matter to me where I sleep. Qin Cheng wasn't happy about this, now in his eyes, it was like his well-tempered younger brother was being bullied. Not really, he's grown up, how can he fall? How do you know he isn't steady while sleeping? Are you going to sleep with him? How old are they to still sleep together? Whenever Qin Cheng spoke with full force, his words were always hurtful. Fong Ke didn't look too pleased. Zhou Du chuckled secretly in his heart, his Chenggu was actually worried about him. Chenggu, it's fine, really. Plus, it's quieter on the top bunk. I don't care about your excuses. You're so easygoing that you'll be bullied in the future. Qin Cheng hummed twice. Bai Qingyu blinked at Qin Cheng, thinking Qin Cheng was very amusing, big brother, look at Zhou Du's height and physique, who would dare to bully him? Qin Cheng was about to speak and tease him, but Bai Qingyu suddenly stood up, walked next to him, and said without reservation, big brother, what's your name? I really like your character, and you're so handsome. Qin Cheng. How to put it, he was just annoyed by this kid earlier, but, the kid's taste wasn't bad at all. All Qin Cheng's aversion disappeared instantly. Qin Cheng, just call me Cheng Gu as you follow Zhou Du. The two of you will be in the same dorm, get along well. Which Cheng? Qin Cheng demonstrated, the Cheng Yin, undertake. My Cheng is also this Cheng. What a coincidence. Cheng Gu. Zhou Du. The attitude change was way too quick, wasn't it? What did Bai Qingyu say earlier? He liked Qin Cheng. Fong Ke pulled Bai Qingyu aside and whispered lowly, you, don't tell people randomly that you like them. Bai Qingyu shrugged, why should you care? Who are you to me? I'll like whoever I want. Old workhorse Fong Ke couldn't take it mentally and wanted to beat this little guy's ass so much. The next moment, Bai Qingyu smiled again, hugging his arm sweetly, Gidge Fong Ke, could you help me arrange the bed? I don't know how to. Fong Ke clenched his teeth. Coldly withdrew his arm, coldly pulled the quilt from the bag. Coldly spread the mattress on the bed that Zhou Du had taken over just now, finally coldly laying Bai Qingyu's kawaii bed sheet. Bai Qingyu only did one thing throughout, taking out his own Bei from the package, patting and kissing it, then placing it inside the bed. Fong Ke, I'm hungry, let's have dinner. When there's trouble, call Fong Ke Gidge, when there's none, call Fong Ke directly. Fong Ke looked around at the empty dormitory. Zhou Du and Qin Cheng had already left, and other roommates hadn't returned yet. He closed the door and pulled Bai Qingyu onto his lap face down, using half his strength to slap his butt. Ah! Why are you doing this? Fong Ke. Dog stuff. Bai Qingyu flailed around, but how could he possibly escape Fong Ke's grip? It didn't take much strength, but Bai Qingyu's tears came rushing out, like turning on a faucet. Why? Have you gone crazy? You hit me. Damn you for hitting me. Bai Qingyu broke free, jumped to the side, and yelled insults at Fong Ke. Fong Ke approached him with a solemn expression, who did you say you liked earlier? Don't go telling people randomly that you like them, understood? Bai Qingyu's tears stopped, he wiped his face roughly, are you jealous? Your parents entrusted me to take care of you, so I must ensure your safety. There are many bad people, so be more careful with your words. Bai Qingyu stared at him with red eyes, Fong Ke, I hate you. Fong Ke used his fingertips to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes, you're not allowed to hate me. You don't let me like you, but also don't let me hate you, you go see a psychiatrist and grab some medicine. Fuck. Don't curse casually. Bai Qingyu sighed, Dad, stop playing mastermind, I'm hungry. Fong Ke smiled, let's go eat. Chapter 20, Give Chenggu a hug. Zhou Du originally wanted to take Qin Cheng to a restaurant outside, but Qin Cheng insisted on eating at the school canteen to relive the past. The prices at school were cheap, for 10 yuan, you could have a big bowl of noodles with meat. Zhou Du passed the beef from his bowl to Qin Cheng, Chenggu, don't always order takeaway when you're home alone. Cooking isn't that difficult. If you're too lazy to do it, then stop worrying about me. By the way, does your school have financial aid for underprivileged students? Chenggu, I can support myself, the slots should be given to students who need them more. Zhou Du looked at him briefly, I'm not ashamed of it, but my father's health condition has stabilized now, so we don't spend as much money anymore, and I have a part-time job as well. Qin Cheng smiled, that's quite impressive. Very manly of you. That's what I mean exactly, your Chenggu has a bit of pocket money and can afford you, so let's not take up any slots. In fact, Qin Cheng had a different motive from Zhou Du's, he just felt heartbroken when thinking of Zhou Du applying for financial aid. He could afford this. As for why he thought this way, Qin Cheng didn't dig deep. Maybe it was because his money burned holes in his pockets. Zhou Du's eyelashes trembled slightly as he looked down at the congealing noodles in the bowl, Chenggu, why are you so good to me? Qin Cheng slurped on his noodles carelessly, there's no reason. If you insist on a reason. How about recognizing me as your godfather? Son. Zhou Du lowered his head, smiling with shoulders trembling. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the campus. Although Qin Cheng was originally from Jiangbei, he had never actually been to Jiangbei Law University before. It had a large area with good landscaping. Looking at the nearby small grove, Qin Cheng laughed cheerfully, couple zone, full of kissing sounds during nighttime. Zhou Du glanced at him, have you ever done that? No, I spent all my time traveling in college like an uncontrollable kid, didn't even manage a campus romance. So sad. Hey. Are there cute girls in your department? Introduce me. Zhou Du turned his face forward, squinting his eyes against the sunlight while his brows were knitted into a frown, tone stiff, how old are they compared to you? You're asking for trouble. Insinuating I'm preying on younger ones? Qin Cheng nudged Zhou Du's but with his knee after lifting his leg, you're getting bold. While Qin Cheng was making a one-sided attack, a student suddenly shoved a flyer towards him, classmate, are you interested in joining our skateboard club? Qin Cheng froze for a second, then smirked smugly to Zhou Du, see? I'm still young. He pushed his hat brim up with his finger and winked at the male university student, alright, I'll consider it. Zhou Du shook his head, he's really full of himself. Qin Cheng folded the flyer to use as a fan, I told you, I look like a college student. Zhou Du pressed his hand on Qin Cheng's head and bent down a little to watch him. Still, I won't introduce anyone to you, never. I was just saying it casually, who cares? Qin Cheng shrugged off Zhou Du's hand. You're becoming annoying, don't press my head. Zhou Du sent him to the university entrance, and Qin Cheng walked straight toward the parking lot without looking back. Chenggu. What? Qin Cheng irritably turned back to look at him, still holding a grudge over the earlier comment about his age. Zhou Du quickened his pace by 2 steps, then suddenly spread his arms and pulled him into a hug tightly. Give me a hug. Qin Cheng's chin hit his shoulder painfully, confused by the sudden embrace. But soon he hugged Zhou Du firmly back and patted his back. What? Are you going to miss me? Zhou Du bowed his head, pressing his forehead against his shoulder, his voice muffled. Yeah, I'll miss you. Such straightforward words left Qin Cheng stunned. Aren't you coming back next weekend? Zhou Du rubbed his temple on his neck corner before swiftly standing upright, ruffling Qin Cheng's hair. Be careful on the road, drive slowly. Kissing his neck lightly, Qin Cheng felt something soft brush past as his fingers brushed against his own neck. He kicked Zhou Du's calf with his foot, disrespectful. You touch my head again, and I'll beat you. Come here. Qin Cheng raised his hand. Zhou Du looked at his hand curiously, moving his head closer. Qin Cheng grabbed his neck forcefully and started rubbing his scalp vigorously, generating static electricity due to the summer heat that made Zhou Du's hair stand up. Qin Cheng burst out laughing. Looks like your ass exploded. Zhou Du touched his head and laughed with him. Drive carefully, slow down. Watching Qin Cheng's car disappear from sight, he only turned back to return to the dormitory afterward. When he got back, everyone in the dormitory was there, a 6-person room, 4 bed and desk combos, 1 bunk bed, very space efficient. The others greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing him enter. The boy playing games at the desk below the 3rd bed took off his headphones. Hey, roommate, I'm Zhang Linhao. Wang Zimu. An arm stretched out from above the 1st bed. Ma Chuan, meaning a horse crossing an open plain, let's be brothers from now on. The balcony door opened, and a boy with glasses walked out, looking somewhat shy. Zhang Linhao laughed and introduced him. This is Li Hua, the one who always asked us to help write letters for him. Today I finally get to meet the real person. Zhou Du turned slightly before realizing what he meant, smiling as he greeted them. Hello, I'm Zhou Du. Zhou Du had just put his bag down when Zhang Linhao jumped over and pinched his arm. How do you train? I've been working out for 3 months but I'm still skinny like a chick. Zhou Du glanced at him. You need to gain weight first, then train. Oh. Zhou Du lowered his gaze at their dorm's only lower bunk where Bai Qingyu was silent under the covers, curled up in a ball. Ma Chuan gently nudged Zhou Du's arm, making a gesture of wiping tears with 2 fingers on his face. Crying. Zhou Du wasn't the type to pry into others' affairs, but since Fang Ke had entrusted him with taking care of Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu? Are you okay? No response. Zhou Du pulled the blanket aside slightly, revealing Bai Qingyu who wailed through his tears. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Can you leave me alone for some privacy? Zhou Du looked at Bai Qingyu whose face was flushed red from crying. He clenched his fists tightly. He's so noisy. Compared to Qin Cheng who cries quietly and beautifully. Zhou Du didn't know how to console someone, nor did he care to, so he pulled the blanket back over Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu kicked with his foot, sat up, and got up to wash his face on the balcony without any concern for others. Zhang Linhao shrugged, a ticking bomb. When Bai Qingyu came out from the balcony, everyone except Zhou Du was staring at him. What are you looking at? Never seen someone heartbroken? At first, everyone thought this young miss left a bad impression, but hearing that comment instantly made them sympathetic. Zhang Linhao shoved his earphones onto Bai Qingyu's head. Listen to some music, it'll make you feel better. Bai Qingyu looked at him like he was an idiot. Brother, it's playing, The One I Love Doesn't Love Me. He took off the headphones and slumped onto his bed. Melancholy, such melancholy. His second confession was rejected again. Looks like being direct doesn't work, need to try a different approach. He flipped over and kicked the upper bunk. Zhou Du, aren't you going to the club this weekend? Can I go with you? Sure, but remember to tell Brother Fang. Chapter 21, You Shouldn't Have a Girlfriend Either. Qin Cheng drove back home, feeling quite like a father sending his son to school filled with sadness. There was a red light ahead, and he pressed the brake, catching a glimpse of an SUV beside him. What a coincidence. Mr. Fang. Qin Cheng rolled down his window and called out. Fang Ke seemed to be in a bad mood. What a coincidence. It is indeed. Let's chat about a collaboration sometime. As Qin Cheng was saying that, the light turned green, and he hit the gas. I'll find you at your club later. Fang Ke thought this man was really strange, none of his words made sense to him, and he didn't take them seriously either. Right now, all he could think about was what to do with Bai Qingyu. Moving forward, his whole family wouldn't know how to explain themselves to Bai Qingyu's parents. But stepping back, every time he thought about Bai Qingyu's swollen eyes, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The main reason was that Fang Ke felt he wasn't suitable for romance. He'd lived alone for so many years, and thought continuing to live alone wasn't bad either. However, Bai Qingyu suddenly appeared. Fong Ke had always known Bai Qingyu's feelings towards him but didn't know how to respond. Over the years, there were many people showing interest in him, and he refused them all properly. It was only Bai Qingyu that, if he moved closer, he might get hurt, and if he stepped back, he feared Bai Qingyu would cry. Even saying, "I don't like you," felt impossible, choosing instead to run away, which was pretty cowardly. Truly, living 30 years was meaningless if a teenager less than 20 years old forced him to act like this. Fong Ke gripped the steering wheel and tapped his forehead against his hand. The left turn green light was on, and cars behind honked a few times. Fong Ke sighed, turning the wheel towards the club direction. Qin Cheng opened the door and felt somewhat unaccustomed to seeing the empty house. People, once they indulge in luxury, find austerity hard to bear. Even though Zhou Du didn't spend much time at home and rarely spoke, suddenly having one less person made him feel strangely lonely. It's only been 3 months already. Qin Cheng kicked off his slippers and stripped off his clothes, throwing them into the washing machine within a few moments. Hey! At least he could streak around the house alone. Although Qin Cheng didn't contribute much to the matter at hand, the sweltering heat made him sweat soaking during the busy work. He decided to shower in the bathroom first. After taking a shower and opening the fridge for a chilled beer, Qin Cheng noticed a ready-to-eat meal that Zhou Du had left for him. A sticky note was attached, "Just microwave to eat." Qin Cheng gave a wry smile. This kid really is considerate. He popped open the can, took a sip of beer, and lounged on the couch watching his latest idol drama. The scene was where the male lead fell in love with the female lead, but the female lead had no clue. Ouch, he's already hugging her so tightly, doesn't she feel he likes her? How did the screenwriter write this? Qin Cheng critiqued as he watched. After a while, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right, but no matter how long he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, he fell asleep with a blanket. When he woke up, it was already dusk. Looking at the twilight through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Cheng suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of abandonment. Picking up his phone from the carpet, Qin Cheng saw that Zhou Du hadn't sent even one WeChat message. That's too much. He should have reported back, at least. Stretching lazily, Qin Cheng felt cold due to the air conditioner and went inside to wear pajamas. Then, he took out the dish Zhou Du had prepared for him from the fridge and put it into the microwave to heat it up. Sitting alone at the dining table eating familiar food, his loneliness became even more profound. Thus, humans must start a family. Xiaodu Xiaodu. I'm here. The smart screen lit up. Qin Cheng chuckled, low-spec version of Zhou Du. The phone rang a few times. Qin Cheng picked it up and found it wasn't Zhou Du but a call from Qiao Zheng. Hello, Big Qiao, what's up? Come on, console lonely old man haha. Did Zhou Du go back to school? Bastard, I'm still a handsome guy who stays home. Qin Cheng said melancholically, yes, he's back at school. It's strange not having him around. I lived alone before and was pretty cool about it. Alright, stop being sad. When he finds a girlfriend, you'll be ignored even more, Qiao Zheng teased. Sister Hua made a big spread, do you want to come over and grab some food? A girlfriend? Zhou Du. How old is he to even have a girlfriend? Qin Cheng poked at the rice in his bowl, do you think everyone's like you? 4 years of university, 5 girlfriends. Zhou Du needs to focus on his studies. SSH. Don't say nonsense. Qiao Zheng covered the phone and looked back at his wife, whispering, are you coming or not? Nope, I'm having dinner. Zhou Du specially left me food, Qin Cheng chewed on the stir-fried pork. Did Sister Hua make kung pao chicken? Pack me some tomorrow for the office. After hanging up, Qin Cheng bit on his chopsticks and pondered. What kind of girlfriend would Zhou Du find? Before he could finish thinking, the phone rang again. This time it was Zhou Du. Brother Cheng, have you eaten yet? What kind of girlfriend do you think you'll find? Qin Cheng's brain short-circuited, and he blurted it out. Zhou Du had just finished showering, holding a basin, surprised at Qin Cheng's words, girlfriend? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Qin Cheng put the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher, leaning on the counter, nothing, can't I care about you? Since you call me brother. Zhou Du laughed lightly, yeah, I understand. I won't have a girlfriend. Bai Qingyu, lying in bed playing games, heard Zhou Du's words, looked up at him, tilted his head, and blinked. Zhou Du pretended not to see and carried the clothes washed in the shower room out to dry on the balcony. Oh, you seem to be pretty ambitious then. Qin Cheng scratched behind his ear. Why did this topic feel so awkward? Zhou Du held his phone between his shoulder and neck, finished hanging the clothes, and closed the balcony door. Big brother Cheng, when do you plan to get a girlfriend? Is that something I can decide? Qin Cheng put the clean bowls into the cabinet, I believe in destiny. If you ever like someone, remember to tell me. Zhou Du lowered his head, gripping the railing on the balcony tightly. Why? At that point, I'll have to move out. After hearing this, they both fell silent. Finally, Qin Cheng broke the silence. There's no way it'll happen soon. Besides, am I the type of person who values women over friendship? Not at all. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Du gazed at the slate blue sky and softly said, then you shouldn't have a girlfriend either. Huh. That's all, Big Brother Cheng, I have something else to attend to, let's hang up. Previously, it was always Qin Cheng who ended the calls, this was the first time Zhou Du hung up first. Qin Cheng frowned slightly. That was too early to say. Qin Cheng is too sensitive, will he suspect anything? What if he starts avoiding me because of this? So frustrating. Zhou Du hit the railing lightly and caught a glimpse of Bai Qingyu, who was leaning against the glass door of the balcony smiling at him. Even more annoyed. Chapter 22, You Like Qin Cheng. Bai Qingyu pushed the door open with a smile, locked it behind him. Speaking as someone experienced, he patted Zhou Du's shoulder, cheer up, that's just how it is when you fall in love. What nonsense is this? Unwilling to talk further, Zhou Du turned and walked away. Leaning his arms on his chest, Bai Qingyu declared confidently, Zhou Du, you like Qin Cheng. Zhou Du stopped abruptly, turned around and said, watch your mouth. Why so angry? I won't tell anyone, Bai Qingyu looked pretty pleased, we're both in the same boat. But you're worse off than me. Qin Cheng looks like a straight guy, while Fang Ke at least is gay. Fang Ke had good reason to worry about this kid, spoiled, no consideration for others' feelings at all, stabbing right into people's pain points. Bai Qingyu blinked, what? Do you want to beat me up? I'm too lazy to deal with you. As they left the balcony, Zhang Linhao and Li Hua had already picked up their military training uniforms. Check if the sizes fit, we start tomorrow. Bai Qingyu glanced at his uniform, frowned unhappily, isn't this ugly? Stiff and uncomfortable, can wearing it feel good? Ma Chuan teased, young master, military training is meant to make you suffer. Other than giving us a unified tan, what else is the use? Bai Qingyu sighed, holding the clothes and walking out, I'm going to the laundry room, are you guys coming or not? Zhang Linhao casually stripped off his shirt, tried on the uniform with only underwear underneath, don't wash it, it won't dry by tomorrow. How can you wear something dirty? He said, then added, if you don't come, I'm still going. With that, Bai Qingyu opened the dormitory door and left. When he came back holding freshly washed clothes, he saw Zhang Linhao sitting on his bed wearing the military trousers, which made him furious, Zhang Linhao. Your pants are dirty and you're sitting on my bed. Are you sick or what? Zhang Linhao was a bit irritated after being yelled at, calling yourself master, acting like one huh? It's just sitting, no big deal. You son of a bitch. This is my bed. Did I let you sit there? Bai Qingyu slammed the basin down and rolled up his sleeves ready to fight him. Small stature, but full of courage. When Zhou Du tried to mediate, Bai Qingyu kicked him in response, and was lifted off the ground by him, yet he still kept kicking wildly, Zhou Du, don't stop me, I'll kill him. Hey, you little rooster. I'll let you use only one arm. Zhang Linhao's face got scratched, which infuriated him. Ma Chuan and Wang Zimu each held an arm of his, calm down, calm down. We're all brothers. The student union arrived to check the dormitory, finding them all in chaos. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you want punishment? Bai Qingyu glanced back at them, coolly replying, just fooling around, is that not allowed? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Linhao who bore several bloody marks on his face and seemed quite annoyed, nodding, yes, just fooling around. Humph. Bai Qingyu clapped his hands, picked up the basin from the ground, and went to dry his clean clothes. The dormitory returned to quietness. Fights among boys in the dorm were quite normal. After Bai Qingyu finished drying the clothes, he looked at Zhang Linhao's face and laughed heartlessly, letting you use one arm ha ha ha. You. Bai Qingyu. Zhang Linhao slapped the table, glaring at him. Li Hua, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, that said, Linhao, you sat on his bed without permission first, so it was your fault initially. Bai Qingyu lit up instantly, hugged Li Hua's shoulders, Li Hua, you are really fair. Just when Zhang Linhao wanted to express dissatisfaction, Li Hua continued, Xiao Bai, but you shouldn't hit either. We're all roommates, speak nicely, okay? You two are both at fault here. That's right. Look what you did to me. If it scars, how will I find a girlfriend? Who says girls would look at you anyway? Seriously hilarious. Bai Qingyu spoke without a shred of courtesy. It looked like they were about to argue again. Zhou Du sighed, we need to train tomorrow, save some energy. Wang Zimu echoed, if the student union comes again soon, it's bad news. By the way, I propose Li Hua as our dorm leader. Fair and just. Ma Chuan, absolutely right, I'll vote for Brother Hua. Zhou Du smiled, alright, me too. Unexpectedly unanimously approved dorm leader. Ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhang Linhao glanced at Bai Qingyu, alright, it was my fault. Let's move on. Bai Qingyu pulled open the drawer and tossed him a tube of ointment, then took off his shoes and dived into the blanket without saying a word. Zhang Linhao looked at the ointment, exchanged glances with Zhou Du, and shrugged. The next day, Bai Qingyu's clothes were still damp indeed, and he had to wear the military training uniform. With a gritted tooth, Bai Qingyu put on the moist clothes and headed out. There was still a slight chill in the summer morning air. The six of them walked toward the playground after breakfast. Zhou Du looked at Bai Qingyu who kept scratching his back, Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Nothing, the clothes are damp, a bit itchy. Zhang Linhao chewed on a minty candy. I told you they wouldn't dry, isn't this your own fault? Bai Linhao. Are you looking for another beating? Zhou Du helplessly pulled Bai Qingyu's collar. Calm down. Humph. On the first day of military training, there wasn't much to do other than stand under the sun in military posture. His clothes had dried, but Bai Qingyu's body still itched, making him want to scratch continuously. He was caught several times by the drill sergeant and pulled out to stand alone. How could he bear such humiliation? He immediately wanted to quit. Report. I feel uncomfortable. The drill sergeant didn't expect to meet such a troublemaker on the first day. What's wrong? My whole body itches. Shall I scratch it for you? Stand still and don't try any tricks. Bai Qingyu silently cursed in his heart. Their military training counted as credits, they couldn't upset the drill sergeant. But his body itched so much. Hey, Xiao Bai, you have a big red bump on your neck. Zhang Linhao standing behind Bai Qingyu couldn't help but speak up. The drill sergeant stepped forward, lifted his shirt hem to check, and saw that his back was covered with flat red rashes. What happened? Get someone to accompany him to the medical office. Zhang Linhao was about to volunteer when Bai Qingyu said, Zhou Du. Zhou Du, go with me. Zhou Du. Walking towards the medical office, Bai Qingyu casually stopped by the mini supermarket to buy an ice cream. Thank me. Without me, how would you slack off? Stop boasting. Is there really nothing wrong with you? Zhou Du was somewhat worried. You might be allergic. Not a problem. My skin has always been sensitive since childhood. It might be due to the damp clothes. Upon arriving at the medical office, the doctor also diagnosed it as damp rash, giving him a tube of ointment to apply. Not a big deal, apply some medicine and it'll get better. Zhou Du nodded. Thank you, doctor. After speaking, he tried pulling Bai Qingyu back to the playground, but Bai Qingyu lingered on the examination bed, pulling the curtain shut. Are you dumb? Quickly call Fong Quebec. I'm sick. The doctor said you're fine. Is it necessary to disturb Fong Gu? Bai Qingyu was speechless. Zhou Du, you, like this, you'll never bend Brother Qing around. How did it escalate to personal attacks? Chapter 23, I miss you. The medical office occasionally received students who fainted from the heat being carried in. Bai Qingyu, having no issues, felt embarrassed to keep occupying the spot, so he dragged Zhou Du back to the dormitory. Zhou Du was reluctantly forced to stay by Bai Qingyu's side, sitting on a chair thinking about the how to bend Qingcheng century-old puzzle. Bai Qingyu changed into a set of dry clothes, bit into an apple, and smiled at him. Let me teach you, pretend to be weak, understand? Men are just that simple. Zhou Du looked at him, and Bai Qingyu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Of course, your image doesn't relate to weakness at all, but it adds more charm of contrast. Taste it, think deeply. While Zhou Du was deep in thought, the dormitory door was suddenly slammed open, revealing Fong Kei's worried and urgent face entering both of their sights. Bai Qingyu blinked, threw the apple in his hand, pouted, and a teardrop fell instantly. Fong Kei Gu. Zhou Du, what happened? Fong Kei no longer cared that there was a Zhou Du present in the room, tenderly wiping away his tears. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Bai Qingyu pulled up his shirt slightly, showing his delicate belly where there were several red, large bumps, looking pitiful. Fong Kei carefully touched them. What happened? Did you see a doctor? Zhou Du wanted to say that they had, and the doctor said it was nothing serious. But before he could open his mouth, Bai Qingyu had already hugged Fong Kei's neck, muttering, it itches a lot, very itchy, I feel terrible. Be good, endure a bit. Shall we see a doctor again? Fong Kei patted Bai Qingyu's back and turned to look at Zhou Du. Zhou Du, please help you take a leave of absence. Zhou Du was somewhat stunned at the moment. Ah, okay. Fong Gu, I don't want to do military training anymore. It's too sunny, look, I'm already tanned, and I have rashes. I just don't get along with military training. Bai Qingyu pouted and muttered on. Fong Kei opened Bai Qingyu's cabinet and took out his ID card. If you don't want to train anymore, then don't. I'll find someone to issue a certificate for you. Let's go to the hospital first. Fong Kei held Bai Qingyu's bag as if he had some serious illness. If they were not at school, Fong Kei would have carried Bai Qingyu outright. We're leaving now, Zhou Du. Goodbye. Zhou Du stood up and walked a few steps to see them off. Bai Qingyu winked at him from the stairwell and mouthed silently, learn from me. Can't learn, really can't learn. Zhou Du glanced at the time. It was lunchtime. At this hour, there wasn't any need to return to the playground for training. He fiddled with his phone for quite a while, finally summoning up the courage to call Qingcheng. After accidentally blurting out the phrase, don't date girls either, yesterday, he felt somewhat guilty. Zhou Du. Are you done with class? Qingcheng's voice, tinged with laughter, sounded in his ears, wiping away all of Zhou Du's worries. Now, there was only Qingcheng. Xiao Bai is sick. He's just been taken away by Brother Fong. I guess he won't participate in military training anymore. Zhou Du recounted the events to Qingcheng. Upon hearing this, Qingcheng spun his chair around thoughtfully and wondered aloud, Zhou Du, are they two together? When escorting Zhou Du during registration yesterday, he had noticed how Fong Kei cared for Bai Qingyu and found it odd. There were homosexual streamers in his company, and some even paraded their feelings into real-life relationships, nothing strange or uncommon about it. Qin Cheng was definitely not surprised. I'm not too sure, Chenggu, do you think homosexuality is disgusting? What's disgusting about it? Let me tell you, Zhou Du, you must not discriminate against others. Whom people like has nothing to do with us. Remember, what business is it of mine or yours? Qin Cheng always believed that one should not think too highly of oneself. Everyone lived their own lives, therefore, stop commenting cheaply on other people's happiness and lifestyles. However, Zhou Du's tone was somewhat low, making Qin Cheng curious. What's wrong? You're not happy. Do you feel uncomfortable knowing there's a homosexual in your dorm? Zhou Du pinched the bridge of his nose. His brother Cheng was truly perceptive and empathetic, but the direction of empathy seemed slightly misplaced. I'm not unhappy, nor do I care whether Bai Qingyu and Fang Ke are dating. Why do you sound down? Qin Cheng laughed and joked, not possible. Missing me after a day apart? Zhou Du tightened his throat as the air conditioning above him blew cold wind. But the palm holding his phone started to sweat lightly. Yeah, I miss you. Qin Cheng didn't expect Zhou Du to say such words, momentarily startled. Is that so? Yeah, I miss you, Zhou Du repeated. The office door knocked, and the operations supervisor entered with the latest data report. Qin Cheng placed his finger on his lips, signaling SH. In the quiet space, Qin Cheng could only hear Zhou Du's breathing from the phone end, and he suppressed his lips. I'll visit you when I have time. Zhou Du, who had been hanging his head, suddenly straightened his back, his Adam's apple moving up and down. All right. The dormitory building began bustling with students returning from the military training after buying food. Although gripping his phone, Zhou Du was still reluctant to hang up. Zhou Du, I've got some work here. Go grab some good food. After hanging up, Qin Cheng felt something was slightly off but soon plunged back into his work, suppressing that slight discomfort. Finally, after finishing work and having dinner with Qiao Zheng, Qin Cheng recalled it again while eating Sister Hua's spicy chicken. Big Qiao, will you miss me when you're on a business trip? Qiao Zheng was happily gnawing on a pork chop. Nope, I won't miss you when I have my wife and kid around. Neurotic. Qin Cheng paused in his chewing. Qiao Zheng looked at him. What's wrong? Do you miss Zhou Du? Qin Cheng put down his chopsticks, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and said, just now, Zhou Du called me, saying he missed me. This is normal, isn't it? He's just a kid who has just entered an unfamiliar environment, naturally he'd miss you, the person he knows best. That makes sense. Qin Cheng agreed enthusiastically, enlightened, that makes sense. After all, he's just a little kid. Qin Cheng was very pleased with Zhou Du's behavior and immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to him, noting, don't receive it if you feel awkward. Immediately following the transfer, he sent 2 messages. Qin Cheng, prosperous edition, let's grab some kebabs with the roommates, my treat. After all, we'll be together for 4 years, it's important to maintain good roommate relationships. Qin Cheng, prosperous edition, it's normal not to feel comfortable in a new environment when you first arrive. You'll get used to it. Xiao Jing glanced over and remarked teasingly, hey Qin Cheng, if you'd redirect half the effort you spend thinking of others as your child towards dating, maybe you wouldn't still be single. Go take a flying leap, you're so annoying. Qin Cheng rolled his eyes, why bring up things I don't want to talk about? Zhou Du looked at these 3 messages, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling utterly lifeless. Where had his brother Cheng redirected his excessive empathy again? Chapter 24, is brother Cheng coming? They had agreed that Zhou Du would go home this weekend, but since military training at his school lasted 2 weeks with only an afternoon off, going home wasn't feasible. Zhou Du sent a WeChat message to Qin Cheng, saying he couldn't return home. Qin Cheng had nothing planned for the weekend anyway, and since Zhou Du had an afternoon off, he decided to visit him. When Zhou Du received the message, he was eating lunch. Upon learning that Qin Cheng was coming, he jumped up immediately, lifting his arm to smell himself for any sweat odors. Zhang Linhao nearly choked on his chicken leg, shocked. Help! Poison in the food. Ignoring Zhang Linhao, Zhou Du woke Bai Qingyu who was taking a nap on the bed. Little Bai, can I borrow your shower gel? He usually just used soap. Although Bai Qingyu had a doctor's note exempting him from military training, he still needed to sign in every day or he wouldn't get any credits, so he had to stay on campus, passing his days idly by constantly harassing Fang Ke. Bai Qingyu lazily opened his eyes and asked softly, is brother Qing coming? Zhou Du, rarely showing embarrassment, nodded gently. Bai Qingyu immediately sat up on his bed, suddenly no longer sleepy. He shoved his shower gel, face wash, moisturizer, and other skincare items into Zhou Du's hands excitedly, take them all. Use them. Thanks. Zhou Du quickly went to the bathhouse with a basin, finishing his usual 5-minute routine in 15 minutes this time. Zhang Linhao watched Zhou Du rummaging through his wardrobe for clothes, puzzled, brother Du, have you defected? Are you dating someone? Zhou Du paused briefly during his search, no, you're imagining things. Sitting on the edge of his bed, swinging his feet happily, Bai Qingyu had the look of contentment like a parent watching their child grow up properly. Zhou Du had finally found his way. Hey, Zhou Du. Your phone. It's Brother Cheng. Bai Qingyu glanced at the mobile lying on the desk. Zhou Du walked over, picked up the phone, and stepped onto the balcony. Zhang Linhao was doing bicep curls with a pair of small dumbbells while looking at Bai Qingyu. Who's Brother Cheng? Isn't it a girl? Bai Qingyu didn't bother explaining much to him due to his lack of understanding. None of your business, kid. Okay. When Zhou Du returned from the balcony, his mood was noticeably lower. What's wrong? Bai Qingyu asked, is Brother Cheng not coming? He is. Zhou Du pulled out a chair and sat down to continue eating the tomato omelette rice he had left half-eaten which had already gone cold. He said it's too sunny outside, so he'll take a nap before coming, then he will treat us all to dinner tonight. Before Zhou Du could even let out a sigh, Ma Chuan and Wang Zimu stuck their heads out from the top bunk. What? Someone's treating us to dinner. Zhou Du's chopsticks nearly pierced through the bowl as he stiffly nodded, yeah, tonight. Bai Qingyu, tsk, got off the bed and shuffled towards the bathroom in his slippers, dying for fresh news. How hard was it to find some juicy gossip? Passing Zhou Du, he patted his shoulder and spread out his hand. Kid, the revolution has not yet succeeded, keep pushing forward. Hey, spare some paper. Toilet paper for your crap. Zhou Du handed over a roll of toilet paper without hesitation. With a light sniff, Bai Qingyu replied, how crude. This emperor calls it retiring to the privy. Zhou Du massaged his head by sticking both hands into his hair, overwhelmed with headache. When Qin Cheng woke up from his nap, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was filled with twilight, carrying a faint coolness in the air. He sent a message to Zhou Du, think about what you guys want to eat, I'll be there in around 40 minutes. Qin Cheng spent quite a bit of time in his closet considering his outfit. Since he'd be dining with energetic college students, he shouldn't dress too maturely or risk appearing old. By the time he drove to the university gate, Zhou Du and his roommates were already waiting outside. The boys were sitting on a round stone bench near the entrance, playing with their phones. Only Zhou Du remained standing, gazing directly at the direction from which Qin Cheng's car approached. Qin Cheng nodded toward Zhou Du from inside the car, then remembered the tinted sun film on his windshield made it hard to see from outside, so he simply honked the horn instead. Zhou Du. Zhou Du waved back, but there wasn't much change in his expression. Qin Cheng wasn't quite satisfied and circled around to park beside them before rolling down the passenger side window. Didn't you say you missed me? No smile at all. That doesn't count as missing someone. Zhou Du's lips curled slightly, but before he could say anything, his roommates crowded forward. Big Brother Qin. Nice to see you, Big Brother Qin. Hello everyone. Qin Cheng greeted them with a smile as he stepped out of the car. Zhou Du, haven't you gotten a little darker? Zhou Du's slightly upturned lips flattened again. Qin Cheng looked at Bai Qingyu. Didn't you take leave? You didn't come back just to freeload, did you? Is Fang Ke not feeding you? Bai Qingyu's upward slanted eyes twinkled mischievously. I came here to assist. Assist? Assist with what? Qin Cheng was confused. Before Bai Qingyu could blurt out something inappropriate, Zhou Du quickly interjected. Brother Qin, we're 6 people. There's no way your car can fit all of us. There's a food street behind the school. Let's walk there for dinner. Alright, it's mainly up to you guys. I'll go park my car. Qin Cheng drove off to find parking. After parking his car, Qin Cheng joined them on their walk to the food street. Zhou Du lagged a couple steps behind, and Qin Cheng stayed back with him, chatting intermittently. Tired from military training? Not really, this intensity is far less than my previous training. You should use some sunscreen too, don't get tanned and make it harder to find a girlfriend. I'm not looking for a girlfriend. This seemed like the 3rd time Zhou Du had said, I'm not looking for a girlfriend, to him. Qin Cheng felt something was amiss. Zhou Du pressed his lips lightly together. My family conditions aren't good. It's better to focus on studies. Ah, poor kid. Qin Cheng patted Zhou Du's shoulder. Everything will get better, cheer up. Okay. Zhang Linhao tried several times to turn around and chat with them, only to be rebuked by Bai Qingyu. He pouted. What's your problem? I was just going to say hi to Big Brother Qin. Shut up, bro. Bai Qingyu scratched the mosquito bites on his arms. Zhang Linhao tried to hold it in but couldn't resist asking, Little Bai, do you hate me or something? Just because I sat on your bed once? That was ages ago. You're overthinking it, Bai Qingyu muttered while playing with his phone, texting Fang Ke that Brother Qin was treating them to dinner. Ever since morning till nightfall, he sent over 100 messages to Fang Ke daily. Nothing particularly meaningful, just updates on what he ate or what he did, sometimes accompanied by pictures. For example, look. Big chicken leg. Look. How ugly Zhou Du's face is. Fang Ke didn't reply to every message, but he wouldn't let Bai Qingyu's texts go unanswered. Since it was the weekend and dinner time, the food street was filled with university students either in groups or pairs. Qin Cheng sighed reflectively, getting old already. Zhou Du seriously studied him, noting that Qin Cheng dressed casually today, exuding a youthful vibe, not old, very handsome. Qin Cheng smiled. Whoa, how eloquent have you become after just a few days apart? Zhou Du gazed ahead and softly said, it's not about becoming eloquent, it's about speaking the truth. Hearing these words, Qin Cheng was momentarily stunned, that strange feeling tickling his mind again. The boys ahead stopped walking. Big brother Chin, let's eat here at this barbecue stand, okay? I see an available table. Ah, sounds good, Chin Ching agreed. Chapter 25, Me, the steel-hearted straight guy. Although it was already September, the weather was still scorching hot, and all indoor air-conditioned dining spots were occupied by college students. Only 3 outdoor tables were left unclaimed. White Chinyu pursed his lips muttering, it's so hot outside. We'll sweat profusely just having dinner. Chin Ching grabbed a handful of flyers and stuffed them into White Chinyu's hand, quit complaining and cool yourself down with it. Go, you and Zhou Du go occupy the spot while I go order the food with the others. White Chinyu fanned himself twice with the flyer, then shoved it into Zhou Du's arms, tricking kids, huh? Zhou Du fanned it a bit, finding it rather refreshing. Because they were so many, the boss had to push 2 square tables together for them to sit 7 people at once. White Chinyu somehow procured alcohol wipes and started scrubbing the tabletop thoroughly. After wiping the table clean, he also wiped down his chair. Give me 2. Zhou Du held out his hand for 2 wipes, and he wiped Chin Cheng's stool as well. But alas, Chin Cheng and a few roommates were ordering with the boss and didn't see his actions at all. Bai Chinyu shook his head, little Zhou, let me teach you again, don't immerse yourself in self-pity from unacknowledged efforts. What's the point if the main person didn't see what you've done? It's not like I'm doing this to show off. But you're pursuing someone now. Bai Chinyu glanced toward where Chin Cheng and their roommates stood, lowering his voice, brother, how do you plan on getting him interested without telling him anything? Stupid. What are you two chatting about? Why is little Bai cursing? Chin Cheng sat beside Zhou Du. Bai Chinyu raised an eyebrow at Zhou Du, pretty protective, huh? Zhou Du lowered his head and smiled. Ma Chuan came over carrying 2 cases of beer. Since brother Chin is driving, he probably shouldn't drink alcohol, right? It's fine, just hire a designated driver. Chin Cheng rested his elbow on Zhou Du's shoulder and nodded at them, tonight, I'll make you guys crawl back home. Zhou Du turned his head and looked at Chin Cheng's carefree smile, his heart thumping, thump thump. Zhou Du, drink less. Your tolerance for alcohol is too bad. When Chin Cheng accidentally met Zhou Du's gaze, Zhou Du almost couldn't hide the emotion in his eyes. He quickly bowed his head and took a sip of barley tea. Zhang Linhao and Ma Chuan directly opened 10 bottles using bottle openers. Let's drink straight from the bottle. No need for pouring. That's too rude, said Chin Cheng, pointing at the kettle. Zhou Du, help me bring it over, I'll rinse the cups. Zhou Du picked up his cup, poured some hot water, and swirled it around. Good job. Chin Cheng filled the cup full. The food hadn't arrived yet, so he first lifted the glass. Let's toast to everyone starting school successfully and enjoy your university life. Thank you, big brother. Several boys cheered and toasted their beer bottles with him. Bai Chinyu simply raised his orange juice in solidarity. Cheers. The dishes started arriving one by one. They were in that good age, eating like pigs. Chin Cheng had ordered so much food that plates piled on top of each other, filling the entire table while the beers were placed beside their feet. Bai Chinyu pulled out his phone from his pocket and snapped a photo, then furiously typed away. Ma Chuan teased him, little Bai, always holding onto your phone, have you got a girlfriend already? Why don't you introduce her to us brothers? Bai Chinyu tapped on his phone while replying, not a girlfriend, but a boyfriend-to-be. Do you want to meet him? The warmth in the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Chin Cheng was surprised that this kid would openly announce his sexuality in front of everyone. Midway through munching on his lamb skewer, Zhang Linhao exclaimed in shock, a male boyfriend? Are you saying, you like men? If you shout any louder, the whole world will hear. Bai Chinyu glared at him irritably and then faced the dumbfounded straight guys, what? Why are you all so surprised? Relax, little master here has someone in mind already. You're not interesting enough. Even though Zhou Du thought Bai Chinyu was a bit unruly, he admired the courage to not care about others' opinions at this moment. When he looked at Chin Cheng, there wasn't much else on Chin Cheng's face besides curiosity. At least Chin Cheng did not appear to be hostile or discriminatory towards the gay community, which Zhou Du could only comfort himself with. Holy shit. Ma Chuan cursed, in our dorm, I walk around half naked every day, what a favor I've been giving you. Bai Chinyu looked exasperated, without a mirror, even pee flows naturally. Zhang Linhao, you piss yellow, wake up this idiot. Zhang Linhao was still trying to wrap his head around Bai Chinyu liking men, so he blurted out after a moment of hesitation, little Bai, do you bottom? With his delicate features and smaller frame than most men, Bai Chinyu indeed gave off an impression that invited stereotypes. But Bai Chinyu himself never pondered over such labels. Since the moment he realized the meaning of like, Fong Ke had been the sole focus of his eyes. He waited for himself to grow, hoping one day Fong Ke's eyes would also see him. Fong Ke was 1, so he would be 0. Still, this didn't mean he was okay with being labeled as 0 all the time. He slid his phone back into his pocket and slung an arm over Zhang Linhao's shoulders. Little Zhang, go back to the dorm and clean yourself up. Let brother Bai take your maidenhood. Zhang Linhao shrugged him off and silently ate his skewer. Chin Cheng knocked on the table, what's the issue? In this day and age, boyfriends and girlfriends are the same thing. Little Bai, my wish is for you to catch your crush soon. He clinked his wine glass against Bai Qingyu's orange juice. Very brave, young man. Brother Cheng supports you. Bai Qingyu took a big sip of his orange juice and smiled. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Friendly reminder, be careful not to end up with bruised buttocks in the future. Zhou Du glared at him from across Qin Cheng. What? Qin Cheng reacted for a second. Shit, don't talk nonsense, I'm straight as steel, alright? Zhou Du held up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Everyone quickly calmed down after being shocked by Bai Qingyu's public coming out, happily clinking their cups together while drinking and eating. Qin Cheng has a good personality and could get along well with a group of boys 7 years younger than him, playing finger games with great enthusiasm. The beer bottles piled up under his feet, but indeed his tolerance was good, he showed no signs of drunkenness, whereas on the other side, the few youngsters were already feeling dizzy. Zhou Du remained silent throughout, quietly serving him dishes. Qin Cheng didn't even have to stretch his arm, his bowl always had the dishes he loved. I told you, you guys will have to crawl back, but you didn't believe me. Let me use the restroom. There were only small shops here, none of them had toilets. There was a public restroom around the corner of the food street. The street lamp nearby was partially broken. Zhou Du wasn't reassured, so he got up and followed him over. Qin Cheng didn't know that he was following, and when he came out of the toilet, he discovered him standing outside. When did you come over? There were still vacant stalls inside. I don't need to go, I'm waiting for you, let's go. I'm not a girl, what are the chances of encountering a pervert just going to the bathroom? As Qin Cheng was laughing and talking, a drunkard stumbling left and right collided toward him. Zhou Du pulled him into his arms, his voice sounding unusually steady amid the chaos. Watch your step. Oh. Zhou Du released him, slightly cool fingertips touching his eyelids. Brother Cheng, your eyes are red from drinking. The gesture was too intimate. Qin Cheng uncomfortably swatted his hand away. Let's go, send those drunks away. Chapter 26, do you have something to say? After paying the bill, Qin Cheng was about to casually grab someone and leave when Bai Qingyu stopped him. Zhou Du, take Brother Cheng home, these 3 pigs can be handled by me and the room leader. Can you two handle them? I don't need to be sent, Zhou Du, just go back with them. Looking at the 3 wobbling figures, Qin Cheng wondered if he had underestimated how much young people could drink. Big brother. We're fine, doing great. Zhang Linhao laughed foolishly at them, his arm draped over Bai Qingyu's shoulder. Completely okay, Zhou Du, please take big brother home. Zhou Du turned Qin Cheng's shoulders around, pushing him forward. They can manage. Bai Qingyu shouted from behind. Zhou Du. You owe me a favor. Qin Cheng turned his head back in confusion. What favor? When did you owe him? It doesn't matter, he helped me with something. Zhou Du called a designated driver for Qin Cheng, who would arrive in 5 minutes. They stood in the parking lot waiting, and Qin Cheng took out a cigarette wanting to smoke, but Zhou Du stopped him. Smoke less, it's bad for your health. Are you acting like a little wife or what? Muttering, Qin Cheng put the cigarette away anyway. He didn't really have a nicotine addiction, he would just do it when bored or annoyed. Maybe because there was dormitory check and curfew, the school gate was already quiet at 10:30 in the evening. Qin Cheng glanced at his wristwatch. Zhou Du, why don't you go back first? Don't get locked out. It's fine, they lock at 11. Zhou Du watched the approaching electric car for the designated driver in the distance. Brother Cheng, give me a hug. What kind of habit are you adding? It's not like you're going abroad for months without returning home. Mumbling complaints, but Qin Cheng allowed himself to be pulled into an embrace by Zhou Du. Brother Cheng. Qin Cheng felt like Zhou Du had something to say, but all Zhou Du did was hold him tightly, constricting his breath momentarily before Qin Cheng was about to reprimand him. Zhou Du let him go. I'll go home next weekend. Sir, is this your designated ride request? Plate ending in 2778. Qin Cheng looked at Zhou Du, then turned around and handed the car keys to the person. Yeah, it is. The designated driver took the keys and neatly folded his foldable electric scooter into the trunk. Wind riding designated driver service. Sir, shall we go? Qin Cheng nodded, opened the passenger door, and then turned his face toward Zhou Du. Is there something you wanted to say? Zhou Du's eyes carried a bit of a smile, also carrying a trace of emotion Qin Cheng couldn't discern. Yes, there is. But I don't feel like telling you now. Who cares? Say it or don't, I'm leaving. Qin Cheng sat inside the car and closed the door. Zhou Du tapped on the car window, and Qin Cheng lowered it, smirking triumphantly. Can't hold it in, can you? Speak up, I'll reluctantly listen. Send me a message when you get home. Zhou Du took 2 steps back and waved at him. Qin Cheng. In the future, even if you want to talk, I won't listen. You always leave things half said, it's truly annoying. Zhou Du smiled as he watched the tail lights of Qin Cheng's car disappear from sight. He loosened his neck side to side and walked back towards the campus dorms. When he arrived at the dormitory, the main doors had already been locked for the 10:30 p.m. curfew. Zhou Du called Bai Qingyu and asked him to have someone from the neighboring dorm open their window. There was a small platform beneath the main door where Zhou Du could easily leap up. Stepping on that, he climbed alongside the air conditioning units to the balcony of the adjacent dorm. The other students in the neighboring dorm were all classmates who eagerly waited by the windows. Seeing how effortlessly Zhou Du ascended to the second floor without breaking a sweat, they all gave him a thumbs up. Brother Zhou is really impressive. Thanks, sleep well, said Zhou Du. Afterwards, Zhou Du went back to his own dorm with Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu mentioned, just now, the student council came to check on us. We told them you were vomiting in the toilet, and since the whole room smelled like alcohol, none of them dared to come inside. It was hilarious. Bai Qingyu stretched his arms, how about you and Brother Cheng? By this time, everyone in the dormitory had fallen asleep after the night of drinking. They snored like dead pigs, so loud that it shook the room. Zhou Du glanced at Li Hua who was asleep with earphones on, nothing happened. I just sent him off into the car and came back. Does Brother Cheng still not know you like him? Bai Qingyu shook his head, you're making no progress at all in your feelings. Soon, if he gets a girlfriend, you'll be crying. Zhou Du held a basin to go to the balcony to wash up. His face revealed no emotions. He splashed some cold water onto his face, and droplets clung to his eyelashes. As long as he's happy, that's fine. Bai Qingyu laughed as though hearing a joke, then climbed into bed laughing, just keep pretending. Zhou Du turned on the faucet to fill the basin with cold water. He buried his face in the water, and while the feeling of suffocation overwhelmed him, he admitted to himself that what he'd said earlier were nothing but lies against his true feelings. Bubbles formed in the basin as Zhou Du suddenly lifted his head, gasping for breath. Water dripped down his cheeks and soaked the collar of his shirt. He grabbed the towel and roughly wiped his face. He was almost unable to maintain his facade any longer. Each time he saw Qin Cheng, he couldn't help but want to get closer. Wishing Qin Cheng happiness was genuine, but Zhou Du wanted even more for his name to be part of Qin Cheng's happiness. But right now, he was just an impoverished student, and also a man. It wasn't just about the age gap, there was also an insurmountable chasm brought by time and experience between them. 2 weeks of military training finally concluded. On Friday evening, the school hosted a welcoming party for new students. Every class was required to have full attendance, and leaves of absence were not permitted unless there were special circumstances. No snacks were allowed, so they had nothing but empty seats to stare at during the performance. Bai Qingyu complained incessantly, but Ma Chuan and others seemed quite excited because one of the MCs was a senior female student who looked particularly beautiful. Finally, Saturday came around. Zhou Du had to register at the club. He missed last week's meeting due to the military training, and Fang Ke had already been very considerate toward him. His father's health condition had stabilized, so he didn't need to frequently visit the hospital anymore. Zhou Du thought about finding another part-time job but hadn't yet found a more suitable option. Bai Qingyu got up unusually early to accompany him. When the two arrived at the club, Fang Ke was discussing business with someone in the reception room. Zhou Du started working, and Bai Qingyu waited in the lounge outside for Fang Ke. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Bai Qingyu became restless and went to pour a pot of tea from an administrative assistant to bring it to Fang Ke. Although Bai Qingyu only showed up once at the club, the employees could tell he had a close relationship with Fang Quebec. Still, since the boss was in a business meeting, an employee said, Mr. Bai, the boss is working. Could you please wait a little longer? I know that. I'm just bringing him a pot of tea. Don't worry, I'm not a kid, I won't cause trouble. Bai Qingyu carried the tea toward the meeting room, but since he'd poured too much water, the tray was heavy. When he tried to use his free hand to open the door, the tray wobbled, and the teapot and cups fell to the ground with a crash. Since Bai Qingyu was wearing shorts, the hot tea splashed onto his lower leg, scalding a red patch. Fang Ke heard the commotion and rushed out. The moment he opened the door, he saw Bai Qingyu's sorry state. Quickly, he instructed someone to fetch an ice pack, then knelt down with a frown to examine his lower leg. What nonsense are you doing? Is it so hard for you to simply wait outside? Already in pain from the scald, Bai Qingyu felt aggrieved at being reprimanded, so he retorted, why do you have to yell? I don't need you to care. He pulled his leg out of Fang Ke's grasp and raised his eyes, noticing Qin Cheng standing nearby watching the drama. Cheng, how did you end up here? Chapter 27, coming out reluctantly. Qin Cheng watched with a smirk as Fang Ke squatted on the ground, looking utterly frustrated. Isn't this about cooperating with Mr. Fang? Isn't Zhou Du also here? I'll go check on him. Mr. Fang, think about what I said. It's win-win cooperation. Recently, fitness bloggers were trending, and Qin Cheng planned to open a channel for promoting athletic merchandise, bringing out several fitness streamers from his company to practice boxing. At the same time, he could promote boxing as a sport that aids in both weight loss and self-defense. The surge of testosterone would certainly grab netizens' attention. I'll go with you, Cheng. Bai Qingyu started to follow but was stopped mid-stride as Fang Ke lifted him off the floor by the waist and carried him into the meeting room. Qin Cheng glanced at the closed door and blinked knowingly. His intuition had been right, Fang Ke appeared refined and gentle but was truly a deceitful individual who played his part well. He walked toward the gym where professional athletes and boxing enthusiasts gathered. Zhou Du led the youth group, currently teaching them punch stances in front of a row of punching bags. Qin Cheng hadn't seen Zhou Du box before, so he didn't call out immediately. Instead, he sat on a nearby bench to observe. Zhou Du wore only an old-style tank top, like those worn by elderly men during morning park exercises, but somehow it looked exceptionally handsome on him. The loose tank top strained under the bulging muscles engorged with blood during his movements. Every punch allowed Qin Cheng to clearly see the tightening and loosening of Zhou Du's muscles. When Zhou Du walked over to take a drink from his water bottle, his eyes flickered toward Qin Cheng sitting across the room. He paused momentarily, then approached with a pleasant surprise. "Brother Cheng, how did you end up here?" "There are some work-related matters. Xiaobai mentioned you'd come, so I came to take a look." Qin Cheng patted the space beside him, signaling Zhou Du to sit down. "Teacher Zhou looks very cool when boxing." Qin Cheng chuckled as he pinched Zhou Du's arm. "You're so firm." Zhou Du's Adam's apple moved slightly. After drinking from his bottle, the sensation of Qin Cheng's fingertips lingered on his arm. "Do you want to give it a try? Won't it affect your work?" Zhou Du glanced at the students practicing independently. "It won't." "All right then," Qin Cheng eagerly responded, laughing. "Who knows? I might just be a hidden athletic genius." Typically dressed formally for work in dress shirts, slacks, and shoes, Qin Cheng rolled up his sleeves and made a few casual motions. "How's that? Am I looking like a professional athlete yet?" Zhou Du smiled softly and corrected his stance. "Stand diagonally, not straight on. 1 foot inside, 1 foot outside. Don't stiffen your waist too much." Zhou Du placed his palm on Qin Cheng's side as they stood close together. "Relax a little. Suits aren't suitable for exercise." As Qin Cheng moved, his tightly tailored trousers highlighted every curve of his backside. Zhou Du's gaze flickered downward briefly and quickly shifted away. He knew what lay beneath, having seen it, and dreamed of it. "Doesn't my punch look really cool?" Qin Cheng turned around to look at him, somewhat dissatisfied. "Zoning out? Huh? What did you say?" Zhou Du rubbed his burning ears. "Are you unwilling to teach me?" Qin Cheng shot him a disapproving glance and walked toward the rest area. Zhou Du hurried after him. "Brother Cheng, I didn't mean that. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit tired." "You're not tired when you teach others, only when teaching me." "I'm not, Brother Cheng, please don't be mad." "Zhou Du." Fong Ke called out from afar. Zhou Du looked at Bai Qingyu beside Fong Ke and felt his right eyelid twitch. "Brother Cheng, let me check it out, please wait. Don't get upset." Bai Qingyu winked mischievously at him. "What? Is your eye hurting, Xiaobai?" Bai Qingyu threw him a contemptuous glare. Pushing Fong Ke aside, he walked over and linked arms with Zhou Du provocatively. "I'm accompanying my boyfriend to work. Mind your own business, huh? Who do you think you are, acting like my father? Thinking the whole world revolves around you? What?" Zhou Du was completely confused by this mention of boyfriend. He pulled his arm away and quickly glanced at Qin Cheng walking toward them. There was a trace of panic. "Don't play around, nonsense." But Qin Cheng had already heard it. He looked between Fong Ke's gloomy face and Bai Qingyu who had once again clung onto Zhou Du's hand. "You two, no, wait, what situation is this? Zhou Du? What's going on?" His mind was now in a jumble. What did this mean? Was this some ridiculous soap opera triangle romance plot? Wasn't Bai Qingyu supposed to be a pair with Fong Ke? So why is Zhou Du involved now? Could it be that Bai Qingyu's crush is actually Zhou Du? And what's going on with Zhou Du? Qin Cheng's mind was racing, trying to match the idle drama plots he had seen to this absurd triangular relationship. "Cheng, it's not what you think." Zhou Du quickly pulled his hand away from Bai Qingyu and tried explaining anxiously to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng pressed his lips, still processing the information at high speed. "Young people, I understand. Love knows no gender after all." The temples on Zhou Du's head throbbed in frustration. "Cheng, that's not true." Fong Ke's face turned grim. "You, stop messing around." "Who's messing around? We've just grown closer over time, so what?" Bai Qingyu stared challengingly at Fong Ke. Zhou Du really wanted to punch Bai Qingyu's head to see if there was anything else but water inside. Qin Cheng, caught in the center of this gossip, leaned forward curiously. "Grown closer over time? Is it a noun or a verb?" The three paused for a second, looking at him. Fong Ke's expression darkened even more, almost black with anger, as he looked at Zhou Du. "Is what you said true?" In a composed tone, Zhou Du replied, he was joking. "We're just friends." "Zhou Du. You're valuing beauty over friendship, being unrighteous." Bai Qingyu yelled while being forcefully dragged away by Fong Ke. "Stupid idiot. I won't punish you for kicking my closet door open." Zhou Du hesitated, feeling uneasy about Qin Cheng's reaction. He had always been sharp-witted, yet now he didn't know how to explain. Should he deny or confess? If he denied this time, would they only be able to remain as brothers in the future? And if he confessed, what if Qin Cheng distanced himself afterward? Bai Qingyu, this troublemaker, has pushed him to the edge. His fists clenched tightly. Amidst his confusion, he somewhat felt grateful toward Bai Qingyu for kicking that door open for him. Qin Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Zheng. There was some work that needed his attention back at the office. "Cheng, Zhou Du's words got stuck in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable. Qin Cheng patted his back. "I have to go, let's talk about it when I get home later. If I finish late, you can just go home." Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng's retreating figure, his heart a tangled mess like weeds. The students obviously noticed the coach's unusual mood and were wary of being called onto the ring for practice, thus staying quiet and disciplined. Zhou Du barely ate a few bites for lunch and didn't take a nap. He came alone to the venue, removed his shirt, and put on boxing gloves. An 80-kilogram punching bag sank repeatedly under his powerful punches, swaying as each hit connected. Although this intense workout looked violent, it genuinely relieved stress. With his last spinning kick, Zhou Du's knee smashed into the punching bag hard. He then took off his gloves, breathing heavily. Even with his entire body drenched in sweat, he couldn't decide what answer to give Qin Cheng that evening. Lying down and staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly, footsteps sounded near him. A middle-aged man squatted beside him. "Hello, I'm a talent agent from Yo Entertainment Company. Are you interested in developing your career in entertainment?" Zhou Du stood up after sitting, recalling Qin Cheng's persuasive words when he first invited him to be an internet celebrity, and smiled inwardly. The man thought he was moved by the offer and quickly fished out a business card. "This is my card, our company." Zhou Du interrupted his speech with a wave of his hand, no interest. After that, he picked up his clothes and boxing gloves and left. Qin Cheng might have good looks, even painting grand promises wasn't off-putting, but this man clearly looked like a fraud. Chapter 28, I Like Men. Is Zhou Du gay? This question kept circling in Qin Cheng's mind, even causing him to zone out during meetings, reminded by Qiao Jing several times. "Lao Qin, what's wrong with you? Didn't negotiations with Black Shark Club go well?" "Still, it shouldn't make you this absent-minded," Qiao Jing muttered as he followed close behind. Qin Cheng stopped walking, gazing pensively at him. "Big Qiao, how do you view the homosexual community? Why do you think they prefer the same sex?" Qiao Jing dramatically clutched his chest, batting his eyelashes. "Yamit, you finally couldn't resist wanting to take advantage of me." Qin Cheng gave a slight smile, glancing at his scruffy face, completely unable to associate it with any sexual innuendo, utterly unimaginable. But if it were Zhou Du instead? Qin Cheng's mind recalled the taut, sturdy upper body of Zhou Du, thinking the touch must feel quite nice. No. Why was he inserting himself into this scenario? Qin Cheng shivered and hurried toward the office, feeling queasy. "Stay away from me." Xiao Jing followed behind him. "Is your stomach not digesting well or what? It's already September, and you're talking about New Year's Eve dinner. What do you mean by that question of yours just now?" Qin Cheng lit a cigarette, placing it in his mouth dryly and biting it. "Nothing, just asking randomly. Are you even dating anyone? You don't seem interested in arranged meetings either. Could you really be gay?" Xiao Jing asked while pulling out Qin Cheng's disposable razor to shave. Qin Cheng rolled his eyes at him. "Stop babbling nonsense. I couldn't possibly be gay." "Humph, you better not be. Otherwise, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lon wouldn't be able to handle it," Xiao Jing exclaimed with a ouch as he added, "What kind of razor is this? It just cut me." Qin Cheng lit his cigarette, deeply inhaling as he thought, if Zhou Du truly likes men, how will he face his parents? Qin Cheng remembered the flustered look on Zhou Du's face earlier, a side he had never seen before. He was almost certain of the answer already. He exhaled a puff of smoke, then crushed the butt casually into the ashtray. It was incredibly hard being a homosexual, and Zhou Du should have someone supporting him from behind, right? Otherwise, this kid would suffer too much. Then let him be that person. By the time Qin Cheng got home, it was already 9:30 p.m. The moment he opened the door, he smelled the delicious aroma of food, and his originally empty stomach immediately perked up. "Smells so good. What did you cook, Zhou Du?" Qin Cheng quickly swapped his shoes for slippers and threw his coat on the couch without hesitation as he rushed towards the kitchen. Zhou Du stood by the stove wearing an apron, his expression slightly awkward when he turned to Qin Cheng. "Fried rice. Is that okay?" Qin Cheng sensed his carefulness, grabbed a spoon from the utensil holder, and leaned in to scoop a spoonful from the pot. Smells great. You've spoiled my stomach. I could only drink water when you weren't home these past 2 weeks. Zhou Du smiled. "Why didn't you order takeout?" "Too lazy to order, plus, how could any takeout compare to our Xiao Du's cooking? Are we done here? I'm starving." "All right then." Zhou Du tossed the fried rice a few more times and served it into a bowl for Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng took the bowl and walked to the dining table while eating. "Come over and eat some yourself." Zhou Du scooped up the leftovers from the pot, and they sat across from each other, the atmosphere somewhat quiet. Qin Cheng broke the silence. "Zhou Du, you." Yes, I do." Zhou Du looked down at the golden grains of rice in his bowl. Qin Cheng chuckled. "I haven't even asked yet, and you're already answering ahead?" Zhou Du set down his spoon and looked at him directly. "Chenggu, I like men." Qin Cheng didn't react too dramatically, he simply nodded. "I know, I figured it out. But that's not what I wanted to say." He put down his spoon, locked eyes with Zhou Du seriously, and said, "What I want to say is, whether you like boys or girls, I don't care about that. Don't carry any psychological burden, you will always be my Chenggu." Zhou Du gave a laugh but no joy showed on his face, only bitterness. "Thank you, Chenggu." Zhou Du even hoped Qin Cheng would get angry at him for hiding the truth rather than hearing that indifferent sentence, "You will always be my Chenggu," because if it were just about brotherhood, why would it matter? Qin Cheng scrutinized his reaction curiously. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to feel touched? He had been thinking about this line all afternoon. Not that, why are you reacting this way? I spent all afternoon agonizing over what to say so I wouldn't hurt you, and you act like this. Qin Cheng was slightly dissatisfied, not full-blown crying and hugging might be asking too much, but he expected at least some sign of appreciation. After all, that's how it usually went on TV. Chenggu, what kind of reaction do you expect from me? Zhou Du's eyes rimmed red, and his gaze revealed suppressed emotion when he looked at Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng froze, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Zhou Du hastily swallowed a few mouthfuls and placed down his empty bowl. Chenggu, you clean up tonight. Without waiting for Qin Cheng's reply, Zhou Du turned around and went back to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Hey! What's with that dog temper? Qin Cheng looked at the empty bowl in front of him helplessly. What does this mean? Fine, no touching, but making him wash the dishes. Is this kid still stuck in his rebellious phase? Qin Cheng grumpily ate another bite of the fried rice. Ugh, too fragrant. For the sake of the egg fried rice, he'd forgive him just this once. Inside his closed-off room, Zhou Du sat in the dark. The warm glow from the living room seeped through the crack under the door. He sighed regretfully for his earlier impulsiveness. Qin Cheng hadn't done anything wrong, it was natural to like women. It was him who was the odd one out, while Qin Cheng kindly upheld all his emotions. But now, he wanted to drag Qin Cheng into the same abyss he was in. Wasn't that just like being an ungrateful wolf? Zhou Du sat up and thought of apologizing. After 2 knocks on the door, it was pushed open. Light spilled into the room as Qin Cheng stood at the entrance looking at him. You still dare to go on strike? What did I say wrong to offend you? Zhou Du didn't answer. In the darkness, Qin Cheng couldn't see his expression clearly, so he approached and stood by Zhou Du's bed. Say something. I'm sorry, Chenggu. Zhou Du's throat tightened a little as he looked up at Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng let out a cold snort and flicked his forehead. I've finished eating. Go clean the dishes. Actually, they had a dishwasher, but with this long-term worker around, Qin Cheng didn't bother moving. Okay. Zhou Du smiled faintly and went to the kitchen to wash both bowls, heating up a glass of milk for Qin Cheng to reduce greasiness in his mouth. Qin Cheng appreciated his compliance and held the glass of milk while watching the replay of a TV series. Zhou Du sat beside him, cherishing these moments. They hadn't interacted like this for half a month. After drinking the milk, Qin Cheng licked the milk stain from the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhou Du. Zhou Du understood his hint and took the empty glass to clean it in the kitchen, then sat back next to him. Qin Cheng reclined lazily on the sofa, resting his feet on Zhou Du's lap, quite comfortably. Zhou Du felt both happy that Qin Cheng could be so intimate without any hesitation with him, yet sad because it seemed Qin Cheng really didn't care about his sexual orientation. Torn between these two feelings, his mood was very complicated. The phone sitting on the sofa chimed ding-dong. Zhou Du picked it up and saw Bai Qingyu's message. An animated image of a 90-degree bow apology. Hee, Brother Zhou, did Brother Cheng kick you out of the house? If you have nowhere to go, you can come to my place, the password is 147258. Zhou Du didn't reply, he just didn't feel like dealing with him right now. Chapter 29, Why are you so nice to me? Zhou Du could only stay at home for one night, as he had to work part-time the next day and then return to school after work. He had class on Monday. In the morning, Qin Cheng dropped him off at the club's entrance. After getting out of the car, Qin Cheng spread his arms toward Zhou Du. Come on, give me a hug. Don't you like hugging before saying goodbye? This afternoon, I have some business, so I won't be able to take you to school. Previously, Qin Cheng always drove off directly after dropping him off, leaving only a bye. But today, Qin Cheng got out of the car and extended his arms, proving with action that he genuinely didn't care about Zhou Du's orientation and didn't need to tread lightly around him. Zhou Du hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to embrace him, his heart feeling both sour and choked. But Chenggu, I want more than what you imagine. If you knew who I'm thinking of, would you push me away? Qin Cheng patted Zhou Du's back. Alright, don't think too much, focus on studying and make progress every day. For a while, Zhou Du didn't loosen his grip, his voice muffled. Qin Cheng, why are you so nice to me? Don't know, because I feel like it. Does it matter to you? Qin Cheng pinched his waist. Hurry up and go to work. Zhou Du bent over slightly in pain. Chenggu, you're too rough. Qin Cheng's car zoomed past him swiftly. When Zhou Du lifted his shirt to check, sure enough, there was a bruise, but he was smiling. After work, Zhou Du directly took the subway back to school. Bai Qingyu returned just before curfew time. Despite being sensitive to heat, he wore long sleeves and pants. Grinning mischievously, he climbed onto Zhou Du's bed using a ladder. Brother Zhou, did Brother Qing drive you out of the house? Zhou Du was leaning against the headboard reading professional books. Hearing this, he raised his eyes to look at him. No. That's good, that's good. Then I'll go. Bai Qingyu held onto the railing and carefully stepped down the ladder. During the movement, his sleeve slid down an inch, revealing red marks on his wrist. It was unmistakably caused by binding. Furrowing his brows, Zhou Du asked quietly, Xiao Bai, how did your wrist get hurt? Did Brother Fong hit you? Bai Qingyu pressed his lips together uneasily and replied with equal volume, adult matters, children shouldn't meddle. Zhou Du felt a slight concern inside but, considering Bai Qingyu wasn't someone who often lost out, he stopped questioning. Their schedule was packed, almost requiring them to attend morning classes every day, which led their roommates to complain non-stop. But Zhou Du didn't mind much, it didn't affect him. Zhou Du's biological clock woke him up at 6 in the morning, a habit formed since childhood. His father worked away from home, and he had to wake up early to help his mother do some chores before heading to school. During the 4 months he spent in Jiangbei, he relaxed somewhat, though it was only delayed by half an hour. Getting up at 6:30 to prepare breakfast, after making breakfast, he went downstairs to run for half an hour within the neighborhood, then returned home at 7:30 to call Qin Cheng to wake up. After Qin Cheng fidgeted around groaning for 10 minutes, Zhou Du used that time to shower. Then they'd eat breakfast together. Bai Qingyu sat on the bed rubbing his sleepy eyes as he looked at Zhou Du, who had just returned from morning exercise carrying breakfast. Zhou Du, you're too amazing, amazing. What kind of food did you buy? In their dormitory, Zhou Du's status was equivalent to a father figure. With him around, the roommates could save themselves the trouble of going to the cafeteria and sleep 20 minutes longer. Porridge, steamed buns, and the hand-tossed pancake you wanted, Zhou Du placed the food on the table. Help yourselves and hurry up. You'll be late if you don't get up. Brother Zhou. How would we survive without you? Zhang Linhao screamed loudly and rolled over to sit up like a fish jumping. Zhou Du smiled and while sitting at his desk eating breakfast, he sent a message to Qin Cheng, Chenggu, tomorrow is National Day holiday. The club is off for 3 days. I'll go back directly. Is that okay? It wasn't until Zhou Du sat in the classroom waiting for class that Qin Cheng replied to him, sure, but I have an engagement tonight. If you finish school too late, come back tomorrow. Qin Cheng splashed some cold water on his face, feeling much more alert. In the live-streaming e-commerce industry, every holiday meant money. When employees from other industries were free and scrolling through their phones, it was the best time for them to make profits. They had already negotiated with Fong Kei's club, his team of fitness streamers trained with professional boxers for half a month. Since this could promote boxing sports, Fong Kei took it seriously as well. Moreover, this cooperation would directly feature the Black Shark Club name and had been hyped up among online boxing enthusiasts. This collaboration could not only break the stereotypical perception of boxing as violent and bloody but also help the Black Shark Club gain public recognition. Additionally, it allowed Qingqiao Media to expand into a new area of live-stream selling. It was truly a triple win. For this matter, Qin Cheng had worked overtime continuously for several days with his staff. Their industry faced wave after wave of challenges. A slight lapse could lead to failure. He couldn't rely solely on the few big streamers in the company. Qin Cheng knew that the top streamers in the company had intentions of working independently. Thus, to prevent potential problems, he had to divert their traffic towards newer talents. Qin Cheng was an excellent businessman. Although he appeared easygoing with Xiao Zheng and others, he had everything in mind. Once people gained fame and fortune, they became greedy, which was natural. But as the boss, Qin Cheng had to let his subordinates know that he could lift them up and also pull them down. Otherwise, everyone would tread all over him. Kneading his slightly aching head due to lack of sleep, Qin Cheng sighed. It was hard to earn money and harder to drink socially today. It had gotten a bit chilly recently. Qin Cheng left home with his coat as his phone vibrated with Zhou Du's reply. Drink less alcohol. It's bad for your health. Qin Cheng chuckled and pulled open the car door, getting inside. This kid was actually quite thoughtful. Family members shouldn't be told about work issues, as they would worry unnecessarily. And the brothers had each formed their own families and found people who cared about them. Occasionally, Qin Cheng used to feel lonely and cold before, but now with Zhou Du by his side, even though he was a man, he showed such care that it warmed his heart. He had almost forgotten that Zhou Du liked men. There were same-sex couples in the company too, and Qin Cheng always maintained a neutral stance, thinking it was none of his business since they were just colleagues with no overlap in personal lives. But now, Zhou Du was right there living under the same roof with him, explicitly telling him that he liked men, yet he didn't feel a bit uncomfortable. Stepping on the brakes at a red light, a sudden memory of the day Zhou Du drunkenly bumped mouths with him flashed through Qin Cheng's mind. Shaking his head, Qin Cheng felt he really needed to catch up on some sleep. He must be delirious, pondering these things for what reason. What kind of boys does Zhou Du like? Bai Qingyu's pretty and cute type? Or tall and burly ones? No, definitely not burly ones. He couldn't bear the thought of a bearded brute hanging onto Zhou Du's arm, affectionately calling him Brother Cheng with sugary tones. The green light came on, and the honking from cars behind snapped Qin Cheng out of his wandering thoughts filled with alpacas galloping wildly. During the noon nap, Qin Cheng dreamt of Zhou Du passionately kissing a chest-haired giant, startling him awake abruptly. Chapter 30, What kind do you like? When Qin Cheng returned home after the evening engagement, he hadn't expected anyone to be there. He assumed Zhou Du wouldn't return until the next day. Upon pushing the door open and seeing the light in the living room on, an indescribable sense of comfort arose within him. At the sound of the door opening, Zhou Du set down the vacuum cleaner and quickly walked over. How much did you drink? Slightly dazed from the alcohol, Qin squinted at him and tilted his head. Are you taller again? How old am I to still be growing? Zhou Du sighed, supporting him and sitting him down on the couch. If you keep drinking like this, your body will collapse. Qin kicked off his socks with his feet and pulled a pillow into his arms. Why are you acting like my wife? So worried about everything? Zhou Du squatted beside him, picked up the socks, and helped take off his suit jacket. You need discipline. When I'm not home, there's only beer in the fridge. How do you even live like that? Qin chuckled softly, eyes closed as he nudged Zhou Du's calf with his foot. Isn't there you? It's fine as long as you're here, little wife. Zhou Du paused while handing him honey water and turned to look at him. Qin, are you drunk? Not really, just a bit dizzy. Qin yawned. I'm thirsty. Zhou Du helped him sit up, placed a cushion behind his back, and held the honey water close to his mouth. Qinggu, open your mouth. Qin obediently opened his mouth and drank half a cup under his assistance, all while keeping his eyes closed because the world was spinning when they were open. Something soft touched his lips, and Qin cracked an eye open slightly. There was some water residue on your corner of the mouth. I wiped it for you. Zhou Du set down the water cup, his voice hoarse and dry. Qinggu, go to sleep. I want to take a shower first before sleeping. I smell too bad. Qin stood unsteadily, walking toward the bedroom while undressing. Zhou Du bit his inner lip, sighing as he followed him into the master bathroom and filled the bathtub with shallow water, making sure it wouldn't reach Qin unless he passed out inside. Qin tossed away his underwear which landed perfectly on Zhou Du's shoulder. Zhou Du. Ignoring him completely, Qin stepped directly under the showerhead, determined to rinse himself thoroughly despite feeling lightheaded before immersing himself into the tub. Worried about him slipping or injuring himself, Zhou Du had no choice but to stand nearby with his head low, watching carefully. For a youth under 20 years old, this was truly quite the test. Surrounded by the sound of splashing water, droplets occasionally splashed onto his body. From the corner of his lowered eyesight was Qin's pale calf. His body hair was very light in color. At first glance, it seemed like it wasn't even there. Zhou Du clenched his fists tightly, pinching his nails into his own thigh as a way to suppress wandering thoughts. Warm water flowed down from Qin's head, somewhat sobering him up. He looked back at Zhou Du standing silently as if in punishment, chuckling lightly. What are you doing? Standing guard. Oh, the Zhou is guarding duty with you, influenced probably by alcohol. Whatever came to Qin's mind flew straight out without filtering. Zhou Du turned around, facing away from him, and muffledly said in the humid bathroom filled with steam, just hurry up and wash. Qin scratched his head, glaring at him. What's there to be mad about? After washing, Qin tried diving into the bathtub to soak but was forcibly removed by Zhou Du who wrapped him in a large towel. Cocooned in a bath towel and later covered with another light blanket to prevent him from struggling, Zhou Du fetched a blow dryer to dry his hair. What are you doing? It's uncomfortable. Qin protested, yet couldn't help enjoying how comfortable it felt when Zhou Du's hands weaved through his damp hair. Zhou Du's tone was harsh, bear with it. Qin tilted his head to look up but was pressed back down, don't move. Ho! Are you trying to rebel against me? I'll move. I will. As Qin struggled to free his arms, Zhou Du gripped his hand. Qin, have you forgotten that I like men? Qin murmured, but we're buddies, and you don't like me. Zhou Du's throat tightened. If there were a pretty girl, even if you didn't like her, that way, standing right in front of you, could you stay indifferent? Being a little tipsy, Qin pondered for a moment then laughed. So what you're saying is, in your eyes, I'm equivalent to a beautiful girl. Yes, a very beautiful one. Zhou Du switched on the hairdryer again and continued drying his hair. The warm air blowing concealed his dejected expression. When his hair was almost completely dry, Zhou Du placed the hairdryer on the table to cool down and made Qin lie down, covering him properly with blankets. Rest early. I won't lock the door for you. Call me if you need anything. As he was about to leave, Qin grabbed his wrist. Zhou Du turned back to look at him. What's wrong? Xiao Du, what type of men do you like? Qin asked abruptly without any build-up. When Qin was about to let go, Zhou Du instead tightened his grip, a bit too forcefully. Qin winced slightly. You're hurting me. Zhou Du lowered his gaze, pushing Qin's hand back under the blanket and tucking it in carefully. Why do you want to ask this? Qin's eyes were somewhat clear but also a little hazy, just thought of it randomly. Asking out of curiosity. Standing by the bedside, Zhou Du looked at him with a mixture of warmth and an indescribable struggle that Qin couldn't quite understand. He turned off the small bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. I like good-looking ones. Extremely good-looking. Qin laughed loudly. Young fella, you look all serious, but I knew men are all the same, all. But then he closed his mouth abruptly, his laughter stopping just as suddenly, leaving the room silent. Zhou Du didn't say anything, opening the door and stepping outside. The door was only half closed, because he was worried if Qin needed him in the middle of the night, he wouldn't hear. Qin lay down on his back, his eyes gradually adapting to the dark. He stared at the chandelier on the ceiling for a while, until his head got dizzy and started pounding. He pulled the quilt over his head and went to sleep. If something couldn't be figured out, it was better not to think about it. Sleep and forget about it. In the dead of night, Qin Cheng woke up thirsty, blinking and stumbling to the living room to pour himself some water. There, he saw Zhou Du sleeping soundly on the couch. Zhou Du had his head rested on his arms, one long leg sprawled across the sofa, and the other dangling on the carpet. He seemed caught in a dream, his eyebrows furrowed tight enough to crush a mosquito. Doesn't even know to cover himself with a blanket. Muttering to himself, Qin Cheng poured himself a glass of water and then snuck into Zhou Du's room to get his summer quilt, which he covered Zhou Du with. After Qin Cheng left, Zhou Du slowly opened his eyes. He hadn't been asleep at all, careful not to make any sighs that might disturb Qin Cheng's slumber. Chapter 31, Refusing to Compromise. The phone on the bedside table wouldn't stop ringing. The person who was sleeping deeply groaned and rolled over, exposing his shoulder blades in a pleasing curve. The tiny dip between his waist and hips was incredibly tempting. Working out 3 times a week really paid off. Although he wasn't a bulky brute, at least his muscle lines were rather nice. Qin Cheng, still closing his eyes, fumbled for the phone and answered with one eye barely open. What is this, early morning harassment? Wah old Qin, Yingying's water broke, she's been sent to the hospital. What do we do? Yuanzi sobbed pitifully. What? Qin Cheng sat up, rubbing his disheveled hair. Is she giving birth? Anyway, I can't do it for your wife. Ask the doctor what's going on. While complaining, Qin Cheng walked naked into the bathroom to wash his face. Jiangbei Municipal Hospital. I'm on my way. Are her parents there? From the other end of the phone came Yingying's annoyed voice. I'm not crying, why are you bawling? Yuanzi sniffed. Yeah, my wife called me. Your goddaughter is coming, remember to bring a big red envelope. Screw that, no shortage there. Her godfather will handle diapers, milk powder, crib, everything. I'll be there in a bit. Brother Cheng, what's wrong? As Zhou Du heard the noise and knocked twice before walking in, Qin Cheng was already pulling up his pants. He glanced back at Zhou Du and zipped up. It's Yingying, Yuanzi's wife whom you've met before. She's going to give birth. I need to go to the hospital and support him, the guy is almost crying himself to death. Zhou Du leaned against the doorframe. I'll come with you. All right. Qin Cheng pulled on his shirt, glancing at Zhou Du's dark circles for a second. Is there any food at home? I'm kind of hungry. There is. I bought some bread at the supermarket yesterday. Do you want some? Zhou Du appeared slightly awkward, looking down at the patterns on his slippers, reminding Qin Cheng of when he first came to Jiangbei. Yes, it'd be best if they could be toasted. Qin Cheng put on his wristwatch and smiled at Zhou Du's evident joy. Long-term worker Zhou, aren't you supposed to toast bread for the landlord master? Zhou Du chuckled. All right, 5 minutes. Qin Cheng watched his back disappear and pressed his lips together. Qin Cheng didn't have the habit of blacking out, but his memory was somewhat fuzzy. He couldn't tell whether it was from dreams or reality, so he wasn't sure how to ask Zhou Du about the meaning of what he said yesterday. He liked their current relationship, fearing that if he asked or said something wrong, it might affect their comradely brotherhood. What if Zhou Du's liking good-looking ones referred to him? How would he face Zhou Du then? And if it wasn't him, what if this newly developed layer of ambiguity would cast an uncomfortable shadow over their otherwise smooth friendship? That would make everyone want to dig holes in the ground with their toes. Yesterday, during his semi-conscious musings, Qin Cheng considered many possibilities and realized he didn't reject the idea that Zhou Du might like him. Aside from feeling a bit awkward, there was no sense of repulsion. As for the reason why, Qin Cheng hadn't quite figured it out yet. Was it sympathy? Was it tenderness? Or was it simply because this guy was good-looking, and being liked by him wasn't a bad thing? Qin Cheng couldn't find the answer, but he also didn't feel like wasting energy overthinking it. He decided to just put it on hold, it would come to him eventually. Besides, Zhou Du was still young and inexperienced. Once he interacted with more people and spent more time with his peers, everything would change. Adults were always quick to analyze pros and cons. So Qin Cheng chose not to bring it up or ask about it. When in doubt, let things unfold naturally. There was no need to rush for an answer. When Zhou Du was ready to share, whatever the answer was, Qin Cheng was willing to listen. By the time they reached the hospital, Yingying had already entered the delivery room, and Yuanzi was pacing nervously outside the operating room. His parents looked equally anxious. Qin Cheng greeted them with a call of uncle, auntie, and gave Yuanzi a firm embrace on the shoulder. Stay strong, you're about to be a dad now. Did you tell your in-laws? I did, but they won't make it until late afternoon. The due date was next week, and I didn't expect her to go into labor today. Yuanzi's hands were icy from nerves. Maybe the baby is just excited to meet its mom and dad, Zhou Du said softly. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow at him. Young Zhou is right. My goddaughter must want to see her handsome godfather. Yuanzi managed to smile. That makes sense, but poor Yingying, she's terrified of pain. I wanted to be with her, but she wouldn't let me in. She said she didn't want me to see her at her worst, but how could she ever look ugly to me? To me, she's always the most beautiful. Again, the word beautiful. Qin Cheng wrinkled his nose. No amount of comfort could ease the anxiety of having the person you love most going through something so dangerous. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Qin Cheng turned his head toward Zhou Du standing beside him. Have you ever thought about becoming a father? Zhou Du met his gaze. I've never thought about it. Ah. Qin Cheng responded with a single sound. Zhou Du wasn't sure what Qin Cheng's question really meant. He wondered if Qin Cheng even remembered what he had said yesterday. He felt a bit uneasy about his own impulsiveness back then, grateful that Qin Cheng hadn't seemed repulsed or annoyed by it. But he simply couldn't control himself. Even if given another chance, he would have answered in the same way. Zhou Du knew he was testing Qin Cheng, to see how far Qin Cheng could tolerate him. For every step Qin Cheng retreated, Zhou Du felt the urge to take 2 steps forward. It was almost as if he was inviting trouble. Zhou Du felt a bit ashamed of himself, but he couldn't picture Qin Cheng being with a girlfriend, getting married, or starting a family without him involved. In fact, he wished Qin Cheng's entire future revolved around him. Inside the operating room, a baby's cry echoed out, and Yuanzi burst into tears. Wife. Qin Cheng straightened up, letting out a sigh of relief. The door of the operating room opened, and the nurse came out holding the baby. Who is Sun Ying's family member? Shivering slightly, Yuanzi stepped forward. I'm her husband. How is my wife? The nurse smiled as she handed the baby to him. Mother and daughter are both safe. Congratulations. Old Qin, I have a daughter now. Ha. Yuanzi proudly showed off his teary eyes to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng grinned. Congratulations, buddy. The family was bustling with activity, and the two of them staying longer wouldn't be helpful. Qin Cheng watched Ying successfully leave the delivery room, handed over his big red envelope, and then pulled Zhou Du away. Brother Cheng, do you like kids a lot? Yes, I do. Qin Cheng twirled the steering wheel. But it's all about fate. You know, if my future wife, your sister-in-law, doesn't want kids or dislikes having them, I can't force her, right? I don't have a uterus. Zhou Du turned his head to look out the window, his smile somewhat bitter. You're a good man. Of course I am. Qin Cheng joked. Whether it's heterosexual or homosexual relationships, it's always about choosing the person who makes you happy. I don't settle for anything less. I'd rather wait for someone who, no matter the cost, I'll never regret being with. No matter the cost, never regret being together. Zhou Du repeated this sentence silently in his heart. That's why Qin Cheng loved watching romantic dramas so much. But reality isn't like those dramas. Resting his forehead against the glass, Zhou Du knew that very few people got everything they desired. Zhou Du, when you grow up a bit more, you'll understand. In this life, you'll meet a lot of people you like, but liking someone is just a fleeting moment of infatuation. Back in school, I once liked a girl too. I brought her breakfast every day, but now I don't even remember what she looked like. Zhou Du bit the soft flesh inside his cheek, this was clearly aimed at him. Being too young meant that even your feelings wouldn't be taken seriously by others. But some people, once they make up their minds, it's for a lifetime. Zhou Du sat up straight and looked at Qin Cheng. I'm one of those people. Chapter 32, I don't have a thermal cup. Zhou Du stared at Qin Cheng's face, trying to see any change in emotion, but Qin Cheng was just smiling while looking straight ahead at the red light. He lightly stepped on the brakes. Is that so? That's good. Zhou Du suddenly felt deflated. He had only wanted to provoke Qin Cheng, to see if he would react differently, but Qin Cheng seemed completely unfazed. Was it because Zhou Du hadn't really made his indirect confession clear yesterday? Or did Qin Cheng simply treat him like a little kid and pay no attention? If it was the first reason, it might be alright, but if it was the second, Zhou Du truly would feel devastated. Qin Cheng subtly scratched the steering wheel with his fingertips, seeming composed on the surface like an old hand, but in reality, his mind was already wandering through Barbie Dream Castle. What does that mean? What does Zhou Du mean? Did he really take a fancy to me? But I'm a straight guy. A straight guy with a will as strong as steel. TSK, raising kids isn't easy either, especially during the turbulent adolescence. Does a 19-year-old still count as being in adolescence? That doesn't make sense. Could it be, am I too handsome? Did I charm him? Yeah, there's actually solid scientific reasoning behind that. Sorry, blame me for being irresistible. Qin Cheng's inner chatter was incessant, mumbling through the entire duration of the red light, ultimately concluding that it was all because he was too charming. Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng's increasingly upward curving lips, feeling his heart break. Qin Cheng dropped Zhou Du off at the entrance of his apartment complex, then immediately turned back toward the company. It was a busy time, and he had to keep an eye on things so nothing went wrong. After visiting the supermarket and buying some vegetables and fruits, Zhou Du returned home and saw Qin Cheng's wallet sitting on the shoe cabinet by the entrance, probably left there carelessly and forgotten. When Zhou Du took it back into Qin Cheng's room, he found Qin Cheng's ID card inside. His eyebrows arched slightly. Tomorrow was Qin Cheng's birthday. Zhou Du put the ID card back into the wallet and casually placed it on the computer desk in Qin Cheng's bedroom. His glance caught sight of something prominently displayed next to the computer, an automatic Fiji cup and Runhuayu lubricant. The design looked sophisticated, leaving no clue about its actual function. However, Zhou Du's roommate Ma Chuan owned the same model and enthusiastically recommended it after they became close. Dormitory talk between male roommates could get pretty explicit once the door was shut. Zhou Du picked it up and examined it carefully for a moment before glancing toward the wastebasket beside the table, where suspicious crumpled paper balls lay. His hand tapped lightly against the backrest of the computer chair, his gaze shifting between the computer screen and the chair. His brain quickly filled in the blanks. Qin Cheng must have sat in this very chair. Watching adult movies. Using the Fiji cup. Zhou Du swallowed, feeling like a voyeur lurking in the shadows of a dark corner. He pulled the chair out and sat down, leaning back. The window in Qin Cheng's room was open, allowing sunlight and a breeze to flow into the room. The autumn breeze circled around Zhou Du, reminding him of Qin Cheng's slightly cool fingertips. The phone in the living room rang, and Zhou Du emerged from the bathroom. His freshly washed hands were still damp, leaving a foggy print on the phone screen which quickly disappeared after pressing the answer button. "Brother Cheng, what's up?" Qin Cheng glanced at the real-time data updating on his computer, pausing briefly. "Why is your voice so hoarse? Do you have a cold?" Zhou Du cleared his throat. "Maybe I got chilled because I didn't cover myself well while taking a nap. You're quite delicate, physically. I think there might be some cold medicine in my place. Oh wait, never mind." Qin Cheng scratched his nose. "You'd better go buy some from the pharmacy." Zhou Du chuckled. "Alright, sure. Why did you call me? I almost forgot. I won't be coming home today, the company's too busy. I'll stay here tonight. Make sure you lock the doors properly." After saying this, Qin Cheng laughed. "Other people lock their doors for their own safety, but you lock your doors for the intruder's safety." Ha ha ha. Sometimes, Zhou Du thought Qin Cheng was incredible, with both his laugh points and tear points being surprisingly low. "Got it, take care of yourself, Brother Cheng, and don't overwork yourself." Sure, don't worry about me. Gotta go, Daqiao is calling me." Later. Tomorrow was Qin Cheng's birthday. What should he get him as a gift? Zhou Du opened the browser, typed in the 4 characters, birthday gift, and wanted to see what netizens recommended. Below popped up 3 options, boyfriend's birthday gift, girlfriend's birthday gift, and friend's birthday gift. Zhou Du clicked on the first one. The normal recommendations were items like belts, cups, sneakers, etc. But when he opened the more specific ones, it was already 404N, Generation F.ound. Zhou Du was the type who decisively handled things, but choosing a birthday gift for Qin Cheng took him the entire afternoon. Unable to come up with anything eventually, he simply hopped on a shared bike and went to the nearby shopping mall. He had saved some money by now, working part-time at the club during weekends and tutoring kids from nearby neighborhoods when there were fewer classes in the afternoon. Law and political science students earned quite high hourly rates. In the end, Zhou Du spent 2 hours browsing through the mall and picked out a thermal cup. It was fall, and the weather in northern regions could get dry, drinking more warm water would be beneficial for health. The salesperson packaged the thermal cup and handed it to him inside a box. As Zhou Du left carrying the bag, waiting for the elevator, someone called out his name, "Zhou Du." "Zhou Du." Zhou Du turned back curiously and saw Bai Qingyu waving at him from afar, along with Fang Ke who stood next to Bai Qingyu, holding numerous shopping bags with both hands. "Fang Gu." Zhou Du greeted Fang Ke, then quickly looked away pretending not to notice the purplish-red hickey on his neck. "Are you actually shopping too?" Bai Qingyu laughed mischievously as she glanced at the item in his hand. "What did you buy? Is it someone's birthday?" Before Zhou Du could answer, Bai Qingyu grinned, "Is it for Qinggu?" "What did you buy for him?" "A thermal cup." Zhou Du truthfully answered. Bai Qingyu arched an eyebrow and chuckled, "Then give him your own thermal cup." Zhou Du was puzzled, "I don't have a thermal cup, only a glass cup." Bai Qingyu bent over laughing, and Fang Ke helplessly said, "Ayu, stop messing around. Fang Gu, if there's nothing else, I'll go home first." As Zhou Du was about to leave, Bai Qingyu suddenly grabbed his arm. "Hey, since we've met, have you had dinner? Let's eat together." On Fang Ke's tab. Zhou Du noticed Fang Ke's gaze landing on Bai Qingyu's hand grabbing him, so he silently slipped out of her grip. "No need, you guys go ahead." Before Bai Qingyu could say more, Fang Ke pulled her back by pressing down on her shoulder. "Fang Ke, alright then, be careful on the way." Chapter 33, The Joy of Growth. Just as the elevator arrived, Zhou Du stepped straight in. Bai Qingyu shook off Fang Ke's hand unhappily. "What's your problem? Why so rough? That hurt." Fang Ke lowered his eyes to look at her. "Are you close with Zhou Du?" "We're dorm mates, obviously yes. Weren't you the one asking him to take care of me?" Fang Ke choked a bit. "Even best friends need boundaries." "What? Just having dinner together is overstepping? You're acting crazy. In the dorm, I change clothes in front of them anyway." Bai Qingyu gave him a glare and walked forward, muttering angrily. Fang Ke caught up with large strides. "Ayu, how about I arrange a commuting school plan for you? Don't you dislike living on campus?" Bai Qingyu pouted. "Who mentioned the distance between school and home initially? Should I buy you an apartment? Would that be okay?" Fong K coaxed gently, after work, I'll go over to accompany you, cook for you, and you won't need to go to the school bathhouse anymore. Bai Qingyu stopped walking, smiling like a cunning little fox who had just stolen honey. Fong K, are you jealous? Are you even jealous of Zhou Du? Aren't they friends? Fong K sighed, it doesn't matter whether they're friends or not. Do you agree to live together? Fong K was aware of his shortcomings in relationships. Even the most intimate relationship needs space and trust, but he couldn't control himself. All he hoped was not to scare Bai Qingyu. Will you cook for me? Wash my clothes? Drop me off at school? Bai Qingyu blinked. Sure, is that okay? The curve of Bai Qingyu's lips gradually grew larger as she happily linked arms with Fong K. Of course, I agree. But you can't bully me all the time, our school starts early at 8, and I might sleep in. Buy me something soon. I want a big bedroom and a gaming room. Fong K gently touched her cheek, okay. They had been in a romantic relationship for more than half a month. Fong K was originally struggling with doubt, but unexpectedly, Bai Qingyu dropped a bombshell. He claimed Zhou Du was his boyfriend. Fong K's rationality told himself that Bai Qingyu was lying to him, but at that moment, he was genuinely flustered and even somewhat ungracefully asked Zhou Du outright whether it was true. All those traits of maturity and composure were fake. Bai Qingyu could always drop bombs right where he was vulnerable. Zhou Du didn't head home directly after all. Instead, he went to a bakery and bought a small cake before taking the last bus back home. Qin Cheng would likely be up very late tonight. There were still some dried mountain delicacies in the kitchen from the last time Zhou Du returned home. He washed them and soaked them in water, planning to make Qin Cheng a late-night snack, a black chicken soup with wild mushrooms. Zhou Du took out the chicken he had purchased earlier from the fridge. It had already been chopped and placed in the refrigerator for stewing in the afternoon originally, intending to prepare the soup for Qin Cheng then. He rinsed the blood under the tap and used scissors to peel off the chicken skin. Qin Cheng rejected fatty parts of all foods and refused to eat the skin unless it was grilled pork belly, braised pork, or fried chicken, which he only consumed in minimal quantities as greasiness made him nauseous. Apparently, when he was young, Qin Wei cooked lard and often produced large amounts of cracklings. After eating, Qin Cheng would fall asleep, and upon waking, he found he could no longer eat fatty meat. Moreover, his taste buds were highly sensitive. He could detect even the slightest trace of animal fat in dishes and vomit it out. With clinking sounds, Zhou Du busied himself for half an hour until the soup finally started simmering. He glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours left until midnight, more than enough. After washing his hands, he cooked a packet of instant noodles for himself since he only ate a piece of bread at noon and was truly starving now. The clay pot slowly simmered over a low flame for over an hour, and the little vent hole on top emitted steam. Zhou Du sprinkled some salt into the pot, stirred well with a spoon, and tasted it, deliciously fresh. Zhou Du turned off the heat and poured the soup into a thermos, leaving about half a bowl behind. He blew on it to cool it down before drinking it. After cleaning up the pots and bowls, Zhou Du took the thermos, the small cake, and the gift he bought for Qin Cheng and went downstairs. It was already quite chilly in the October night. As he stepped out of the neighborhood and hailed a taxi, he gave the driver the address of the Roma Tower. This was the first time he visited Qin Cheng's workplace. Lights flickered sporadically in the office building, despite it being 11 o'clock at night, and yet so many people were still working overtime. Qin Cheng's company rented floors 19 through 22 of the Roma Tower. Zhou Du waited for the elevator with his things. From the nearby exclusive elevators for the top floors walked out two good-looking men, their hands entwined. They probably hadn't expected to run into anyone at this hour. Upon spotting Zhou Du, the man with a cooler demeanor immediately let go of the other man's hand dressed in a suit, who looked slightly aggrieved. What's the matter? It's not like we were kissing. Would you stop drawing attention? The man quickly dragged the suited man away by the arm, muttering, let's go home, go home. Zhou Du arched an eyebrow. Life was indeed better in big cities where homosexual couples didn't have to hide their relationship so stealthily. Zhou Du took the elevator to the 19th floor, where the receptionist was still working, her head resting in her hands looking dozy. She immediately stood up at the sound of footsteps, addressing the handsome young man before her. Hello, may I ask whom you're here to see? Is Qin Cheng around? You're seeing Mr. Qin. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist curiously eyed the items in his hands, wondering if someone came to negotiate work-related matters in the dead of night. I'm his. Zhou Du paused briefly, friend, here to deliver something to Brother Cheng. In that case, I'll give him a call. Please wait a moment. May I know your name? Zhou Du. The receptionist pressed the internal line phone. Mr. Qin, there's a Mr. Zhou Du here to bring you something. Okay, I'll send him up. Mr. Qin has permitted you to come up. Please follow me. Floors 19 to 22 couldn't be reached by the public elevators and required their company's access card. The receptionist escorted him to the door of Qin Cheng's CEO office on the 22nd floor, knocking lightly. Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhou is here. Lifting his head from the computer screen, Qin Cheng said, Zhou Du, come in. What brings you here at this hour? What did you bring me? Zhou Du thanked the receptionist and walked inside, closing the door behind him. This was his first time here, his first glimpse of Qin Cheng while he was working. He felt happy but also somewhat anxious. Their disparity was truly too great. What's wrong? Are you tongue-tied? Qin Ching approached him, standing close. What did you bring? A cake. Zhou Du bit his lip. Isn't tomorrow your birthday? I came to deliver your birthday present and a late-night snack. How do you know my? Oh, did I forget my wallet at home again? Smiling, Qin Ching took the things from Zhou Du and placed them on the coffee table, eagerly unwrapping the present. You little rascal, you really surprised me. Thermal cup. Haha, great, thank you. I'll use it to steep goji berries. How thoughtful. Qin Ching didn't lack gifts. Presents from his collaborators, colleagues, and friends were all more expensive than the ones Zhou Du gave him. But somehow, he felt like Zhou Du had touched a soft spot in his heart. His little battered heart was instantly filled with warmth. Was this the joy of raising someone? Autumn had arrived, laden with abundant fruits. Chapter 34, Drifting Logs and the Moon. I hope you like it. Zhou Du looked at him as if gazing at the moon from a great distance away. The paralyzed father, the vigilant mother, and the sister who had sacrificed her whole life for him. He carried too many unfinished responsibilities on his shoulders. What should he do to catch up with those 7 years of difference? He didn't even have the courage to confess now. Even though Zhou Du was sitting right across from Qin Cheng, it felt like there was a galaxy between them. Bending Qin Cheng's will. Should he mess up Qin Cheng's life just because of his kindness? What did he currently possess to be responsible for Qin Cheng's future? Just his love, worth less than nothing. He bit into the soft part inside his lower lip, leaving a cut, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Although Qin Cheng seemed carefree on the surface, he was very sensitive inside. He quickly detected Zhou Du's low spirits and smiled as he reached out and tousled his hair. You're such a good kid. Let me see what delicious food our little Du made for me. Zhou Du felt a lump in his throat and forced out a smile. Try it. I think you'll like it. Alright, let me try. As Qin Cheng was about to unscrew the cap of the thermal pot, the office door was pushed open by Qiao Zheng. Old Qin, wow, it smells so good. How is the little brother here? To deliver meals. How did you know I'm hungry? The warm atmosphere in the room was immediately shattered. Without hesitation, Qiao Zheng sat next to Zhou Du, holding the thermal pot while looking at it. Wild mushroom black chicken soup. Such a nourishing dish. You're so annoying, this is what Zhou Du made for me. Qin Cheng rolled his eyes at Qiao Zheng but still ladled him a small bowl before drinking from the pot himself. The clamor dispelled the gradually spreading feelings of inferiority and timidity in Zhou Du's heart. Qiao Zheng looked at the chicken pieces without skin in his bowl. Why'd you take off the chicken skin? The soup wouldn't be fragrant without the chicken fat. Brother Cheng doesn't like overly greasy food. Qiao Zheng understood immediately and chuckled while sipping some soup. Old Qin, this kid really cares about you a lot. Qin Cheng smiled and nodded softly, that's true. After finishing the chicken soup, Qiao Zheng grabbed one of Qin Cheng's drumsticks. Why is there a cake as well? Give me back my drumstick. Qin Cheng scolded him. It's my birthday tomorrow, and you've forgotten. Are your brains stuffed with chicken oil? Oh no, I forgot, I'll make it up later. Isn't it that busy these days? Qiao Zheng finished the last bite, tossed the chicken bones into the trash can, and said, full, I'm leaving. Speechless, Qin Cheng asked, what are you here for? Didn't you have something to say? Nothing, just to inform Mr. Qin that the online attendance for the newly launched boxing event promotion live stream has already exceeded 3 million people. Qin Cheng nodded. Great job. After Qiao Zheng left, the office was once again occupied only by the two of them. Zhou Du checked the time, it was only 3 minutes until midnight. Qin Cheng had eaten halfway through when he couldn't finish anymore, holding his stomach. I'm stuffed, but I can still eat a piece of cake. Zhou Du pulled a lighter from his pocket, inserting 2 and 7 candles onto the cake. Just as he was about to light them, Qin Cheng reached out and pulled down the 7. Am I already 27? So annoying. Don't need this, just put up the 2. Unable to suppress his laughter, Zhou Du laughed softly, indulgence in his voice. Okay. With a click, the lighter ignited a small flame. Zhou Du carefully lit the wick and then turned off the lights in the office. The candlelight illuminated Qin Cheng's face. When the clock struck midnight, Zhou Du quietly said, Qin Cheng, happy birthday. Make a wish. Getting smarter, calling me by my full name. Qin Cheng glared at him through the flickering candlelight but with a smile on his lips. Since you've been such a good boy, I'll forgive you this time. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Sitting opposite him, Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng took up all the brightness around him. Puff, Qin Cheng blew out the candle. As he extinguished the flame, a streak of lightning shot across the dark night sky outside the window, followed immediately by a thunderous autumn clap. Qin Cheng laughed and said, there's thunder, is the heavens celebrating my birthday too? Zhou Du turned on the lights and watched as large raindrops battered the floor-to-ceiling windows. Brother Cheng, what did you wish for? I hope someone can be happy, healthy, and grow up well. Qin Cheng put his index finger to his lips and gestured a shoo, half-jokingly saying, I can't say more, or it won't come true. Rarely did Zhou Du feel an urge to cry, but hearing those few words from Qin Cheng, his nose suddenly stung. What's wrong with you? I didn't even mention who it was, why are you so emotional? Qin Cheng laughed and sat next to him. What's the matter? Big tough guy, why are you crying? You're always crying and you criticize others. Qin Cheng lightly tapped Zhou Du's back of the head and said, nonsense, that wasn't crying, it was my eyes detoxifying. Zhou Du stretched out his arms and hugged Qin Cheng tightly, as if trying to hold on to moonlight that might slip away at any moment. Today, Zhou Du's emotions were unusually outward, and Qin Cheng detected his anxiety and unease. He gently stroked his back, staying quiet while letting himself be held. Zhou Du's cheek rested against Qin Cheng's neck, finding calmness under his strong pulse. Thank you, Brother Cheng. For quite some time, Qin Cheng let himself be embraced by Zhou Du. He couldn't articulate why he was so indulgent towards Zhou Du, but one thing was clear, it was love and affection. Zhou Du was like a soaked puppy he'd picked up from the rain, feeling warmth and depending on him, even developing some vague feelings. Qin Cheng thought all these things were understandable, people grow over time. As Zhou Du got older, he would realize there is a sentiment between family love and friendship, which isn't necessarily romantic. There wasn't much that belonged to Zhou Du, so he wanted to hold on to everything around him. There's an old saying, isn't there? Don't underestimate a young man because he is poor. Qin Cheng had met countless people, and he could see the discontent and ambition in Zhou Du's eyes. He was the floating log that supported Zhou Du through a period of his youth. But what Qin Cheng didn't foresee was how independent Zhou Du was since childhood, being the best at recognizing what he truly wanted. As Zhou Du himself had said, once he made up his mind, he wouldn't let go. In Zhou Du's heart, Qin Cheng wasn't just a floating log, he was the moon. A moon so near, yet difficult to touch. The rain outside grew heavier, and Qin Cheng looked at the cascading water on the window. They say autumn rains are gentle and continuous, but how did it get so heavy? You shouldn't go home, sleep in my rest room. What about you? I'll also sleep in the rest room. Am I supposed to sleep in the office? I'll work a little longer, there should be disposable toothbrushes and such in the rest room, you can look around yourself. Big tough guys don't need too many comforting words. Qin Cheng patted his shoulder and returned to his desk. Zhou Du glanced back at him before pushing open the door to the rest room. The bed inside was probably only 1.5 meters wide, with only one pillow. The two big men lying together would be a bit crowded. Zhou Du went to the bathroom for a quick shower, thinking it was better not to wear outer clothes anymore. After all, he wore them all day and didn't want to dirty Qin Cheng's bed. Chapter 35, Who Made You Kiss Me? Qin Cheng worked overtime until past 2 o'clock in the morning, feeling his heart pounding. Not ready to give up his life for work just yet, he quickly shut off his computer and prepared to sleep. The night light in the rest room was still on, Zhou Du must have left it on for him. Qin Cheng rushed to take a shower in the bathroom and, after some consideration, put on a robe before coming out. When he emerged, Zhou Du was already awake. Seeing Qin Cheng's neatly dressed appearance, he didn't say much but shifted his body closer to the edge of the bed. Brother Cheng, sleep on the inside. Okay. Qin Cheng kicked off his slippers, stepped onto the bed, and crossed over Zhou Du to lie down inside. Zhou Du turned his head to look at him. Did you dry your hair? Qin Cheng yawned with his eyes closed. Too tired, didn't bother. You'll get a headache tomorrow. Zhou Du got up and rummaged through the cabinet in the bathroom for a hairdryer. It still came with its packaging, likely never used by Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng looked at him lazily, turning over. No harm occasionally, you really worry too much. Zhou Du sat on the edge of the bed. Sleep then, I'll dry your hair for you. The hairdryer Qin Cheng bought had minimal wind noise, but it wasn't completely silent. With the whoosh whoosh sound right by his ears, how could anyone fall asleep? Feeling extremely tired, Qin Cheng's temper wasn't great. He frowned and pushed Zhou Du's arm aside, annoying, I'm sleeping. Don't throw a tantrum, it will only take 3 minutes. Zhou Du blew into his hair, forcing him to flip over again. Qin Cheng chuckled with anger, acting like a tyrant now. He leaned on the pillow and tilted his head to look at Zhou Du, raising an eyebrow. You're so chaste at home that you don't even take off your shirt, but here you only wear shorts. Trying to seduce me? Qin Cheng regretted saying that as soon as it came out, he thought he must have been dumb from exhaustion and couldn't control what he was saying. Zhou Du paused in combing Qin Cheng's hair and looked down at him. Am I successful at seducing you? Qin Cheng pulled the blanket over his head. Almost dry. Let's sleep. Zhou Du put the hairdryer away, pulled back the blanket, and lay down next to him. The warmth from Qin Cheng's body transmitted to Zhou Du through a small distance. He turned over and stared at the lump in the blanket, feeling very complicated. Qin Cheng sleeps well and fell asleep quickly. Probably feeling stuffy under the covers, he stuck out his fluffy head. Even though a male roommate was sleeping beside him, he believed that even if he gave Zhou Du 250 extra guts, Zhou Du wouldn't dare to do anything to him, so he slept soundly, and even snored softly due to being too tired. Certain kinds of agitation gradually arose within him. Zhou Du turned over, facing away from Qin Cheng, forcing himself to empty his thoughts and pretend that the one sleeping next to him was a pig. But a pig wouldn't cuddle with him, or even stretch its arms and legs all over him. Qin Cheng's face pressed against his back, his leg rested on Zhou Du's thigh, and his arm wrapped around his waist, with an unruly hand placed on his left chest. Zhou Du didn't know why Qin Cheng had this habit of touching his chest in his dreams. According to Qin Cheng's previous mutterings in his sleep, he should still be a virgin. Zhou Du believed that if Qin Cheng were awake, he could surely feel his increasingly pounding heart. Zhou Du carefully untangled his arms and legs. Qin Cheng mumbled something in his sleep, rolled over and went to the edge near the wall to continue sleeping. But because the wall was a bit cold, he shifted back to the middle of the bed. Zhou Du silently smiled while looking at him, his eyes moving from the mole on Qin Cheng's collarbone to his lips. He still remembered the sensation of those lips. Zhou Du moved closer and quickly touched Qin Cheng's mouth corner, like a kid who had secretly eaten candy and felt happy. Qin Cheng rolled over again, his face towards the wall this time. Zhou Du adjusted the blanket for him and whispered softly, "Qin Cheng, good night." Then he lay down flat, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became steady. However, Qin Cheng slowly opened his eyes nearby, and gently touched his own lips. He was quite annoyed. Not annoyed that he was kissed by a man, but annoyed that he had pretended to be asleep after being kissed, instead of slapping Zhou Du right there. It was just like arguing with someone and then realizing you hadn't performed well once you got home, frustrating. Kicking his nails, Qin Cheng frowned. He usually didn't dwell on things. Slap, Zhou Du's face was slapped in the quiet night, extremely clear. Zhou Du had just fallen asleep, and startled, he turned his head to see Qin Cheng, discovering that Qin Cheng was seemingly sleeping soundly. What kind of sleeping posture is this? Zhou Du muttered quietly, gently placing Qin Cheng's arm resting on his neck back into the blanket. Qin Cheng almost couldn't suppress his laughter anymore and burst out laughing loudly. "You're awake. Why slap me? Who told you to sneak and kiss me?" Qin Cheng's voice, filled with laughter, hit Zhou Du's heart heavily like a big gong. Like breaking a thin piece of glass paper, all his petty, unspeakable thoughts were exposed before Qin Cheng, making Zhou Du's face turn red. Just as if on cue outside, the rain mixed with wind hammered against the window. "I'll go sleep on the couch." Zhou Du sat up, grabbed his clothes, and walked out barefoot. Qin Cheng flipped over, sighed with his arm under his head. How come he was so shy? Did he hurt the kid's fragile self-esteem? TSK, how annoying. After all, he was the victim, and now he had to worry about the little idiot instead. Shit. What kind of situation is this? Zhou Du, dressed neatly, sat on the small sofa in the office, looking down and picking at his fingers. Upon hearing a sound, he looked up to see Qin Cheng walking out of the rest room, clad in a robe. Qin Cheng directly switched on the table lamp on his desk, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the swivel chair, eyes closed. "Let me tell you something. I'm really tired now, get back to sleep quickly, or I'll whip you." "Brother Cheng." Zhou Du's voice was slightly hoarse, looking down. "Will you feel disgusted?" Qin Cheng exhaled smoke and watched the white smoke dissolve in the air, scratching his hair with the cigarette between his fingers. "A bit awkward, but not enough to make me feel disgusted. After all, your looks are still quite decent." Zhou Du stopped picking at his fingers. Every sentence from Qin Cheng exceeded his comprehension. He asked doubtfully, "Are you bisexual?" "Don't talk nonsense, I like women." Qin Cheng rolled his eyes at him. "But, I can sort of understand you. You know, late at night, emotions are easily stirred up, right? If I had a beautiful woman sleeping next to me, I wouldn't be able to control myself either." "Zhou Du." Qin Cheng walked over to him, ruffled his hair. "Not your fault, all because Brother Cheng is too charming." "Zhou Du." What was Qin Cheng implying? But, Qin Cheng gave a hard pat on the back of his head. "Even if I am good-looking and charming, you shouldn't let your adolescent restlessness out on me, got it?" That was like accusing him of losing control at the sight of beauty. No wonder Qin Cheng hadn't reacted much before, not that he didn't understand the undertones, but simply that he didn't take Zhou Du's intentions seriously. Zhou Du lowered his eyelashes and nodded. Qin Cheng kicked his butt. "Go, sleep." When Zhou Du lay next to Qin Cheng again, any extra thoughts were gone, only leaving sorrow. Chapter 36, Unexplained Irritation. Zhou Du was heavy-hearted and didn't sleep all night, getting up quietly at 6:30 in the morning. When he left, Qin Cheng was still in deep sleep. Zhou Du restrained himself and ultimately just lightly touched his hair tips, then hastily withdrew his hand and left the room. The sky outside was tinged with a grayish blue. Without taking a taxi or scanning for a shared bike, Zhou Du wandered aimlessly until he reached a park where he stopped and sat on a bench watching the elderly exercise early in the morning. At this time, his mother should have already gotten up to feed the pigs and chickens. Zhou Du took out his phone and dialed the number. "Mom, it's me, I'm fine, I just wanted to call you. How's everything at home? Is Dad alright?" "Our home is fine, your father, still can't accept being paralyzed, sigh, never mind. Shower, little son, Yanzi is pregnant, you're going to be an uncle again." His mother laughed as she spoke, laughing until her voice choked a little. "Hopefully, this time it'll be a boy so Yanzi's husband's family could be nicer to her." Zhou Du felt a tightness in his throat, gazing at the tranquil lake, his eyes cold and lonely. His elder sister was called Zhou Yan, a name given by their mother, hoping her daughter could fly out of the mountains like a goose, free and easy. But Zhou Yan's wings were eventually broken by ignorance and feudalism, forcing her to stay there. I'll bring you guys out, give me some more time. Zhou Du pressed his moist eye rims. We're all fine. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, shower. Although Yanzi's mother-in-law, her husband still cares deeply about her. It's not easy for you alone in Jiangbei, take care of yourself. I'll bring you guys out. Zhou Du stubbornly repeated again. Our mother choked, nodding with tears in her eyes, smiling, all right, Mom will wait. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Du's heart sank heavily. He looked up at the gloomy weather, the autumn wind blew through his hair, also drying the dampness at the corner of his eyes. Qin Cheng came home at noon. He was somewhat worried about Zhou Du being called brother, yet caring like an old maid. Qin Cheng even thought he'd been assimilated by Qiao Zheng. When he returned, the house was quiet. Zhou Du's bedroom door was open, so Qin Cheng went over for a look. Zhou Du was taking a nap. With such a tall figure, he seemed like a discarded insecure little animal curled up in bed, uncovered. Qin Cheng felt as if his heart was pierced by dense needles. It wasn't painful, but rather oppressive. He tiptoed over to cover Zhou Du with a blanket. Usually, Zhou Du would wake up by now, but today he didn't. Even in his dreams, his brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Cheng sighed, gently touching his brow with his fingertips. A young fellow, why so worried? He wasn't arrogant enough to think Zhou Du was worrying about him specifically. Qin Cheng retreated from Zhou Du's bedroom and closed the door behind him. As he changed clothes in his own room, he saw his wallet on the computer desk and immediately glanced at Jiangbei, a brand. Thinking Zhou Du probably couldn't recognize this brand, he slightly relaxed. Qin Cheng quickly shoved the item into the drawer and pulled out the trash in the bin. It felt a bit disgusting having it sit around too long. He didn't think too much about it, though he did feel there might be a few more crumpled pieces of paper in it, possibly. Qin Cheng took the trash and headed out the door, driving to his parents' house. Cheng Lan had gone shopping with friends, so only Qin Weijun was home. Who is this? Still remember you have parents? Oh my, you even come empty-handed? Since you've come, why not bring something along? Qin Weijun was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Despite how convenient mobile phones were, he still preferred the printed version. Why should you bring anything to your own home? Qin Cheng sat down beside him, picked up an apple from the fruit plate and started munching on it. How's Zhou Du's family anyway? Qin Weijun adjusted his reading glasses. Why are you suddenly so concerned about Zhou Du? I thought you'd ignore him after school starts. Isn't that your decree? He and I get along pretty well, I just feel like there's something weighing on his mind. Qin Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. Although he knew almost everything about Zhou Du's family situation, he still felt confused by this person. Everything seemed to be improving, so why was he still so depressed? And where am I supposed to know? Qin Weijun put down the newspaper. I only know his dad is paralyzed, and their financial situation isn't good. Qin Cheng took a bite of the apple. Dad, do you think he has depression? Ah. Can't be. He seems quite ambitious, Chenger, you need to keep an eye out. Depression isn't a trivial matter. Alright. Qin Cheng looked at his dad. What's for lunch? I'm starving. Qin Weijun rolled up the newspaper and knocked his head. All you ever think about is eating, but you don't know how to cook. You're 26 already. Qin Cheng narrowed his eyes with a smirk. Dad, today is my 27th birthday, can't believe you forgot, right? I remember, of course I remember. Qin Weijun felt somewhat guilty, that was why his wife told him to buy groceries for her to make a big dinner in the evening. Humph. Qin Cheng threw the apple core into the trash can. That really makes me sad. I'll go, pretend I didn't come. Let's reload, I'll come back tonight. You little brat, you came all this way, why leave? Zhou Du is alone at home, I'm not comfortable with that. Qin Cheng waved, leaving without hesitation. When he got home, Zhou Du was already awake, eating lunch. Why did you come back at this time? Qin Cheng leaned over and looked. You eat instant noodles when you're home alone. Convenient. What would you like to eat, Brother Cheng? I'll cook it for you. Zhou Du stood up, ready to walk to the kitchen, but Qin Cheng pushed him down by his shoulder and then dumped the half-eaten instant noodles directly into the trash can. Don't bother, let's eat out. Zhou Du didn't know why Qin Cheng suddenly became upset. What's wrong with you? Nothing, why stand there dumbly? Go change clothes. Qin Cheng himself didn't understand why his temper flared up so inexplicably, but looking at Zhou Du eating $2 a bag instant noodles without even adding an egg made him mad, irrationally annoyed. Qin Cheng took him to a restaurant, ordering a full table of dishes as if consuming vengefully. Zhou Du reminded him, Brother Cheng, it's too much, we won't finish. Throw away what we don't finish. Can I skimp on food for you? Zhou Du pressed his lips together. It will be wasteful. Food is precious. Qin Cheng frowned, throwing the menu onto the table. Even if you waste, you must eat until you're full. Look at you, almost 1.9 meters tall, and you're eating instant noodles. Do you do this in school too? Zhou Du quietly stared at him, speaking after a while. I'm sorry. What does this have to do with? Qin Cheng reordered and handed the menu to the waitress. A smile climbed on Zhou Du's face. Thank you, Brother Cheng. How can it either be sorry or thank you? Despite Qin Cheng's scowl, his tone had softened considerably. Zhou Du sat next to him and lightly hugged him. Thank you. What exactly are you thanking me for? Qin Cheng squirmed awkwardly. Zhou Du didn't answer, releasing him, feeling better already. His eyes shone brightly with laughter. Qin Cheng felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. My parents will celebrate my birthday tonight, you come along. Alright. If you keep smiling stupidly at me, I'll beat you. Chapter 37, Zhou Du kisses after getting drunk. After taking a quick tour around the company, Qin Cheng brought Zhou Du back to his parents' house. Cheng Lan opened the door and greeted them with a smile. Little Du comes. Come in quickly, Auntie and Uncle prepared lots of delicious food today. Qin Cheng protested, Mom, today is my birthday, right? This child doesn't act like a brother. Cheng Lan slapped his back and whispered in a gap when Zhou Du changed shoes, I heard from your dad that Zhou Du might have tendencies toward depression. Be nice to him. He's fine, doing great. You two stop guessing nonsense. After washing hands, Zhou Du wanted to help in the kitchen but was chased out by Qin Weijun. Look at Qin Cheng, stuck to the sofa like glue, treating this place like his own home. Go relax. Cheng Lan also teased, Qin Cheng, never lifting a finger to work, do you plan to let your girlfriend cook in the future? How blind could the girl be to choose you? Qin Cheng was used to being scolded and grinned shamelessly, if I can't find a girlfriend, I'll just remain single with Zhou Du, he cooks well. Would Zhou Du even want to be with you? Qin Weijun laughed heartily. Come on, help bring out the dishes. Qin Cheng set down an orange he had only peeled halfway and went to the kitchen to fetch the food. Zhou Du picked up the orange and continued peeling it for him, quietly answering that unspoken question in his mind, willingly. It seemed to Zhou Du that today, the Qin family was exceptionally warm towards him, continuously asking about his school life. Even Qin Weijun opened a bottle of prized red wine from his collection, come on, Zhou Du, have a drink. Life is about overcoming challenges. You're young now, but those things that seem insurmountable now, by my age, you'll see them as trivial. Tisk. Cheng Lan nudged his arm, we're eating here. Are you trying to ruin our appetite? Qin Weijun chuckled and tapped his mouth, sorry. Zhou Du looked at Qin Cheng with doubt, who in return lifted his eyebrows slightly, holding up his glass to lightly clink it against Zhou Du's, looks like I don't belong here anymore. And wasn't today someone's birthday? How could we forget yours, you little rascal? Cheng Lan pulled out a small box containing a simple necklace with a jade pendant, this is something your mom personally prayed for at Yu Lao Temple on North Vietnam Mountain. They say it's very auspicious. Qin Cheng looked exasperated, these things depend on fate. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. It's not heavy to wear, and mom isn't pushing for marriage. It's just for good luck. Cheng Lan stood up to put the necklace around his neck, happy birthday, son. Qin Cheng hugged her, thanks, mom. Zhou Du sat nearby and took a sip of wine. Cheng Lan then brought out another box, Xiao Du, this one is for you too. But since you're young, Auntie got you a safety jade charm for a healthy growth. Zhou Du stared at the necklace hanging a jade that resembled Qin Cheng's, thank you, Auntie. She placed it around his neck, hugging his shoulder lightly, stay safe. Zhou Du caressed the jade, feeling a lump rise in his throat, thank you. That's enough gratitude, alright, Qin Cheng rubbed his scalp, but mom, did you Lao start a new business? Now taking care of everyone's safety instead of matchmaking. No wonder it's so ineffective, ah. My ears. Cheng Lan pinched his ear, you little devil, if you keep disrespecting gods, you'll never find a girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. I get it. Qin Cheng yelled, glaring at Zhou Du, why are you laughing? Is it funny? After saying that, he tried to pinch Zhou Du's ear but was struck on the hand with chopsticks by Cheng Lan, stop bullying him. The meal was lively and heartwarming. Zhou Du drank a good amount of alcohol, which Qin Cheng had tried to stop earlier but then decided not to, thinking about the boy's recent low mood. Occasionally drinking until drunk was fine, it allowed some stress release. And people speak truthfully when drunk. Qin Cheng swirled his wine glass, pondering what secrets he might uncover from Zhou Du tonight. Finally, after dinner, Cheng Lan cut 4 slices of cake and handed them out, looking anxiously at Zhou Du's flushed face, Xiao Du, are you okay? Zhou Du's reactions were clearly slower now, shaking his head, I'm fine. He dug out the strawberry on his cake slice and placed it onto Qin Cheng's plate, brother Cheng, have this. Qin Cheng smiled, what a decent guy when drunk. After finishing the cake, Zhou Du attempted to help clean up but stumbled as soon as he stood up, almost knocking over the table. Qin Weijun quickly instructed Qin Cheng to support him back to his room. Qin Cheng struggled to lay Zhou Du onto his bed, you're really heavy. Zhou Du looked up at him from the bed, appearing puppy-like. Qin Cheng found this amusing and pinched his cheeks teasingly, do you still know who I am? Zhou Du closed his eyes, rubbing his face against Qin Cheng's palm with a muffled voice, yes, you're Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng was momentarily stunned by the dog-like affectionate movement and withdrew his hand to wash up in the bathroom. When he came back, Zhou Du was still awake, with his clothes neatly folded beside the bedside cabinet. Qin Cheng marveled again, your sobering behavior sure is commendable. He climbed into bed on the inner side. His bed was 180 centimeters wide, big enough for two. However, just as he laid down, Zhou Du approached and hugged him, muttering, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng pried open his arms, twisting his waist, what are you doing? Acting lewd? Get off me and go to your own side. Zhou Du was kicked aside but repeated his words, acting lewd. Hey, be good and go to sleep. Qin Cheng reached up to turn off the bedroom light but suddenly remembered he wanted to probe for any drunken truths. Zhou Du, do you like me? He was too lazy to beat around the bush, asking directly. Zhou Du's breathing suddenly became heavier. Before Qin Cheng could react, Zhou Du had already pressed over him, gripping his neck and accurately kissing his lips. Qin Cheng's mind went boom. His eyes widened in shock, he never imagined Zhou Du would kiss him. The light from a passing car outside the window momentarily illuminated the room. He saw that Zhou Du's eyes were open, staring straight at him, making Qin Cheng's heart skip a beat. Qin Cheng recalled watching a wildlife show as a child featuring a black wolf, its hunting gaze in the dark exactly like this. Zhou Du's breath fell on Qin Cheng's face, making his heart shiver. Regaining his senses, Qin Cheng began struggling. Dissatisfied, Zhou Du lightly nipped his lips. Crossing both of Qin Cheng's arms above his head, pinning them there. Powerless against the grip, Qin Cheng's eyes turned red with anger, this was the first time he felt such a glaring difference in strength. Amidst his fury, Qin Cheng also thought, this guy probably doesn't know how to kiss. Chapter 38, You Lost Memory. Qin Cheng shook his head, finally breaking free from Zhou Du's kiss. He gasped for air and cursed, ing hate your grandpa. Zhou. Zhou Du silenced the rest of his curse by grabbing his cheek and forcing another kiss upon him. Maybe this was what it meant to be a scholar, learning everything fast. Just when Qin Cheng was mocking him earlier for not knowing how to kiss, now Zhou Du had already figured it out and was enjoying himself. Zhou Du gently pressed the pad of his finger against Qin Cheng's Adam's apple and then covered his eyes with his hand. Qin Cheng's vision plunged into complete darkness. With sight gone, hearing and touch became more sensitive. Zhou Du's breathing was hurried yet restrained, Qin Cheng's thoughts grew confused. Qin Cheng realized clearly he wasn't drunk, yet his clarity was fading. The sting came from his collarbone, only then did he realize Zhou Du had already released his restraint on him. Qin Cheng stared blankly at Zhou Du, grabbed a handful of his hair, gritting his teeth, Zhou Du. Are you crazy? Zhou Du's lust-filled eyes blinked in confusion, Qin Cheng, it hurts. Qin Cheng let go of his hair and kicked him off the bed with a loud bang. Someone knocked on the door, Cheng Lan's worried voice asked, Cheng, what's wrong? What happened? Qin Cheng moved his lips and discovered a split in the corner of his mouth. He glared at the man kneeling on the floor clutching his stomach and said calmly, nothing, Mom. Zhou Du just fell out of bed, you can go back to sleep. Scared me. Quickly help him get back on the bed, the footsteps retreated. Qin Cheng scratched his hair irritably and flipped onto his side, wait until tomorrow when you're sober. I'll kill you. Zhou Du sat dazed on the floor, taking some time before slowly climbing back onto the bed. He poked Qin Cheng's shoulder lightly, Qin Cheng, are you angry? Now even brother wasn't called anymore. Qin Cheng regretted letting this guy drink alcohol. Such bad alcohol tolerance. Terrible. Qin Cheng slapped his hand away and ignored him. I'm sorry. Zhou Du lay down unhappily at the edge of the bed without a blanket, as Qin Cheng had taken all the covers. Lying on his side, Qin Cheng faced away from Zhou Du, furrowing his brows and closing his eyes, humming silently in his mind to cleanse his soul, beneath the bridge at the front gate, swimming. Damn it, men really think with their lower halves, they're all disabled in their minds. He struggled to take deep breaths to soothe certain inappropriate states. Beside him, steady and rhythmic breathing began, Qin Cheng suddenly twisted to see if Zhou Du had fallen asleep. Indeed, upright, he'd fallen asleep. Frustrating, frustrating, frustrating. Qin Cheng sat up, grabbing the pillow to cover Zhou Du's face and try to suffocate him. But this little bastard didn't even struggle a bit, prompting Qin Cheng to grumpily grab the blanket to cover him, are you a pig or what? Infuriated, Qin Cheng stood from the bed and stepped towards Zhou Du's groin, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to stomp down hard. After punching the air a few times left and right, he jumped off the bed and headed to the bathroom. At 26, no, 27 years old, still being a bachelor was truly pathetic. Zhou Du wrinkled his eyebrows and opened his eyes. The curtains in the room were drawn open, and the sunlight streamed through, falling onto his face, somewhat blinding. Squinting, he found Qin Cheng sitting on the bed watching him gloomily, with an expression like someone who wanted to tear him apart limb by limb. Qin Cheng's face was cold, awake. Sleep well. Zhou Du also sat up, feeling a dull ache in his abdomen. Lifting the quilt, he saw a large bruised area. What happened? Qin Cheng sneered mockingly, you moron, did you black out or something? Zhou Du looked at him with confusion, his gaze falling on a small mole on Qin Cheng's clavicle. Brother Cheng, why is this mole red? Could it be melanoma? Ah. Qin Cheng was speechless as he bit down on the cigarette butt and chewed, what thing? Zhou Du's reaction didn't seem fake, his furrowed brows showed genuine worry as his fingertips lightly touched Qin Cheng's mole. It doesn't look like melanoma. A mole this small probably isn't one. Listening to Dr. Zhou's diagnosis, Qin Cheng rolled his eyes so hard they seemed to reach heaven. Suppressing his anger, he asked, did you really black out? Why are you asking this? Did I do something? Zhou Du asked perplexedly. Qin Cheng carefully analyzed his expression and determined that Zhou Du truly had no recollection. If this were an act, then the guy's performance was Oscar-worthy. He seethed inwardly but refrained from exploding, nothing. Let's eat breakfast. Qin Cheng felt like he'd been taken advantage of silently. Zhou Du's drunken antics yesterday left Qin Cheng fully conscious yet dazed under provocation. Blackout or not, this experience was utterly embarrassing. Qin Cheng walked out of the bedroom in bad humor. Get dressed quickly. Zhou Du, looking at the closed door, picked up the clothes he'd folded yesterday and put them on. His fingers touched the small wound at the corner of his mouth as he lowered his eyelashes. Cheng Lan had already ladled their porridge and noticed the strange atmosphere between them. What's wrong with you two? Did you fight last night? Qin Cheng stuffed a spoonful of porridge into his mouth, burning himself, then spat it back into the spoon. No, we're fine. Zhou Du handed Qin Cheng a glass of warm water. Drink some water. Didn't get blisters, right? Qin Cheng gave him a sideways glance. No. Breakfast passed in silence, and Cheng Lan simply thought the two kids had a minor disagreement, paying no more attention to it. After finishing breakfast, Qin Cheng drove off with Zhou Du. Autumn had arrived, and the weather was gradually cooling. Yet, Zhou Du still wore short sleeves. On the way to stop for a red light, Qin Cheng glanced at Zhou Du's outfit while tapping his fingers on the steering wheel and finally turned toward the nearby mall. Get out. Zhou Du unbuckled his seatbelt. Are you going shopping? I'll buy you a couple of pieces of clothing. Keep wearing short sleeves and you'll freeze to death. Qin Cheng's tone was harsh, but Zhou Du smiled. What's so funny? Hurry up. I've got things to do this afternoon. Qin Cheng was quick in buying clothes. He directly brought Zhou Du into his favorite brand store, picking out what he thought looked good and comparing them against Zhou Du's body. He ordered him to try them on and let the salesperson wrap everything up before paying and leaving. Throughout the process, Zhou Du was like a model. Qin Cheng never consulted his opinion. When they were finally walking out with several bags in hand, Qin Cheng finally asked, do you like them? Zhou Du nodded, I do. As long as Zhou Du liked them, Qin Cheng didn't care about style too much. The clothes Zhou Du had brought from his hometown had all been thrown into the trash by Qin Cheng. He didn't know where Zhou Du had bought those ugly clothes from. But somehow, even these ugly clothes didn't look terrible when worn by Zhou Du, thanks to his well-built frame. Still, on their own, they were pretty awful. When Qin Cheng came back from the restroom, he found Zhou Du holding an extra shopping bag. What's this? Zhou Du handed it over. It's for you. Qin Cheng opened the box inside and found a belt. It wasn't cheap either. He never discouraged Zhou Du's enthusiasm in this aspect. Expensive or not, if the kid bought it, he would accept it. Smirking slightly, he gritted his teeth and said, I actually need a new belt. I love this present. Zhou Du tilted his head. Qin Cheng poked his chest repeatedly, from now on, you're not allowed to drink. If you drink, you're forbidden from entering my room. It's too dangerous, understand? Alright. Chapter 39, And You Eats Well. After the school resumed after National Day, Zhou Du devoted himself entirely to his studies. Besides tutoring part-time, he spent most of his time in the library and study rooms. The legal major was very tedious, full of various laws and case examples. Bai Qingyu occasionally went to study with Zhou Du, but he could never sit still, often falling asleep after reading for a short while. Bai Qingyu supported his cheek and looked at Zhou Du softly, Zhou Du, you seem a little off. Without pausing his pen, Zhou Du asked, did you finish the topic homework assigned by the teacher? He just complained. Initially, his parents had planned for him to study abroad, but Bai Qingyu insisted on staying in the country and in Jiangbei as well. After much deliberation, his parents made him apply to the political and legal university. His grandfather could provide him with a lot of support along this path. At the time, Bai Qingyu only wanted to stay to deal with Fang Ke, and didn't have any other thoughts about career planning. He just signed up, but his nature wasn't suited for such a rigorous profession at all. However, he had Fang Ke, right? Bai Qingyu felt that as long as he got a graduation certificate, everything would be fine. Everyone has different aspirations, so in the future, if Fang Ke randomly invests in him, he can become a small boss. How comfortable would that be? Fang Ke didn't care too much about it. Even if Bai Qingyu didn't do anything, he could still support him. Spending money on his wife was very fulfilling. But Bai Qingyu's academic performance couldn't be too bad. Hey, Zhou Du, Bai Qingyu grinned, can I copy your homework? I'll help you sway Qing brother, how's that sound? Zhou Du dismissed him casually, no need. Huh? Why no need? What's wrong between you two? Did Qing brother discover your little secret? Did he break up with you? Bai Qingyu wouldn't stop asking questions. Zhou Du sighed and put down his pen. Xiao Bai, this is the library, silence is mandatory. Bai Qingyu looked around, lowered his voice, what's going on between the two of you? Are you giving up? Giving up? That's impossible. It was just an effort to bridge the gap between the two. Who wouldn't say they like someone? The key was the responsibility behind that word like. He liked Qin Cheng, and he wanted nothing more than to be with Qin Cheng, but his current self didn't even have the qualification to stand beside Qin Cheng. Zhou Du understood profoundly that he must grow until he could stand in front of Qin Cheng and shield him from gossip. Only then would he qualify to say, I like you. Not really, it just takes some time. Zhou Du wasn't unwilling to explain to Bai Qingyu, but Bai Qingyu, who grew up in a honey pot, couldn't truly empathize with him. Huh? Bai Qingyu rested his cheek on his palm, sticking out a pen poutingly, then if you don't take action, what if Qing brother finds a girlfriend? What will you do? Zhou Du gripped the fountain pen tightly. He could guarantee his own feelings remained unchanged, but he didn't have the right to demand the same from Qin Cheng. He was clear that everything he was doing now was merely striving for an opportunity. Qin Cheng was a straight man, how many straight men would easily go down another path? If Qin Cheng could be happy. Bai Qingyu shook his head, joking with you. Look at Qing brother, that steel straight man. I don't think he'll find a girlfriend anytime soon. Zhou Du agreed, and couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Bai Qingyu neatly arranged his professional books, idly scribbled on them, and sent a picture to Fang Ke, study hard and make progress every day. Although Fang Ke didn't expect much from him, he was very strict about his academic life. Summarizing it, Fang Ke's stance was. You can play, but you shouldn't be completely useless. All his assets were willing to be shared with Bai Qingyu, but he also required Bai Qingyu to have the ability to survive. Fang Ke replied quickly, good boy. The apartment has been bought, it will be decorated according to your preferences, but it will take at least half a year before we can move in due to formaldehyde. Bai Qingyu smiled mischievously and laid his head on the desk, hurry up then, darling. The chat window kept showing, typing, 5 minutes later Fang Ke replied, there seems to be rain tonight, maybe thunder. Do you want me to pick you up? Bai Qingyu chuckled quietly with his face buried in his arms. That old man really couldn't resist temptation. He checked the weather section. There was supposed to be sunny skies for the next week. Sure, my evening study session ends at 9. Bai Qingyu happily swung his feet, accidentally kicking Zhou Du several times. Zhou Du raised his eyes, Xiao Bai, are you together with Fang Ge now? You just figured it out. Bai Qingyu put away his phone and whispered, learn something, why overthink it so much? Just go for it. When the evening study bell rang, Bai Qingyu threw his bag to Zhou Du, I'm not going back to the dormitory tonight. Help me placate those student council people. Zhou Du, be safe. Yeah, I know, Bai Qingyu said while leaving with his coat. Zhang Linhao watched his bouncing back figure and asked Zhou Du, is Xiao Bai in a relationship? Why does he keep skipping night stays? Zhou Du didn't want to discuss others' private lives, so he answered vaguely, perhaps. Bai Qingyu ran lightly all the way. It had been 3 days since he last saw Fang Ke. Good heavens, 3 days. Not minutes or 3 hours, but exactly 3 whole days. A day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns apart. He and Fang Ke had been separated for 9 of them. Fang Ke was waiting for him at the school gate. Bai Qingyu saw him from afar and started running over. Slow down, you might trip again, Fang Ke said with concern. Bai Qingyu jumped onto Fang Ke, knocking him a step backward, yet Fang Ke firmly caught him in place. With his legs wrapped around Fang Ke's waist and his neck hooked, Bai Qingyu kissed his face while murmuring affectionately, I've missed you to death. Do you miss me? Do you? Fang Ke pulled the hoodie over Bai Qingyu's head, pressing his head into the crook of his neck, as curious university students stared at them from a distance. Good boy, I've missed you too. We'll kiss when we get home. Fang Ke patted his butt and gently placed him on the passenger seat. After fastening Bai Qingyu's seatbelt, Fang Ke bent down and kissed him against the car door. Why are you so clingy? Bai Qingyu licked his lips, his voice sweet and sticky, because I miss you, hubby. Fang Ke's Adam's apple moved up and down, his gaze deep. Let's go home. Fang Ke pushed open the door, not turning on any lights. In the dimly lit entrance, their intertwined breath spoke volumes about how much they missed each other. Fang Ke grazed Bai Qingyu's lips with his fingertips before gently touching his teeth. He then slid his hand through Bai Qingyu's soft hair, rubbing his head affectionately. Ayu, be good. Chapter 40, I'm at your school. Bai Qingyu sat angrily on the carpet, his eyes brimming with tears. Humph, men. Fang Ke picked him up, turned on the living room light, and set him down on the sofa. He then opened the medicine box inside the first aid kit. Smiling, he used a cotton swab dipped in ointment and carefully applied it to Bai Qingyu's mouth. Does it hurt? Are you kidding me? You're nothing but a pervert. Bai Qingyu glared at him. Guilty as charged, Fang Ke let him continue venting. Bai Qingyu softly pushed Fong Kei's hands away, blinking mischievously, "Don't bother applying more, we'll just kiss again soon anyway." Completely drained of energy, Bai Qingyu let Fong Kei bathe him, lying lazily in his arms afterward. "Fong Kei, haven't you been working with Brother Qing recently?" Fong Kei fiddled with his fingers, slightly frowning. "Are you close to Qin Qing? Why do you call him brother, but refer to me by my full name?" Bai Qingyu snorted. "Look who's being petty." As a child, Bai Qingyu called Fong Kei brother, but once he realized he liked Fong Kei romantically, he began using Fong Kei's full name. It was merely an attempt to narrow the age gap between them. If calling each other by their names made Bai Qingyu feel more mature in Fong Kei's eyes, that's all he needed. But those subtle thoughts were something he wouldn't divulge to Fong Kei. "Do you know Zhou Du likes Qin Qing?" Bai Qingyu leaned forward to look at him, only to be pressed back into his embrace. "Zhou Du is interested in men? Geez, how would old men like you understand anything?" Bai Qingyu grumbled discontentedly, earning a gentle bite on his fingers. "Ouch. That hurts. You're so annoying. Who's the old one here?" Fong Kei was somewhat sensitive about age. Even though he thought he was in the prime of life, having a young and beautiful wife did make him occasionally conscious of the difference. Bai Qingyu cooed and kissed him affectionately to pacify him. "Not old, not at all. I'm going to die from your antics. Little rascal." Fong Kei whispered, sighing slightly. "If only I could have been born a few years later, or if you could have." Bai Qingyu slapped his mouth playfully. "Shut up. The way things are now is perfect. I'm dying of love for you." He was incredibly sweet-talking. Fong Kei pinched his cheeks affectionately. "I love you too. Why did you pretend otherwise in the beginning?" Bai Qingyu gloated smugly. "Things would have been so much easier then, instead of causing me to lose countless brain cells thinking about you every day." "Are you saying Zhou Du likes Qin Qing?" Fong Kei deflected the topic, not wanting Bai Qingyu to worry about the realistic difficulties that needed resolving. Those were problems he alone should take care of. Bai Qingyu simply needed to love him. "Yes, but Qin Qing is straight, leaving Zhou Du heartbroken. So sad." Bai Qingyu shook his head dramatically, then grinned cheekily. "Fortunately, you like men, otherwise, I'd still be trying to figure out how to turn you gay. If I didn't like men, how would you try to bend me?" Bai Qingyu's fingertips traced along his collarbone downward, stopping at his abdomen, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "Well, obviously, with seduction." "Ow. Fong Kei. Stop it already. We have classes tomorrow." "Bastard." Qin Qing never mentioned that kiss, as if his brain was deliberately blocking out that memory. He continued interacting with Zhou Du as usual, though occasionally reminiscing about it at midnight would cause him some sleepless nights. Qin Qing thought it was because he'd been single for too long, which was why he still remembered every detail of that day, especially the way Zhou Du had looked at him, still so fiery even in the darkness, that for a while afterward, he couldn't bear to look Zhou Du straight in the eye. In recent days, Zhou Du's major courses had all wrapped up. The school gave them 2 weeks to review for their finals. Professors from other departments could point out key points to focus on, but for law, the whole book was important material. It required brute force studying. Even Bai Qingyu got up at 7:30 in the morning to cram for exams. After 2 days of memorizing, she broke down crying and called Fong Kei, threatening to drop out of school. After being comforted for an entire day, she came back home and had to keep studying anyway. After lunch, Zhou Du climbed into bed for a nap. His part-time job for the week had already stopped because there were optional course exams on Saturday and Sunday. He thought it over and decided not to return to Qin Cheng's place either. There's a saying that distance creates beauty. Zhou Du felt he should create some space between himself and Qin Cheng. If they couldn't see each other as often as they used to, perhaps Qin Cheng would feel a little missing him. But in reality, after telling Qin Cheng this, Qin Cheng only replied with, "Study well, don't fail your classes." Zhou Du sighed and turned over to sleep. The elective exam on Saturday was open book, except that using a phone was forbidden. Students could bring any printed material. Zhou Du finished and handed in his paper quickly, then grabbed his phone from the desk where phones were collected. To his surprise, there were 5 missed calls from Qin Cheng. Zhou Du hurriedly dialed back from the hallway, worried because Qin Cheng had never been so persistent in calling him before. He feared something might have happened to Qin Cheng, even though logically, Qin Cheng probably wouldn't tell a student about his problems. "Brother Cheng, what's wrong? Is anything happening?" "Nothing. Why did you take so long to call me back?" "I'm at your school now. Since I had nothing much to do today, I came by to check on you." Zhou Du was momentarily stunned, his dark eyes lighting up instantly like stars scattered across the sky. "You've come to see me. Where are you?" "I'll come right away." As he spoke, he rushed downstairs. Qin Cheng's laughter came through from the other end of the phone. "Why are you in such a rush? Slow down, hey, Zhou Du, it's snowing." Zhou Du paused in his steps and looked outside through the hallway window. It had started snowing lightly, the first snowfall of the year. He found Qin Cheng under the teaching building. Qin Cheng was wearing a light down jacket, carrying a pile of snacks in his hands. His knuckles were red from the cold. Seeing Zhou Du, he immediately yelled, "Hurry up. I've waited for an hour already. I'm freezing to death." Zhou Du jogged over and took off the scarf around his neck, draping it around Qin Cheng's neck and wrapping it securely. He then took the things Qin Cheng was holding, instinctively grabbing Qin Cheng's hand. It was icy cold. "You could have waited in the car instead of freezing yourself. Never mind me. Let's eat. I saw a TikTok video where students said that the pot rice noodles at your second cafeteria are really good." Qin Cheng's hand was enveloped in the warmth of Zhou Du's dry palm. Feeling uncomfortable, Qin Cheng pulled his hand away and tucked his face into the scarf. All he could smell was Zhou Du's scent. Qin Cheng didn't know how he could distinguish it, but he could clearly sense Zhou Du's familiar aroma. It was comforting, soothing the irritation brought on by work in an instant. "All right, let's go together." Zhou Du smiled, with a few flakes of snow landing gently on both their hair. Since there weren't many subjects to test today and it was just past 11 o'clock, there were few people in the dining hall. Zhou Du chose a relatively clean seat for Qin Cheng and wiped it down with tissue before letting him sit. "I'm not that fussy," Qin Cheng chuckled, nudging his hand away as he sat down. "Ooh, it's so cold." Zhou Du hesitated for a moment, considering whether he should give his coat to Qin Cheng to use as padding underneath his seat. Chapter 41, Your OOCNG. Qin Cheng looked at him. "What are you thinking about? Go get food. I want the Sichuan pepper flavor." "Okay." Zhou Du took the meal card to buy food. In addition to the pot rice noodles, he also bought Qin Cheng a rujiamo, meat sandwich. Qin Cheng stared at the rujiamo. Zhou Du explained, "It's all lean meat. Eat it, it's pretty tasty." "You're so thoughtful." Qin Cheng reached out and tousled Zhou Du's head affectionately. Qin Cheng always had a good appetite. He was one of those people who could eat a lot without gaining weight. However, today he ate only half of the rujiamo and claimed he was full. Without hesitation, Zhou Du took the leftover half and ate it. "Brother Cheng, is everything all right? Anything happen at home or work?" Qin Cheng was clearly here to eat the pot rice noodles, yet there was hardly any reduction in the amount of noodles in his bowl. He kept picking at them with his chopsticks, but not much went into his mouth. Still a bit preoccupied. "It's work-related, nothing major," Qin Cheng said as he lowered his head and slurped up a big mouthful of noodles, chewing on it. But Zhou Du felt uneasy. Qin Cheng was usually carefree. If it were truly no big deal, it wouldn't affect his appetite. Qin Cheng slurped his noodles again. "Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Eat your food. After we're done, you go back to your dorm and I'll head back to the company." Zhou Du lowered his eyelashes and passed the quail egg in his bowl over to Qin Cheng. "If anything happens, let me know." Qin Cheng chuckled. "What good would telling you do? You're just a student." Zhou Du's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, and he looked down at the noodles in his bowl that had already turned mushy. "Yeah, that makes sense." Qin Cheng pursed his lips and added, "Hey, I know you're worried about me, but relax. Haven't I, big brother Cheng, seen enough storms in life? Don't worry, focus on your studies. Over the new year, I'll give you a fat red envelope." Zhou Du managed a smile, but it seemed a little forced. "All right." After finishing their meal, Zhou Du saw Qin Cheng off at the school gate, giving him one of their usual brotherly hugs. Qin Cheng patted his back lightly. "Off I go." Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng's retreating figure heading toward the parking lot, his heart heavy with a mix of emotions. Why was it that he was only 19 years old, while Qin Cheng had everything he could ever need or want? He tilted his head back, letting the tiny snowflakes land on his face, feeling the coolness. A touch of middle school syndrome. Qin Cheng's voice came from behind, laced with amusement. Zhou Du abruptly turned around. "Big brother Cheng, why did you come back?" Well, it's nothing really. Just that our top streamer at the company left with resources, but we'll handle it. Don't worry about me." As blood flowed through his veins, a small ripple stirred in his heart with the wind carrying the snow. Zhou Du didn't know what to say next, but he knew the gloomy mood had vanished, and even his icy hands warmed up again. "I'm leaving," Qin Cheng laughed and playfully tapped his chest. "Kid." Zhou Du stood still, and Qin Cheng drove out, honking briefly and rolling down the window to scold him. "Are you made of ice? Go back inside. Drive carefully." Zhou Du waved as all he received was Qin Cheng's tail lights. On his way back to the dormitory, Zhou Du couldn't help but jump a few steps. This caught the attention of Zhang Linhao and Ma Chuan, who had just gone out to buy snacks. "Brother Zhou, what's the good news? Your OOCNG. What does OOC mean?" Zhou Du asked curiously. "Just forget it." Zhang Linhao snatched the bag from Zhou Du's hand like a bandit. "Wow. All this delicious stuff. Who bought it?" Zhou Du stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. "Big brother Cheng stopped by. I thought a girl liked you. Share half with us then." Their dormitory mates got along well, sharing snacks and fruits freely on the table for anyone to take as they pleased. "Sure, help yourselves," Zhou Du said, his mood quite cheerful. To maintain his weight, he rarely ate many snacks anyway. Ma Chuan found a gift box among the snacks while digging for spicy sticks. "What's this?" "A present from Qin Cheng." Zhou Du quickly reached out and took it, opening it to reveal a watch. It looked fashionable and suited his age perfectly. Back at the dorm, Zhou Du messaged Qin Cheng, "Why did you suddenly buy me a watch?" Kong Qing replied after some time, "Just happened to see it when shopping with mom and thought it would suit you. Do you like it? If not, we can return it." "Like it, thank you big brother Cheng. When you see something and think it suits someone, so you just buy it." Zhou Du touched the watch face gently, his eyes reflecting tender affection. Qin Cheng had always been thinking of him. Whether it was out of brotherly sentiment or anything else, Zhou Du was genuinely happy. After the final exam of the last subject, Bai Qingyu didn't return to her dorm. She carried a small backpack and left immediately, elated as though released from prison. Zhou Du returned to the dormitory to pack his things, wrapping up his blanket with a dust cover. Looking at Bai Qingyu's messy bedspread from below his bunk, he sighed, resigning himself to straightening it up. Looking at Bai Qingyu's beloved tattered pillow, known by everyone in the dorm as Baby Bei, which she hugged every night to sleep. Zhou Du pulled out his phone and called Bai Qingyu, "Little Bai, didn't you forget your torn pillow? Shall I bring it along for you?" "That's not a torn pillow, its name is Baby Bee. Besides, now I've got my husband's giant bee. You don't need to bother with it." Zhou Du hung up the phone without another word. He bundled the worn-out pillow, not a torn pillow, but Baby Bei, into the blanket and covered it with a dust-proof membrane. His mother called him, asking him to come home earlier for a rest before the Lunar New Year. Zhou Du said he would do part-time jobs and go home a few days later. It was indeed true that he had work, but it was also because he wanted to stay with Qin Cheng for a few more days before going home. Zhou Du returned home with his luggage. There was no one at Qin Cheng's house, but it was very clean, spotless. Qin Cheng only cleaned for two reasons, either he was bored or troubled. But recently, Qin Cheng was extremely busy with work and rarely answered his calls on time. So it was likely that he was troubled. Zhou Du opened the fridge and saw the snacks and drinks neatly arranged inside. Qin Cheng must have been super troubled, so much so that even the food in the fridge stood straight like soldiers. Zhou Du thought for a while and called Xiao Zheng. It took a long time for the call to get through. "Hey, Zhou Du. Why did you call me? Are you looking for old Qin? He went out to handle something." "No, Xiao brother, I'm calling you. I just want to ask, is everything okay with the company?" Xiao Zheng sighed deeply, "There's a cash flow issue. Everything seems to be going wrong lately. Recently, old Qin has been running around trying to deal with banks. Have you finished your exams? I heard from your brother that your academic performance is good. Can you get any scholarships?" "Probably, Xiao brother, you should focus on your work then. I'll hang up now." "Hey. This kid." Xiao Zheng looked at the phone that had been hung up and then looked at the person coming towards him. "How's it going, old Qin? The bank needs to assess the assets before lending money, which makes me so angry. It feels like things are going against me these days." Qin Cheng kicked a nearby pillar. "Why am I getting into legal issues at such an unlucky time? I've already asked a friend to expedite the court case. Once the funds are unfrozen, things will be better. By the way, Zhou Du just called me." What did you tell him?" Qin Cheng frowned as he stared at him. Xiao Zheng was startled by Qin Cheng's questioning tone, "Just that there's been some trouble with the company recently and you've been quite busy. What does he have to do with all this as a student? He cares about you, doesn't he? The kid's thoughtful. Let him join our company's legal department after graduation." "Nonsense, it'd be too much of a waste for him to come here. I won't talk with you anymore, I only slept 3 hours yesterday. I'm exhausted, need to sleep." Xiao Zheng scratched his head as he watched Qin Cheng walk away. Why did he seem so concerned about Zhou Du? Chapter 42, He knows how to take care of people. Qin Cheng kept saying everything was fine, but he was leaving early in the morning and returning late every day. After coming home, he would lie down on the couch to rest for a while before washing up. There were more and more cigarette butts in the ashtray. Zhou Du believed Qin Cheng's "everything is fine" about as much as he believed in ghosts. "Brother Cheng, is the company short of funds now?" Zhou Du served the late-night snack he had prepared on the table, chicken soup noodles, very light. Lately, Qin Cheng had been feeling heated internally and developed 2 or 3 mouth ulcers. "Young kid, don't ask so many questions, oof, it hurts." Qin Cheng angrily threw his chopsticks on the table, splashing broth onto Zhou Du's pajamas. Zhou Du didn't show the slightest annoyance. He stood next to Qin Cheng and pinched his cheeks. "Open your mouth, let me take a look." "What? Is there anything worth looking at?" Qin Cheng frowned, trying to evade Zhou Du's hands, but he wasn't as strong as the other. Zhou Du could hold Qin Cheng's head still with just one hand. "Don't move." Zhou Du pressed his fingertip under Qin Cheng's lower lip, pulling it slightly. "Why does it feel worse? Are you applying medication on time at the company?" "I'm so busy, where do I have time for that?" Qin Cheng pushed his hand away. "Tomorrow I have to entertain someone over dinner, drinking can't be avoided." "Why drink when you're like this?" Zhou Du rinsed the chopsticks in the kitchen and cut the noodles in the bowl with dining scissors. "If you don't chew, it shouldn't hurt as much. Try eating a bit, you've lost weight." "If I don't drink, nothing gets done." Qin Cheng gazed at the chopped noodles, his voice softening. "The little brat actually knows how to take care of people." Qin Cheng held the bowl and gulped it down without chewing, which did make it less painful. After Qin Cheng finished eating, Zhou Du urged him to brush his teeth and sprayed watermelon frost into his mouth. Eat more fruits, that should help. Don't you have a juicer at the office? Let the assistant prepare fresh juice for you. Qin Cheng smacked his lips, tasting the medicine in his mouth. All right, I know. I'm going to bed, I'm exhausted. Zhou Du stuffed Qin Cheng's changed clothes into the washing machine and sat on the sofa, staring into space. He couldn't stop Qin Cheng from attending social gatherings because he didn't have a better solution. Therefore, he couldn't control Qin Cheng's choices. Zhou Du buried his face in his palms and once again felt what it meant to be powerless. Under Zhou Du's supervision through 3 daily phone calls, Qin Cheng applied the medicine on time, and his oral ulcers soon healed. The year-end holiday was approaching. These days, Qin Cheng had been extremely busy, running between the court and the bank. He had to secure the funds before the spring festival, otherwise, the company's operation would face problems. Moreover, during the holiday period, it was a prime time for internet traffic. The company was strategizing how to stand out among numerous competitors. Although 2 top streamers had left, fortunately, Qin Cheng had long planned for such situations. Hence, the impact on the company was not fatal. He kept a grudge of determination in his heart. He wouldn't mistreat his employees who stayed loyal with him. And those who stabbed him in the back when he was in trouble would not be let go easily. After he and Xiao Zheng worked tirelessly non-stop for a week eating and sleeping at the company, they finally saw some turning point. Qin Cheng laughed and said to Xiao Zheng, I've been pulling all-nighters recently. The quality of your pre-pregnancy preparation is probably not great. Don't end up having a baby with looks inversely proportional to a pomelo. Xiao Zheng smirked proudly. Let me tell you an internal news quietly, my wife has already been pregnant for 2 months. That's good news. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Cheng rubbed his temples that were prickling with pain. Working overtime like this could really lead to sudden death. According to old traditions, we shouldn't tell outsiders before 3 months to avoid affecting the baby. Xiao Zheng stretched his arms, patted Qin Cheng on the shoulder. All right, go home and rest a bit. Once the loan comes through in a few days, things will be fine. Ah, just hope nothing goes wrong again. Otherwise, I might explode. Qin Cheng bounced off the couch suddenly. I'm leaving. Zhou Du should almost be going home for the new year. I haven't paid attention to him for over half a month. Don't have a girlfriend, yet being a dad seems pretty realistic. Go to hell. When Qin Cheng got home, there was no one. He guessed Zhou Du went to the club for a part-time job. So he took a shower and slept soundly. When he woke up, the moon was already out the window. Qin Cheng felt something was a little off. Today Zhou Du shouldn't be on the late shift. He picked up his phone and called Zhou Du. The ringtone sounded outside the door. Hello, Brother Cheng. Qin Cheng rushed to open the door. Outside the door, Zhou Du was just about to unlock the door. He quickly put on a mask. Why are you wearing a mask after coming home? I caught a cold. I don't want to infect you. Qin Cheng glanced down and noticed the abrasion on his hand. What happened to your hand? Zhou Du loosened his grip and moved his hand carelessly. Nothing, boxing, hand abrasions are quite normal. Am I an idiot in your eyes? Take the mask off. Kneading his jaw tightly, Qin Cheng glared. I'll give you 3 seconds. 1, 2. Zhou Du sighed, lowered his head, and removed the mask, revealing the bruised corner of his mouth. There's been a boxing competition lately, so I helped them with actual combat practice. Damn. Qin Cheng held his chin and shook it. Were the colleagues so harsh? What's wrong with Fong Ke? You gave him my son and this is what he does to you. I'll call him right now. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to dial, but Zhou Du hugged him from behind, locked his arms, and took the phone away. Brother Cheng, Big Brother Fong treats me very well. Don't make it difficult for him. Zhou Du tossed the phone onto the sofa casually while still hugging him from behind, resting his chin on Qin Cheng's shoulder. I'm fine. This sport is naturally intense. These injuries don't mean anything. Explaining softly, Qin Cheng broke free from his hold. Take off your clothes. What? Zhou Du's Adam's apple moved slightly. Take off your clothes. What are you thinking about? I just want to check if you're injured anywhere. Being short-tempered, Qin Cheng tried to reach out directly when he wasn't moving. But he was stopped by Zhou Du, who appeared anxious. Brother Cheng, did you forget that I like men? Qin Cheng froze momentarily. So what? What does it matter whether you like men or women? Biting his teeth, Zhou Du answered, if you touch me, I'll react. You're like a firecracker, igniting instantly upon contact. Indeed, Qin Cheng retracted his hand and scratched his neck, remembering Zhou Du's state during his birthday. He felt a little awkward. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Go take a bath and sleep as soon as possible. Zhou Du stood under the showerhead, wincing slightly when his purple bruises accidentally touched. Chapter 43, Zhou Du gets injured. During a meeting, Qin Cheng's phone rang. He cast a glance at it and seeing it was a strange number, he dismissed it as a spam call. But this call seemed persistent. He answered it in front of his subordinates, annoyed already. Before he could start swearing at whoever dared send him this stress relief, the voice on the other side erupted first. Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng glanced at the screen again. There was no saved contact name, but this voice seemed somewhat familiar. By Qingyu? Zhou Du is dying, hurry up and come. What? Qin Qing shot up from his chair so quickly that the sound of it scraping against the floor startled everyone, even Xiao Jing jumped. What happened, old Qin? Is there a problem with the bank or the court? Qin Qing hastily hung up and started heading out as he spoke. Zhou Du. Something's wrong with Zhou Du, I'm stepping out for a while. Send me the meeting notes after you finish. When Qin Qing arrived at the hospital, Bai Qingyu and Fan Ke were already there. He looked angry yet worried. Where's Zhou Du? Bai Qingyu hesitantly pointed toward an opposite ward, then grabbed Qin Cheng's arm. Brother Cheng, you aren't going to beat him up, are you? He had his reasons. He has reasons for what? Fought underground boxing matches and now acts like it's justified. Qin Cheng pushed Bai Qingyu's hand away and marched straight to the ward. Bai Qingyu tried to say more, but Fan Ke stopped him. All right, let them settle their own issues. Let me take you for food instead. What about food? Look at how upset Qin Cheng is. Soon we'll be looking for Zhou Du in the morgue. He wanted to go inside, but Fan Ke picked him up and carried him towards the elevator. Qin Cheng won't hit Zhou Du, be a good boy and eat or your stomach will ache. When Qin Cheng pushed open the ward door angrily, Zhou Du was lying on the bed receiving an 4 drip. His left eye was covered with a bandage, his cheek swollen with a bruised tinge, and there was a big blood scab on his mouth. Overall, he looked pitifully beaten up. As soon as Zhou Du saw Qin Cheng enter, he hurriedly tried to cover his face with something, but groaned in pain when the movement hurt his ribs. Stop trying to cover yourself. Qin Cheng snatched away the item in Zhou Du's hands and frowned deeply at his sorry state. Zhou Du, you're truly amazing, amazing indeed. A law student fighting in illegal matches. Qin Cheng's eyes flared bright red, pointing furiously at Zhou Du, the spark in his gaze wishing to burn the reckless fool in front of him. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placed one between his lips, but then remembered it was a hospital and ended up throwing both cigarette and lighter into the trash can. Brother Cheng. Zhou Du had never seen Qin Cheng this angry before, but along with panic, there was also a hint of faint joy bubbling in his heart. Don't call me that. Qin Cheng paced back and forth across the room twice, fuming so much that he wanted to throw something at Zhou Du, but at the sight of his condition, all he felt was tenderness. Are you short of money? Didn't know you could tell me if you needed money. Look at yourself, making yourself look half dead. Zhou Du bit his lip, pulling out a bank card from under his pillow and handed it to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng froze, instantly understanding for whom, losing any words momentarily. Zhou Du's voice was soft, speaking pulled at the wound near his mouth, causing him to wince slightly. He pulled Qin Cheng's hand closer. There's 500,000 yuan here, all for you. All the emotions surged within Qin Cheng, his thin eyelids flushed red. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes, taking quite some time to recover. Clutching the bank card tightly in his palm, it hurt, mirroring the sharp twinges of pain piercing his heart. For 500,000 yuan. Just damn 500,000 yuan and you've done this to yourself. Qin Cheng pulled back the blanket, seeing the bandages wrapped around Zhou Du's torso and choked up momentarily. Fuck. Qin Cheng, I'm really fine, just looks scary. Zhou Du tugged lightly on Qin Cheng's sleeve. It could kill you. You know very well the danger in boxing matches, yet you dared to fight illegally. Are you happy only if I have to collect your body? Huh. Just 500,000 yuan, do you think such a small amount can help me? Or is your life worth merely this much? Go to hell. Qin Cheng kicked the stool beside him over with his foot. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you. It's my lack of ability that made you worry. Even though Qin Cheng was emotionally volatile, Zhou Du's voice remained gentle. Upon hearing this, overwhelming emotions surged in Qin Cheng. He pressed on his eye sockets hard and turned his hand around to hold Zhou Du's. I don't need this from you. My care for you is out of my own will, I don't need this kind of repayment from you. You know it's not about repaying you. Finally, there was fluctuation in Zhou Du's tone. He stared directly at Qin Cheng with burning intensity. Qin Cheng, you know why? Qin Cheng tightened his throat slightly, bending down to pick up the chair he had kicked over. He sat down. How about your eye? Your eye? It's nothing, subconjunctival hemorrhage, it'll be fine in a few days. Zhou Du lowered his head. Qin Cheng extended his index finger and poked Zhou Du's swollen cheek forcefully. Zhou Du winced in pain and let out an ah. Stupid, how could this be called nothing? Qin Cheng sighed, you're such an idiot. It wasn't true that he was completely unmoved. Even though Qin Cheng had tried to avoid it countless times before, today he couldn't help but face the feelings Zhou Du had for him directly. This kid was serious. And it was serious in a way that showed his willingness to sacrifice himself to treat Qin Cheng well. It was the most precious kind of emotion one could offer. Qin Cheng's heart was in turmoil. Don't ever do anything stupid like this again, understood? How's your company doing? Qin Cheng regretted telling him so much earlier. This guy truly had grit. He didn't show a hint of what was bothering him on the surface, yet behind the scenes, he pulled off such a huge move. The company's fine. Do you think your Cheng bro is the type to go bankrupt easily? Zhou Du lowered his head and pinched the blanket with self-deprecation. I overstepped. I caused you trouble, I'm sorry. Qin Ching rubbed his sore nose. Who said that? These 500,000 yuan are actually quite useful. I'll take it. Thanks. Zhou Du suddenly looked up at him, a glimmer of brightness in his eyes. Really? Really? Qin Ching tapped Zhou Du's head with the bank card, but let me tell you, if you hurt yourself like this again, we're done. I can't afford to lose your life. I don't expect you to compensate me. Zhou Du's ears turned red. This is voluntary. Qin Ching watched Zhou Du's pale face flush slightly and silently went crazy inside. Damn it, the pure-hearted youth has fallen for me. This isn't right, this isn't appropriate. Why does everyone else's domineering CEO always run into beautiful and adorable girlfriends while my situation involves a clueless young man? Could it be that I'm not dominant enough? Bro Cheng. What are you thinking about? Zhou Du broke the chain of thoughts running through his mind. I'm thinking. How are you going to face your family during New Year? Your mom will be heartbroken when she sees you like this. Why don't you stay in Jiangbei for the New Year? You can go back when you're feeling better to avoid and worrying. Zhou Du thought for a moment, nodded, and made a call to his mom, claiming triple wages during the Spring Festival and wanting to earn more money. Even though his mom felt pity, she still agreed. Qin Ching watched as Zhou Du lied without a shred of guilt on his face, finding the person in front of him far from being a docile little rabbit. Chapter 44, Showing Weakness, Asking for a Kiss. Other than multiple soft tissue contusions, the worst injury Zhou Du sustained was a cracked rib, so he spent New Year's Eve in the hospital. Qin Ching transferred him to a VIP ward and stayed by his side after taking holidays. He told his parents the truth because it was hard to explain his absence during the Spring Festival. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Qin Weijun and Cheng Lan brought dumplings to visit him. They were deeply moved and kept calling him, foolish child. Qin Ching sat beside and peeled apples for him. That's enough, you two should head home. Driving after dark isn't safe. Without scolding you first. Such a big deal happened to the company, and you didn't even tell your parents. A child worries along with you. Qin Ching pouted, put down the fruit knife, took a bite of apple only to remember it was for Zhou Du, then took another bite before handing it over. Here, it's not poisonous. Zhou Du smiled and accepted it. Cheng Lan hit Qin Ching on the shoulder. You brat, always bullying others. Mom. How have I bullied him? Qin Ching rubbed his shoulder and glanced at Zhou Du. Tell me, have I bullied you? Zhou Du chewed on the sweet and sour apple and shook his head. No, you've been very good to me. You see. You're accusing me falsely. Qin Ching huffed. Mom, Dad, you guys go home already. The hospital doesn't allow too many visitors. Let's watch the spring gala at home. Alright, Xiao Du, uncle and aunt will visit you another day. If brother Aching bullies you, just give us a call. Auntie will deal with him for you. Yes, thank you, Auntie. After seeing his parents out, Qin Ching joked, looks like you're becoming their real son. He adjusted the angle of Zhou Du's bed, opened the small table, unscrewed the thermos flask and poured out the dumplings inside, pinching one straight and shoving it into Zhou Du's mouth. Taste it. My dad prepared these dumpling fillings, they're pretty good. One side of Zhou Du's cheek bulged as he chewed. The bruising had faded somewhat, but it still hurt a bit. Delicious. Sit further back a bit. Qin Ching turned on the TV, all the channels were broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala now. Zhou Du shifted over, allowing Qin Ching to lift the covers and sit next to him. It was comfortable on the hospital bed, adjustable to prop them up perfectly to watch TV. To avoid poking Zhou Du while eating, Qin Ching sat on his right, with their shoulders gently touching. It felt cozy. After finishing dinner, Zhou Du called his mother to wish her Happy New Year. Yaoer, how's work? When will you come home? The weather is cold lately, make sure to wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. It's not easy being away from home, you must take good care of yourself. Zhang Yun usually didn't call Zhou Du to save on phone bills unless necessary, yet she couldn't help but nag him whenever they spoke. She worried about her son even if he had been independent since young. Zhou Du chuckled and was about to reply when there came the sound of plates clattering on the other end. That's enough. Why are you so talkative? What's wrong with me calling my own son? He's all alone in another place, working hard to support our family, which isn't easy. One man in the house. Isn't it natural for him to take care of the family? I spent money to raise him until university, shouldn't he earn money for his old dad? Qin Cheng was sitting beside Zhou Du, and every word said over the phone was crystal clear to him. Now, he felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether he should go use the bathroom or not. Hearing his parents arguing, Zhou Du actually managed to smile. How could his father be so self-assured? Even though he was paralyzed and dependent on his wife and son, he remained as unreasonable as ever. Qin Cheng stayed quiet, patting the back of Zhou Du's head to soothe him. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Du said lightly, strange, isn't it? Despite how much of a mess he is, my mom remains by his side unreservedly. Aunt is kind-hearted, otherwise, how would she have raised someone as good as you? Qin Cheng rubbed his neck gently. Don't feel upset. I'm not upset, I'm used to it. Sometimes I even hope he dies. Zhou Du spoke softly, as though describing a stranger. Men from the mountain areas, who didn't get much education, thought marrying a wife and having a son was their ultimate goal in life. My mother handled all big and small matters at home while they brought little money home from working outside and still had the nerve to say they were supporting the family. A useless man relying solely on selling daughters for profit has no business talking about funding my schooling. Zhou Du gave a bitter laugh. When I was studying, I nearly dropped out, but luckily, boxing helped me earn money. Otherwise, I doubt I could have left that mountain. Brother Cheng, I'm merely a tool for him to spread his rotten genes. Actually, not just me, my mom and sister too, in his eyes, we're not human beings but possessions. The only difference might be that I'm a man, worth a bit more. For a moment, Qin Cheng didn't know how to console him. Back then, when Zhou Du first mentioned his family, he had only told part of the story. Qin Cheng assumed Zhou Du's father at least cared for his son. But now, Zhou Du picked up Qin Cheng's ice-cold cola and took a sip. Given his current condition, he shouldn't drink this, but Qin Cheng didn't stop him. Why didn't he die in an accident initially? That way, he'd have spared my mom. Zhou Du smiled again, gazing at Qin Cheng with innocent, almost naive eyes, as if such rebellious words didn't come from his lips. Do these words scare you? Qin Cheng tapped his head and tousled his short hair. I know, you're a great person. Zhou Du's Adam's apple moved slightly before he suddenly leaned in and kissed the corner of Qin Cheng's mouth. Couldn't resist, sorry. Qin Cheng turned his head and wiped his mouth. If I were a girl, I'd sue you for sexual harassment given your state. Zhou Du rested his head on Qin Cheng's shoulder. I'm glad I can spend New Year's Eve with you tonight. Qin Cheng sighed and wiggled his shoulders. Are you addicted to taking advantage of me? It hurts, don't move so much. Zhou Du looked out at the night view through the window. In the distance, fireworks blossomed across the sky. Kicking his legs off the bed, Qin Cheng felt today's Zhou Du rather pitiable. He seemed entirely dejected. The silence in the ward was broken only by the comedy sketches playing on TV. It wasn't very interesting. Zhou Du rubbed his head against Qin Cheng's neck, making him itch. Qin Cheng said dryly, Zhou Du, you've got quite a few tricks under your belt. Zhou Du's lips curled slightly. Then why don't you move away? I am giving you some leeway because you got injured because of me. As they conversed, the Spring Festival gala host began counting down. With the final 1, firecrackers echoed outside. Happy New Year, Brother Cheng. Happy New Year. Here, lucky money, for good health and safety in the new year. Qin Cheng pulled out a red envelope seemingly from nowhere, feeling rather thick inside. Thank you. You're welcome. It's already midnight. You should sleep soon, staying up late isn't good for your condition. Saying this, Qin Cheng tried to climb off the bed but was stopped by Zhou Du holding his hand. It's a bit cold sleeping at night. Can you? No way. Qin Cheng glared at him, if you push it further, I'll beat you. Chapter 45, Are you going to sneak another kiss? Qin Cheng slept on the bedside couch next to Zhou Du's bed. Being somewhat sensitive to different beds, he initially couldn't sleep at all, but things improved once he brought over blankets and pillows from home. In the middle of the night, Zhou Du got up to use the restroom. He noticed Qin Cheng's blanket had fallen to the floor, revealing his thin, muscled abdomen. Ever since Qin Cheng realized Zhou Du might have feelings for him, he stopped walking around in briefs when Zhou Du was around, fearing this guy might take advantage of him. But it was just psychological reassurance, because if Zhou Du really wanted to do something, it wouldn't matter even if Qin Cheng wore a thick winter coat to sleep. Zhou Du endured the pain in his ribs as he bent down to pick up the blanket and covered Qin Cheng again. Though the ward was warm, sleeping without a cover could easily cause a cold. He tucked the edges of the blanket carefully under Qin Cheng. Half asleep, Qin Cheng opened his eyes lazily, still half dozing, with a sticky voice. What are you doing? Trying to sneak another kiss. Zhou Du paused mid-turn to return to his own bed, looked at Qin Cheng who had already closed his eyes again and was snoring, then knelt down and lightly kissed the corner of his lips. Qin Cheng didn't open his eyes but slowly slid his head deeper into the blanket. Still kneeling there, Zhou Du watched him quietly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. It seemed someone in the neighboring room needed urgent rescue due to deteriorating health conditions. The head buried under the blanket popped out immediately. What's happening outside? I'll go check. Don't create trouble, stay put. Zhou Du pulled at his wrist. Oh, yeah. Qin Cheng yawned, noticing that Zhou Du was still kneeling beside him. Alright, stop kneeling and go back to sleep. On the surface, Qin Cheng appeared calm, but inside, his heart was boiling like water in a kettle. What exactly was this? Why did he always pretend nothing happened? That little scamp staying up late to steal kisses from him should get his bottom kicked good. Qin Cheng glared resentfully at Zhou Du lying in bed getting ready to sleep, and abruptly covered his head with the blanket. Fine, he's an injured patient. Not worth the hassle. Zhou Du closed his eyes, listening to the sounds nearby, a faint smile creeping across his face. Whether Qin Cheng was now straight or not, he was definitely no longer as simple as before. After spending half a month in the hospital, Zhou Du went home to recuperate quietly. Due to the need for rest, he temporarily stopped working part-time, and Fang Ke understood and encouraged him to recover well. It was Qin Cheng's first time taking such care of someone. Like an old mother hen, he couldn't relax even while working, frequently video calling Zhou Du during any break just to ensure he was resting properly. Will Xiaobai be visiting you at home? That's fine, I don't mind. With one leg crossed over the other, sitting casually on his office desk, Qin Cheng held the phone for their video call. But given Fang Kei's tendency to keep people chained to himself, will he let Xiaobai visit alone? Besides Xiaobai, there's also Zhang Linhao, my roommate. His family is from Jiangbei too. After hearing about my injury in our group chat, he said he would come as well. Zhou Du had a high physical condition, and his bones healed quite well. As long as he avoided strenuous activity, daily life wasn't much affected. At first, he wanted to tutor middle school students, but Qin Cheng dissuaded him. Now, he stayed home most of the time, which got quite boring. Alright, no objections, but there's one rule, no drinking alcohol. You lose your morals when drunk. Qin Cheng hadn't forgotten last time when Zhou Du drunkenly forced a kiss on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable whenever he thought about it. Previously, Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du was the type who looks fierce but is actually very obedient. After being forcibly kissed by him for half an hour until almost losing control last time, all those impressions shattered completely. This was clearly not an obedient puppy but rather a wolf who doesn't spit out bones after eating meat. I know, it's not like Zhou Du stopped mid-sentence as someone came into Qin Cheng's office. Carry on with your work, I'll remember everything you've told me. Bai Qingyu and Zhang Linhao arrived right on schedule at mealtime, though they didn't cruelly expect Zhou Du to cook for them. Both brought food packed from a restaurant. As Zhou Du opened the door, they were chatting boisterously. Xiao Bai, who dropped you off? My boyfriend, didn't you see us locking lips? Bai Qingyu said with exasperation. Zhang Linhao scratched his head and upon seeing Zhou Du, immediately lifted his shirt. Zhou Du, wow, you're so mysterious. Winning black box matches, you're amazing. Zhou Du pushed him away in distaste. Stay away, I'm not fully recovered yet. Bai Qingyu casually handed Zhou Du a beautifully packaged large box, a gift for you, take good care of it. Zhou Du casually placed it on the coffee table. With 2 extra monkeys in the house, the place instantly became as lively as the mountain of flowers and fruits. The 3 of them set the food on the table. Bai Qingyu suggested eating with the disposable chopsticks from the restaurant to avoid washing dishes. Zhou Du nodded, went into the kitchen, and took out a small bowl, scooping some of the fish soup Zhang Linhao had brought and placing it in the fridge. Zhang Linhao blinked, what's that for? Bai Qingyu raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile, probably for someone else. Oh, Qin brother, huh? Zhang Linhao grinned, speaking of which, Zhou Du, Qin brother really treats you well. I always thought he was your relative, but now I realize you two aren't even related. Bai Qingyu bit his chopstick, that's hard to say. Maybe there will be a connection later. Zhou Du pulled out a dining chair and sat down without speaking, while Zhang Linhao kept asking, what kind of relationship? Same mother different father or same father different mother? Shut up and eat your meal, you're crazy. Bai Qingyu stuffed a piece of pancake into Zhang Linhao's mouth. Zhou Du listened to their bickering and smiled. After finishing the meal, Bai Qingyu and Zhang Linhao started playing video games, while Zhou Du sat on a small sofa nearby reading a book. It wasn't clear who was entertaining whom, but it was definitely less boring this way. After losing 3 games in a row, Bai Qingyu refused to play anymore, so Zhang Linhao played single-player mode. Although Qin Cheng didn't have time to play, he bought a lot of games, both domestic and international ones. The 2 stayed until evening before leaving, but only after they finally remembered why they came today and asked about Zhou Du's health status. Bai Qingyu and Zhang Linhao went downstairs together where Fang Kei was waiting for Bai Qingyu. Seeing them chatting happily, Fang Kei felt somewhat touched but still held back, calling out, Ayu. Why are you waiting for me here? Bai Qingyu cheerfully jumped into his arms, kissing his cheek, I thought you were at the entrance of the community. Fang Kei was pleased with Bai Qingyu's public display of affection regardless of bystanders. He rubbed his head gently, I wanted to see you earlier. After saying that, he turned to Zhang Linhao, hello. Hello, hello. Zhang Linhao greeted, then Bai Qingyu asked, where is your home, Zhang Linhao? We'll send you back. Zhang Linhao glanced at Fang Kei, the word okay got stuck in his throat under Fang Kei's imposing presence, no need, I'll just take a taxi. In that case, let's go. Bai Qingyu held Fang Kei's hand and left. Fang Kei opened the passenger door and let Bai Qingyu sit inside, then walked around to the driver's side. After fastening Bai Qingyu's seatbelt, he asked seemingly offhandedly, are the relationships between you and your roommates all good? Yes, we all get along pretty well. When Zhou Du got injured, the others sent red envelopes in our group chat to let us buy gifts for Zhou Du. Bai Qingyu blinked mischievously, guess what I bought? Hee hee. Chapter 46, Bai Qingyu's gift. When Qin Cheng returned home from work, Zhou Du was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. He truly pondered for a moment, a question about whether gender should be a necessary factor in marriage. Big brother Cheng, you're back. Zhou Du's voice interrupted his musings about human society, and Qin Cheng hung up his coat on the hanger, I already said we could go out to eat after I return. Why are you cooking again? The food outside is heavy on salt and oil, not healthy. You have so many business dinners anyway, you should eat out less often. Zhou Du lifted the pot cover and ladled out the fish congee he'd been simmering, drizzling a few drops of sesame oil over it. How is your body feeling today? Qin Ching fished out his remote from the cracks of the sofa, turning on the TV to catch up on the replay of his idol drama. Pretty good. I want to go home next week for a visit. Zhou Du served the prepared food onto the dining table. Alright, when it happens, I'll go with you. Qin Cheng's attention was caught by the gift box on the coffee table. The two little white ones also brought you gifts. What are they? I don't know either, you open it and check. Zhou Du smirked slightly. You're going with me? Aha. Qin Cheng replied, tearing open the gift box's packaging. The box was rather large, and once he opened the lid, there were quite a few items inside. One of them was completely in English. What the heck is this thing? Qin Cheng looked at the words but couldn't understand them. His English scores had always been poor, relying on other subjects to pull him through. Qin Cheng opened the package and was confused by the contents that seemed to be medical equipment. Why is there a tube? And disposable gloves? What on earth is this? He used his phone's translation tool to scan it. Enema. Zhou Du. Are you trying to kill me? Qin Cheng pulled out the other two items from the gift box. These were things he was all too familiar with. Though he lacked hands-on experience with others, he had experimented on his own in his spare time. What's wrong? Zhou Du hastily came over without even untying his apron, and upon seeing the items in Qin Cheng's hands, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't seen these before either but could roughly guess what they were. What is this? Are you pretending to be innocent with me? Qin Cheng threw a certain device into Zhou Du's arms. Fortunately, Zhou Du reacted quickly, otherwise his ribs would have hurt again. Brother Cheng, I really don't know, it was Xiaobai who brought them. You saw it yourself, I haven't even opened the box. Zhou Du's mind was ablaze like fireworks. Was Bai Qingyu trying to kill him? Qin Cheng glared at him with fire shooting out of his eyes, hugging his arms. Why are you so mad? Zhou Du put the items back into the box carefully. Qin Cheng got even angrier watching his actions. I'm not angry. Why should I be mad? Why can't you kids today just behave properly? What is this mess? He didn't quite understand why he was so furious. He'd known for a long time that Zhou Du liked men, plus Zhou Du was an adult. These matters needed guidance rather than suppression. Zhou Du smiled. What are you laughing about? Qin Cheng snapped, completely disarmed. Since you live in my house, I have the responsibility to take care of you. Engaging in such acts isn't safe, it can cause injuries or even diseases. Too cute. Zhou Du tried to control his upturned corners. Yeah, Brother Cheng has taught me well. Humph. Qin Cheng turned away and went to eat in the dining room, then suddenly remembered something, turning around to look at Zhou Du curiously. Are you submissive? What do you think? Zhou Du avoided a direct answer by posing a counter-question. How should I know? Qin Cheng sat down after pulling out the dining chair, drinking his fish congee porridge. If Zhou Du was top, then whose use was Bai Qingyu thinking of when giving him those things? Qin Cheng's face grew serious as he suddenly recalled the day when Bai Qingyu jokingly said during the dorm dinner, "Be careful your ass doesn't flour later." Pfft, cough cough cough. Qin Cheng spat out his mouthful of porridge, choking himself, but his first thought was, oh no, the meal Zhou Du cooked is wasted now, it can't be eaten. How can you be so careless? Zhou Du hurried over, patting his back and quickly pulling out a tissue to wipe his mouth. With red eyes from coughing, Qin Cheng glared at him fiercely. You're not getting away with this. Zhou Du was utterly confused. What? I'm not getting away with what? Qin Cheng had built up anger in his heart, but he felt too embarrassed to ask directly, grinding his teeth silently. In the end, they ordered takeout instead. Zhou Du cautiously opened up. Didn't you say you'd go home with me? Aha, your wounds aren't fully healed yet, I wouldn't let you go alone. Besides, it's also a good chance to visit my grandparents' graves. I've only gone back there once since they passed away. Qin Cheng slurped some rice noodles. Back then, you weren't there yet, otherwise we might have met earlier. He smirked wryly. That way, I could have beaten you up while you were still young. Zhou Du habitually gave the meat in his bowl to Qin Cheng. Even if you wanted to beat me up now, I wouldn't fight back. You talk a good game. Qin Cheng returned the meat to him. Eat more. You need it for your bones. Zhou Du looked at the spicy hot pot in a plastic bowl. This definitely wasn't suitable food for someone recovering. But Qin Cheng had specifically ordered a bone soup base, showing his consideration. While on break, Qin Cheng took Zhou Du to the hospital for a follow-up checkup. The bone crack was healing well as long as they avoided dangerous physical activity. A week before Zhou Du's school reopened, Qin Cheng booked a flight to Xuanzhou, mentioning it briefly to Qin Weijun, who bought a lot of specialties from Jiangbei for him to bring along. Qin Cheng always felt his father seemed to have some sort of first love syndrome, but being from the older generation, he didn't bother asking. However, he did hint to his father through his words that he should treat Aunt Cheng Lan kindly, otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to turn against him. As soon as Qin Cheng boarded the plane, he fell asleep, whereas Zhou Du, still brimming with youthful excitement, kept gazing out the window wanting to talk to Qin Cheng, but Qin Cheng was already asleep. Zhou Du pulled the blanket up for him gently, whispering softly, the sea and the sky, you brought me to see both. Under the light blanket, he gently held Qin Cheng's hand. Were they closer to the moon up here, 10,000 meters above the ground? 2 hours later, the plane landed at Xuanzhou Airport, and they still had to take a bus to the county town. Qin Ching found motion sickness patches in his bag and stuck one behind Zhou Du's ear. He remembered Zhou Du suffered from car sickness. This will help. After landing, they still had a journey ahead of them. Thank you. Zhou Du touched his earlobe, feeling sweet in his heart. Qin Cheng had slept well on the plane and now was full of energy. The only downside was that the smell inside the bus wasn't pleasant. It was mealtime, and some people were eating on the bus. Qin Cheng frowned and opened a small crack in the window. It was a bit cold, but at least the air quality improved. The noise on the bus was loud, and Qin Cheng looked out of the window at scenery completely different from the prosperity of Jiangbei. I forgot how we came last time. I was too young then. All I remember is my father bought me a string of tanghulu, sugar-coated haw, which was quite sweet. Do you want to eat it? I'll buy you some after we get off. Qin Cheng laughed softly. I'm 27 years old now, not a kid anymore. Zhou Du said, if you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you. Chapter 47, Tickling Heart's Tip. After sitting on the bus for over an hour, the two finally arrived in the county town. Qin Cheng, who doesn't usually suffer from motion sickness, was almost about to vomit from the smell inside the bus. It was past mealtime, yet his stomach began rumbling, but Qin Cheng had no appetite at all. I can't eat anything. You check what you want to eat. I didn't eat much in the morning. If I don't eat now at noon, my stomach will feel uncomfortable. Zhou Du patted his head, eat something. Qin Cheng shook his head and dodged Zhou Du's hand, muttering, you're so nagging. He looked around and pointed randomly to a shop. This one, oil-splashed noodles, looks pretty fragrant. The oil-splashed noodle shop was rather small with old chairs and tables. But Qin Cheng didn't care as long as the food was clean. He was just about to pull a chair to sit down when Zhou Du took out a small pack of wet wipes from his bag, wiped the table and chair thoroughly, and then let Qin Cheng sit down. Qin Cheng was a bit confused. Inexplicably, his heart started to itch like electric current passing through, making him itch but unable to scratch. You seem quite tidy. He just finished saying that and saw Zhou Du sit directly on another stool without wiping. Qin Cheng unscrewed his sugar-free cola and took a big sip, the gas making him burp heavily. Zhou Du patted his back while looking at the menu. His heart itched even more, becoming uneasy. Although the store looked shabby, the owner's skill was excellent, offering delicious aroma and flavor in all aspects. Qin Cheng, who originally had no appetite, developed a craving upon seeing the red chili peppers. This seemed spicier than the chili peppers in Jiangbei. Qin Cheng, sisha, ate very joyfully. Uses locally grown small red peppers. If you like them, we can take some home when we leave. Zhou Du ate quickly. By the time Qin Cheng finished half of his dish, his bowl was already empty. Brother Cheng, you keep eating here. I'll be right back. Qin Cheng thought he was going to buy water, so he nodded. All right, I want lemon lime soda water. 10 minutes later, Zhou Du returned not only with his soda but also holding 2 skewers of candied haws, one made of hawthorns and the other strawberries. Qin Cheng's lips, reddened by the spice, moved a little. Thank you. No need to thank. Zhou Du paid the bill, and both walked out together. Qin Cheng was biting an icy sugared strawberry, his cheek puffing up on one side, speaking unclearly. How do we go to your place? Is it by public bus or taxi? Zhou Du turned around and smiled, taking out his phone to make a call. Shortly after, a 3-wheeled vehicle drove towards them. There's neither a bus nor a taxi. Click, the strawberry in Qin Cheng's mouth burst in his mouth, and he recalled that his dad seemed to have carried him on a pedicab in the past. Times have progressed, now they were powered by electricity. Zhou Du, you're back. The driver was a middle-aged man with a simple, honest face. When he looked at Qin Cheng, there was a hint of restraint. Hello. Hey, hello, I am Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng did not know who he was until Zhou Du called him brother-in-law. Let's go, get in the car. Brother-in-law put their suitcases in the back cargo compartment. Your sister and my mother-in-law are waiting for you two at home. Qin Cheng felt a bit awkward looking at the little car in front of him. He suspected that if he and Zhou Du sat in it, it might overturn. Zhou Du figured out what he was thinking. Don't worry, this car can carry a pig. Oh, good. Qin Cheng extended his long legs to climb up. There were 2 little stools inside, and Zhou Du got on and sat next to him. After realizing it late, Qin Cheng reacted. Are you calling me a pig? Zhou Du smiled and remained silent. Brother-in-law turned the ignition and shouted, hold on tight, don't fall off. Sure. Qin Cheng grabbed onto the handlebar. Initially, it was a smooth highway road, but once they entered the mountains, it became a rugged mountain path with winding turns. Qin Cheng felt like he was riding a crazy spinning disc, being shaken and tossed around continuously. Without noticing, he could even be thrown into the air, especially his bottom, painfully sore from bouncing. Zhou Du had been holding onto his arm the entire time, while their brother-in-law up front chatted with them happily. But only Qin Cheng paid attention. Zhou Du hardly said anything, only responding when Qin Cheng spoke to him. Qin Cheng guessed that the relationship between Zhou Du and his brother-in-law wasn't great, but the brother-in-law seemed like a kind-hearted man. He pulled his head further into his scarf. In this freezing winter, riding in an open 3-wheeler through the mountains, it was much colder than in Jiangbei. The cold wind hitting his face felt like being cut by a blade. Qin Cheng was already regretting coming out with Zhou Du. Brother-in-law. How much longer until we arrive? My ass is about to fall apart. Qin Cheng turned and said loudly. Zhou Du. What nonsense are you saying? The brother-in-law shouted back, almost there, almost there. Another half hour. Shit, this vehicle really holds its ground. Qin Cheng's hands were extremely cold, so he slipped them into Zhou Du's neck. Zhou Du allowed his ice-cold fingers to grip his neck as he responded, it's been remodeled, it can reach 60 kilometers per hour if driven properly, but the mountain roads aren't easy to drive on. Oh. Qin Cheng buried his face in the scarf and looked far into the distance. There was still unmelted snow on the mountaintops, everything untouched by modern industrial pollution. As the road behind them grew longer, Qin Cheng turned to look at Zhou Du. Although the scenery here was beautiful and the air fresh, it was too isolated. Living here, one could see the end of life from the start, but without any hope. After more than half an hour of bumping around, the three-wheeler finally stopped in front of a brick house. In the mountain villages, houses were scattered all over, not gathered together, looking rather lonely. Qin Cheng got out of the car first, stretching his soon-to-disintegrate body, then winced as he rubbed his sore bottom. Zhou Du took out the luggage, we'll bring a cushion next time. The brother-in-law scratched his head awkwardly, we're not so delicate here, no, I'm not calling you delicate. He choked himself halfway through the sentence. Qin Cheng smiled, I understand what you mean. The brother-in-law pushed open the wooden door and started calling out, Grandma, Grandpa, Sister Yanzi, Zhou Du and Qin Cheng are back. Here, they don't call their father-in-law and mother-in-law, Daddy, and Mommy, as in the city, but Grandma and Grandpa instead, another reflection of feudal patriarchy. As they entered, a little stray dog came rushing out, furiously wagging its tail, startling Qin Cheng. Zhou Du smiled and patted its head, don't make trouble, you scared Brother Cheng. A woman hurried out of the kitchen, her back slightly hunched. As soon as she saw Zhou Du, her eyes reddened, let Mom take a good look at my son, how are you doing in Jiangbei? Are you suffering? Zhou Du bent down to let his mother touch his face, his eyes soft with tenderness, no, Brother Cheng takes good care of me. Zhang Yan wiped away her tears and held Qin Cheng's hand against hers, thank you, child. No problem, Auntie, it's all I should do. Qin Cheng felt the calluses on Zhang Yan's hands and felt sad and heartbroken for her. He thought this might be the reason why Zhou Du always harbored ambition and determination to rise higher. Chapter 48, The Moon in the Mountains. Little one. A woman of about 30 walked out from the inner room. When Zhou Du's sister appeared, Qin Cheng immediately understood why Zhou Du wasn't warm toward his brother-in-law. This was simply a case of a beautiful flower stuck on cow dung. Even in simple clothing and without makeup, with skin somewhat red from the winter frost, it was clear at a glance that she was a beauty. And she had a tall figure, probably around 172 centimeters tall, about the same height as her husband. Qin Cheng patted Zhou Du's back, showing understanding. If his own sister had married someone like this, he wouldn't have been able to bear it either. But it seemed like his brother-in-law treated his sister well, pulling out a rujiamo from his pocket and shyly handing it to Zhou Yan, pork belly, very fragrant, try it. Zhou Yan gave him an annoyed glare, why did you only buy one? Are Little Du and Qin Cheng not going to eat? Ah, I forgot that, the brother-in-law slapped his forehead and apologized with a smile towards Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng waved his hand, no problem, I've smelled the aroma already, Auntie is making delicious food. Sigh, though loving his wife, he seemed low on emotional intelligence. Where's Zhifeng? Zhou Du looked around. Qin Cheng followed his gaze and noticed a little girl peeking at them from the doorframe, around 11 or 12 years old. Qin Cheng handed her the other skewer of sugar-coated haws, smiling, Zhifeng. Which Zhu and which Feng? Lin Zhifeng accepted the sugar haws and looked at the handsome big brother in front of her, the Zhu of chasing, the Feng of wind direction. It was Uncle Xiaojie who named me, hoping I could be as free as the wind in the wilderness. Nice name. Qin Cheng patted her head, the wind can go anywhere, and so can you. Lin Zhifeng smiled with her eyes almost closed, I want to be like Uncle Zhou, and get into a good university. Zhou Du walked over, school is starting soon. How much of your winter homework have you done? Lin Zhifeng turned to Zhang Yun in dissatisfaction, Grandma. Look what my little uncle is doing. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhou Yan nudged Zhou Du's shoulder, go check on Dad. Zhou Du nodded and Qin Cheng followed him into the inner room where Zhou's father was sitting in a wheelchair by the window soaking up the sun. This wheelchair was bought by Zhou Du during his last visit home. Qin Cheng thought being a dad wasn't exactly a role Zhou's father took seriously. If he had a wheelchair, why didn't he come out to greet them? Dad. Zhou Du's words were somewhat stiff, showing that their father-son relationship wasn't good. Qin Cheng then said, Uncle, how's your health? My parents asked me to give both you and Auntie many gifts and they insisted I take special care of your health. Zhou's father looked at Qin Cheng and his expression softened slightly, not bad, it's trouble for you two to look after Zhou Du in Jiangbei. No trouble at all, Uncle. After all, your wife and our dads are childhood friends. It's all part of the deal. Upon hearing this, Zhou's father gave a cold snort, childhood friends? What kind of childhood friendship does Qin Weijun remember? He remembers the old days between my wife and him. Qin Cheng froze, his smile plastered awkwardly on his face. This comment was quite rude, and if Zhou's father weren't his, he would have pointed a finger at him and cursed. Cheng, let's go outside. Zhou Du's face turned cold as he didn't spare another glance for his father, pulling Qin Cheng's hand and walking away until they reached a corner of the yard. Let me apologize for him, sorry Cheng. It's fine, I understand. Suddenly becoming disabled can lead to a sour mood, which makes one talk more sharply. Don't worry about it. Qin Cheng squeezed Zhou Du's shoulder. What did Aunt make for dinner? I think I smelled some meat. Zhou Du's face finally brightened a little. Try it later, my mom cooks pretty well. Night fell quickly in the mountains. There was a small light installed on the door of the main hall, but it wasn't very bright, barely enough to be useful. Looking out from the yard, all you could see was the dark, scary mountain. Qin Cheng gazed at the moon atop the mountain. When you first mentioned wanting to show me the moon here in the mountains, we're here now, aren't we? Zhou Du stood beside him, tightening his collar for him, and together they gazed off into the distance. It was strange, before feeling trapped, now it felt beautiful. As they were enjoying the moonlight, a sudden breeze blew, making Qin Cheng sneeze. Urgently, Zhou Du told him to go back inside. Let's return, dinner will be ready soon. Zhang Yun prepared a large feast of Xuanzhou delicacies. Qin Cheng ate 2 bowls of rice, only stopping when he was too full to continue. Zhou Du, Andy cooks so well, yet you don't seem any fatter. You sure know how to talk. Zhang Yun looked affectionately at Qin Cheng. How are your parents? Are they healthy? They're fine. My dad keeps dragging my mom to exercise, she's stronger than me now. Zhang Yun wanted to ask more, but Zhou's father interrupted. That's enough. People in the city have everything, you shouldn't waste time worrying unnecessarily. If you're finished eating, go rest. Zhou Du frowned slightly. So now you're disciplining me. The warm atmosphere at the dining table was instantly broken. Lin Zhifeng instinctively moved closer to Qin Cheng, who patted her head to soothe her. That's enough. Everyone's here, what are you doing? Zhang Yun gave an embarrassed laugh to Qin Cheng, then pushed Zhou's father back into the room. He kept complaining. Even though the door was shut, there was no soundproofing. Qin Cheng roughly understood the situation. This was settling old accounts from the past relationship between Qin Weijun and Zhang Yun. Whoa, if Mrs. Cheng knew that Zhou Du was actually Qin Weijun's first love's child, heaven help us, the house might just crumble. Comrade Qin Weijun, danger. Cheng, I'm sorry to have put you in such a position. Ah, never mind, I probably shouldn't have come along. I originally just wanted to keep you company, but instead ended up causing trouble. Don't say that. For the first time, Zhou Du felt a bit embarrassed, something he'd never experienced because of financial reasons. But every impolite word his father uttered felt like slaps to his face in front of Qin Cheng. Quickly stepping in, Zhou Yan spoke up. Xiao Cheng, my dad is always like this, has a temper. Don't take it to heart. No problem. Oh right, almost forgot, I brought everyone gifts. Qin Cheng opened the suitcase, revealing not only specialties from Jiangbei, but also other things. Clothes for Zhou Du's parents, cosmetics for his sister, a razor for his brother-in-law, and a princess dress for his young niece. Zhou Du was a little surprised. He didn't know that Qin Cheng had bought so many things, he thought they were only gifts for his parents. Zhang Yun came out of the room just in time and quickly said, thank you. Qin Cheng felt that the phrase he had repeated most today was, don't mention it, and now he felt tired of saying it. Qin Cheng handed out the gifts one by one, then looked at Zhou Du. There's nothing for you. Zhou Du smiled. Lin Zhifeng eagerly went into the house to change into the princess dress, regardless of the cold, spinning around. Does it look nice? Does it look nice? It looks great. Qin Cheng enthusiastically praised her, thinking about how people say that nephews resemble their uncles, and he indeed found Lin Zhifeng similar to Zhou Du in some ways. In the future when she grows up, she might even be prettier than her mother. But such a beautiful girl, born in the mountains, if she couldn't leave. Qin Cheng quickly realized that Zhou Du wouldn't let such a possibility occur. With regard to the girl who grew up with him, how could he possibly keep her here? Chapter 49, Not because of alcohol. After dinner, Zhou Yan's family drove a tricycle back to the neighboring village. Lin Zhifeng still didn't want to leave, yelling that she would come to find Brother Cheng tomorrow. Zhou Yan pinched her small face. Your uncle calls him brother, so you should call him uncle. Qin Cheng's head hurt when he heard this term. Though nearing 30, he could only endure being called uncle now. Forget it, Zhifeng, call me whatever you want. We'll each follow our own generation rankings. Yes. Brother Cheng, I will come to play with you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. Qin Cheng waved to her, hugging his arms tightly as he quickly returned inside. I'm freezing. The house had few rooms, so Qin Cheng was arranged to stay in Zhou Du's room, an arrangement that was understandable enough. After all, how two brothers sleep doesn't matter. Although Qin Cheng felt slightly awkward, he didn't outright reject it. At least Zhang Yun prepared separate quilts for both of them so they could sleep individually. The bed, however, was too small, compounded by the mountain winter's lack of heating. They had to cover themselves with 3 quilts, making it rather crowded. Each of them covered himself with 1 quilt while sharing another 2 on top. There would be no way to shower today. After washing his feet and removing his shoes, Qin Cheng crawled under the covers, staying closer to the wall. This bed probably had the same age as Zhou Du because it creaked violently at every slight movement. Qin Cheng bundled up warmly, worriedly asking, "Are we going to break the bed sleeping like this?" Zhou Du took off his coat. "It won't break, it's solid wood. Unless we indulge in vigorous activity." "Vigorous activity? You're dreaming." Qin Cheng shot him a glare. Zhou Du paused momentarily as he pulled back the quilt. "What are you thinking about?" "My point is, as long as we don't jump on the bed, there won't be any problem." Qin Cheng turned red, flipping over. "Go to sleep. Turn off the light. Tomorrow we'll go visit my grandparents' graves." After the lights were switched off, the room fell completely into darkness. In the city, at least there was some streetlight illumination, but here it was pitch black. It was hard to even see your hand in front of your face. Qin Cheng blinked, gradually adapting to the night. The faint reflection of the moon on the remaining snow outside barely illuminated Zhou Du's silhouette. Zhou Du slept in a very proper position, lying flat on his back with his breathing becoming regular. Although Qin Cheng lay in bed, he couldn't fall asleep right away in a strange place. Busy all day, he had no chance to idle until now. With absolute silence all around except for the occasional barking from dogs outside the window, he slightly flipped onto his side. Under the cover of darkness, he pillowed his head on his arm and observed Zhou Du, though naturally, he couldn't see clearly. People's thoughts tend to expand infinitely at night, and Qin Cheng again recalled the kiss Zhou Du gave him when drunk, laced with alcohol breath and unusual assertiveness compared to his usual demeanor. Qin Cheng lowered his head further, exposing only his eyes. The person next to him sighed softly, suddenly turning over and lying sideways facing him. "Qin Cheng, can't you sleep?" Zhou Du's face abruptly enlarged before Qin Cheng's eyes, frightening him even though he couldn't see it clearly. "What are you doing? You scared me to death. Shouldn't I ask you first why you're awake and sneaking peeks at me?" Zhou Du shifted outward a little, fearing Qin Cheng might slap him. Qin Cheng moved his lips slightly, stubbornly insisting, "You're talking nonsense. Who is sneaking peeks? It's pitch dark, how can you say that? When someone feels guilty, they talk a lot." Zhou Du chuckled quietly, "And isn't touch also a form of perception? I could feel your gaze on me. What are you thinking about?" Qin Cheng was caught off guard, recklessly blurted out, "So what if I did? Are you going to hit me?" Zhou Du couldn't help but laugh softly. His low voice in the dark carried an unexpected charm that warmed Qin Cheng's ears. "Then what are you thinking about?" After a long pause, Qin Cheng finally spoke. "That day, did you really black out?" Though he didn't say it outright, Zhou Du understood what Qin Cheng was referring to. "No." "What?" Qin Cheng sat up, glaring at him. "You're such a good actor. Why didn't you tell the truth then?" Zhou Du pushed him back into the covers and tucked him in. "Cover up well or you'll catch a cold." Qin Cheng swatted his hand away. "Why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? I thought only I knew about it and couldn't even ask. I almost died of holding it in." "I was afraid you'd kick me out," Zhou Du answered honestly. "But that night, I was really drunk, don't be mad." Qin Cheng's anger subsided slightly upon hearing the phrase, "I was afraid you'd kick me out." "Your alcohol tolerance is too bad. Terrible. Even if I got drunk, I wouldn't flirt with girls like that. Would you like to try again?" "Try what?" "Drinking with you. Am I crazy?" "No." Zhou Du suddenly leaned over, his hand supporting Qin Cheng's ear as he dipped down closer. "Try whether it's because of my alcohol tolerance." Qin Cheng subconsciously licked his lips. With their proximity, it seemed like he could see Zhou Du's gaze carrying heat. It made him feel restless even in the cold winter. "I won't." The rest of his words were swallowed by Zhou Du's kiss. Qin Cheng tried to push him away, pressing his hands on his chest, feeling Zhou Du's rapid heartbeat through the layers of cloth, making his palm tingle. Qin Cheng clenched his teeth. Slowly but surely, Zhou Du wandered around his lips. As if tasting a very delicious cake, reluctant to swallow it whole. Only savoring layer after layer of cream on top. "Qin Cheng, it had nothing to do with drinking." Zhou Du's voice was somewhat hoarse. Holding Qin Cheng's wrist, Zhou Du pinned it to the pillow. The next second, there was a mark left on his collarbone. Huh, wasn't that what Zhou Du said before? A melanoma? This guy was truly wasting his talents not acting. It's really their loss not having you in the entertainment circle. Damn it. Die. Just as Zhou Du let go quickly, Qin Cheng kicked but missed. His foot hung awkwardly in midair. The bed creaked loudly because of his movement, and outside, Xiao Huang barked louder. "Let's sleep, Brother Cheng." Carefully pressing down on Qin Cheng's leg, Zhou Du pulled the covers up and moved a little further. "Good night, we still need to visit the graves tomorrow." Qin Cheng's temples throbbed a couple of times, so he immediately straddled Zhou Du's chest and harshly shook his neck while pinching it. "Good night, huh? How about visiting your grave tomorrow?" Choking under the pressure, Qin Cheng released him only when Zhou Du coughed heavily. He flipped back to his side, lying down again, but all the warmth was gone. It felt icy, which infuriated him further, prompting him to kick at the blanket several times. "So cold. Finally warmed up just now. You drive me crazy." Now Qin Cheng was wide awake, so he slid his cold feet into Zhou Du's warm nest. Without complaint, Zhou Du used his legs to encircle Qin Cheng's feet and provided warmth. Though Qin Cheng twisted his toes and pinched Zhou Du's thigh, not a single groan escaped his lips. There are times to be brave and times to retreat gracefully. With Qin Cheng in such a temper, soothing him was necessary. There's no free lunch, nor kisses without consequences. When Zhou Du finally believed his thigh was going numb, Qin Cheng finally retracted his feet. "Brother Cheng, aren't you mad anymore?" No response. Qin Cheng had already fallen asleep, completely depleting his energy after the day's activities. Gently lifting the quilt, Zhou Du wrapped Qin Cheng into his own covers. "Good night." In a semi-conscious state, Qin Cheng felt the warmth and instinctively curled up against Zhou Du's chest. Mumbling incomprehensibly, I like girls, zzzzz. Chapter 50, Why Complicate Things? Since they stayed up late the previous night, Zhou Du did not wake up according to his usual schedule, or perhaps it was because the person cuddled in his arms was too warm for him to bear leaving. When Zhang Yun came to wake them up, she saw Zhou Du and Qin Cheng sleeping face to face, and quietly retreated, allowing them to continue resting. Zhang Yun hadn't given much thought to their arrangement, or perhaps her understanding didn't encompass the idea of two men falling in love. She simply regarded Zhou Du and Qin Cheng as having a good friendship, which brought her immense joy. Zhou Du was relatively withdrawn as a child and rarely had friends. When he was happy, he didn't talk much about it, neither did he express sadness openly. When bullied, he would climb the mountain behind their home to burn off his frustrations physically. This was his method of dealing with emotions. Therefore, when Zhang Yun observed Zhou Du dishing food for Qin Cheng and both smiling during their conversations, she felt a great sense of relief. Her greatest fear had always been that Zhou Du might feel isolated in Jiangbei. Qin Cheng woke up earlier than Zhou Du. The bedboard was too hard, causing a dull ache in his lower back. That night, he had actually known Zhou Du was holding him in his arms. But with the warmth and sheer tiredness, he didn't bother to struggle. However, now that he woke up fully aware, seeing Zhou Du's face right away made his heart itch as if being swept by green weed ears. Qin Cheng clearly sensed this emotion wasn't repulsion, it made him feel a sudden wave of confusion. Awake? Zhou Du's arm had gone numb from being on, slightly furrowing his brows as he pulled it out, waiting a bit before caressing Qin Cheng's hair. "Are you hungry? My mom should have prepared breakfast for us." "Zhou Du, I think you shouldn't keep doing this." Qin Cheng sighed, "I like girls, and you're making me very awkward." "Why awkward?" Zhou Du caught the key point. "Do you hate me? You can just push me away, why do you feel awkward?" Qin Cheng opened his mouth but found his mind as chaotic as scrambled brains. His mouth had always been sharp, yet this time he didn't know how to counter. Indeed, pushing Zhou Du away or even hitting him wouldn't lead to retaliation since Zhou Du would never fight back. So why did he feel so awkward? Feeling irritated, Qin Cheng roughly combed his fingers through his already spiky hair and snapped, "I don't know, stop asking, it's annoying." "Alright, won't ask then, just think about it slowly." Zhou Du agreed with him. "I'll get up first. You can stay in bed for a while longer, I'll bring you some warm water for washing." Watching Zhou Du leave the room, Qin Cheng threw himself backward onto the pillow with a creaking sound from the bed. He looked at the spider web on the roof beam and felt his thoughts were more tangled than the cobwebs themselves. After a while, Zhou Du came back carrying a pot of hot water and a basin of cold water. He poured the hot water into the basin, checked the temperature, then said to Qin Cheng, "It's too cold outside, the water pipes are frozen. Just wash your face and brush your teeth inside." Qin Cheng nodded and began putting on his clothes slowly. Even though they had kissed only hours ago, there wasn't much awkwardness between them now, possibly because all the embarrassment had already been exhausted last time. Qin Cheng's cup for rinsing his mouth was new, bought for him by Zhang Yun after a half-hour trek up the mountain. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Zhou Du asked again, "You can't shower, but if you want to wash your hair, I can heat water for you." After drying his face with a clean towel, a few strands of Qin Cheng's forehead hair were dampened. "Is my hair greasy?" Zhou Du scrutinized carefully. "Not greasy." "In that case, no need to wash, it's too cold." Qin Cheng sneezed, quickly putting on his down jacket. "I'll just wear a hat." "Isn't Chu Feng looking for me to play yesterday? Why hasn't he come yet?" Zhou Du chuckled. "My sister called me earlier, she has to finish her homework early in the morning, so she'll be here in the afternoon." "Poor thing." Qin Cheng stretched lazily. "What are your parents doing? Shall we help?" "My mom probably went out to work in the field, she'll be back soon." "Dad is in the yard basking in the sun." Zhou Du didn't even want to call him Dad. Qin Cheng nodded. "What shall we do then?" "You don't have to do anything, just stay warm so you don't catch a cold." Zhou Du took out his own scarf and wrapped it around Qin Cheng's neck. "Are you hungry? There's congee and buns left in the pot, I'll reheat them for you." "Okay." Zhou Du went to the kitchen while Qin Cheng took a little stool and wandered into the courtyard. The sunlight at this moment was perfect, warming him up. "Uncle, good morning." Qin Cheng tilted his head toward the sun, squinting as he greeted Zhou's father. Zhou's father watched Zhou Du through the window in the kitchen. "Xiao Cheng, what does Zhou Du do in Jiangbei? He sends so much money every month, does he spend enough on himself?" This dad was interesting. He didn't inquire directly about his son nearby but instead questioned an outsider. Qin Cheng put his hands in his pockets. Zhou Du works as a coach at a boxing gym, and sometimes does tutoring jobs on the side. Don't worry, uncle, he makes good money and handles things well. Zhou's father remained silent for a moment, watching Zhou Du carrying the bulls coming out before saying to Qin Cheng, please take care of him more. His stubborn nature might get him into trouble. Just as Qin Cheng was about to respond, Zhou Du already appeared with congee and buns, casting a faint glance at his father which eventually landed on Qin Cheng. Chenggu, let's eat. Oh, alright. Qin Cheng stood up, turning back to Zhou's father, don't worry, I'm here, he won't get hurt. Zhou's father didn't say anything else. At the small dining table, Qin Cheng munched on a big steamed bun filled with pork and chives, savoring its aroma. Lifting his eyes, he wanted to ask Zhou Du something but didn't know where to start. If you want to ask, just ask. What did he tell you? Don't mind him, it's unreasonable. Zhou Du muttered darkly. Kong Cheng held his bowl, drinking a sip of millet porridge, you two are truly. Your father told me to look after you. Zhou Du couldn't believe his eyes and widened them, how is that possible? From childhood to adulthood, he had been through a suppressive education. No matter how good his grades were or how sensible he was, his father would just say, there are plenty of talented people out there. Upon careful reflection, Zhou Du was nearly 20 years old and seemed to have never received any affirmation. Your dad still loves you. Father's love as solid as a mountain. An oppressive one. Zhou Du was quite indifferent, I've already surpassed the age where I need him, we will always be like this. Qin Cheng didn't persuade further, he had no position to do so. He grew up in an environment where his parents' relationship was harmonious and full of affection. He couldn't force Zhou Du to betray his younger self by forgiving now, as that would negate all past pain and sadness. It's fine, you've grown up well, look forward. Qin Cheng broke off a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into Zhou Du's mouth. Chewing, Zhou Du said, yeah, I've grown up, I've met you, and now you take care of me. Tisk. Qin Cheng smiled, you're being conceited. Chapter 51, Qin Cheng's Kiss. After finishing their meal, Qin Cheng glanced at the time, Zhou Du, shall we visit my grandpa's and grandma's graves while it's warm? Alright. After clearing the dishes, Zhou Du took a small shovel, let's go. What do you need the shovel for? We're visiting graves, not digging them up. Qin Cheng was shocked. Zhou Du was speechless for a moment before explaining, Brother Cheng, it hasn't been cleaned for a long time, and there will be many weeds that need to be cleared. Oh. Qin Cheng suddenly understood, ah. You thought ahead. Zhou Du smiled, let's go. Qin Cheng informed Zhou's father who was in the courtyard and quickly caught up with Zhou Du, do you know where my grandparents are buried? I asked my mom last night. They're buried on the back mountain. The deceased from our place are all buried there, Zhou Du pointed to the footstones beneath them with the shovel, be careful, don't trip. Qin Cheng walked up the path with him. The surroundings were filled with barren trees. Although people had already treaded a narrow trail, he was easily poked by protruding dry branches when he wasn't paying attention, can you find them? It seems everything here looks the same to me. Zhou Du helped push the branches aside for him, every mountain around here that can be climbed, I've ascended countless times. I could find them even with my eyes closed. Looking at the young man opening the way for him, Qin Cheng observed his broad back and straight spine. Suddenly, he realized that the person in front of him wasn't a child but a man capable of handling things independently. Leading him through the mountains for half an hour, they finally arrived at an open area with several grave mounds, each standing with a tombstone. Qin Cheng felt somewhat melancholy for a moment, reflecting that life at its longest spanned only 100 years. Regardless of how remarkable one was in life, death reduced one to nothing more than an urn of ashes and a grave mound. Some people spend their whole lives chasing fame and fortune, yet in the end, they still get wrapped in a white cloth and pushed into the crematorium, leaving behind just a handful of ash. What are we all chasing in life? With all our efforts, we still end up dying, right? Qin Cheng blurted out unexpectedly. Zhou Du found the mound of his grandfather and grandmother, they were both buried together with only one stone. There must be some goal, otherwise life is pretty meaningless, isn't it? Gently shoveling the weeds off the top, the soil had already frozen hard, making it somewhat difficult. Qin Cheng stretched out his hand, give it to me, let me pay my respects. Zhou Du looked at him for a moment and handed over the shovel, be careful. However, Qin Cheng had done little physical labor in his life beyond helping his mother pick up packages. He quickly developed a blister after just a few swings of the shovel. Zhou Du examined his hand carefully, it wasn't too serious, delicate boy. Who did you just call that? Qin Cheng kicked his calf lightly. In the end, the honorable task of weed removal was left to Zhou Du. After removing the weeds, Zhou Du fetched fresh dirt and covered the mound. Qin Cheng wiped the gravestone with a small cloth and knelt down, kowtowing 3 times, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm Qin Cheng. Sorry I haven't come see you for so long. Please forgive us too. He pulled out his phone, searching through until he found a small electronic tomb visiting app. In it, he inputted his grandparents' names. It's winter, burning paper money might cause forest fires, so let's use something modern. Let's use the electronic process, surely down below technology should also have advanced, right? Listening to Qin Cheng's chatter, Zhou Du couldn't help but laugh. But he stopped laughing soon after, because Qin Cheng had recharged 1,000 yuan in the app to exchange for 100 billion ghost coins. Brother Cheng. Zhou Du failed to stop him in time. Qin Cheng turned around and winked at him. What's wrong? You, forget it. Zhou Du massaged his temples, thinking his brother Cheng was likely easy to be scammed and should download an anti-fraud app onto his phone. Qin Cheng thought it was peculiar and, turning around, made a transfer on his phone to his grandparents. If you need more money, just let me know in my dreams. No need to be shy. After putting his phone away, Qin Cheng felt a little bashful. Could you bless me with boundless wealth, an impeccable figure, and perfect health, all without side effects? Zhou Du listened to this long list of no side effects requests and stayed silent for a moment. These were his late grandparents, not turtles in the wishing well. After speaking for about 5 minutes, Qin Cheng was full of zest and excitement. Let's find a good-looking bride. He instinctively turned to glance at Zhou Du beside him, who was still holding the shovel, cutting off the sentence mid-word. That's all for now. Thanks for your hard work, you two old souls. I am, after all, the only offspring of our Qin family. You two please take care of things up there. After bowing 3 more times, he got up, brushed off the dirt from his knees, stretched his body, and said, we're done. Let's go. Zhou Du, is there another path? One with better scenery? It's winter now, everything is barren. This path is easier to walk on, the others probably have snow accumulation and aren't safe. Qin Cheng looked disappointed. All right then. Zhou Du slightly pursed his lips. Would you like me to show you my secret base? Secret base? Sure. Zhou Du led him around a corner and entered another narrow path, so quiet that it sent shivers down one's spine. As they say, once kidnapped into the deep mountains, escape truly is impossible. Luckily, Zhou Du was there, otherwise, Qin Cheng would likely never have come here on his own. After wandering for a while, the two reached a cliffside. Thinking himself fearless of heights, Qin Cheng still couldn't help but step back when facing the breathtaking natural view. Is this your secret base? Did you bring me here to take pictures? Zhou Du didn't watch TV dramas, so he didn't get Qin Cheng's reference. When I was young and feeling down, I used to come here often. To cheer yourself up. Zhou Du gazed forward at the precipice. I would think, if I jumped from here, there wouldn't be any possibilities left. I have to stay alive. Kai Cheng was somewhat stunned, stepping forward and pulling him backward, frightened. Don't ever come here again. Got it? Zhou Du turned around and hugged him tightly, almost embedding Qin Cheng into his embrace, and his heart grew light along with the wind across the vast land. Zhou Du's cheek brushed against Qin Cheng's ear, whispering softly, I won't come back here because I've already found the cure to life. Do you want to know what it is? Qin Cheng froze, then after a moment, his heart started pounding furiously. That ticklish sensation returned, colliding inside his chest, looking for an outlet as if about to explode. The cold wind of the wilderness blew past Qin Cheng's face. Looking into Zhou Du's eyes filled with intense emotions, all his feelings seemed poised to release at this moment. His mind went blank instantly, as if the entire world disappeared, leaving only him and Zhou Du. Brother Cheng. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Qin Cheng lunged forward, brushing past Zhou Du's lips forcefully. Rather than a kiss, it was more like an outburst of emotion, since it really did hurt. Zhou Du's eyes widened slightly, looking at him incredulously. Qin Cheng quickly pushed him away, startled, slapping Zhou Du's head with a loud slap. Zhou Du. F***CK. Not. What? Am I possessed by a ghost? Chapter 52, Think before you answer. Qin Cheng felt he must be insane. How else could he explain this kiss? There isn't a single guy who expresses friendship by kissing, right? He'd known Qiao and Yuan Zi for so many years, at most they'd just hug or pat each other on the back. Even the hugging had to be time-controlled, or both would feel awkward. So why had he kissed Zhou Du, on the lips even? Qin Cheng gave his skull a hard knock, reluctant to look directly into Zhou Du's eyes. It's over. Although Zhou Du hadn't straightforwardly expressed his feelings towards him, Qin Cheng wasn't stupid, he knew Zhou Du liked him. This one kiss had completely altered their pure, socialist brotherhood. Before, they could pretend it away, but what should they do now? After his initial shock, Zhou Du's dark pupils churned with surging emotions. Grasping Qin Cheng's wrist that had been hitting his own head, he pulled Qin Cheng back into his arms. Cheng, this time it was initiated by you. Qin Cheng's mind was in disarray. Zhou Du, listen to my explanation. No, I. Zhou Du ignored his babbling, gripping his jaw tightly and kissing him fiercely. Qin Cheng tried to push him away but failed. What ridiculous idle drama plot twist is this? It was hard for him, as a grown man, to accept being so utterly controlled by another man. But his brain and body seemed disconnected. His mind told him this was wrong. Yet his body was irresistibly drawn against his will. Whether to retreat or respond was unclear. Qin Cheng felt like he was in a complete daze. The sound of the wind and the rapid water flow below the cliff echoed around him. The water flowed toward an unknown destination far away. Qin Cheng's face turned red in the cold winter wind, making his head feel dizzy. Their heartbeats were louder, each thumping furiously, while silence enveloped them in their mutual gaze. A brittle snap from a dead branch breaking underfoot resounded through the air as startled birds flew swiftly toward the horizon. Zhou Du shifted his gaze behind Qin Cheng before returning it with a deeper look. What do you mean, Qin Cheng? Qin Cheng had now calmed down. Frowning, he wiped his mouth forcefully. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you, I was possessed? Why did you kiss me? Zhou Du disregarded Qin Cheng's rambling, pressing forward with his question. At 27 years old, Qin Cheng had always been fearless, yet this was the first time he couldn't look directly into someone's eyes. He looked down at the rocks beneath his feet. Stop asking, I'll tell you after I think clearly. He wasn't trying to avoid the situation, he just needed some time to figure things out. Before he kissed Zhou Du, all he could think about was Zhou Du jumping off the cliff back then, someone who would never know even if he passed away. He wanted to confirm that this person was alive, warm, then his nerves snapped, his mind flooded with irrational emotions. Alright, I'll wait. Zhou Du suppressed the growing excitement inside him, picking up the cap that had fallen off Qin Cheng's head and putting it back on. Let's go back, lunch is almost ready. Qin Cheng let Zhou Du take his hand without resistance. He glanced back at the precipice. If Zhou Du had jumped from here back then. I won't come here again, Zhou Du squeezed his palm softly. Zhou Du led him along a shortcut, rarely taken by others. Snow still lingered on the ground, and the path was narrower than the one they came on. Qin Cheng kept his head down watching his steps when he noticed a footprint on a patch of residual snow. How is there a footprint here? Zhou Du remained calm. Probably someone has been here. Brother Cheng, watch your step, it gets steep ahead. Okay. Ah. Qin Cheng stepped on a small rock, twisting his ankle. Had Zhou Du not reacted quickly, he might have tumbled down uncontrollably, though not fatally, but certainly painfully. Are you alright? Zhou Du threw down the shovel anxiously, helping Qin Cheng sit down. Worriedly, he asked, did you sprain your ankle? Left foot. Kneeling down, Qin Cheng nodded as Zhou Du untied his lace-up boots and removed them. Gently lifting Qin Cheng's foot, he asked, how does it feel? Does it hurt? A little, but it's not bad. Should be fine. Holding Qin Cheng's foot, Qin Cheng felt a little embarrassed. I'm fine, hurry and put my shoes back on. Unconvinced, Zhou Du lowered Qin Cheng's sock slightly to check if his ankle was swollen. As soon as Zhou Du's cold fingertips touched Qin Cheng's ankle, Qin Cheng instinctively pulled back. Is it hurting? No, your hands are too cold. Qin Cheng's face burned red, heaven forbid. How could he admit that his ankle was actually more sensitive than usual? Having confirmed that nothing serious happened, likely just a strained tendon, Zhou Du mischievously used the pad of his thumb to gently rub Qin Cheng's prominent ankle bone. True enough, Qin Cheng tried pulling his foot back, but Zhou Du held tight. Lowering his head, Zhou Du smirked subtly, unseen by Qin Cheng, carefully helping him pull his sock back on and tying his shoelaces into a beautiful bow. Are you deliberately teasing me? Qin Cheng huffed as he stood up and flexed his ankle. It stung a little, but no major harm was done. Zhou Du bent over and picked up the iron shovel, looking innocent. Deliberately what? Humph, ignoring him, Qin Cheng continued walking ahead on his own. Now it was clear to Qin Cheng, despite appearing pure and simple on the surface, Zhou Du was secretly wicked. Wicked. Irritating. There still seemed to be a lingering sensation of Zhou Du's fingers on his ankle. Qin Cheng gave a kick at a nearby sturdy tree. Zhou Du rushed to hold Qin Cheng's hand and tucked it into his pocket. Hold on to me, don't fall again. Zhou Du's pocket was warm, but Qin Cheng pursed his lips and twisted Zhou Du's waist through his clothes. Zhou Du winced with a sharp hiss, satisfying Qin Cheng's smirk. Unable to fight back, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. The sunlight filtered through the bare branches, casting dappled shadows on their bodies. The road behind them stretched endlessly, all past memories. As soon as they entered the courtyard gate, they smelled the aroma of food. Qin Cheng sneaked into the kitchen. Auntie, what's cooking? Zhou Yan heard the commotion and came out from the inner room, looking deeply at his younger brother. Let's have a chat, little one. All right. Zhou Du followed him inside and patted Lin Zhuofeng's head. Go outside and play with Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng. What are you doing? Lin Zhuofeng ran into the kitchen where Qin Cheng was shamelessly stealing snacks. Qin Cheng asked, where's your uncle? Lin Zhuofeng stood on tiptoe beside him to grab some fried mushrooms. My mom called him away for a chat. Qin Cheng showed no reaction. It was normal for siblings to catch up after being apart for so long. Zhang Yun held a spatula and stir-fried vegetables while smiling. Earlier, Yanzi and Xiaofeng went up the mountain to look for you too but couldn't find you. They came back then. Qin Cheng paused his chewing for a moment. Broken dry twigs, footprints on the mountain path. Tense, he swallowed hard and glanced down at Lin Zhuofeng, silently praying that things weren't as bad as he imagined. Lin Zhuofeng blinked and made a zipping motion over her mouth, glancing back at Grandma before whispering, I'm really tight-lipped. Plop. The chicken leg Qin Cheng had been gnawing fell to the ground, and Xiao Huang trotted in wagging its tail, scooping it up immediately. Chapter 53, So You're My Uncle's Lover. Qin Cheng hastily dragged Lin Zhuofeng out of the kitchen, looking around anxiously. Did you see anything? Lin Zhuofeng covered her mouth with her hand, wide-eyed. I saw you kiss my uncle. Though my mom quickly covered my eyes, I saw it. Qin Cheng's heart sank like a stone into a cliff. This was bad. Zhou Du was now effectively outed. While he could walk away unscathed, how would Zhou Du handle this? Even in prosperous Jiangbei, where attitudes towards homosexuality were already reserved, let alone here in the stifling mountains. How great must this psychological shock be for Zhou Yan and Lin Zhuofeng? Lin Zhuofeng tugged on Qin Cheng's sleeve softly. Brother Cheng, so you're my uncle's lover? The little girl had strong acceptance skills. Qin Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Uncle's lover. I like you, and I like my uncle too. Lin Zhuofeng looked up earnestly. Both of you should stay together. Qin Cheng sighed, bending down so he was eye level with Lin Zhuofeng, but both me and your uncle are men. What do we do? Lin Zhuofeng questioned naively, so what if you're both men? Men need love too, right? Is it illegal? You've got quite an open mind. Qin Cheng chuckled and ruffled her hair, ruining the braids her mother had carefully tied. Good girl. Through the window, Zhou Du watched the two quietly talking in the yard, a faint smile gracing his eyes. Following Zhou Du's gaze, Zhou Yan noticed Qin Cheng and her heart tightened abruptly. Xiao Du, you and Qin Cheng. I like him. Zhou Du reluctantly retracted his gaze, looking directly into his sister's eyes. Under Zhou Yan's shocked and flustered expression, he repeated himself, Sis, I like Qin Cheng. Zhou Yan pressed her hands tightly against her mouth to stifle a scream. After a long while, she finally quavered, how could you? Both of you are men, Xiao Du, is it because Qin Cheng? Zhou Du cut off his sister's speculations. I initiated it, sis. I've liked men since I was young. And will neither of you marry? Zhou Yan became frantic. Our father places such importance on you. How will you have children if you don't marry? At the mention of childbirth from his sister's lips, Zhou Du felt a pang of sadness. He had once been a hopeful teenager full of dreams for life. But Zhou Du knew he had no right to criticize Zhou Yan's conservative thinking. Without the dowry money provided by his sister for his tuition, perhaps he'd have dropped out of school to return home after middle school. It was precisely his existence that deprived Zhou Yan of the opportunity to receive higher education. Walking to stand before Zhou Yan, Zhou Du looked down at her swollen belly. What if this one turns out to be a girl? Zhou Yan placed her hand over her belly and gently stroked it. Whether boy or girl, they will be fine. She spoke genuinely. Judging from Lin Zhuofeng's state, it was evident. Zhou Yan endured too much hardship as a child, so she wouldn't allow even the slightest suffering for her daughter. While she might not provide Lin Zhuofeng with a lavish life, Lin Zhuofeng was always clean and well-groomed, her hair neatly combed, having never done a day of farm work in her life. Sis, let's just have one more. Zhou Du hugged her gently. I'm sorry, but please wait for me a little longer. I will definitely take you out of here. Zhou Du didn't like his brother-in-law not only because he thought he wasn't good enough for his sister, but also because when Zhou Yan gave birth to Lin Zhuofeng, there were some dangerous complications, and yet, he had allowed her to become pregnant again. However, Zhou Du also knew that there was no way he could convince Zhou Yan, which made him deeply upset. He did not want Zhou Yan to become another Zhang Yan. Little one, sis has never blamed you, everyone has their own destiny. Zhou Yan's eyes brimmed with heat as she patted her younger brother's back. This child she had watched grow up since he was little. When had he become so tall? I don't believe in fate, I only believe in myself. Zhou Yan's tears flowed onto Zhou Du's chest. But our parents would never accept it. Dad. We are adults now, I won't be under his control anymore. Wasn't I born just to carry on the family name? I won't get married, and I won't have children. He needs to know the Zhou family lineage will end up extending only through your daughter. Zhou Yan's vision blurred with tears, whether due to pregnancy hormones or otherwise, her emotions fluctuated greatly. What about Qin Cheng? What do his parents think? I don't know, sis, I don't know if he'll even like me. Zhou Du said this with a touch of sorrow. Even though Zhou Yan didn't understand how they could embrace and kiss without confirming their relationship, she wiped away her tears anyway. My brother is so handsome and talented, there's no way anyone wouldn't like you. Thank you, sis. I know you care about me the most. Little scamp, what a mess you've caused. Zhou Yan lightly punched him and then tenderly rubbed him. Since childhood, Zhou Du had always been decisive, never giving her any worries. Who would have thought, after growing up, he'd create such a big deal? As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Sis is just worried about how you'll face the future. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Keep it secret for me for now. Dinner's ready. Lin Zhuofeng shouted. Uncle. Mom. Come eat. Zhou Du wiped away Zhou Yan's tears. Don't worry about me, I know my own limits. Take care of yourself. The two walked out from the house, while Qin Cheng kept sneaking glances at them while carrying plates. Zhou Du smiled as he took the plate from his hands. Brother Cheng, does something hurt your eyes? Ah, screw off. Qin Cheng muttered quietly. Zhuofeng said your sister saw us kissing. What should we do? If someone's seen us, shouldn't you take responsibility for me? Zhou Du looked at him gently. Qin Cheng's lips quirked as he pinched Zhou Du's waist and tugged. It hurts, what's wrong with you? Zhou Du couldn't rub where both his hands held the dishes, so he furrowed his brows. Who asked you to blab? Qin Qing patted his waist, his gaze swept past, meeting Zhou Yan's, which startled him immediately, making him look like a deceiver who had deceived an innocent man. Cut it out, what did you guys say? If he teased any further, Zhou Du would really be mad. My sister will keep it secret for us. Don't worry. Oh, good then. Qin Qing nodded, intending to turn back toward the kitchen to fetch more dishes. What does keeping secrets for us mean? We have nothing going on between us. Lin Zhuofeng arrived with a basket of steamed buns, rolling his eyes. Jerks. Qin Qing. Zhou Du chuckled and bumped Qin Qing's shoulder. Hear that? Kids don't lie. Jerk. Chapter 54, Elder Sister. Zhou Du was about to start school, and Qin Qing also had work. After staying 3 days in the village, they had to leave. Early in the morning, Zhang Yun started packing things. Their luggage cases were full when they came, and full when they left, all filled with local mountain specialties. Following their usual custom, her husband came over in his tricycle to pick them up. Zhang Yun sent them off at the door with numerous instructions. This time, Zhou's father even wheeled himself out. Take care of yourselves. After saying this, Zhou Du put the luggage on the tricycle, just about to climb on when his father suddenly called out, youngest son. Zhou Du turned around, but he didn't say anything, merely waving his hand. Her husband raised his voice calling out, leaving, and twisted the throttle lever, rushing forward. This time Qin Qing had a cushion under his butt, quite soft, so the whole bumpy journey didn't make his bottom sore. Qin Qing and Zhou Du were driven by his brother-in-law to the county town. He didn't get out of the car. Drive carefully, call home to let your sister know when you're safe. Aha. Zhou Du nodded slightly. Brother-in-law, take good care of my sis. Upon hearing Zhou Du's call, his brother-in-law was taken aback and then revealed a simple smile, looking very pleased. Rest assured, I swear I'll treat Sister Yen well. Thank you. It's what I should do, we're family, no need to say more. His brother-in-law waved his hand and left. I still have some work in the fields, so I'll go ahead. Qin Qing watched his brother-in-law's three-wheeler drive off into the distance. As he was about to head to the bus stop to wait for the coach, Zhou Du grabbed his wrist. Brother Cheng, do you feel like having buns? Huh? Didn't we just finish breakfast? Qin Qing blinked, are you still hungry? Let's go then. Zhou Du led him to a breakfast shop selling buns, pancakes, and porridge. It had great business with customers lining up. A couple worked busily, greeting customers, while a young girl helped by packing things, probably around 22 or 3 years old, bright and cheerful, with a ponytail. Qin Qing didn't queue with Zhou Du but waited on the side. He noticed Zhou Du's eyes unconsciously falling on that girl, the second sister who had been given away. He overheard a customer chatting with the couple, you two really hit the jackpot. To have a daughter studying for her master's degree and be so filial. Qin Qing redirected his gaze to the girl's face, indeed seeing some resemblance to Zhou Du, but their personalities were completely different. That girl cheerfully packed the goods for the customer and draped her arm over her parents' shoulders with a bright smile, of course. Have you seen my parents? I inherited all this greatness from them. The customers chuckled and nodded approvingly as the couple affectionately looked at her, you're the one who knows how to talk. It soon became Zhou Du's turn, 2 mutton buns, please. Certainly, Xiao Qing, 2 mutton buns, take away. The girl quickly packed the buns and handed them to Zhou Du, here are your buns, for Yuan, please. Alright, thank you. Zhou Du paid via his phone and headed back toward Qin Qing, let's go, brother Qing. Qin Qing glanced back at the breakfast stall and noticed the girl watching them. Family bonds truly do run deep sometimes. At the bus stop, Qin Qing noticed Zhou Du's phone was still showing the payment screen. Then Zhou Du entered 5,000, pressed his fingerprint, and successfully transferred the money. He patted Zhou Du on the shoulder, stop blaming yourself. She's got a master's degree, she's deeply loved by her parents, and she's happy. Yes, she is lucky, Zhou Du exhaled deeply, my elder sister says everyone has their own destiny, brother Cheng, do you believe in fate? Nope. Qin Qing sat on the luggage, smelled the aroma of the buns, and took one directly from Zhou Du to eat, I only believe in myself. Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall, and Zhou Du was about to fetch an umbrella from his bag when the bus arrived. Qin Qing hastily finished his last bite, stuffed the remaining bun into Zhou Du's bag. The bus stopped in front of them, and Zhou Du placed the suitcase in the luggage compartment. Just as he was about to board, a female voice came from not far away, wait. You overpaid. Zhou Du turned around and saw it was Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing ran over in a hurry, slightly out of breath, smiling, 4 yuan buns, but you paid 5,000. Zhou Du wanted to deny it, but Xiao Qing already had her phone open, quick, show me your payment code, and I'll refund you. Zhou Du didn't know what to say. Qin Qing sat by the window, opening the window to watch the two. The driver grew impatient, hurry up, we're all waiting for you. Come on. Xiao Qing exclaimed. Zhou Du helplessly showed his payment code since he couldn't possibly explain the truth, after all, would anyone randomly transfer 5,000 yuan to a stranger? He let Xiao Qing transfer the money back, 5,000. Why did you return it all? Xiao Qing waved her phone at him, get on the bus quick. Consider it as a free meal from your sister, little bro, wish you a safe journey. Zhou Du's eyes inexplicably watered. He moved his lips, thank you, sis. Xiao Qing was startled and quickly turned her back, no problem, goodbye. Zhou Du sat down in the seat Qin Cheng had reserved for him, gripping his phone tightly. The bus rocked gently, slowly starting to move. Qin Cheng pulled his shoulders, pressing his head onto his own shoulder, there will always be another time to meet. You'll all keep getting better. Zhou Du pulled up his hood and covered his eyes, nuzzling into Qin Cheng's neck. Qin Cheng heard faint sobs. After a while, Qin Cheng touched Zhou Du's face, it was wet. Qin Cheng pushed up Zhou Du's hood, noticing his tearful, red eyes, feeling rather heartbroken. Brother Cheng. Qin Cheng's heart was struck by this slightly aggrieved, somewhat sad cry. After a moment, Qin Cheng wiped Zhou Du's face, deeply caring. The bus was about to go through a long tunnel, and the inside of the vehicle became dim. He bent down and kissed Zhou Du's eyes gently, whispering softly, kid, you're making me ache. Zhou Du wrapped his arms around Qin Cheng's waist, then feel more ache, like me, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng patted his head without speaking, but Zhou Du was already very satisfied. Due to weather reasons, the flight was delayed by 2 hours. By the time they reached Jiangbei, it was already getting dark. When Qin Cheng got home, he went straight to the bathroom for a shower. It had been 3 whole days since he last showered, and even though he didn't smell, he still felt uncomfortable. Ah, there's nothing like the comfort of home. Qin Cheng threw himself onto the sofa. Zhou Du had already tidied up the things in the suitcase, placing the items that needed to be stored into the fridge accordingly. Brother Cheng, can we have noodles for dinner? Hey, stop fussing and take a shower first. Let's order food online today. Alright. Zhou Du agreed, it had been a tiring day with all the traveling. Zhou Du cast a faint glance at Qin Cheng who was wearing pajamas while watching TV dramas, now you've started wearing pajamas, keeping your distance from me. It's winter now, big brother, Qin Cheng rolled his eyes, and as soon as he entered the bathroom, he quietly tied a knot in his sleep pants. Could he not be cautious? He couldn't even fight back against Zhou Du. What if this guy got too bold, insisting on topping over another man? After a while, Zhou Du came out wearing loose sleep pants that hung loosely on his hips, bare-chested under the light exposing every muscle clearly. He sat next to Qin Cheng, what did you order for the delivery? Was he trying to show off? How boring. Qin Cheng thought, if I don't take advantage when I can, it'd be a waste. He reached out to touch Zhou Du's chest muscles, which indeed felt good. Zhou Du. Chapter 55, straight or gay, that's the question. Qin Cheng had 2 brief love affairs. The first one was incredibly pure. That girl was the class beauty. He brought her breakfast for an entire semester before she finally accepted his advances. Their first date happened during the winter break, the girl showed up wearing a beautiful dress, and he even dared not hold her hand. A cold north wind blew by, and Qin Cheng kindly asked her if she was cold, blushing slightly as she replied no. You really withstand the cold well. Qin Cheng pulled up his collar, admiringly saying, you must generate a lot of heat. As soon as he got home, he was dumped. His second romance happened 4 years ago. They split due to Qin Cheng's careless chatter with his friends, so he lacked tact when talking to his girlfriend. Eye makeup is undoubtedly the most labor-intensive part of a girl's routine, wearing colored contacts, false eyelashes, and eyeshadow, but all her happiness vanished when her boyfriend bluntly said, I could achieve the same effect by punching you once. Who could tolerate that? This relationship lasted a little longer, half a month, but their meetings were few and far between. Fortunately, he finally managed to hold hands with her. Indeed, neither Qiao Jing nor Yuan Zi knew, it wasn't just that he was a virgin, he also had his first kiss intact. This was a secret he intended to take to the grave with him. If his history of beating someone up and smearing them with snot and tears was his biggest embarrassment, then this was the second worst. Qin Cheng gritted his teeth. How innocent and respectful he had been, only to be taken advantage of by Zhou Du. In short, Qin Cheng was very sure that throughout his life, he had always liked girls, male actors in films being mere background figures. He really couldn't understand why he ended up kissing Zhou Du, to the point where any prolonged abstinence would lead him to even kissing men. Qin Cheng turned over and sat up in bed, opening his tablet. He located within a hidden folder his cherished collection of daily documentaries. To confirm if he was still straight, he directly dragged the progress bar to 20 minutes and 15 seconds. The moment the female actress's voice sounded, little Qin gave him positive feedback. Qin Cheng was satisfied. He diligently worked for half an hour. But the reason why he kissed Zhou Du still remained unresolved. He opened another documentary, a female-oriented one featuring a handsome male actor. Qin Cheng tried hard to focus on the male actor, but little Qin showed no response at all. Gradually, his gaze was drawn back to the female actress. He again devotedly worked for half an hour. Taking the balled-up paper and tossing it into the trash can, he was utterly confident that he liked women. So, why did he kiss Zhou Du? Qin Cheng, exasperated, banged his head lightly against the pillow. At 2 a.m., Qin Cheng, sporting two heavy black circles under his eyes, wandered to Zhou Du's room in his bathrobe. Zhou Du slept lightly and woke up at the sound of the door opening. Still half asleep, he spoke hoarsely, "Hm. Brother Cheng, what's wrong?" Qin Cheng quickly pulled off his blanket with a swish, then tore off his underwear with a whoosh. Not satisfied enough to see clearly, he even turned on the night light. Zhou Du's drowsy mind instantly sobered up, his eyes wide open. "You. Qin Cheng. Are you sleepwalking? Young people are so amazing." Qin Cheng sincerely marveled at how Zhou Du's impressive size stood firm, as he kindly helped it into some clothes, though it wasn't exactly easy. Still in a state of utter bewilderment, Zhou Du sat up from bed once the bedroom door clicked shut behind him, rushing to Qin Cheng's bedroom door. The doorknob rattled with a click-click sound, but it was locked from the inside, impossible to open. Bang bang. Zhou Du slapped on the door, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Qin Cheng. What does this mean? Open up. You'd better open up for me." Heh, fucked. Qin Cheng calmly sat in the rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, legs crossed, holding a cigarette in his mouth, trying hard to calm himself down after climaxing for the third time today. It wasn't working with other men, only Zhou Du could make him react like this. Does this make any sense? Is this reasonable? Arg. Inside Qin Cheng's head, chaos boiled like an overheated kettle, screeching loudly while releasing sharp blasts of frustration mixed with profanity in surround sound. Only when the cigarette ash fell onto his thigh and burned him did Qin Cheng snap back to reality. Outside, Zhou Du kept knocking and shouting his name, demanding explanations, sounding like a naive wife who still believed in her cheating husband. Qin Cheng snuffed out the cigarette and opened the door with a sulky expression, "Knock knock knock. Do you want us to get complaints from neighbors?" Zhou Du bit his lips, "Why did you just, why? You kissed me the other day, and today," Zhou Du's face blushed crimson, "Brother Cheng, what does that mean?" With seriousness, Qin Cheng looked at Zhou Du's red little face and shy yet anticipatory expression and said, "I was sleepwalking, hey. I just realized I have this problem, ahahaha." Zhou Du tugged on the sash of Qin Cheng's robe, pulling him closer with a grave look, "Are you really treating me as a fool?" "What? Stay away from me." Qin Cheng took a step back, not because he was afraid of Zhou Du attacking him, even if Zhou Du had 250 more balls, he wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Qin Cheng's head, but simply out of instinct. Zhou Du noticed something at the foot of Qin Cheng's bed. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What were you doing earlier?" Following Zhou Du's gaze, Qin Cheng quickly pulled the blanket over his working buddy, a certain nerve connecting in his brain as he gasped, "Do you know what that is? So you were in my room before. Did you? You wouldn't have. I'm not that perverted." Zhou Du yanked on the robe's belt and brought him close into his arms, "Do you have feelings for me?" "I don't know." Qin Cheng muttered grumpily, turning his head aside to avoid eye contact. Given his nature, if there weren't any feelings, he would have said no outright. This ambiguous response meant yes. "You do." Zhou Du held his chin and kissed him, confirming it soon enough, his voice husky, "Qin Cheng, you do." Qin Cheng inwardly cursed little Qin for being a traitor betraying its master. When the intimate moment faded, Zhou Du kissed his reddened eyelids before heading to the bathroom to wash his hands. "Brother Cheng, that was quick." "Qin Cheng. Get out. I won't rush you, take your time thinking about it." Zhou Du patted his head gently, "Don't lose sleep over me." Qin Cheng snapped after hearing this, "Your face is so big. Who's losing sleep over you? Besides. That was the second time. And I'm absolutely not fast." "Well, whatever you say." Zhou Du replied indulgently, "It's very late. Let's go to bed." So annoying. In despair, Qin Cheng buried himself under the covers, but Zhou Du dragged him up again, "You smoked just now. Brush your teeth before sleeping. Why are you like my mom? I can't believe this." Qin Cheng grumbled angrily all the way while stomping toward the bathroom in his slippers. Listening to the buzzing sounds of the electric toothbrush, Zhou Du couldn't help but smile. He must admit, his brother Cheng followed instructions quite well in certain aspects. After Qin Cheng finished brushing his teeth and returned to the bed, Zhou Du kissed his forehead through the blanket. "Qin Cheng, quit smoking, or else every time you do, I'll take care of you." "You try." Qin Cheng immediately shot his head out, ready to yell, but Zhou Du planted a kiss on his lips. Now completely without temper. Chapter 56, taking it one step further. Both of them maintained their previous relationship dynamics, with only one change, they became more affectionate. Hugging and kissing had become natural. Qin Cheng wasn't someone who would make things difficult for himself. He didn't resist Zhou Du's touch, so he just followed his heart. As for whether he was gay or not, Qin Cheng hadn't quite figured it out yet, and Zhou Du didn't ask either. Letting everything take its natural course was fine. They were now almost like a couple except for the fact that they hadn't crossed the final barrier yet. Zhou Du was completely content. At the beginning of April, Zhou Du celebrated his 20th birthday. Qin Cheng spared some time at noon to bring a cake to his school and celebrate with his roommates. Zhou Du made a wish sincerely, and when his roommates asked what it was, he simply smiled without saying anything, only glancing at Qin Cheng. That fleeting look went unnoticed by everyone but Qin Cheng himself. A wave of warmth surged in Qin Cheng's heart, swaying each time Zhou Du looked at him. Qin Cheng didn't give him any special gifts, but his expensive suit celebrated Zhou Du stepping into his 20s. After dinner, the roommates returned to the dormitory for an afternoon nap, and Zhou Du saw Qin Cheng off at the parking lot. At noon, the parking lot was almost empty. As Qin Cheng was about to open the driver's door, Zhou Du closed it again. What is it? Zhou Du pushed Qin Cheng into the back seat, and before Qin Cheng could react, Zhou Du pressed over and kissed him. The confined space instantly heated up. This is the gift I wanted. Zhou Du wiped the corner of Qin Cheng's mouth and looked at him tenderly. Qin Cheng blushed a little. Is this your 20th birthday wish? How unambitious. Of course not. If I say it, it won't come true. I'll tell you once it happens. Zhou Du smoothed out Qin Cheng's rumpled shirt. I want to be with you today. Can I go to your company with you? Don't you have class this afternoon? There's an elective course. It doesn't matter, I'll skip it. Zhou Du stared at him intently. Can I? If you want to follow, just follow then. Won't skipping class get you in trouble? Zhang Linhao will sign me in. Qin Cheng drove Zhou Du to the company. Just as they entered the gate of the Roma Tower, they ran into a very striking-looking man. Zhou Du instinctively glanced over. It was the same gay-suited man he had seen before at Qin Cheng's office. Qin Cheng clearly noticed him too and recognized him. He greeted, Mr. Wu, where are you heading? I've told you countless times, either call my name or call me Mr. Lu. Wu Qilu twirled the car keys in his hand. I'm going to pick up my wife. You sure have a lot of affairs. Qin Cheng teased mercilessly. Wu Qilu turned to Zhou Du, having some impression of him. Is this your son? Are you kidding? This is my grandson, Zhou Du, my friend. If it were before, Qin Cheng would undoubtedly have said this was his younger brother, but now, things were a bit delicate. Fortunately, Wu Qilu was just making small talk and didn't intend to dig deeper. He chuckled. Oh, well, I'm leaving. You two continue. Once inside the elevator, Qin Cheng introduced, that guy, Wu Qilu, son of the famous real estate developer Mr. Wu Jiangbei, my landlord. The entire building belongs to his family, really enviable wealth. Do you envy him? Not really, I was just making conversation. Oh, let me tell you something quietly. He likes men and isn't at all discreet about it, it's common knowledge within the circle. It takes guts to do what he's done for his boyfriend. Right after Qin Cheng finished speaking, the elevator arrived on the 22nd floor. He pushed open the office door. I'll be working shortly. If you're bored, you can play in the lounge. Plink. Qin Cheng turned around and found Zhou Du locking the office door from the inside. His heart rate quickened significantly. Why are you locking the door? Zhou Du grabbed his shoulders and pinned him against the wooden door, which produced a dull thud. Zhou Du knelt down beside Qin Cheng's feet, his hands resting on the buckle of Qin Cheng's belt. Qin Cheng widened his eyes, pulling his hair backward. What are you doing? Zhou Du released his hand inside. Either you pull my hair or pinch my waist. What terrible habits. You. The wooden door was soundproof, but being close meant nothing could truly be hidden. Qin Cheng heard footsteps outside and tensed up. Then the doorknob was jiggled several times, and Daqiao's muffled voice came through. Hey, why is the door locked? Daqiao pounded on the door, calling out, Old Qin, are you there? Old Qin. Not there. Where did you go? Qin Cheng trembled slightly, biting hard on his wrist. His thin eyelids turned bright red, glaring furiously at Zhou Du, his gaze brimming with desire. Zhou Du's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he stood up to kiss Qin Cheng, who couldn't evade him and muttered curses about his monstrous behavior. The phone on the desk wouldn't stop ringing. Daqiao scratched his head outside the door and muttered as he left, what the heck? Why not answer the phone? Is everything okay? For the entire afternoon, Qin Cheng had been distracted, with a drastic drop in work efficiency. And the one who started it all sat on the couch next to him, studying with a laptop, occasionally exchanging glances and smiling at him. Qin Cheng rubbed his burning ears, leaning on his hand as he stared blankly at the documents on the table. What exactly was going on between him and Zhou Du? He couldn't just keep this up forever. Zhou Du, I feel like I'm some kind of scumbag who pulls Dior ruthlessly. Zhou Du kept his eyes on the computer without even raising his head, but the words he spoke cut deep into his heart. It's fine. You can do whatever you want with me. Qin Cheng laid his head on the table, feeling teased. Whether he was gay or not, he didn't quite know yet, but he seemed to be gradually getting clearer about liking Zhou Du. Why not, just date? Men, what's so bad about that? He decided to pick a good time to talk about this issue with Zhou Du. He couldn't really act irresponsibly and be a scumbag, could he? After work, they went home together. Just before arriving home, Qin Cheng's phone rang. It was a call from his dad. The phone was connected to Bluetooth, so Qin Cheng didn't think twice before answering. Qin Weijuan's voice echoed inside the car, sounding urgent. Qin Cheng, come home quickly. Qin Cheng got startled and immediately pulled over. What happened, Dad? Anything wrong? Oh no, your mom saw the 30 million yuan I transferred to you, and she thought I've hidden money for some mistress. Hurry up and come over to explain for your old man. Qin Ching sighed in relief. I thought something happened to you too, that scared me. This isn't a small thing, is it? I told her it was for you to take care of Zhou Du, but now it's more complicated. She said Zhou Du is my illegitimate son. You'd better come home quick, otherwise your mom will divorce me. Qin Ching looked embarrassingly at Zhou Du. Alright, I understand, let's go over there. He ended the call and looked at Zhou Du. Let me drop you off first. No need, brother Cheng. There's a crossroad ahead, I'll walk a bit. You go deal with things. Zhou Du unbuckled his seatbelt. Who was that 30 million for? It's just me convincing my dad to send me money. It has nothing to do with you. Walk slowly, let me know when you get home. Alright, brother Cheng, drive carefully too. Zhou Du pushed the door open and stepped out. Qin Ching turned the car around and went back to save his dad. This time, it seemed like hiding that Zhou Du was his dad's first love son would be impossible. Comrade Qin Wei-jun, you're in danger. Chapter 57, Your Dad's First Love. Before Qin Ching even entered the house, he heard arguing, so he quickly knocked. Cheng Lan opened the door and immediately hugged him, crying, Son, your dad's fallen for someone else. 30 million. He actually hid 30 million to spend on someone else. Ah, big beauty, why are you crying so hard? Qin Ching closed the door with his foot, glanced at the flustered Qin Wei-jun, and patted Cheng Lan's back, soothing her. Mom, that money is indeed for me. Did you see the recipient's name? You know Zhou Du is your dad's illegitimate son. Cheng Lan stared at him unbelievably. What nonsense is this? Mom, stop watching those melodramatic family ethics dramas. Qin Ching hesitated. Choosing the lesser of two evils, well, Zhou Du, he is. Aunt Zhang Yun's son, right? My dad's childhood friend. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei-jun's eyes widened, and he hurriedly gave him eye signals. Youngster. You were supposed to solve problems, not create problems for your dad. Zhang Yun. Cheng Lan didn't even have to search her memory, blurting out directly, your dad's first love. You already knew about this. Qin Ching blinked. Kong Wei-jun, you rotten bastard. Cheng Lan grabbed the teacup nearby and threw it at him. You use my money to support your first love son, who isn't even your blood. How can you be so eager? Qin Ching almost stopped breathing, watching that teacup fly towards his father's forehead. Fortunately, his dad reacted quickly enough to dodge, otherwise, there would be blood. This was the second time he saw Cheng Lan explode in anger. The first was when he got into a gang fight when he was young, and Cheng Lan almost beat his butt raw. His mother was the typical northern woman, gentle most of the time, but when angry, she could rip the roof off the house. Absolutely the leader of their family. Mom, calm down. Calm down. That money was spent by your son, not on Zhou Du. Qin Ching snatched the flower pot from Cheng Lan's hand, still shaken. Qin Wei-jun knew he was in the wrong and hid in the corner. It's all ancient history. Besides, I've never even met Zhang Yun. We were just neighbors, look at you. Humph, you still want to see her, huh? Cheng Lan pointed her finger at him and scolded, how could I have been so blind to fall for you? You bastard. When Cheng Lan first got together with Qin Wei-jun, his career had just started. She helped him start the business because of how much she trusted him. Qin Wei-jun didn't hide it from Cheng Lan, she knew everything about him and Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's parents thought Qin Wei-jun was poor and disagreed with their marriage. Qin Wei-jun went out to work and saved up money to marry Zhang Yun, but when he returned with the money, Zhang Yun had already been forced by her parents to marry someone else, his best friend. Qin Wei-jun was deeply hurt back then. He came to Jiangbei overnight, where he met Cheng Lan. Cheng Lan couldn't say she wasn't affected. After all, they didn't part amicably. Being split apart by her parents left Zhang Yun as a bright regret in Qin Wei-jun's heart. But over the years, their son was almost 30, and Cheng Lan had nearly forgotten those youthful troubles. She never expected that Zhou Du would turn out to be Zhang Yun's son, and that Qin Wei-jun had deceived her like this. All flesh had swallowed during her youth surged back up. Wife, I've really done nothing wrong to you. Isn't this just one bad thing after another? The Zhou family was having such a hard time, I just wanted to help. Besides, Qin Ching also knows about it. I only asked him to take care of Zhou Du for 3 months. Qin Ching was almost laughing with frustration, truly a father-son team, if they were going to get scolded, both of them would share it. Old Qin. How unrighteous can you be? The battle quickly shifted. Cheng Lan grabbed a feather duster and hit Qin Cheng's butt, you traitor. You actually conspired with your dad to deceive me. Qin Ching cried out in pain. He was almost 30 and hadn't been beaten for a long time, so he couldn't take it, being chased around the house by his mom. Mom, hear me out. You've met Zhou Du, he's such a good kid. Anyway, I just provide him with accommodation, but he cooks and washes clothes for me every day. Mom, you're getting a great deal here, the rival's son is serving your son. Cheng Lan stopped chasing him at these words, allowing Qin Ching to catch his breath. The next moment, her mother directly threw a pillow at him. Do you let a kid who's gone through so much serve as your nanny? Is this how I raised you, Qin Ching? No, not at all. Ow. Qin Cheng lost his cool, feeling like he gets beat no matter what he does. He plopped onto the sofa, sticking his butt in the air, throwing caution to the wind, kill me, kill me, kill me. You too. Not a single decent person among you. Chenglan gave him a swing of the feather duster and sat down on the sofa, panting for breath. She wanted to drink water, but she had smashed all the cups. Qin Weijun hurriedly found a new cup from the cabinet, washed it clean, poured water into it, and served her. Yes, 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 dear wife, you are so magnanimous, we know we were wrong. Don't harm yourself with anger. Chenglan rolled her eyes at him, go away, seeing you irritates me. We truly know our mistakes, I promise, I will never lie to you again. Between me and Zhang Yun, there's really. I know there's nothing between you two, but you shouldn't have lied to me. What made me think? We've been married for 30 years, Qin Weijun. You actually deceived me on something like this? Do you think I'm the kind of woman who flies off the handle with jealousy? That I'm so unkind I wouldn't give Zhou a hand? Not. Absolutely not. Qin Weijun hurried to admit his fault, I have a narrow mind, I was worried you'd get anxious and worked up. I was wrong, and I'll never do it again. After drinking some water, Chenglan pushed away Qin Weijun's hand and looked at Qin Cheng, does Zhou still live with you? Ah. Qin Cheng wasn't sure how to answer. Zhou is a good kid. He fought underground boxing matches just to raise money for you. He's grateful. Don't let the grudges of the older generation affect the two of you, understand? Qin Cheng responded with an, ah, while rubbing his sore bottom, I understand, Mom. Standing nearby, he looked at the messy living room and the teacup shards underfoot, pinching his palm. Just because Zhou was Zhang Yun's son, his parents had such a big argument. If they ever find out that Zhou and he had become closer, that would be a catastrophe, a huge disaster waiting to happen. His head would be chopped off for sure. His father's crisis seemed to be resolved, but Qin Cheng was more troubled than ever. What should he do with Zhou? That night, Qin Cheng didn't go home. The house was a mess and needed cleaning. His mom would definitely not lift a finger, so he and his dad, the ones who had messed up, had to clean it. He called Zhou to tell him to take a taxi tomorrow morning to return to school. Brother Cheng, is everything alright at home? Qin Cheng sat on the edge of the bathtub, nothing's wrong, it's just that I'm putting you through a bit of hardship. It's your birthday today, and I can't be with you until the end. I don't mind. Zhou's soft voice came through clearly in the confined space of the bathroom. Qin Cheng felt like crying, even though he was the older brother, it had always been Zhou who tolerated him. Happy birthday, Zhou. Are you crying? Why? Zhou's voice became somewhat anxious. It's nothing, I was watching a TV drama, it was too touching. Alright, I'll hang up, get some sleep early. Qin Cheng hastily hung up the phone, but Zhou sent him several messages. Tears streamed down Qin Cheng's face, dropping like a faucet. He wiped his nose with a tissue, I'm fine, good night. Chapter 58 YQH Entertainment Company. I nearly died of fright, I thought your mom was really going to divorce me. She brought out our marriage certificate and household registration. Qin Cheng absent-mindedly hummed in response, he was worried. If his mother found out he was seeing a man, and that man happened to be Zhou, this sin would surely affect Qin Weijun as well. And if his parents ended up getting a divorce because of this, he'd truly become the most filial son in the universe. Lao Qin, this is something you caused, so clean it yourself. I'm going back to bed. Qin Cheng put down the broom, listlessly went inside the room. Qin Weijun, hey, you brat. Qin Cheng closed the door and looked at his bed, remembering how Zhou forcibly kissed him there last time, it was still fresh in his memory. He tapped his head lightly, wondering why Zhou had become such a pivotal point in his memories. Qin Cheng threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow. It was all so distressing. Zhou didn't sleep well that night, showing up for class the next morning with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Qin Cheng's parents must have argued fiercely, otherwise, Qin Cheng wouldn't have chosen not to go home. Combining Qin Weijun's phone call earlier, Zhou could guess the argument was somehow related to his mother and him. Could Qin Cheng's crying also have been because of him? Zhou was troubled, so after the first class, he called Qin Cheng. But Qin Cheng kept saying everything was fine and told him not to overthink it. How could he not overthink it? His relationship with Qin Cheng had just deepened, yet now it seemed they were reverting to where they started. Zhou didn't dare to ask further, fearing that Qin Cheng might suddenly come to his senses and distance himself. Zhou, classmate. Zhou turned his head with a furrowed brow, noticing a stranger walking towards him hurriedly, someone familiar. Here we meet again, I'm from Yo Entertainment, we met at Black Shark Club, do you remember? Zhou remembered, it was that scammer. Turning around, he walked away while the man followed closely behind, let's talk, I'll buy you coffee. We have nothing to discuss. Wait. My name's Su Yang, I'm an actor's agent, my eye is usually very sharp, Zhou, you can achieve great things in the entertainment industry. Feeling irritated by Su Yang's persistence, Zhou warned, if you keep following me, I will call the police. Su Yang pulled out a business card to show him, I'm not a scammer, you can search for my name online. Let's talk, mutual benefit and profit-making, don't be so resistant. Opening a browser, he searched his own name and showed it to Zhou Du. See, I didn't lie to you. Zhou Du briefly glanced. Su Yang, renowned agent. Su Yang rapidly scrolled a page. Do you know Yang Shuyu and Liang Wanbai? They're incredibly popular. And the male lead in this year's blockbuster movie, To Me, that's one of my clients too. I don't watch movies. What about the winter break TV series, Bright as Early Autumn? The actress who played Fong Xiaoman is also my artist. Know her? This Zhou Du actually did know, because Qin Cheng liked her and mentioned her a few times, saying how pretty she was. Glancing once more, Zhou Du felt none of them were as attractive as Qin Cheng. Seeing Zhou Du's silence, Su Yang flipped open to his Weibo account searching for his name to show Zhou Du, proving that he wasn't a scammer. However, Weibo was full of angry posts from fans cursing every generation of his ancestors. Su Yang looked a bit awkward. Ahaha, being an agent means taking abuse. Mr. Su, I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Su Yang stubbornly trailed behind Zhou Du. Look, right now you're studying law. In the future, your career options are either working in a law firm or the court. To become a lawyer, you need a practice certificate, then intern at a law firm doing menial tasks. It takes at least a year and a half before you can take cases independently. If you go to work at the court, you're eating government salary. How much can you earn per month? Without a strong background, you'd work in grassroots positions facing the masses every day. Don't you think that's wasting your talent? Zhou Du stopped in his tracks. What Su Yang said was right. If he continued to follow the ordinary path, there was no way he could earn enough money in a short time to bring his family over, let alone give Qin Cheng any guarantees. Su Yang's tongue was nearly worn out when he noticed Zhou Du's attitude loosening and seized the opportunity to press on. Your image really suits the big screen. Zhou Du, working with me won't delay your studies. You just need to make time to attend acting classes at the company. The rest, I'll arrange for you. Zhou Du looked at him. I need to work part-time to earn money. I don't have that much time. Money is not an issue. Once you join the company, you'll be part of it. Every month, they will pay you a salary. At the club, you earn 6,000 a month. Let me apply for 7,000 for you. Su Yang saw a glimmer of hope and couldn't help but start painting a beautiful future. With your looks and better acting skills, along with my management, you'll be guaranteed huge success. You'll be next year's rising star. Zhou Du didn't believe these exaggerated promises. Most talent contracts usually last for at least 10 years, and I can't sign for such a long term. I'll apply for 5 years. You're a law student, I can't fool you. Su Yang truly didn't want to miss this opportunity. He hadn't come across someone so impressive in a long while. All the actors under him who had become popular either started their own businesses or jumped ship to other companies. He needed to sign new talent to solidify his position within the firm. I'm free tomorrow afternoon. I'll check out the company first. As for other things, we'll see. I still have class, I should go now. Agreed. I'll pick you up tomorrow. The next day, as soon as Zhou Du finished his class, he saw Su Yang waiting for him downstairs in the teaching building. Su Yang smiled and waved at him. Xiao Du. Yet another over-friendly guy. Bai Chenjiu curiously asked, Zhou Du, who's this old man? The smile on the old man's face froze for a moment. This kid really didn't know how to talk. Xiao Bai, I'm going out for a bit. Could you take my books back to the dorm for me? Zhou Du didn't explain further. Bai Chenjiu shrugged, all right. He was currently in a semi-commuter state, returning to his apartment with Fong Ke at night and resting in the dormitory during lunchtime. After all, there were only 2 hours for the midday break, and it would be too exhausting for Fong Ke to come over. He did care about others' feelings. Su Yang originally wanted to take Zhou Du out for a meal, but he didn't lose heart after being refused. Throughout the ride, he kept sharing dreams of a bright future with Zhou Du. Zhou Du had already done some research yesterday. Yo Entertainment was one of the top brokerage companies in the industry. He had spent a long time thinking whether he should take a chance. After all, once a contract was terminated, the penalty fee would be in the millions. Su Yang took him around the company, introducing its structure and business direction, and taking the opportunity to praise himself. Zhou Du, don't worry, I signed you, I will be responsible for you. Right now, my artists are handled by assistants, but I will personally train you. Zhou Du watched through the glass wall as the young people inside trained. Why do you specifically want me? There are plenty of handsome guys out there. You don't get it, it's called instinct. My gut tells me I'll make a living off you. Su Yang patted Zhou Du on the shoulder with a laugh. Do you know how many artists would kill to sign under me? But I don't sign just anyone. Zhou Du followed him into the office, where Su Yang handed him the pre-prepared contract. Take a look. You're a law student, I won't swindle you. As Zhou Du flipped through it, everything seemed fairly normal, the clauses were standard. But the breach of contract fee was 3 million yuan. 3 million, for his current situation, it was astronomical. Su Yang observed Zhou Du's reaction. He'd carefully thought about setting the fee at 3 million, enough to feel attainable but high enough to make breaking it nearly impossible. Zhou Du was just a 20-year-old youth, easy to manipulate, thoroughly manipulable. Chapter 59 Hearts change in an instant. Do you know director Zhao Feng? He's won many awards. Recently, he plans to film an art movie, aiming solely for awards. Every company's artists are trying hard to land this role, but director Zhao doesn't want them. He wants a male lead who matches the character both inside and out. Zhou Du looked up at him. Are you talking about me? Clever. Su Yang snapped his fingers silently. I've read the script. It's about a man striving to escape the mountains but eventually stays behind for the education of mountain children. Coming from a rural area yourself, no one fits the role better than you. I left to get away, not to return. Zhou Du didn't possess such noble qualities. He didn't ask for salvation from others, nor did he consider himself capable of saving the world. He simply aimed to save himself. Kid, this is acting, it's embellished art. I mentioned you to the director and sent him your profile. He was quite pleased and wants you to audition next week. Su Yang paused mid-sentence as Zhou Du's piercing gaze halted his words. Hey, don't be angry. It's just personal experiences like that. We're back on track now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to soar. Work well with director Zhao and win the Best Newcomer award. Your value will skyrocket in no time. Plus, filming will be during the summer break. It won't affect your studies at all. Finish filming over the summer and have it premiere in the following year's summer slot. During the year between we can focus on honing your craft. After gaining popularity, you'll receive a steady flow of scripts. You'll have houses and cars in no time. Of course, don't rush into finding a wife, you're still young. Focus on building your career first. Su Yang babbled on, but when Zhou Du didn't say anything, suddenly lost confidence. Zhou Du. Little Du, what do you think? Zhou Du stood up while holding the contract. I'll consider it and get back to you. Opportunities don't wait for anyone. You need to decide quickly. Director Zhao is waiting. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After leaving Yo Entertainment, Zhou Du hailed a taxi straight to Qin Cheng's company. He was slightly worried about Qin Cheng and wanted to consult him about the matter. Even though Zhou Du already had an answer in mind, it involved the trajectory of his development over the next 5 years, so he still hoped Qin Cheng would weigh in. The receptionist at the company already knew Zhou Du, and after seeing him waved briefly before returning to her work. Zhou Du had the elevator card Qin Cheng gave him and went directly to his floor by swiping it. After gently knocking twice on the door and hearing a familiar voice reply, "Come in," he pushed the door open. As soon as he walked in, he smelled the heavy scent of tobacco. Qin Cheng's office was vast, and despite having air circulation systems and purifiers, the overwhelming smoke suggested how many cigarettes had been lit. Zhou Du. Why are you here? Qin Cheng put down his legs from the desk and extinguished the cigarette stub in the ashtray. Seeing Qin Cheng's deep dark circles under his eyes revealing his exhausted state, Zhou Du frowned slightly. Didn't you promise me you'd quit? Just this once. Qin Cheng felt inexplicably guilty. Zhou Du teased that every cigarette Qin Cheng smoked warranted another visit from him. Zhou Du grabbed the cigarette pack and lighter from Qin Cheng's desk and shoved them into his own pocket. How are uncle and aunt doing? Qin Cheng avoided his eyes. They're fine. There wasn't much, just not wanting me to leave yesterday. Liar. Zhou Du sighed and tapped the dark circle under Qin Cheng's eyes. You look like you haven't slept all night. Qin Cheng didn't want to share too much with Zhou Du. The boy looked invincible but inside was rather sensitive and fragile. He didn't want Zhou Du sharing in his troubles. Running the company brought numerous difficulties, but they could usually find other solutions. But what both he and Zhou Du faced was like a towering, immovable mountain without stairs, one they could only dig a tunnel through to reach the other side. Caution was necessary. Brute force couldn't be used, only small hammers chipping away carefully while preventing potential landslides. Really, there's nothing wrong. Qin Cheng stood up and kissed Zhou Du's lips lightly, which made Zhou Du pause for a moment. Though claiming nothing was amiss, Qin Cheng was genuinely worried. He hadn't slept all night and still hadn't figured out a solution. There was no point discussing it further. Speaking up wouldn't do more than make Zhou Du lose sleep over the same problem. He still wanted Zhou Du to live his university life happily and stress-free. And Zhou Du was only 20 years old, his future stretched far ahead. He believed Zhou Du genuinely liked him, but even true feelings changed in an instant. Qin Cheng was no longer a half-baked youth who acted impulsively. He really had to question whether torturing his parents was worth a relationship fraught with uncertainties. Taking the step wasn't hard, but its consequences were immense. At least until Zhou Du grows older, knows fully what committing to a lifetime truly means. Then they can talk. Good child, arguments between spouses are normal. You're still young, don't worry so much. Focus on your studies. Qin Cheng rubbed the short hair stubble on Zhou Du's head after his recent haircut. It felt great. Zhou Du sighed internally. He hated when Qin Cheng treated him like a child, but Qin Cheng's kiss had erased all resentment. He knew Qin Cheng was keeping things from him, but still willingly chose to believe. Zhou Du leaned in to kiss Qin Cheng, who dodged. I smell of smoke, don't play around. I don't care if you smell of smoke. Zhou Du wrapped his arms around Qin Cheng's waist, but Qin Cheng resisted by pushing against his shoulders. Right then, the office door opened again. Old Qin. Meeting. Hey. Zhou Du. What are you doing sitting on the floor? Qin Cheng leaned on his desk and smiled, while Zhou Du calmly stood up, nothing. Jiao Zheng was utterly confused. Old Qin, meeting's waiting. Coming. Qin Cheng picked up his suit jacket and put it on, suppressing laughter as he looked at Zhou Du. I have to work overtime today. If you have something at school, just go back yourself. Okay, Zhou Du nodded. Jiao Zheng hooked his arm around Qin Cheng's shoulder as they walked out, sensing a chill down his back. He turned around and found Zhou Du looking at him. Xiao Du, it's cold on the floor, sitting there too long might make your stomach ache. Qin Cheng laughed even more happily. Zhou Du. Zhou Du glanced at Qin Cheng's neat desk where every document was placed neatly. There was a blank sheet of paper filled with circles and messy lines. Beneath them, Zhou Du saw his own name. Zhou Du placed the blank sheet back where it was. He knew he had made Qin Cheng feel awkward once again. The contract in his school bag remained untouched. Zhou Du had already made up his mind inside. Take a risk, 5 years after all, time was what he valued the least right now. Chapter 60, Confession. After work, Qin Cheng kept thinking that something wasn't right. Zhou Du must have come to see him for some reason. Having watched too many TV dramas, he feared missing an important moment due to lack of communication. Haven't those protagonists turned 10 episodes into 56 because they didn't open their mouths? Thus, Qin Cheng originally intended to go home and sleep, but ended up driving directly to Zhou Du's school despite his dark circles under his eyes. He thought, face-to-face conversations were better, phone texts couldn't convey tones or expressions clearly. But the astute Mr. Qin probably forgot, modern mobile phones can not only make calls, but also video chats, facial-to-facial, high definition. When he arrived, Zhou Du was attending evening self-study. Qin Cheng wandered over to the university town's food street, bought some snacks, and waited sitting on a bench outside the teaching building while eating. The weather had warmed up, but it still carried a slight chill in the evenings, which was quite pleasant. Qin Cheng looked up at the moon hidden behind the clouds, realizing belatedly that his patience had improved. In the past, he wouldn't have waited like this for anyone. Students came out of the teaching building one after another. Qin Cheng observed their youthful faces, listened to their cheerful chatter, then thought about Zhou Du. Zhou Du had never been this lively. At 20 years old, he acted steady like a 30-year-old grandpa. No, young people these days were considered kids even at 30, maybe 40 could barely be called a grandpa. For some reason, Qin Cheng began to feel sorry for Zhou Du who had experienced so much at such a young age. It left him feeling quite uneasy. Finally, the familiar figure appeared. Zhou Du was with his roommate but walked on the edge, saying nothing. His cold expression seemed forbidding to strangers. Qin Cheng watched for a bit before calling out loud, Zhou Du. Following that somewhat lifeless boy suddenly sprang to life, visibly becoming radiant. Brother Cheng. How did you come here? Qin Cheng felt a little smug. He liked how Zhou Du came alive because of him. He beckoned Zhou Du closer with his fingers, and Zhou Du ran over quickly. How did you come here? Did I need your permission just to come? Do I have to file a report? Qin Cheng glanced at the group nearby, smiling as he lifted the bag in his hand. Snacks, take them. Thank you, brother. Zhang Linhao playfully gave Qin Cheng 3 bows. Ma Chuan kicked him from the side. Enough, if you bow again, you'll scare brother Qin away. Qin Cheng looked around. Where's Bai Qingyu? Did the kid skip class? Don't know, haven't seen him all afternoon. Zhang Linhao and the others wanted to continue chatting idly with Qin Cheng, but Zhou Du cut them off directly. You guys head back to the dorm first. I'll chat with brother Cheng for a while. That's fine, hurry back. Dormitory curfew is at 10:30, don't climb through the window again like last time. Ma Chuan waved cheerfully to him. It was meant as a good reminder, but when he noticed Zhou Du's instantly sour face, he quickly grabbed the snacks and fled. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow. What's the deal? Didn't you say curfew was at 11? Zhou Du without blushing or wavering answered, I remembered wrong. Oh, Qin Cheng elongated the sound, remembered wrong, huh? Brother Cheng, stop teasing me. Zhou Du sat next to him. You came so late, is there something you want to talk about? I have nothing. I just thought you might want to say something to me. Qin Cheng curved his arm and rested it on his shoulders. Didn't you have something to tell me at noon today? Before Zhou Du could respond, Qin Cheng added, I hate lying children the most. Zhou Du chuckled helplessly. Are you teasing me? There is something. He pulled out the contract from his bag. Cheng brother, take a look at this. Qin Cheng took it over with a puzzled expression, and as he flipped through a few pages, his eyes grew larger. Your company wants to sign you. Do you know this company? Of course I do. But, do you want to be an actor? Qin Cheng looked at him. Do you like being under the public eye all the time? Qin Cheng's first reaction was to ask him, do you want to, and, do you like, which warmed Zhou Du's heart. I want to give it a try. Qin Cheng carefully reviewed the contract. Yo is a large agency and wouldn't play tricks on the contract. Some clauses that seemed less reasonable were actually normal. Alright, if you want to try, then go ahead. I support you. The buyout fee is only 3 million, no worries. If you don't like it later, brother Cheng will buy you out. Zhou Du smiled faintly, okay. But even if he regrets it, he would bear it himself. Qin Cheng tapped the contract and handed it back to him. You were discovered by a talent scout. Shouldn't I have recruited you into my company earlier? Did you want me to join your company? Zhou Du opened his backpack and put the contract inside. Forget it, forget it. Qin Cheng waved his hand and pinched Zhou Du's face. I don't want you to sit in front of the screen all day long, being teased by netizens. What are you doing now? Are you teasing me? Zhou Du had his head rubbed by him. Qin Cheng let out a soft snort. I'm not anyone else. I'm very glad that you told me about this, Zhou Du. No matter what our relationship will be in the future, I'll always be your support. What will our relationship be like in the future? Zhou Du asked him. Qin Cheng hesitated for a moment, and countered him. What do you think? I think. Zhou Du tilted his head and looked straight into his eyes. I will get what I want. What wish? Isn't that like not answering at all? Have you learned to play mind games with me? The two walked side by side on campus. Zhou Du said, I'm afraid you'll get mad if I tell you. Am I such a petty person? Tell me. Zhou Du suddenly leaned towards his ear and whispered softly, in the future, you will be my wife. The low, magnetic voice slowly seeped into Qin Cheng's eardrums, sending a small electric current through him. Qin Cheng gasped, stopped in his tracks, and looked at him. Zhou Du had already prepared for him to twist his waist. Seeing him stop, he was confused. Why should you? Why should I what? Qin Cheng kicked his shin and continued walking, muttering, why am I the wife? Zhou Du was slightly surprised. In the next second, Qin Cheng was dragged into the dark grove nearby. Qin Cheng actually liked this wild streak of his, like a little wolf pup whose claws aren't yet sharp, slightly fierce. Last September, when they sent Zhou Du off to school, Qin Cheng still expressed regret for not having kissed in the grove on campus. Today, it finally happened. Zhou Du pressed the back of his head while Qin Cheng grabbed Zhou Du's collar. Qin Cheng's back was against the tree, the rough bark hurting his back, yet arousing uncontainable excitement. Their kissing always ended with a bit of blood. Qin Cheng swallowed the bloody taste in his mouth and struggled to steady his breathing. Zhou Du's forehead leaned against his, calling his name lightly, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng hadn't fully recovered, his voice floating. Zhou Du's eyelashes trembled, and he said quietly, I like you. A breeze ruffled the hair at Qin Cheng's temple. Perhaps it was because the boy's voice trembled slightly, or perhaps because his heartbeat was fast at the time. Many years later, Qin Cheng still remembered the scene and his own feelings at that moment. Chapter 61, Heart Like It's Flying. The weather in April still carried some coolness of early spring, but Qin Cheng's back sweated with a fine layer of sweat. The newly sprouted twigs made a light, shoo sound in the night wind, and a stray cat mewed past Qin Cheng's feet. But all Qin Cheng could see were the bright eyes of the youth, and all he could hear was his nervous, labored breathing. Qin Cheng reached out to touch Zhou Du's face, and realized he also had a layer of sweat near his temples. You're sweating. At the moment the words came out, he noticed how hoarse his own voice was. Qin Cheng wanted to clear his throat, but instead fell into another deep kiss. His brain felt muddled like paste. All he could feel was the usually dry and warm palm of Zhou Du, now moist, and the lingering phrase in his mind that kept spinning, I like you. Qin Cheng's heart felt like it was floating in cotton, incredibly soft. Is this what it feels like to be confessed to, bringing so much happiness? Regardless of whether he's a man, a woman, neither male nor female, a transgender person, or anything else, aren't we all earthlings? Qin Cheng hooked his arms around Zhou Du's neck and pulled their bodies closer. Their hearts raced so fast that it seemed like drums were beating, making their chests feel numb. But up close, they could clearly feel each other's disheveled state. Zhou Du rested his head on Qin Cheng's shoulder to steady his breathing. Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng suddenly pinched his shoulder, forcing him to stand straight. Zhou Du choked in surprise. Do you want to go home with brother? Qin Cheng gripped tightly, his hand trembling slightly. Zhou Du was stunned for a moment as a cool night breeze blew by, drying the sweat but leaving him feeling cold. Seeing no response from Zhou Du, Qin Cheng felt embarrassed and said, forget I said that. The next moment, Zhou Du grabbed his wrist and started walking out along the pebble path through the small grove. His long strides almost caused Qin Cheng to stumble. What's gotten into you? Slow down. Instead of slowing down, Zhou Du sped up to a jog, gripping his hand tighter until Qin Cheng was forced to hold hands with him as they ran against the wind across campus. It made Qin Cheng feel a little amused. What are you doing? Fortunately, there weren't many people around at this time, only a few students carrying late-night snacks heading back to their dormitories, but their actions still attracted some attention. After the initial excitement had passed, Qin Cheng felt somewhat shy, since he'd never dragged girls through campus in a mad rush before. Now being pulled by a boy was awkward, yet pleasant. It felt like his heart was flying, making him feel several years younger. These past few years, he'd been so immersed in society's work grind, almost forgetting how spirited he used to be during student days. Zhou Du had just recently gotten his driver's license. After Qin Cheng was shoved into the passenger seat and buckled up, watching Zhou Du's hurried appearance, he quickly grabbed the safety handle. Zhou Du, haven't you driven since your test? Shouldn't I drive instead? Zhou Du had taken the manual transmission exam but confidently studied Qin Cheng's automatic car and then started it without hesitation. Don't worry, I aced my practical test. Tests are different from actual driving, huh? Watch out. The university district is near the suburbs, with very few cars. Zhou Du slammed his foot on the gas pedal, hitting 60 kilometers per hour, which nearly gave Qin Qing a heart attack. Brother, if we're going to act impulsively, can't we at least use some common sense too? Hearing his crude words, Zhou Du couldn't help but laugh, driving more steadily. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. After saying that, he affectionately glanced at Qin Qing, prompting Qin Qing to unconsciously clench his pelvic muscles. Qin Qing swallowed dryly, calculating in his mind his chances of overpowering Zhou Du, eventually concluding that the possibility was zero. Hey, Zhou Du, are you hungry? Shall we grab a late-night snack? With steady control on the gas pedal, Zhou Du quickly adapted to Qin Qing's car. He cast a curious look at Qin Qing. I'm not hungry. Haven't you just eaten? I just didn't want you to be hungry. Qin Qing subconsciously touched his nose tip. Seriously speaking, he would need mental preparation even to try pressuring Zhou Du, let alone allow Zhou Du to take things further. Seeing the expression on his face, Zhou Du immediately understood. I won't force you, Qing brother. I know you can't accept it right now. His inner thoughts exposed, Qin Qing scratched his neck in embarrassment. A moment ago, it was he who arrogantly suggested Zhou Du follow him home, but before they even arrived, he lost courage. I'm already very satisfied. Zhou Du smiled gently. Though he hadn't heard Qin Qing say he liked him, Zhou Du was already deeply gratified. No problem, one step at a time. He believed that he would eventually get what he wanted. When they got home, their heightened emotions from earlier had settled. Qin Qing took off his coat and wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, he opened the fridge, grabbed a beer can, and drank a large gulp. Zhou Du hung up the clothes Qin Qing carelessly tossed onto the entrance cabinet, neatly arranged their shoes, and then came into the room. Leaning on the armrest of the sofa and observing Zhou Du's domesticated behavior, Qin Qing squinted his eyes and beckoned him over with a wave. Come here. Confused, Zhou Du walked over, and before he could ask, what's wrong, Qin Qing pulled him by the collar and flipped him over, pressing him onto the couch. His eyes widened slightly. Qing brother. Sitting astride him, Qin Qing tilted his head and finished the last sip of beer. With a snap, he crushed the beer can and casually threw it behind him. The icy beer flowing down his throat to settle in his stomach prompted Zhou Du to blink. The feelings that had subsided moments ago now surged back hundredfold. Neither of their dress shirts could be worn again. Zhou Du wiped his hands simply with a wet wipe and asked softly, do you want to take a shower? Qin Qing originally wanted to bite his fingernails but raised his hand and silently put it down again, muttering in agreement. It felt like a dream. Qin Qing stood under the shower head bowed, and asked himself, was he still straight now? When he came out of the shower, he found their dress shirts hanging on the balcony, presumably washed by hand by Zhou Du and now slightly wrinkled after being wrung out. The bathroom water dripped into the living room as Qin Qing stepped onto the balcony and flicked his short-sleeve shirt that smelled fresh with lavender laundry detergent. The window wasn't closed, and a gentle breeze blew through. Qin Qing wanted to light a cigarette but didn't dare to. In the end, he rummaged through the fridge for half an ice-cold watermelon, sat cross-legged on the rocking chair on the balcony, and dug into it with a spoon. The ring road across from him shimmered with ripples. Qin Qing gazed at the myriad lights of homes, his heart twisting yet relaxing. Someone draped a coat over his shoulders, blocking the evening wind's chill. Zhou Du sat down on the rug by his feet, his hair still damp from the shower, leaning his elbows on his knees and supporting his cheek as he looked up. What are you thinking about? Qin Qing glanced down at him and stuffed a mouthful of watermelon heart into his mouth. Thinking about you. Chapter 62, especially particularly fond of you. The watermelon heart was incredibly sweet. Zhou Du kissed Qin Qing's knee and rested his face on it, whispering, don't feel pressured, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. I know your struggles and difficulties. Don't worry, I'll work hard to stand by your side and become your support. Listening to these words, Qin Qing placed his hand on Zhou Du's head and rubbed it gently, teasing his eyelashes with his fingertips. If that's what you say, wouldn't I really become an irresponsible bad man? Zhou Du held his hand and interlaced their fingers. You never needed to be responsible for me anyway. Let me be responsible for you. Qin Qing leaned back on the rocker which swayed slightly. No, just tell me the truth, have you really never been in love before? No, why? You're such a flirt. Qin Qing took a big bite of watermelon and chewed on it. His cool hand rubbed his slightly warm ears. By the way, how did you discover that you like men? There must have been some sort of trigger, right? After eating the leftover watermelon handed over by Qin Qing, Zhou Du naturally took it and ate it, asking in return, then how did you discover that you like women? Qin Qing, sitting cross-legged with his head resting on his arms, said casually, isn't this obvious? It's always been like this since childhood. I've been like this since childhood too, Zhou Du said while looking at the crisp and sweet watermelon. I can't even remember exactly when I realized it. Did you feel scared back then? Qin Qing tilted his head to look at him. In the mountains, liking men should be a very heretical thing, right? Zhou Du shook his head, not scared, just felt fortunate. Since I liked men, I wouldn't need to get married or have children. I didn't like the mountains, and they wouldn't accept someone like me either. So I thought it was pretty good. Do you dislike children a lot? After some thought, Zhou Du replied, it's not that I dislike them. Rather than bringing endless suffering to a child, it would be better not to have one at all. If Qin Cheng could have children, he would definitely like that. A random image popped into Zhou Du's mind, Qin Cheng holding a baby, smiling as he waited for him to come home. Qin Cheng saw Zhou Du's increasingly red face in front of him and snapped his fingers in front of his eyes. What inappropriate images are you daydreaming about? Zhou Du came back to reality and shook his head, I didn't think about anything. Qin Cheng gave a somewhat skeptical, oh, and pinched Zhou Du's neck, life will get sweeter and sweeter. Because there's you now, Zhou Du stood up, bent down, and picked Qin Cheng up in his arms, let's go to sleep. It's not early anymore, we have to work tomorrow. Qin Cheng felt strange being carried in a princess-like style by another grown man, I'm not lame, I can walk myself. Don't you find me heavy? Not heavy, I just want to carry you. Zhou Du kicked open the door to his bedroom and tucked Qin Cheng into bed, stay here tonight. This bed is so small, if both of us sleep on it, it'll be too cramped. Qin Cheng felt a little embarrassed, after all, they just played around before. Now lying together again would feel especially ambiguous. However, Zhou Du had already lain at the edge of the bed, giving him plenty of space, I'm a peaceful sleeper, I won't crowd you. Saying he wouldn't crowd him, but when Qin Cheng was semi-awake, Zhou Du still moved closer and hugged him in his arms. Qin Cheng heard those sincere and lingering whispers, I truly especially particularly like you. Qin Cheng was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open. He thought to himself, I heard it, and I like you too. */ and * like and % you. While listening to Qin Cheng's incoherent murmurs, Zhou Du chuckled and kissed his eyelid, what kind of sweet dream are you having? In the morning, Qin Cheng didn't wake up to the alarm but instead woke up with the smell of breakfast. After coming back to his senses, he realized Zhou Du was at home today. Qin Cheng yawned, not bothering to wash his face, and shuffled out of the bedroom with his eyes half closed, Zhou Du? Don't you have class this morning? I have classes during the 3rd and 4th periods. Zhou Du turned and looked at him, smiling. What are you laughing at? Qin Cheng scratched his hair and then went into the bathroom to freshen up. Once he saw his reflection in the mirror, he knew why Zhou Du had been smiling. Qin Cheng's hair was a bit long, and his bangs were sticking into his eyes. He was somewhat vain, occasionally styling it here and there, so it ended up looking like a bird's nest in the morning. In a hurry, Qin Cheng took a quick shower, blow-dried his hair halfway, and wandered over to the dining table for breakfast, saying, tomorrow, I'll get my hair cut short, messing with it every morning is too troublesome. You look good anyway. Zhou Du ladled him a bowl of millet porridge and peeled an egg for him. Qin Cheng couldn't help but laugh, you're getting really sweet with those words. Since Zhou Du had shown excellent driving skills last night, Qin Cheng confidently handed over the car keys to him and sat comfortably in the passenger seat. After Zhou Du dropped him off at his company and parked the car, just as he was about to leave, Qin Cheng said, you can drive to school today. I have an engagement and Jiao can pick me up. No, I'll take the subway. Zhou Du unfastened his seatbelt, don't drink too much alcohol, it's bad for your health. Okay, I know. The two of them got out of the car together. It was rush hour, and the Roman Plaza was bustling with people. Qin Cheng gently squeezed Zhou Du's hand, I'm going now, study hard and make progress every day. Zhou Du's lips curved slightly, his heart feeling full, all right, understood. As he watched Qin Cheng disappear behind the door, he walked toward the subway station. It felt just like being in love. It felt great. Last night, he almost chewed through his lips trying to hold back those words, Qin Cheng, let's start dating. He currently had nothing. If he jumped into a relationship with Qin Cheng prematurely, he would only be a burden to him. Qin Cheng already held a certain position in society, and if they were together, Qin Cheng would inevitably face more pressure. Zhou Du didn't want that. Zhou Du was like a kite whose string was always tightly held by Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng could sever the string whenever he wished, discarding the kite, yet Qin Cheng would forever remain Qin Cheng. Zhou Du yearned deep in his dreams to be with Qin Cheng, but he also feared making the wrong choice, ending in failure. If he couldn't become Qin Cheng's pillar, he at least didn't want to leave him with the black mark of a same-sex relationship. So, it's fine for now. For now, it's enough. He would strive to grow into a man who could support others. Though Qin Cheng wanted nothing, Zhou Du wanted to give him everything. Looking up towards the sun hiding in the clouds, Zhou Du brushed his hand against the branches of a shrub. The palm of his hand felt slightly sore. Time, please pass quicker. Just a little longer, wait a while longer, my beloved. His phone dinged, and Zhou Du pulled it out to check. It was a WeChat message from Qin Cheng, look, my cactus has bloomed. Zhou Du opened the photo. A small succulent cactus had blossomed with a tiny white flower nestled between its sharp spines. Chapter 63, Besides Love, There's Family. After evening self-study, Zhou Du returned to the dormitory and found Bai Qinyu lying in bed pretending to be dead. Xiaobai. Didn't you ask for leave? Bai Qinyu didn't have any classes today, but he merely sent a note to their group chat stating that there were family issues. However, he didn't specify what exactly, and his roommates didn't ask, preferring to keep some distance regarding personal matters. I had an argument with Fang Ke, Bai Qinyu kicked his legs twice, flipped over, and started complaining, "Zhou Du, do you think he doesn't love me?" Zhou Du, feeling good today, pulled a chair over and sat across from him. "Why do you say that?" "I said I wanted to come out to my parents and officially secure our future, but he disagreed." Bai Qingyu angrily slapped the bed. "Why should he disagree? Clearly, he doesn't plan on a future with me, which is why he always leaves a way out for himself." Zhou Du lowered his eyelashes and paused before answering, "Xiao Bai, I think Brother Fong isn't keeping a way out for himself but rather looking for a gentler way to handle things. After all, in this world, besides love, there's also family. He doesn't want you to feel caught in the middle." Since Zhou Du had been listening to Bai Qingyu's complaints often, he more or less understood that their families and the Fong family were longtime acquaintances. The parents were all friends, and naturally, it was hard for them to accept when the children suddenly started seeing each other. Bai Qingyu glanced at the broken corner of Zhou Du's mouth and snorted, "It's easy for you to talk when you're full. Stop rambling nonsense." Just as Zhou Du's phone in his pocket rang, he thought it was Qin Cheng, but unexpectedly, it was Fong Ke. Zhou Du took a glance at Bai Qingyu's sullen face before answering the call right in front of him, "Big Brother Fong." As soon as Bai Qingyu heard, he immediately reached out to grab the phone to hang up, but Zhou Du held his head down so he could only thrash his arms. "Yes, Xiao Bai is in the dormitory, very safe." Zhou Du handed the phone over to Bai Qingyu. "Big Brother Fong wants you to answer." "I won't answer." Bai Qingyu pulled the blanket over himself and hid inside. Zhou Du said through the blanket, "He's waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. Are you sure you don't want to go down?" "No. Let him wait all night if he has the guts." Zhou Du sighed and relayed Bai Qingyu's words to Fong Quebec. Bai Qingyu was fine as a friend, but as a lover, he was way too much work. Still, their Qing brother was steady and reliable. Fong Ke looked towards the location of Bai Qingyu's dormitory on the second floor. "As long as he's safe, that's fine. Hang up then." He pinched his temples, feeling rather helpless, reflecting if he had spoiled Bai Qingyu too much. The next day, just after Bai Qingyu finished class and was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, he was seized by Fong Ke waiting under the teaching building and dragged home with one step on the gas pedal. "What are you doing? I told you I'm mad at you. I don't want to see you." Bai Qingyu struggled while being carried on his shoulder. "Put me down. You jerk." Fong Ke suppressed his anger as he threw him onto the sofa. "When you're mad, can't you express it properly? Do you have to run away from home? Do you know how worried I was?" Bai Qingyu shrank his neck a bit under Fong Ke's stern tone but didn't back down. "You don't even want to come out with me, and yet you claim you worry about me. Don't bother taking care of me. I'm telling you, there will be plenty of others willing if you aren't." Bai Qingyu's words hit Fong Ke's sensitive nerves like a bomb. He took off his glasses and threw them on the coffee table with a clang, his brows furrowed as a storm brewed in his eyes. "Who?" Bai Qingyu had just blurted that out to irritate him. There wasn't such a person. But he still refused to back down, raising his head. "Why should I tell you?" However, the next moment, he was pinned down on Fong Ke's lap, his pants yanked down, and received a solid slap. The sound was clear and crisp. "Tell me, who? You're crazy. How dare you hit me?" Bai Qingyu struggled frantically, tears streaming down his face from the pain. "Come on." Fong Ke had won the golden belt, and a slap with unrestrained strength wasn't something to mess around with. Slap, came another loud slap. Bai Qingyu's tender skin almost immediately became red and swollen. Biting Fong Ke, Bai Qingyu shouted, "I'm bullshitting. Are you going to kill me?" "Ah. I'm dying. My ass, ah." Listening to Bai Qingyu's wails, Fong Ke felt a pang of pity and loosened his grip slightly. Bai Qingyu fought free and began sobbing loudly, "I hate you. I'll break up." "With what?" Under Fong Ke's intimidating glare, Bai Qingyu swallowed the words, "break up," and retreated. "Break ties. I'm breaking ties with you. For a month. No. Not for a week. Don't touch me." After saying that, Bai Qingyu hugged his sore bottom and stomped back into the room, locking the door from inside. Fong Ke sat on the sofa, looking at the tightly closed door, regretting whether he'd gone too far. If he didn't discipline, the child wouldn't grow up, but disciplining caused him to feel sorrowful. Still, reasoning must prevail, though sometimes emotions just got out of control. After yesterday's argument, Bai Qingyu blocked all his social accounts and mobile numbers, making him impossible to find. In the dead of night, Bai Qingyu's poor living skills had almost driven Fong Ke crazy. That little rascal just now mentioned someone else to provoke him, and Fong Ke couldn't help but spank him. Fong Ke calmed down, wiped his glasses clean, put them back on, and went to cook dinner for Bai Qingyu, who had just finished class and must be hungry. "You, big brother was wrong not to beat you. Please come out and eat, okay?" Bai Qingyu picked up a shoe on the ground and threw it at the door. "Won't eat. Let me starve. Anyway, you're trying to kill me. Don't say those angry words. Big brother made your favorite tomato beef brisket. Come have some, alright?" Bai Qingyu, his head covered with the blanket, fumed silently, refusing to speak. His bottom really hurt. That dog Fong Ke. One must never date a boxer, too harsh and without any sense of cherishing delicate feelings. He got angrier when he realized there was no sound outside, and picked up another shoe to throw. Just as the door opened, the slipper hit Fong Kei's head squarely. Bai Qingyu wanted to laugh, but seeing Fong Kei's dark expression, he bit his lip and pulled the quilt over his head again. Fong Kei lifted the blanket, flipped him over. Bai Qingyu was startled and shouted, 2 hits weren't enough. You're going to hit me again? Don't mess around. Fong Kei held him down and applied ointment, which cooled his sore bottom. Bai Qingyu coldly huffed and didn't say anything more. Fong Kei walked out for a moment and returned with a bowl of food and chopsticks. I'll feed you. Okay. Bai Qingyu turned his head away in refusal. It's not that I don't want to come out of the closet with you. Have you thought about your parents? Or mine? Then, are we supposed to keep hiding forever? They'll find out eventually. Fong Kei patted his head, that's why we need to choose the right way and timing. Don't rush. You have to trust that I love you, so much. Bai Qingyu stared at his fingers while bowing his head. After a while, he looked up at Fong Kei, tears rolling down his cheeks. It really hurt when you spanked me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper. Fong Kei embraced him and gently wiped away his tears, full of regret. Bai Qingyu sniffed, I won't forgive you that easily. Alright, take your time to forgive me. Fong Kei discovered he was completely wrapped around this guy's finger. Though Bai Qingyu was moody, he had sharp insights, always transparent about how to get a rise out of him. Alas, there's nothing to be done except spoil him. Chapter 64, The Golden Benefactor Rumor. Zhou Du resigned from his job at the club and attended acting lessons at the YQH company every week. It was an entirely new experience for him. The acting teacher was none other than Chen Bing, the emperor of film at the 8th Huaxiang Awards. The company spent a lot of money hiring him to teach them 2 classes per week. Chen Bing spoke highly of Zhou Du, saying he'd never met a child with such high comprehension skills. Su Yang could hardly contain his joy. Mr. Chen was known to be strict, so for him to praise Zhou Du meant he'd found real talent. Su Yang took Zhou Du to Director Zhao for a screen test. As expected, Director Zhao was very satisfied with Zhou Du's appearance. Although his acting wasn't on par with professional actors, he resembled an unpolished jade, imperfect, yet authentic. Su Yang was thrilled. Without surprises, Zhou Du would be the male lead in this movie. But Zhou Du knew this was just the beginning. If his acting couldn't earn recognition, Director Zhao might replace him anytime. That's it. Don't be so tense. Attend class well. Teacher Chen said your recent acting has improved a lot. Su Yang patted his shoulder. Zhou Du nodded. Used to having nothing, he always considered the worst-case scenario first. When the news that Zhou Du was cast as Director Zhao's male lead spread throughout the company, several junior actors taking the same course became envious. They'd been in the industry 1 or 2 years, only able to land roles in low-budget web series, whereas Zhou Du, newly signed, directly secured a leading role in a movie. Some started gossiping behind his back, speculating whether Zhou Du was kept by a sugar daddy. These baseless rumors didn't bother Zhou Du. He couldn't stop people from talking. With so much to do, he paid no attention to these matters. Until one day Qin Cheng came to pick him up in his newly bought sports car and was seen by a colleague attending the same acting course. This added fuel to the gossip regarding Qin Cheng. These golden benefactors now sponsor both genders, right? Look at Zhou Du, appearing all righteous, but deep down he sells himself. They spoke freely, likely assuming their words were confirmed since Zhou Du didn't refute them, making them bolder. Chen Bing frowned at them and remarked, you're not skilled enough in artistry but excel at idle talk. They immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and dared not speak further. Chen Bing then looked at Zhou Du, are they correct in saying you're being kept by the CEO? No. Zhou Du simply replied with those 2 words. Chen Bing nodded, good, let's begin our class. Today, they were practicing a segment of intense conflict. Whether intentional or not, Chen Bing paired Zhou Du with the person who earlier started the gossip, asking them to improvise and express the explosive emotion after feeling suppressed. The other actor began, performing in a stereotypical fashion, bulging eyes, hysterical screams, with shallow acting that made Chen Bing lose interest. When it was Zhou Du's turn, he didn't say a word, but his piercing gaze frightened the chatterbox into involuntarily stepping back. The next second, Zhou Du kicked him in the chest, sending him flying 2 meters away. If he hadn't held back, the talkative one would likely have ended up with his mouth stuck on the wall. Ah, are you trying to kill me? Since Chen Bing hadn't called for a stop, Zhou Du's performance wasn't over yet. He picked up a chair and calmly walked to the man lying on the ground, sitting down. He then crushed the man's hand with his foot and said indifferently, next time, if you can't control your mouth, I'll kill you. The others didn't see it, but the chatterbox noticed the restrained savagery in Zhou Du's eyes and choked the insult back in his throat. Cut. Chen Bing clapped his hands. Zhou Du did well, but you were too rough. Later, let the martial arts teacher show you how to make someone look beaten without really hurting them. Chen Bing didn't criticize Zhou Du, instead, he looked at the fallen man, can you continue? Zhou Du had used clever force, it hurt but wouldn't break bones. The chatterbox could only grit his teeth and swallow his pain silently. This was after all the class of an emperor of films, and it was hard for his agent to get him into it. Teacher Chen, I'm fine. Good, let's continue. Next group, get ready. After class, Chen Bing walked out with Zhou Du and carefully analyzed the flaws in his acting. Zhou Du knew Chen Bing valued him, so he respected Chen Bing deeply. Thank you, Teacher Chen. For what? Chen Bing smiled. For letting you vent today. Zhou Du was slightly stunned, and Chen Bing laughed heartily. No need to thank me. You remind me of my younger self, I'm just helping the boy I once was. Chen Bing glanced at the sports car parked downstairs. Is he your friend? Zhou Du followed his gaze. Yes, a very good friend. In this industry, be careful. We fear hearsay the most. Chen Bing had spent half his life in the entertainment circle and had seen everything. He had no intention of prying into Zhou Du's personal life. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Zhou Du ran down the stairs and got into the passenger seat, his face beaming with happiness. Brother Cheng, weren't you supposed to be on a business trip? It's nothing important. I came back early. Qin Cheng started the car. But I noticed people looking at me just now. I'd better not come here often, or they might misunderstand you. Misunderstand what? Misunderstand that you're cozying up to rich guys. Qin Cheng touched Zhou Du's earlobe. Hey, should I buy you out before you become famous? Save myself from future competition. Name a price, little Zhou. I've made some money recently. Zhou Du kissed his hand and then bit his fingertip lightly. Don't need money. Free. Even willing to pay extra. Ha ha ha, good thinking. As soon as they got home, Zhou Du couldn't hold back. He pushed Qin Cheng against the door and started kissing him. Qin Cheng was gasping for breath, trying to push him away but couldn't budge him. Once Zhou Du got carried away, he lost all control. If Qin Cheng hadn't been holding onto his pants tightly, Bai Qinyu's gifts would have already been put to use. Qin Cheng didn't want deep emotional connections between men, occasional playful moments suited him just fine. The rest, well, let it be. His shirt was pushed up, and Zhou Du pounced on him like a wolf pup starved of meat, wanting to tear every bone apart. Qin Cheng couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Zhou Du's hair and pulled his head back. Your phone is ringing. Zhou Du's eyes were flushed red with desire. Irritated, he dug out his phone and froze. It was his mother calling. If there wasn't something urgent, Zhang Yun wouldn't call at this hour. Hugging Qin Cheng's waist, Zhou Du leaned his head on his shoulder and pressed the answer button. Mom, what's wrong? What? Okay, I'll come right away. Zhou Du suddenly looked up, and Qin Cheng saw panic in his eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 65, It'll be alright. They booked the earliest flight and arrived at Xuanzhou County Hospital just past 3 in the morning. A group of people stood outside the emergency room. Aside from Zhang Yun, who was wiping tears while praying with her hands clasped, the rest were from Lin's family. They chatted among themselves, their faces showing indifference. Seeing Zhou Du stride toward her with Qin Cheng behind him, Zhang Yun felt as though she'd found her anchor. She grabbed Zhou Du's hand. Son, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Mom, don't worry. Zhou Du patted Zhang Yun's back and disengaged his hand. He then stormed forward, grabbing Lin Chang by the collar and dragging him into the stairwell, slamming him against the wall. Didn't you promise me you'd take good care of her? Are you out of your mind over a son? What did you give her? Zhou Du, I wasn't there, I didn't know. I didn't mean for this to happen. Lin Chang frantically grabbed Zhou Du's hand, pleading. Seeing your sister lying inside breaks my heart too. I had no idea my mother would do something like that. Furious, Zhou Du's hands trembled as he threw a merciless punch at Lin Chang's face, blood immediately spilling. Zhou Du. Qin Cheng was shocked, he had never seen Zhou Du so enraged. He quickly pulled Zhang Yun to safety and rushed forward to restrain Zhou Du. This wasn't something to be played around with. The strength of a professional boxer was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Lin Chang's mother screamed and lunged toward Zhou Du, only to be shoved aside. With a cold voice, Zhou Du warned, if anything happens to my sister, I'll never forgive any of you. His red eyes gleamed with an intimidating fury as if he were a fierce demon from hell. Terrified, Lin's mother froze in place but regained her composure quickly, starting to wail and curse her bad fortune for not having a grandson, instead blaming her daughter-in-law for being a princess unsuited to marriage. This place was backward, and some rules could be broken with money. Lin's mother had spent a bit of cash and discovered that Zhou Yan was carrying another girl. She concocted a supposed gender-changing medicine from somewhere, secretly mixing it into Zhou Yan's meals when she refused to eat it. 7.5 months pregnant, Zhou Yan suddenly began bleeding and was rushed to the hospital, where she was immediately taken into the operating room. The baby died before birth, and Zhou Yan was still under emergency care. The family members of the Lin household started shouting at Zhou Du, but they quieted down under his menacing gaze when doctors arrived, demanding order. This is a hospital. Take your fighting to the police station. Zhang Yun, whose health was already frail, was frightened today. Qin Cheng worried about her endurance and arranged a nearby hotel for her to rest, promising to notify her immediately if anything happened. She initially disagreed, but Qin Cheng convinced her. Auntie, if anything else happens to you, Zhou Du won't be able to hold on. Finally agreeing to rest, Zhang Yun held Zhou Du's hand tightly as she left after giving many instructions. They waited in the hospital for 6 hours, from dusk until dawn. Finally, the doctor emerged from the rescue room, asking, "Who is the family member?" Lin Chang was just about to step forward when Zhou Du took the lead. I'm her younger brother. The surgery was successful, the doctor informed them. However, due to improper medication use, the patient may find it difficult to conceive again in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's mother collapsed onto the floor, wailing loudly, while Lin Chang stood beside her, yelling, "Mother! Are you satisfied now?" Her cries paused briefly. "Isn't it all for the Lin family? You got married and forgot your mother." Zhou Du paid no attention to their drama, relieved internally that his sister was safe. Life mattered more than anything else. Zhou Yan was moved into the private ward that Qin Cheng had booked for her, where silence enveloped the air. Soon enough, the members of the Lin household dispersed, leaving only Lin Chang behind. Before leaving, Lin's mother mumbled about needing to find a new wife for him. "Get out," Zhou Du said calmly. "Don't let me see you here." "On what grounds?" Lin Chang argued, "I know you've always looked down on me, but she's my wife. She almost died because of your family." Zhou Du hissed in a low growl. "What kind of man are you? My sister almost lost her life." Lin Chang hung his head, unable to respond. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Zhou Du, her parched lips curved into a faint smile. Weakly, she asked, "Why has the little one come back?" Tears streamed down Zhou Du's cheeks, landing on her hand. Touching her flat stomach absently, Zhou Yan appeared dazed, asking sorrowfully, "Where's my child?" "Sister, you're the most important," Zhou Du replied softly. "Everything else doesn't matter." Lin Chang approached to talk to her, but Zhou Yan turned her head away. "Go away. Yanzi." Lin Chang tried to speak again but was pushed out by Qin Cheng. "Let her rest properly. Go." Knowing the siblings needed to speak, Qin Cheng dragged Lin Chang downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes at the convenience store, handing one to Lin Chang. Covering his face, Lin Chang muttered, "I really didn't know it would turn out this way." "You knew." Qin Cheng spoke quietly, biting dryly on the cigarette tip without lighting it. "You were aware of your mother's stance but made no changes. You used Sister Yanzi's tolerance to satisfy your filial piety." "Brother Lin," Qin Cheng continued, refraining from calling him brother-in-law, this time, "a man who can't protect his own wife and child, what kind of man is he?" After speaking, he threw the cigarette into the trash can, turning to enter the hospital building. Having not experienced the hardships of common folk, Qin Cheng felt immense desolation within after this experience. It was too ignorant. He couldn't believe that even in this era, women still suffered such outrageous persecution. Qin Cheng gently pushed open the door to the ward. Zhou Yan had already fallen asleep. Zhou Du, seeing him, said, "Brother Cheng, are you tired? You should go to the hotel and rest a bit." "I'm not tired." "How's your sister?" Qin Cheng glanced at the pale woman lying on the sickbed. "She has agreed with me to divorce Lin Chang. I want to hire a lawyer to fight for Zhu Feng's custody." Qin Cheng nodded. "Leave this to me. There probably won't be a lawsuit, it will just cost some money." Zhou Yan could no longer bear children, so Lin's mother was eager for her son to divorce as soon as possible. As for Zhu Feng, being a girl, Lin's mother likely didn't want to raise her either. Lin Chang, blinded by filial piety, had little say in the matter. "Thank you, Brother Cheng." Zhou Du looked down. "I keep causing you trouble." Qin Cheng approached and roughly ruffled Zhou Du's head, pressing it against his chest. "What are you talking about? I'm your financier, aren't I?" This made Zhou Du chuckle. "Then thank you, financier." Qin Cheng acted quickly. As the saying goes, money can make the devil grind. He spent tens of thousands of yuan to bribe relatives of the Lin family, persuading Lin's mother to firmly stick to her resolve to have her son divorce. Qin Cheng hired the best local lawyer to draft the divorce agreement, fully entrusting the agency without asking for any payment, only demanding that Lin Zhufeng, now Zhou Zhufeng, adopting her mother's surname, would remain with them. Lin Chang wasn't willing, but he couldn't stand up against his mother's extreme behavior. When Lin Zhufeng learned of her parents' divorce, she became extremely dispirited. Qin Cheng and Zhou Du went together to pick her up. Qin Cheng patted the little girl's head. "Why do you look so sad?" "Sweetheart, better days are ahead." Chapter 66, Are You Dating? Qin Cheng had work to attend to, and Zhou Du couldn't take prolonged leave either. They couldn't stay long in Xuanzhou, so they hired a nurse to care for Zhou Yan in the hospital. To prevent Lin Chang from making trouble, Qin Cheng even hired 2 bodyguards to watch over the hospital. After returning to Jiangbei first, Lin Zhufeng stayed with Zhang Yun. Qin Cheng dropped Zhou Du off at the school gate. "That's it. Don't worry. There's a lot to do. First, move your household registration to Jiangbei. Being a top graduate from the Political Science University, there are policies to help you settle down. Then bring Zhu Feng here." Zhou Du moved slightly in his throat. "Brother Cheng." Qin Cheng smiled and fondly patted his head. You're her biological uncle, you can arrange for her to study temporarily in Jiangbei while we figure out how to transfer her enrollment. The educational resources in Jiangbei are good. Once Sister Yan is well enough, we'll bring her too. When the mother and daughter are reunited, everything will get better. Zhou Du's eyes reddened. I always. Qin Qing hugged him tightly, rubbing his back. Little fool, you gave me 50,000 last time, more than enough to handle all this. Don't think too much. Zhou Du thought, he must have saved the entire universe in a past life to meet someone like Qin Qing in this one. He looked down on those who were infatuated with love, but if Qin Qing ever asked for his life one day, he would give it without hesitation. Remember, when you're wealthy and earning 100,000 a day, give me half. Did you hear that? Qin Qing whispered in his ear, like a devil's whisper. Zhou Du smiled. All of it is yours. After Zhou Du submitted the necessary documents, his household registration was swiftly transferred to Jiangbei. Meanwhile, Qin Qing handed Lin Zhufeng's schooling issue over to Xiao Zheng, or rather, now Zhou Zhufeng, who had adopted her mother's surname. Xiao Zheng had wide-ranging connections. As long as he was willing to spend the money, arranging for a temporary school transfer was swift and easy. However, the newly found school was a bit far away, one was in the West District, the other in the East District, requiring more than an hour's drive back and forth. On that side, Qin Qing rented a small two-bedroom apartment for them, only 50 square meters. It wasn't because he was stingy, but because he didn't want Zhou Du to feel burdened. After handling all these matters, Qin Qing brought the mother and daughter to Jiangbei. He didn't tell Qin Weijun or Cheng Lan about this. If his mother found out that he had brought over the daughter and granddaughter of his father's first love, she'd beat his bottom to pieces. Qin Qing booked a private room to celebrate Zhou Yan regaining her freedom. Zhou Yan initially harbored some resistance toward her future sister-in-law, but seeing all the things he did for them filled her heart only with gratitude. She raised a glass sincerely. Thank you for going through so much trouble for my daughter and me. This is a toast to you. Qin Qing paused, looking at Zhou Du, who smiled faintly at him. My sister holds her liquor well. That works. Qin Qing clinked glasses with Zhou Yan. From now on, the sky is vast and the birds can fly freely. Everything will get better. Zhou Yan nodded and stroked her daughter's hair. We should have realized this sooner, it caused Zhufeng so much suffering at home. Zhou Zhufeng placed a peeled shrimp into her mother's bowl. It's never too late, Mom. Yes, it's never too late, Zhou Du was particularly happy today and followed with a drink. Sister, our lives will become better and better. His elder sister had very strong working abilities and had dropped out of school early to earn money. If it hadn't been for their father forcing her into marriage, her life wouldn't be so passive right now. Originally, Qin Qing wanted to find Zhou Yan a job, but she declined. Near her daughter's school, Zhou Yan found a sales job that didn't require a diploma, focusing solely on performance. She believed she could support herself and her daughter. Once a person has a goal, they gain spirit and vigor. Qin Qing looked at the energetic woman in front of him and couldn't believe that just 2 months ago, she was still lying in bed sick. Qin Qing went to the restroom halfway through dinner and overheard the siblings whispering when he returned. Initially, he didn't intend to eavesdrop, but from behind the curtain, he heard his name. Zhou Yan said, Little Du, how are things going between you and Qin Qing? Zhou Du smiled softly, we're good, sister. Just say what's on your mind. Zhou Yan sighed, I still have trouble understanding why you like men, but Qin Qing is a good person. He saved my life and Zhu Feng's life. He's my benefactor, so treat him well. He's also my benefactor. Outside, Qin Qing felt awkward hearing them refer to each other as benefactors. While gratitude was fine, the relationship between him and Zhou Du seemed too rigid if measured purely by this term. Sister, I love him deeply. Zhou Du's soft voice resonated with Qin Qing, and Mr. Qin finally felt delighted. After dinner, Qin Qing called a designated driver, intending to send Zhou Yan and her daughter home first. However, Zhou Yan said they could take the subway. Qin Qing watched the two backs, large and small, disappearing into the distance. You two are quite similar, both having that fighting spirit against life and independence. Zhou Du wrapped an arm around his shoulder, Brother Cheng, I'm really happy today. During the spring festival visit home, my sister even said fate decides all our paths. But now seeing her start a new life, I am truly happy. Thank you. Again with the formalities, Qin Qing muttered as he looked at the driver arriving on an electric bike. Let's head home then. That night, Zhou Du stayed in Qin Cheng's bed, purely sleeping under a thick blanket. Qin Qing lay on his side, with Zhou Du embracing him from behind. Listening to his steady breathing, Zhou Du whispered lightly, Qin Qing, I'll treat you well. Very, very well. After the final exam, Su Yang urged Zhou Du to quickly pack up and get ready. They were heading to Ian Mountain area to experience a week of local life first. The total filming period was 3 months. Considering that Zhou Du was still a student, they would prioritize shooting his scenes. However, being the leading actor, ideally, he could finish before the school year starts, otherwise, leave would need to be requested. Is it possible to leave tomorrow morning? I want to go home once. Recently preoccupied with exams, he hadn't spent much quality time with Qin Qing. This trip would last 2 months, so Zhou Du needed to see Qin Cheng one last time. Su Yang showed him the flight ticket. Ancestors, tickets are already booked. Can we act diva later after you become famous? When Qin Cheng received his call, he was in a meeting. Hearing the news about his departure, he paused. So soon? Is it not possible to leave tomorrow? Big brother Su said the production team is waiting for me, and I need further acting coaching. Zhou Du also sounded somewhat annoyed. I miss you. A slight upward curl appeared on Qin Cheng's lips, but in front of many subordinates, he maintained some level of rationality. After clearing his throat, he replied, all right, I'll visit when I have time. Su Yang widened his eyes beside him. Although there wasn't any contractual restriction on his freedom to date, dating during the rising phase was an unwritten rule. He perked up his ears upon hearing the male voice on the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. But during the wait at the airport, Su Yang still subtly questioned, Little Du, are you in a relationship? Zhou Du hesitated, maybe. Not exactly. Chapter 67, Missing You. He had only confessed to Qin Cheng but hadn't asked Qin Cheng to officially date him. Once a romantic relationship started, given the disparity in social status between them, the societal pressure and family stress that Qin Cheng would bear far exceeded what Zhou Du could imagine. Zhou Du desired to be with Qin Cheng, but he didn't want to force him. Thus, he merely asked Qin Cheng to give him time to grow, remain single, and wait for him. This request was selfish, but it was Zhou Du's only opportunity, and he had to seize it. What do you mean, not exactly? Little Du, let me tell you something, in the entertainment industry, dating is a big taboo. Unless you have enough strength, do you understand? Already irritated because he hadn't seen Qin Cheng, Zhou Du grew even more frustrated listening to Su Yang's chatter. Reluctant to explain, he merely hummed and put on his Bluetooth earphones. Su Yang. This kid. Forget it, I'll endure. He will be my cash cow in the future. The company booked economy class for them. After sitting down, Su Yang started talking non-stop, when you become famous, we will only take first class from then on. Work hard this time, I believe in you. Go for it. Zhou Du deeply exhaled and gave a nod, which was quite polite. In the past 1 or 2 months, he had realized that although Su Yang was not a bad person, he talked too much. If you didn't respond to him, he would talk even more. Last time when he flew, his seatmate was the sweet-smelling Qing brother, but today it turned into a noisy middle-aged man. The difference was too big, so Zhou Du simply closed his eyes to sleep. The plane landed in Yian City. They took a bus to the county, where a local drove an old Wuling minivan to pick them up. As they bumpy along, Zhou Du looked out of the window at the barren mountains. It seemed like every mountain village was similar, equally backward and equally poor. In the end, he felt a bit carsick. With Qin Cheng not around, there was no careful preparation of motion sickness patches or medicine for him, so he just endured it. Su Yang noticed Zhou Du frowning continuously. What's wrong, Little Du? Carsick? A bit. The driver in front pulled out an orange and threw it back. Eat an orange to settle your stomach. It should help. The mountain roads are bumpy, and it's normal for city folks like you to not tolerate it. Zhou Du opened his eyes and looked at the orange in his hand. Su Gu, after this movie is broadcasted, will more people pay attention to the children in the mountains? Of course, and this time, 5% of the box office revenue will go towards establishing a rural children education fund. Zhou Du, what we're doing is meaningful. Let's work hard. Zhou Du looked at him and nodded, I will. After about half an hour of bumping around, the two finally arrived at Emo village. There were no hotels to stay in, so the production team rented several houses from local villagers. The conditions were rudimentary, even Su Yang couldn't help but complain. Only Zhou Du said nothing. He picked up his suitcase and went into his room, which had only a bed and a desk, practically destitute. Just as he put down his luggage, Director Zhao called him over. Little Zhou, have you memorized your lines? I've memorized them. Director Zhao flipped through the script randomly and quizzed him. Zhou Du recited flawlessly, leaving him satisfied. Good job. A young man willing to bear hardships is commendable, but just memorizing isn't enough. You need to understand the character. Tell me, why does Yang Li insist on leaving the mountain village? To gamble with his life, betting that his fate won't confine him here. Director Zhao looked at him sharply. Then why did he come back? Zhou Du lowered his eyelashes, pausing for a while before answering, perhaps to hold an umbrella for his former self caught in the rain. Do you find this very hard to understand? Director Zhao looked at him, without any blame in his tone. Zhou Du nodded at him, yes. Su Yang broke out in a cold sweat behind the scenes, thinking, truly naive fearlessness. Did this kid know that Director Zhao could replace him at any moment? Director Zhao burst out laughing. Isn't this exactly the early stage Yang Li? You found me a good male lead. Su Yang's eyes lit up, patting Zhou Du's back. Director Zhao praised you, why don't you say thank you? Thank you, Director Zhao. Hey, don't thank me yet, Director Zhao put down the script. I want you to completely transform into Yang Li within a week. Time is tight. Besides you, there's another candidate for the male lead. Do you get it? Don't disappoint me. Alright. When Qin Cheng returned home, it felt eerily empty. Even though Zhou Du was usually at school and rarely home, the thought that he was now thousands of miles away made him feel lonely and empty. After washing up and lying down on the bed, Qin Cheng pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Du, but several calls went unanswered, probably due to bad signal. Just as he was starting to feel frustrated, he finally got through. Zhou Du's voice came through the internet, mixed with some static due to the poor connection. "Brother Cheng, are you off work?" "Yeah, how are you over there? Is anyone mistreating you?" Qin Cheng dangled his legs. "You better not suffer any injustice." Zhou Du chuckled, "No one dares to bully me, I can handle them." Before Qin Cheng could reply, he heard a crew member call out on the other end, "Zhou Du, come for the table read. You go ahead and get busy." "Alright, Brother Cheng, I miss you." Zhou Du covered the phone and whispered softly. Qin Cheng pursed his lips, "Yeah, I miss you too. Good night." After hanging up, he rolled around in bed twice. He's almost 30 and yet falling in love feels like being young again, it's kind of embarrassing. Qin Cheng opened the flight booking app and started checking daily available flights. Zhou Du was far busier than Qin Cheng had imagined. It took a long time for him to reply to messages, and when they finally managed to make a call, Zhou Du would be called away after only a few sentences. There were also many night shoots, and through the phone, Qin Cheng could sense Zhou Du's weariness. "Are you tired, Zhou Du?" Qin Cheng looked at the suntanned young man on the video call and tenderly touched the screen. Zhou Du smiled, "Not at all. It's just that I'm too busy to reply to your messages in time. Would you like me to visit you?" "No need. I'll be back home after the filming is over. The conditions here are terrible. There are so many mosquitoes in summer that you wouldn't stand it." Qin Cheng leaned into the sofa, "Am I really that fragile? Don't tell me you don't want me to come see you." "How could that be?" Zhou Du hurriedly explained, "I'm just too busy, Brother Cheng. If you came, I wouldn't have time to take care of you, the production crew is also very busy." Although he was playing the male lead this time, being a newcomer, Zhou Du still lacked any influence, and he was scolded almost every day. When director Zhao worked, he was strict. Zhou Du didn't feel wronged because he was still in the learning phase. However, he didn't want Qin Cheng to see him in such an embarrassing state. Alright. Having struggled in society for many years and being somewhat involved in half the entertainment industry, Qin Cheng more or less understood the prevailing winds there. He didn't want to hinder Zhou Du's work. Someone called Zhou Du again to go shooting. Quickly, Zhou Du whispered softly into the screen, "I miss you." Qin Cheng smiled, "I'll wait for you to come home." Chapter 68, A Little Lonely. Back when Zhou Du used to live at school, Qin Cheng hadn't thought much about it. After all, whenever he missed him, he could simply drive over to see him. But now that Zhou Du was in a city thousands of miles away, all he could do was daydream. Being extremely busy, Zhou Du rarely found time to talk each day. For the first time, Qin Cheng felt some emptiness, loneliness, and even a little coldness. On weekends, he dragged Yuanzi and Qiao out to keep him company. Both these brothers were married with children still too young to take care of themselves. Aside from seeing Qiao Zheng every day at the company, they hadn't gathered privately for quite some time. They met for dinner at their usual spot, Yuanzi's restaurant, and naturally, Yuanzi treated them, leaving Qin Cheng and Qiao Zheng to eat for free. Why not take advantage when someone else treats? Of course, they didn't plan to just eat for free, they made sure to pack some new dishes to go as well. Yuanzi typically grumbled while laughing, and between them, formalities weren't important. They preferred candid conversations over polite courtesies. The kitchen prepared a special set of dishes for them and placed them all over the table. Qin Cheng brought 2 fine bottles of wine, a gift from a partner, which he kept and used at home, no one around to enjoy it with him. Since Zhou Du wasn't there and there was no one to stop him, he decided to share a drink with his buddies. Nowadays, Yuanzi was both a wife lover and a daughter lover. He showed them pictures of his daughter with a face full of sweetness. "Chenger, look how cute my girl is." Qin Cheng held his phone, gazing at the screen showing a little girl in a crawler suit with 2 pigtails, her features softening his heart. "She's adorable. Lucky her skin didn't follow yours." De Qiao smirked and nudged Qin Cheng's arm. "Tell me, bro, second kids have already been born, when are you going to focus and give us a daughter or son? You know, men don't have the motivation to earn money without their wives and kids." Qin Cheng swirled the glass in his hand, looking at the plum-colored wine inside. "It seems I can't have any more. People shouldn't expect everything good to fall onto them." Qin Cheng did like children, but some things couldn't be forced. Still, regarding Zhou Du, even if it upset his parents, he wanted to hold on. Qiao Zheng and Yuanzi exchanged glances. "When did this happen? Is there treatment?" "What?" Qin Cheng was confused. "Treatment for what?" Yuanzi said quietly, "You mean you can't have kids, right? Is it because of drinking too much, affecting your sperm?" Qin Cheng gave a crooked smile. "Go die. I'm perfectly fine. Why then did you say you can't? You scared us." Qin Cheng rolled his eyes at the two. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway." He hadn't yet figured out how to explain the situation to Yuanzi and De Qiao, not due to lack of affection, but it was slightly embarrassing. "As if anyone cares about you. When the time comes, let my daughter throw you into a nursing home and remember to leave her your inheritance. Yuanzi grinned as he ate a peanut. You get lost. Qin Ching laughed and locked his neck. Call me Dad, and I'll send you a big red envelope. Dad. Grandpa. Yuanzi joked, their three-man group always losing decorum. Hey. Good grandson, Qin Ching sent him a single cent. Damn. So stingy. Xiaozing roared with laughter, raising his cup. Come on, let's toast our only bachelor dog, Mr. Qin. Sometimes, Qin Ching really wanted to cut ties with these two. Besides, who said he was single? Humph. Toasting. Xiaozing urged him. Alright, I surrender. Qin Ching tapped the rim of Xiaozeng's glass with his own, determined to get some advantage out of it. After the meal, the three men decided to head to a very clean and respectable karaoke club for their second round. De Qiao sang beautifully, which probably explained why he dated so many girlfriends during college. He must have had something special. Qin Ching leaned against the sofa, listening to De Qiao singing sad love songs. For some reason, he found himself identifying with his own story with Zhou Du and felt like crying. But he managed to hold back the tears. If he actually cried, that would add another embarrassing chapter to his history. Halfway through the song, it was already late at night. Both Yuanzi and De Qiao received calls from their wives and left without any sense of brotherhood. Yuanzi patted Qin Ching on the shoulder. Now do you see how having a family can make one feel so blessed? We're off, take care. Qin Ching waved them off. Go quick, you traitor who prefers women over friends. Even with deafening music in the private room, Qin Ching still felt lonely. He grabbed the microphone and sang a children's song called Counting Ducks. He felt a little lonely. He missed Zhou Du. Finally, Qin Ching called a car and went back to his parents' home. In the middle of the night, Chenglan stumbled out of bed to open the door for him, smelled the alcohol on him, and became very upset. Why did you go drinking again? Qin Ching took a few slaps on his back but felt warm inside. He hugged Chenglan. Mom, I just drank with Yuanzi and De Qiao, just a little bit. I'm not drunk. Chenglan was confused by his sudden affection. What is this? You are grown up, stop being clingy. Isn't it natural to be clingy to mom? Qin Ching rubbed his face on her shoulder. Chenglan pinched him lightly. You brat, Qin Weijun. Go make your son a cup of honey water. Coming. Chenglan sat with him on the sofa and asked, did something happen? Qin Cheng was her flesh and blood, she could immediately tell when something was wrong. Although Qin Cheng looked mischievous, he hadn't given them any trouble since growing up. Coming over so late at night surely meant something. Qin Cheng frowned, with red-rimmed eyes. Mom, if I did something that made you sad, would you blame me? Qin Weijun came out of the kitchen holding the honey water and glanced at his wife upon hearing this. What's going on? Qin Ching pouted, his head bowed silently, his tears falling onto the back of his hand but making no sound. Chenglan's heart ached as she held her son and patted his back. Silly child, how big could the issue be? As long as we abide by the law and don't harm others, there will be nothing we cannot overcome. Why would mom and dad blame you? That's right, Qin Weijun sat beside them. Cheng, whatever happens, mom and dad love you. What exactly happened? Tell mom. Chenglan wiped his tears. She used to think she had a daughter because her son cried as much as money was spent without thought. A boy shouldn't cry so much, it was annoying. But now that he grew up, when he cried, it broke her heart. Qin Ching shook his head. Nothing happened, I was just asking randomly. He picked up the cup of honey water from the coffee table and gulped it down all at once. Mom, Dad, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Hey. Qin Weijun was about to stop him but was nudged by Chenglan. The kid is upset, don't say too much. Qin Ching didn't turn on the light, directly diving into his bed, stripping off his clothes and burrowing under the covers. Through the wall, he could hear his parents whispering worriedly. The more he listened, the worse he felt, maybe he could never be the well-behaved child who never caused concern for his parents. Chapter 69, Surprise. Qin Ching slept until he naturally woke up. Though weekends usually meant no early mornings, in the past whenever he returned home, his parents would always call him for breakfast. Qin Ching stared at the ceiling lamp for a while, realizing that his unusual behavior yesterday must have worried his parents. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the bedroom door, he saw Qin Weijun and Chenglan looking at him together. Are you awake? Yes, I'm up. Qin Ching felt a little embarrassed, scratching his hair that was messy like a chicken nest, then turned around to wash up. After tidying up and coming out, he noticed his parents were still there. What's going on with you two? You brat, what was up with you yesterday? Your dad and I couldn't even sleep last night. Chenglan observed Qin Cheng's expression carefully before speaking, ensuring everything seemed normal. Qin Cheng casually grabbed an apple from the fruit plate and started munching on it, his gaze drifting. I was just, talking nonsense yesterday because I drank too much. You two don't worry about it, nothing's wrong with me. Yesterday, he had been slightly drunk, but under the influence of various emotions, rationality was thrown aside by sensibility, which led to him sobbing uncontrollably at his parents' house. But it was his own parents after all, they had seen every side of him, ugly or not. Crying was no big deal, it didn't feel embarrassing. Still, explaining it all would take some effort. They obviously didn't believe Qin Cheng's excuse and asked again, "Are you sure nothing happened?" "Absolutely not." Qin Cheng pulled out a dining chair and sat down. "I'm hungry, Mom, is there any food left?" "You're either sleeping or eating these days," Qinglan nagged, then went into the kitchen obediently to cook him some porridge. After finishing his meal, Qin Cheng casually came up with an excuse and fled in a hurry. It was an overcast day, so it wasn't too hot outside, allowing him to stroll home leisurely, taking a taxi when he got tired. As Qin Cheng stepped out of the supermarket with an ice cream in hand, Zhou Du called him via video, "Brother Cheng, are you out?" "Yeah, just leaving my mom's place." Qin Cheng bit into the ice cream, it felt chilly against his teeth. "Why are you contacting me so early today? Are you bored?" "The props team is preparing for a rain scene today, so I managed to steal a little break," Zhou Du smiled. "Yesterday, I was too busy to reply to you on time." "It's fine, I'm not a kid anymore." Qin Cheng walked to a bench by the roadside, sitting down while gazing at Zhou Du on the screen. He seemed a little tanned. "You need to apply sunscreen. Maybe use some face masks if you can. Your job depends on your looks." Zhou Du kept smiling, not sure whether it was because seeing Qin Cheng made him happy or because something else good had happened. "Don't I already have a sponsor now? So I don't have to worry that much." "Sponsor?" Qin Cheng took a moment to realize that he was the sponsor, that makes sense. "Brother Cheng will support you." Zhou Du glanced behind him. "Brother Cheng, I need to prepare. I'll have to change clothes and touch up my makeup, see you." Alright, bye." Just before disconnecting, Zhou Du quickly leaned closer to the phone microphone and whispered softly, "I miss you." Qin Cheng chuckled, was this guy attending some kind of love school? Why did the sweet talk come so easily? He put his phone in his pocket only to find that the ice cream had melted, trickling down his wrist. Qin Cheng took a few bites and threw it into the trash can, then bought wet wipes from a nearby convenience store to clean his hands. Even though the sky remained gloomy, Qin Cheng's mood was excellent. Due to the adjustment of the production schedule, Zhou Du would return later than initially expected, 1 month late, to be exact. This caused a slight disappointment for Qin Cheng, who started counting down the days until Zhou Du's return with his fingers each day. However, during their video chats, he never let on how he felt. After all, being 7 years older meant maintaining his image as steady and mature. On the other hand, Zhou Du had shed his once cold aloofness, repeating, "I miss you, wait for me to come home," several times daily. The car keys spun around Qin Cheng's finger as he waited for the elevator and took out his phone to check. Shockingly, Zhou Du hadn't responded to him all afternoon. How outrageous. Qin Cheng furiously tapped away on his phone, hitting send just as he stepped into the elevator. "What are you doing, Zhou Du? It's been hours. Were you abducted by wolves into a ditch? You have 5 minutes to answer me right now." Huffing, Qin Cheng unlocked the door and froze. The lights were on inside, and there was a savory aroma wafting from the slow-cooked soup. Before he even had time to take off his shoes, Qin Cheng rushed into the living room, colliding into someone's arms. Surprisingly, he looked into the face of none other than Zhou Du. "You're back. When did you get here?" Zhou Du was still wearing an apron, holding Qin Cheng tightly, smiling as he sniffed his scent, feeling his weary heart and body comforted. "I just returned home, wanting to surprise you." "You really know how to." Due to sheer joy, Qin Cheng's calm demeanor momentarily faltered, and he pinched Zhou Du's cheeks hard. "Oh, you've gotten darker, and thinner, but also more handsome." During filming, Zhou Du had worked in the mountain fields with locals, his complexion darkened by 2 shades, but his features had grown more resolute and mature compared to when he first arrived in Jiangbei. Without speaking, Zhou Du simply stared at Qin Cheng, and after the initial burst of enthusiastic excitement, the quiet room filled with a subtle yet palpable intimacy. Qin Cheng became somewhat uneasy under his gaze, glancing away. Unable to hold back, he tapped him lightly. "Is there a flower on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Zhou Du tilted his head slightly and pressed his lips against Qin Cheng's. The moment their lips touched, both lost control of their emotions. Zhou Du held Qin Cheng's waist with his palm and pressed his head down, leaving Qin Cheng struggling to catch his breath but without any room to dodge, thus being forced to accept. "I miss you so much, Qin Cheng." Zhou Du's voice trembled slightly as it resonated heavily on every nerve of Qin Cheng, flying away all rationality. Still feeling unsatisfied by merely touching Zhou Du's firm muscles through clothes, Qin Cheng was about to reach inside his shirt when the soup pot in the kitchen started bubbling and making sounds under the lid, reminding the 2 people who were busy biting each other's lips, "It's boiling." Zhou Du paused for a moment, swallowed, and said, "I'll go turn off the fire first, otherwise, it's not safe." "Ah, alright, go ahead," Qin Cheng agreed while still being dazed after being released. Zhou Du ran into the kitchen to turn off the stove, then quickly returned and looked at Qin Cheng still standing there, calling out softly, "Brother Cheng." Qin Cheng raised his eyes to look at him, scratching his head. The matter had to be seized in one go, otherwise, it would feel somewhat awkward once realized. What kind of soup is it? Mushroom, replied Zhou Du with a muffled tone, sounding a little unhappy. Qin Cheng chuckled lowly and stretched out his arms. Come here. Zhou Du's eyes brightened for a second before he rushed over and pushed him onto the couch. Too long without seeing each other, only meeting through the screen every day made them both too eager. But then, Qin Cheng suddenly shouted in alarm, Stop! What are you doing? Where are you heading towards? Chapter 70. Slow down a bit. Qin Cheng's left ankle was held by Zhou Du while the other foot pressed against his chest with some force. What are you going to do? Zhou Du unconsciously swallowed hard, words got stuck in his throat, unable to speak. Qin Cheng broke free from Zhou Du's grasp, his ankle brushing against the thin calluses in his palm, causing an itchy sensation. He quickly pulled up his pants, putting distance between himself and Zhou Du, his heart pounding uncontrollably. They were already very intimate and hadn't imagined anything more, but when this moment truly came, Qin Cheng couldn't help but feel timid. All he could think about were the advertisements from the anal department. You give me a bit of trust, and I will give you a healthy colon. The flirtatious atmosphere instantly became awkward, the long-distance yearning cold and condensed in that moment. Qin Cheng peeked at Zhou Du's expression shyly and caught his eyes. Zhou Du's lips moved. Cheng. I. Qin Cheng pursed his lips briefly, a small piece of skin at the corner was torn, bringing a hint of bloodiness. How about we have dinner first? Huh. Alright, Zhou Du immediately stood up and walked quickly to the kitchen, took out the stew he had prepared earlier, and served Qin Cheng a small bowl. Qin Cheng picked up the spoon and sipped slowly, trying to break the heavy, toe-curling atmosphere. Is filming hard? I heard some actors use their power to bully others. Has anyone bullied you? Zhou Du pushed the warm soup closer to Qin Cheng and swapped it with his slightly hot bowl. Director Zhao only used newcomers this time, everyone was pretty humble. Oh, well, any emotional scenes? This question had been lingering in Qin Cheng's mind for several months. He wasn't petty, but for actors, shooting kissing scenes wasn't unusual. Still, how should he put it? He just felt irritable. Just irritable. Zhou Du chuckled lightly. No, do you care about this? How could I? Qin Cheng gulped down half a bowl of soup. I'm not that petty, I fully support your work. I understand, I'll try my best to avoid them. Zhou Du's tone carried a hint of laughter. Don't, as a newcomer, you should be happy to get scripts. You don't need to worry about that. Did anything happen to you while I was gone? After drinking 2 bowls of soup, Qin Cheng leaned back contentedly. What do you mean? I've lived independently since college graduation. How long have you been away? Yeah. Zhou Du went to the kitchen willingly to clean up the dishes, glancing at him faintly. With or without me, you'll always do fine. Kneading his full belly and feeling sleepy, Qin Cheng. Why does this sound so pretentious? He turned his head toward the kitchen. Who said that? When you're gone, I can neither eat nor sleep well. Every day I eagerly wait for our young Du to come home. Zhou Du couldn't hold back his laugh. When Qin Cheng tried to comfort someone, every word he said was sweet. Qin Cheng stood up and wandered into the kitchen. Seriously, I'm not really used to your absence. Really? Zhou Du arched his eyebrows. Of course. Sigh, in the future, your job will take you all over the world. There will be plenty of days like this. Zhou Du slightly startled at Qin Cheng's words. What did he mean by, there will be plenty of days like this? Was it a hint that Qin Cheng wanted to have a future with him? The scholar's brain quickly began analyzing the implied meaning, wishing to stretch every word Qin Cheng had said into 200 sentences. Qin Cheng turned on the faucet and washed his hands, splashing water on Zhou Du's stunned face. What are you daydreaming about? Zhou Du casually wiped his hands and circled Qin Cheng's waist with his arms. Then from now on, whenever I am home, I will sleep with you, alright? Qin Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you sure there's no emotional drama involved? Or why do I feel like you're getting better at seducing me? I'm only telling the truth. Zhou Du rested his forehead on Qin Cheng's shoulder. Tonight, I want to sleep with you because I miss you too much. I don't want to miss a single second. Qin Cheng pursed his lips as his straight man heart was teased, feeling as if it were dipped in cotton candy. TSK, is seduction a necessary skill for gav boys? Qin Cheng's thoughts started to drift. Zhou Du opened his mouth and nibbled on Qin Cheng's shoulder. Why are you always spacing out? Ouch. Qin Cheng twisted his waist but Zhou Du didn't even flinch. Qin Cheng gave him a rub again. You wish. If you sleep together with me, won't I end up losing more than I gain? The previous awkward scene replayed, making Zhou Du somewhat regretful. He truly lost his head. He should have been more restrained, at least until they started dating properly before progressing further. Now, he scared him off. What if it left a shadow? Qin Cheng didn't hear Zhou Du speaking and picked up his face to check, finding him deep in thought. I was just teasing you. If we sleep together, then let's sleep. Alright, Zhou Du hugged Qin Cheng and kissed him lightly. Qin Cheng smiled and pushed him away. That's enough, I haven't showered yet, let me take a quick shower. Alright. Qin Cheng showered for over half an hour in the bathroom, specially changing to a newly bought shower gel with a faint frangipani fragrance, delicately aromatic. A sweeter smell makes things easier to start. It's not necessarily mandatory to go all the way either. And then there's that 996 or 669 thing. Qin Cheng was delighted. During this period when Zhou Du wasn't in Jiangbei, he was pretty busy himself, collapsing as soon as he got home, having long neglected his own needs. Now that he has someone who needs to use a broken cup. However, by the time Qin Cheng finished his shower and came out, Zhou Du had already fallen asleep. He lay sprawled on the bed without covering himself, clearly having accidentally fallen asleep. In these 3 months, living night and day upside down while shooting and studying simultaneously, turning 1 minute into 2 minutes worth of work, Zhou Du wanted nothing more than to sleep as soon as possible, but he still wanted to talk to Qin Cheng for longer. It was only that Qin Cheng took too long in the shower, so once he closed his eyes, he fell asleep immediately. Qin Cheng squatted beside the bed, seeing the dark circles under Zhou Du's eyes, and the protruding cheek flesh from burying his head in the pillow. He felt a bit of pity. At first glance, he looked thinner. Upon closer inspection, he was significantly thinner. Qin Cheng poked Zhou Du's cheeks, knowing better than anyone else that this was a necessary step in growth. Back in the day, he and Big Qiao were directly hospitalized due to overwork for a cooperation project, but neither complained. This enabled their company to reach its current scale. Qin Cheng gently touched the dark circles under Zhou Du's eyes. The road he chose must be walked down, however difficult it may be. But as long as he was there, Zhou Du would always have opportunities to take turns for rest. Qin Cheng carefully pulled the blanket out from under Zhou Du's body and covered him with it. Zhou Du's eyelids moved slightly, forcing them open a crack and murmuring a call of "Brother Cheng," before closing again, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady. Qin Cheng smiled, bending down and pecking his lips. "Sleep, sleep, poor baby." Qin Cheng circled around to the other side of the bed, taking off his shoes and sleeping next to Zhou Du. Listening to the breathing beside him, he felt extraordinarily secure. This was probably what being partners meant, no communication needed, but just knowing you're there made happiness bloom. In the dead of night, while Qin Cheng slept soundly, Zhou Du pulled him into his embrace. Chapter 71, You Look Like a College Student. The movie, Big Mountain, was originally planned to premiere during the summer break. However, due to policy issues, some parts of the plot needed reshooting and re-editing. Thus, during the summer when Zhou Du moved from sophomore to junior year, he spent a month back in Ian Mountainous area for additional shooting. After careful consideration, they finally decided to adjust the release to the spring festival season. However, several films clashed during the spring festival, all using renowned actors who could carry box office sales. Only Zhou Du suddenly appeared on the screen. The entertainment industry hadn't even noticed him before. Even though this movie aimed more at awards rather than profits, Zhou Du still bore substantial pressure. On one hand, it was the company's expectations, on the other, he wished to achieve results quickly to win Qin Cheng's love. Zhou Du was nearly driven crazy by his desire to formalize his relationship with Qin Cheng. He couldn't wait for an official title. This movie was his confidence, it could only succeed, no room for failure. For over a year, Zhou Du had been incredibly busy, rushing back and forth between school and the company. He was in a hurry to fulfill his credits and graduate a year early. After all, acting isn't a 9-to-5 job. After this movie was released, even if it didn't become a blockbuster, with director Zhao's personal endorsement as the leading actor, his work would undoubtedly increase, inevitably affecting his studies. The school wouldn't allow him months off to film, that would mean taking a leave of absence. Zhou Du wanted to handle both work and study, he didn't want to give up either. If his career in the entertainment industry failed, he would still need his degree from Jiangbei political science to survive. Time waits for no one, and Qin Cheng's 30th birthday was coming up next October. What had been gentle nudging about marriage from his family had started to occur more frequently, and Zhou Du feared that if he didn't grow up fast enough, Qin Cheng might not be able to wait for him. "Classmate, the library is about to close, go back to your dormitory soon," the patrolling administrator reminded him. Zhou Du looked up from his laptop screen, noticing that it was pitch dark outside. "Thanks, I'll go immediately." On his way back to the dormitory, he called Qin Cheng on video. When Qin Cheng's face appeared on the screen with a mask on, Zhou Du smiled. Qin Cheng was slightly annoyed, his mask crinkling as he snapped, "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing, why did you suddenly decide to put on a face mask?" Zhou Du swiped his finger on the screen and took a screenshot. So adorable, he planned to use it as a chat wallpaper. Qin Cheng smoothed out his mask. "I'm almost 30, I must take good care of myself." Though Qin Cheng thought he still had some charm, it was hard to compete against a 7-year younger boyfriend. Time doesn't spare anyone. Zhou Du stopped in his tracks, seriously saying, "It's only 29 years and 2 months. You're still young." Qin Cheng couldn't help but laugh at these words. "Crazy. I'm just telling the truth. You look like a college student." Zhou Du pulled up his collar. It was very cold lately, and the weather forecast predicted rain mixed with snow in the next few days. Qin Cheng frowned again. "You're so annoying, wasting my perfectly good face mask. Why are you still outside? Just finished studying?" "Yes, if I pass this final exam without failing, I'll have earned all my credits. Recently, I've been in touch with a mentor. Once I finish my thesis, I'll get my graduation certificate in July next year." Zhou Du didn't hide anything from Qin Cheng, he shared all his plans with him. Qin Cheng slightly furrowed his brows. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Are you under too much pressure juggling work and study?" Can your body handle it? Zhou Du loved how Qin Qing expressed his concern in a seemingly stern tone. I exercise every day, I'm fine. But you, since I've been so busy recently I haven't gone home. Have you smoked? Have you been drinking? Qin Qing leaned back on the sofa and laughed. You really act like my little wife. No smoking. Drinking, well, I tried avoiding it when possible. Good boy. Zhou Du opened the door to the dormitory. His roommates were already in bed playing with their phones. White Qingyu came out of the bathroom, spotting Qin Cheng and greeted him. Hey Qingji. Hey there. Wasn't Xiaobai living off campus with Fang Ke? Qin Cheng asked casually. White Qingyu warmed his hands with a cup of hot water, naturally picking up Zhou Du's phone to chat with Qin Cheng while Zhou Du went to wash up. Let's not talk about it, my parents returned to China, they caught me. If I don't move back into the dorms, they'd explode with anger. How did they catch you? Did they walk in on you guys in bed together? Qin Cheng sat straighter, eagerly gossiping. White Qingyu rolled his eyes. What do you think, we were kissing downstairs and happened to meet them. Do your parents disapprove? White Qingyu swung his feet, sighing. Exactly, the same day they brought Fang Ke's parents over, and his dad slapped him. Thinking about this, White Qingyu wiped his tears. I used to force him to come out, how stupid I was. If I hadn't been clinging to him and forcing a kiss, my parents wouldn't have seen us. The more he spoke, the sadder he became, tears dripping onto his cheeks. Fang Ke said he'd deal with everything himself, told me to focus on school here, he's carrying all the weight, and I just cause him trouble, woo woo. His roommates, hearing him cry, quickly got out of bed. Xiaobai, are you alright? White Qingyu shook his head and wiped his tears with his sleeve. After finishing his wash-up routine, Zhou Du stepped out from the balcony. The door was not soundproof, and he could hear everything clearly outside. Zhou Du pulled out a few tissues and handed them to him. If you take care of yourself, Fang Ge will be at ease. Qin Qing also chimed in on the phone. That's right, Xiaobai. This can't be all your fault. Stop crying. When I have time, Qinggu will buy you some nice food. White Qingyu sniffled, then returned the phone to Zhou Du, crawling into the quilt and hiding his head without another word. He had experienced little frustration growing up, with everything going smoothly for him. The only difficult part was when Fang Ke initially refused to date him, but a bit of cajoling or shedding a few tears always softened Fang Ke towards him. But now, with his parents' strict disapproval and witnessing Fang Ke's family coming over to apologize, he truly felt hurt. All he did was fall in love with Fang Ke. It wasn't illegal, so why were they making things so hard for him? Hugging his favorite plush toy, a babe, White Qingyu silently shed tears as his mobile by his pillow started ringing. Chapter 72, No grandson is as cherished as a son. In front of the dormitory building, the streetlights were no longer bright, flickering faintly with a dim yellow glow. Fang Ke was gazing upward at the position of White Qingyu's dormitory balcony when suddenly a boy in pajamas darted out from the door, yelling, Fang Ke. Fortunately, it wasn't past curfew yet. White Qingyu burst through the door and rushed into his embrace. Fang Ke frowned, noticing his cool body. Where are your clothes? Why did you come out wearing just pajamas? You're scolding me again. White Qingyu wiped his tears and snot onto Fang Ke's shoulder. Fang Ke unbuttoned his down jacket, taking it off and wrapping White Qingyu in it. Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? Is this how you take care of yourself? The warmth of Fang Ke's jacket finally steadied White Qingyu's heart that had been unsettled all along. Sorry, it's all my fault. White Qingyu touched his face. Does it still hurt? That doesn't matter much. What do you think I used to do? Have you forgotten? Fang Ke bent down and kissed the tear stains at the corner of his eyes. Don't cry anymore, good. I'm fine. You bring up the past. Back then, I always closed my eyes during your matches, afraid you'd get hurt, and even opening my eyes made me anxious. White Qingyu muttered unhappily, lowering his head. It's always you getting injured, yet you blame me for not taking care of myself. Fang Ke smiled and hugged White Qingyu closer. You're still able to argue with me. That means I don't need to worry too much about you. What should we do, Fang Ke? My parents liked you so much before, and now. You must understand them. After all, I'm 10 years older than you. Your uncle and aunt entrusted you to my care, and instead, I've turned you into a homosexual. Their anger is justified. White Qingyu peeked out from his embrace discontentedly. Why say you turned me into a homosexual? I am one originally. My parents are just unreasonable. I've already told them I've liked you since I was young, yet they still blame you. It's not easy for anyone to accept something like this immediately. There's no need for you to solve this. All you have to do is eat well and study well. What are you saying? We're dating, it's not your issue alone. White Qingyu pulled Fang Ke deeper inside the coat. We'll deal with this together. I'm not a kid anymore, I can stand by you. Fang Ke was slightly surprised. You really have grown up. Ever since childhood, White Qingyu despised trouble, tossing anything he couldn't resolve himself to Fang Ke. No wonder his parents were so at ease and trusting Fang Ke to look after him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Fang Ke treated him more like raising a child. Humph, White Qingyu gave a smug grin. Of course. I'm 21 already. Wow, amazing. Fang Ke patted his head. The dormitory aunt noticed someone outside and opened the door, exclaiming, "What are you two doing out here? Curfew is coming soon, hurry back to the dorm." Fong Kei replied, "We're heading back." White Qingyu pouted, "Can't I go with you? Be a good boy, stay in the dorm for now. They're targeting us now. Once your uncle and aunt's attitude softens a bit, I'll pick you up again." "If that's the case, why did you come today?" White Qingyu tugged on his hand. "I thought you came to pick me up. How could I let you sleep crying? Trust me, I'll handle it, okay? All right. Then I'll go back." White Qingyu nodded, removing the coat and handing it to Fong Kei, walking 2 steps toward the dorm entrance before turning back and hugging Fong Kei tightly, somewhat aggrieved, "But I want to stay with you, it makes me feel secure. Just tonight, all right? Let's sleep together." Fong Kei's throat tightened, and he used the down jacket to completely envelop Bai Qingyu. Supporting his buttocks, he picked him up, and Bai Qingyu instinctively wrapped his arms around Fong Kei's waist. Fong Kei remained silent as he took large steps towards the school gate. When the dormitory aunt came to close the door, she saw no one outside and assumed they had already returned to the dormitory. Bai Qingyu was pushed into the car, where warm air conditioning blew forcefully. Fong Kei drove them to their small apartment. Fong Kei was usually somewhat rough in bed, and Bai Qingyu would often whimper for him to go a little lighter. But today, Bai Qingyu just held on to Fong Kei's neck tightly, refusing to let him go. Fong Kei didn't leave either. At the entrance, on the couch, in the bedroom, the bathroom. Fong Kei kissed Bai Qingyu's swollen eyes tenderly, turned off the light, and pulled him into his arms. "Good night, baby." After hanging up with Zhou Du, Qin Qing sat blankly on the sofa, lost in thought. The flickering light of the TV reflected on his body, and Qin Qing sighed. He had just advised someone else earlier but still had no idea how to solve the issue at his own home. Qin Qing was always an optimistic person, he wouldn't worry about loans or feel anxious because overthinking served no purpose. Whether to stay closeted or come out to Zhou Du, Qin Qing didn't have a detailed plan. Occasionally, when he couldn't sleep at night, he would worry for a while, but once he woke up, he forgot about it. However, Bai Qingyu and Fong Kei's situation brought him back to reality today, there was no way around dealing with his parents. Recently, his parents had increasingly mentioned dating more openly, both directly and indirectly. Qin Qing could understand them, it was after all going to be his 30th birthday next year, and there wasn't even a sign of a girlfriend yet. It was normal for his parents to be worried. But arranging blind dates or pretending to date just to make his parents happy was something he simply couldn't do. Qin Qing sighed again, turned off the TV, wandered to the bedroom, and threw himself into bed, kicking off his slippers. He rolled over in bed and thought, well, worrying when he really had to say something later would be enough. Qin Qing turned off the light and went to sleep. Zhou Du was busy preparing for exams and didn't go home over the weekend. Qin Qing bought some fruit and visited his parents' house. His parents prepared a table full of dishes he loved to eat, and Chenglan remarked, "There are too few people in this house. Making too much food means we can't finish it." Qin Qing pretended not to understand her underlying meaning, "If you want, I could buy you two a Labrador from the pet store. It eats a lot and poops a lot too. Eating dinner now, what about pulling or not pulling?" Chenglan lightly tapped Qin Qing's hand with the tip of her chopsticks, a habit from years ago, still treating Qin Qing like a child. Qin Qing rubbed his hand, bowed his head, and gnawed on a rib as Chenglan added, "Hey, old Qin, look at that family downstairs. They're about our age, and their grandson is already running all over the place." Qin Wei Jun responded in agreement, "Yes, the joy of grandchildren, isn't that wonderful?" After finishing their sentences, both of them turned their gazes to Qin Qing, who almost choked. He drank half a glass of water and said, "Cough, if the two of you really love kids so much." They looked at him expectantly. Qin Qing said, "Why don't the two of you have another child? Grandsons aren't as cherished as sons, maybe you'll have a sister for me, and I'll help raise her." Chenglan gave him a look like, "You'll never get ivory from a dog's mouth," and shoved a chicken claw into his mouth, giving him a side eye. "You old woman, I'm menopausal already. Thank you." After eating, the three of them sat on the couch watching TV, and Qin Qing idly swiped through his phone. "My gosh. Chenglan, Qin Wei Jun, what happened?" Qin Qing flipped his phone face down on the sofa. "I just scrolled through a video where two men dated and lived together for 10 years. Qin Wei Jun ate a piece of apple, 2 guys. Well, that's quite difficult." Qin Qing raised an eyebrow, "Don't you find it hard to accept?" Chenglan glanced at him, "Are other people living their lives dependent on our acceptance?" Chapter 73, Shy. "My gosh, Mom, why are you so open-minded?" Qin Qing felt a bit excited inside. Was coming out going to be as easy as turning your hand? Chenglan paused while knitting a scarf and frowned, "Qin Qing, don't mess around with me." "What? What am I messing around with?" Chenglan placed the yarn ball aside, "If you bring me a male daughter-in-law, I'll beat you with a feather duster." Why were they so biased? Qin Qing pressed his lips together, lucky he hadn't accidentally blurted out before. "Speak, did you hear me?" Chenglan slapped Qin Qing's back. "Ah, I heard." Qin Qing moved to the end of the sofa. His mom had a real strong arm. Qin Wei-jun skewered a piece of mango with a toothpick and handed it to Qinglan. Dear, don't overthink it. Our son has dated girls before. Sexual orientation is innate. Qin Cheng, you don't need to talk about these things for no reason. You scared your mother. Qin Cheng stared straight at the TV and took a bite of the apple. I was just saying it casually. When Qin Cheng left, Qin Wei-jun saw him off at the door and closed it behind him. Ah Cheng, what you said earlier. Ah. That thing, Dad, I already said I was just mentioning it casually. Qin Cheng fiddled with his fingernails, keeping his hands in his pockets. It's really amazing how fast time goes by. My son is going to be 30 soon. Qin Wei-jun patted his shoulder. Drive carefully on the way home. Qin Cheng smiled. Of course, see you later. It's cold outside, go back inside. After Qin Cheng entered the elevator and the doors shut, the smile on his lips faded as well. They say old ginger is spicier. Leaning against the wall of the elevator, Qin Cheng felt that his father might not truly think he would like men, but there was an implied warning. You're not a kid anymore, so don't mess around. Qin Cheng drove out of the underground parking lot, and a thin layer of white covered the road. Another winter had come. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhou Du. Brother Cheng, it's snowing. Qin Cheng parked by the side of the road and called him back. Are you studying? Yes, I'm at the library. Zhou Du's voice was very soft. Oh, would kissing affect your study? The sound of shuffling came from the other end of the phone. Brother Cheng, I'll wait for you at the school gate. Qin Cheng chuckled while leaning on the steering wheel. 29 years and 2 months young, still a kid, he could have fun, and he would. After confirming the premiere date, the movie, The Great Mountain, entered its promotional period. As soon as Zhou Du's behind-the-scenes clips were released, along with the boost from over 900 marketing accounts affiliated with Su Yang, Zhou Du directly topped the short video hot search rankings. Su Yang himself didn't idle either. He quickly published a video where Zhou Du was shirtless under the blazing sun, shouldering a hoe to work the field. The youth, the muscles, the sweat, the sexual tension, all of them were fully on display. Recently, rough-and-tumble online literature has been popular, and when Zhou Du's clip appeared, the number of followers on his backend increased dramatically. In addition, Su Yang had set up social media accounts for him long ago, constantly posting photos of him attending class and rehearsal videos, riding on the traffic of director Zhao's personally selected male actor, gaining quite a bit of attention in a short amount of time. Su Yang replied to private messages while chatting gleefully with Zhou Du. You're truly a treasure. The gender ratio of your fan base is almost even, which is great. The company has decided that your path will focus on the big screen, which helps open national recognition. However, the purchasing power of male fans isn't as strong as female fans, so we might take a slight loss on endorsements. He kept talking endlessly to Zhou Du about the wonderful life ahead, even beginning to fantasize about luxury brands chasing after him in the future. However, his money-making tree, Zhou Du, was currently worried because he wouldn't be able to ring in the new year with Qin Cheng this year. There would be a publicity tour during the Spring Festival holiday, and they'd have to spend New Year's Eve at the Haiqing Cinema. Zhou Du. What are you daydreaming about? Su Yang had spoken a lot without getting a response, then turned around to see Zhou Du wearing Bluetooth earbuds. Zhou Du snapped out of it and removed his headphones. Is there nothing else from the company today? I'm heading home. Alright then. Rest well these couple days. We fly to Yun City in 3 days. Okay, see you later, brother Su. Zhou Du put on his down jacket and went out, hailing a taxi to head to Qin Cheng's company. At this point, he was only somewhat famous online and hadn't reached the level where he needed to wear a mask. He didn't need to knock to enter Qin Cheng's office. When he pushed the door, he happened to see Qiao Zheng inside, who grinned upon seeing him. Hey, big star coming. Zhou Du's too shy, don't bother him. Qin Cheng shoved the signed documents into Qiao Zheng's arms. Go do your job. You're more like his dad than his brother, why are you so protective? Qiao Zheng shrugged helplessly. If you put this much effort into courting little girls, you wouldn't still be 30 and still holding on to your first kiss. Qin Cheng, sometimes I really feel like reporting him to the police. Once, when the three of them gathered for dinner and played Truth or Dare, everyone had drunk alcohol, and the questions got dirtier and dirtier. Someone asked Qin Cheng, how far did you go with your ex-girlfriend? This question was a little suggestive, but unfortunately, Qin Cheng was a wimp. At the time, he had been drinking, and his mind wasn't thinking clearly, so he directly told the truth, just to the hand-holding part. Qiao Zheng and Yuanzi were momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing like roosters crowing. Sometimes Qin Cheng felt that his temper was entirely brought out by these two dimwits. Although it was comforting that these two loved Zhou Du like a younger brother and looked after him, it wasn't right to tell Zhou Du everything. Qin Cheng looked at Zhou Du's faint smile and the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at him, and his face immediately turned bright red. Ah, so annoying, so annoying. Actually, there was nothing much, but Qin Cheng just felt really shy. His first kiss belonged to Zhou Du, and this awareness made him feel very embarrassed. It was more embarrassing than being caught by Zhou Du while holding a gun. This was direct sexuality, a physiological need. But the first kiss was different. It was as beautiful as the heart of a watermelon in summer and an ice-cold cola. To put it simply, Qin Cheng could walk around in just his underwear in front of Zhou Du, but he couldn't open his eyes while Zhou Du kissed him and confessed. Qin Cheng gritted his teeth and threw a paper ball made from an A4 sheet of paper at Xiao Zheng. Go away quickly. Xiao Zheng dodged it laughing heartily, and as he passed by Zhou Du, he added with a pinched voice, why are you still blushing? Our little Cheng Cheng is truly innocent. I will definitely kill you today. Qin Cheng became angry out of embarrassment. He slammed the table, rolled up his sleeves, and charged towards Xiao Zheng. Zhou Du held him around the waist and Xiao Zheng ran off like the wind, shouting, good buddy, next time when I book the whole cinema for your movie. You let me go, why are you stopping me? Don't you know who to side with? Qin Cheng glared at him, but Zhou Du just smiled. Cheng's bossy tone turning red all the way to the roots of his ears, trying to cover his emotions with volume. Is it funny? Qin Cheng, I am so happy. Zhou Du's eyes were filled with laughter, very, very happy. Qin Cheng pinched his earlobe and lightly hummed, neurotic. Chapter 74 Are we dating? Before Zhou Du went on a business trip, Qin Cheng had dinner at Zhou Yan's house with him. Zhou Yan was now the top salesperson in their store, making enough money to easily support her daughter. She was saving money, preparing to buy a small house, planning to settle down in Jiangbei. Zhou Zhufeng's academic performance was excellent. Although she didn't adjust well at first, she was now consistently ranked among the top 5 in her class, which saved Zhou Yan a lot of worry, bringing home a pile of merit certificates every semester. The lives of these two mother-daughter pairs were getting better and better. Zhou Yan's smiles increased day by day, her overall demeanor changed dramatically. Even Zhou Yan picked up books again after work to study alongside her daughter. She planned to self-study to obtain a diploma, although society might not recognize it, she wanted to give herself the opportunity to close the circle she had missed as a young child. Despite enduring many hardships, they were all over. She finally fulfilled her mother's wish, becoming a wild goose that wasn't bound by the mountains, soaring freely between heaven and earth. After returning from his sister's house, Zhou Du was in high spirits, sticking to Qin Cheng without leaving his side. The two were snuggling on the sofa watching TV, Zhou Du embraced him, Qin Cheng, I like you so much. Qin Cheng leaned back into his arms, using him as a human cushion, do you have to liberate your nature in your acting class? Sweet talker, where's the cold aloof little Du of before? Zhou Du played with his fingers, pinching them affectionately, I'm saying the truth, don't you believe me? Believe, believe, believe. Qin Cheng kept his eyes glued to the TV, where the male rival was trying to steal his girlfriend. His response was somewhat perfunctory. Zhou Du unhappily turned his head and kissed him, say that you like me. You've never said that you like me. Qin Cheng actually wanted to say it, but his kisses were so fierce and urgent that he couldn't catch his breath, let alone focus on speaking, his mind got all fuzzy. Zhou Du's nose nuzzled against his neck, kissing downwards, like me, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du was being unnecessarily sentimental. Do two big men have to constantly repeat their affection to each other? What strong men's bodies and princess-like hearts? Like. Qin Cheng's eyes were moist, pulling on Zhou Du's hair, you haven't taken a shower yet, get off. I don't care. After Zhou Du finished brushing his teeth and washing up, Qin Cheng was still lying flat on the sofa, unable to calm down yet. Don't underestimate it, dating really is good. His cup almost covered in dust. Sigh, thinking about Zhou Du going on a business trip and then becoming a big star who won't be able to stay by his side every day makes Qin Cheng feel a bit melancholic. But no matter how melancholic he feels, his butt remains important. When Zhou Du came out after brushing his teeth, Qin Cheng had already slipped into his bedroom to take a shower, locking the door behind him. Although Qin Cheng probably didn't close the bathroom door, the floor heating in the north dried the air quite effectively, and the steam was just right to humidify it. Zhou Du heard the sound of running water through the door and started daydreaming. Qin Cheng has many kinds of shower gel. He wondered what scent he'd use today. Zhou Du's hand rested on Qin Cheng's bedroom door, and under his palm, it felt as though he was touching Qin Cheng's fine skin, a fantasy that made Zhou Du feel a little heated. The water stopped, and Zhou Du heard Qin Cheng humming a tune as he came out. Chenggu. Zhou Du knocked lightly on the door. I'm leaving for a business trip tomorrow and won't be back for half a month. I want to hold you while we sleep. Qin Cheng was drying his hair with a bath towel on his head when he shouted, no, go to bed early. You still have to wake up early to catch your flight. I'll be away for more than half a month, Zhou Du's voice muffled through the door, sounding a bit pitiful. Qin Cheng put on his robe, rapped twice on the door, and said unyieldingly, go to sleep, good night. There was no sound at the door anymore. He pressed his ear against the door and listened. After hearing footsteps walking away and the closing of Zhou Du's bedroom door, he unlocked the lock and opened the door a small crack to peek outside. Just then, Zhou Du quickly walked over, startling Qin Cheng who hurriedly shut the door. Unexpectedly, Zhou Du's hand was wedged in the doorframe, and the door slammed forcefully onto the back of his hand, making him cry out in pain, ah. What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you come closer when I close the door? Qin Cheng grabbed his hand and looked at it. The back of Zhou Du's hand was red in patches, and the skin had broken slightly. Fortunately, Qin Cheng hadn't used much force, or else the bones might have been injured. Taking advantage of this, Zhou Du stepped into the room, Chenggu, my hand hurts. Qin Cheng glared at him, you deserve it. I will miss you so much. Zhou Du refused to let go of him and pushed him towards the bedside. Qin Cheng thought it was somewhat amusing. Your character setting is completely gone, how come you're so sweet-talking now? Huh? Zhou Du leaned against his shoulder. I'm afraid that if I don't say it now, later you'll hear it from someone else. The environment Zhou Du grew up in made him bad at expressing his feelings. Everything was bottled up inside him, quietly processed without being voiced. But regarding liking Qin Cheng, it was something he couldn't keep hidden or restrained. He had to express it even if it seemed awkward or reckless. Every ounce of love and affection needed to be spoken about immediately. Who knew about the future? He wanted to seize every present moment. Even if it was awkward or shy, Zhou Du would force himself to communicate. It was essential for him to grab hold of every lifeline. Until Qin Cheng willingly believed and stood firmly by him, allowing him to give him the happiness Qin Cheng desired. Qin Cheng was quite moved and pinched Zhou Du's waist hard. You're exaggerating. Zhou Du didn't move as Qin Cheng watched him get into bed. Come over, turn off the light, and sleep. I'm coming. The two squeezed warmly together, yet neither could fall asleep. Zhou Du lay on his side looking at him. Qin Cheng, if I really become famous this time, can you promise me one request? Qin Cheng slowly opened his eyes and answered after a pause, okay. You don't even ask what it is before agreeing. Zhou Du propped himself up on his arms, sinking the mattress a little. Qin Cheng adjusted the blanket. It's a bit irritating, but my company also relies on traffic and fans for revenue. I understand, you're so young, just starting your career, and need to maintain a persona. I get it. Zhou Du looked confused. What persona? Qin Cheng sighed and turned to look at him. Do we have to be so subtle? Single persona, of course. We need to keep it confidential and not let anyone know we're dating. I get it. Anyway, both of us are men, it wouldn't look good for you. It doesn't matter, I'm a man, I don't care about that stuff. Qin Cheng mumbled, but it was clear from his face that he did care. Speak up, why are you dumbfounded? Zhou Du was completely dazed, his brain freezing up, only Qin Cheng's words floating around. Don't let others know we're dating. Don't let others know. We're dating. Chapter 75, We Are Dating. Zhou Du felt like he'd fallen into an immense whirlpool of happiness, his head spinning. Are we dating? What? Qin Cheng sat up abruptly, turning on the bedside lamp, fire blazing in his eyes. What do you mean? Zhou Du's lips quivered with excitement. Have you always thought that we are dating? Damn it. A vein popped in Qin Cheng's temple as he flipped over and kicked him off the bed, grinding his teeth. Fine, Zhou Du. Playing games with me, huh? Pretending already before you've even become famous. Zhou Du knelt beside the bed clutching his stomach. This time, Qin Cheng was genuinely angry. This kick wasn't a playful nudge like before. He was anxiously thinking about how he'd explain things to his parents in the future, only to find out that Zhou Du was just toying with him. Qin Cheng was so angry that he felt a temporary darkness before his eyes. He rubbed his temples and sat back on the bed. Zhou Du hurriedly grabbed his wrist, forcing Qin Cheng to brace both hands on the bed. Just as Qin Cheng was about to curse at him, he saw Zhou Du's reddened eyes and moist pupils. What's your game? Why are you crying? Qin Cheng roughly wiped away his tears. The next moment, everything spun as Zhou Du pushed him back onto the bed and kissed him. Qin Cheng, tell me, who am I to you? Qin Cheng tried shaking his head to avoid the kiss, struggling with all four limbs. Zhou Du couldn't hold him down for a moment until he pressed his entire weight against Qin Cheng, finally making him stop resisting. Get off me. Don't you know how heavy you are? Move. Qin Cheng, who am I to you? Ignoring his anger, Zhou Du asked again. Qin Cheng thought this guy must have gone crazy, and said irritably, You're my son. Ouch. Why did you bite me? I'm your boyfriend, your boyfriend. Zhou Du kept kissing him, his eyes, nose, mouth. What do you mean? Qin Cheng tugged at his hair and pulled him up. Zhou Du, if you think I've been holding you back in your career, just say it. I can pick up and put down anything. With heightened emotions, Qin Cheng's eyes watered slightly, robbing his fierce words of their usual force. He turned his head, not wanting Zhou Du to see. Zhou Du suddenly pressed his face into Qin Cheng's chest. Don't let go, never let go, Qin Cheng. I love you. Qin Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. What are you doing? Are you having a mental breakdown? Zhou Du embraced him tightly. We're dating, I'm your boyfriend. Qin Cheng calmed down and finally detected something odd. What did you mean earlier? What kind of request did you want me to agree to? Zhou Du pursed his lips. Promise me, promise to be my boyfriend. Every word is clear, yet why don't they make sense when I hear them? Silently staring at each other for a while, Qin Cheng shoved him off him, disbelief mingling with amusement. Are you saying, you've thought all along that I was playing house with you? Zhou Du didn't answer. Qin Cheng was utterly speechless. You confessed to me already, we kissed after your confession. Isn't the normal progression supposed to be dating? We didn't explicitly say we were going to be together. Zhou Du sat cross-legged on the bed, facing Qin Cheng. This misunderstanding made Zhou Du feel incredibly stupid, his face turned red like an apple. One person overthought things, the other underthought them. Killing himself laughing, Qin Cheng found the whole thing amusing but too shocking to actually laugh out loud. As guys, should men even need to express everything aloud? Isn't understanding implied enough? Hanging his head dejectedly, Zhou Du scrubbed his hair hard. I'm too stupid, I didn't know. I've never dated before. Zhou Du reflected whether he had become foolish from being busy. Truly, he was such an idiot. Why had he worked so hard? Wasn't it all to give his family a better life and to date Qin Cheng? Realizing that Qin Cheng thought they had been dating since his confession, Zhou Du wanted to bash his head against a tofu block. Smashed frozen tofu. Looking at Zhou Du's anguished face, Qin Cheng burst out laughing and fell onto the bed, crazy bastard. How could something so absurd exist? Don't laugh, Chenggu, Zhou Du was practically about to cry at his own stupidity. Oh my god. Qin Cheng wiped the tears streaming down his eye corners and moved his head onto Zhou Du's thighs, reaching up to pinch his cheeks. That's not right either. With all our hugging and kissing, and you, cough, things went this far, why haven't you clearly stated that we're dating? Zhou Du nibbled on his hand lightly. I was afraid once we clarified the relationship, you'd be under too much pressure. I planned to mention it once you had something reliable to lean on. He observed Qin Cheng's expression, his voice becoming quieter and quieter. Sorry, Chenggu, I'm too stupid. There you go again. Haven't I told you? Never apologize to me, Qin Cheng nudged Zhou Du's chin with his knuckles. Are you dumb or what? Isn't your Chenggu man enough to withstand pressure in your eyes? Zhou Du's lips twitched, remaining silent. Supporting himself on Zhou Du's legs, Qin Cheng leaned forward and gave him a small kiss on the lips. To me, you aren't pressure. Zhou Du's eyelashes trembled, staring straight at him. Hooking his neck, Qin Cheng forced him to lie down. You're still young, but your mind carries too much. Do you really think all the world's burdens must fall on your shoulders alone? Your mother, your sister, your niece, you attribute their hardships to yourself, striving hard to make money for their better lives. But Zhou Du, can you really bear the destinies of so many people? Qin Cheng rubbed his head. Do you still want to put me on your shoulders now? Zhou Du leaned against his chest and whispered softly, it's me who dragged you into this. Qin Cheng chuckled softly, yeah, that's true, but it was my choice. Chenggu. Zhou Du tightened his grip around Qin Cheng's waist, I always feel like I've disrupted your life. How could you say that? I'm very happy with you. Qin Cheng teased his earlobe, this happiness outweighs the fear of being found out by our parents in the future. Zhou Du felt warmth in his chest as Qin Cheng lay sideways to meet his gaze, you're willing to stand in front of me and shield me from wind and rain, which makes me happy. However, I also allow you to step behind me and rest whenever you need. Zhou Du looked at him silently, his inner emotions churned wildly before finally merging into one, I love you so much. Qin Cheng smiled, you should say that more often. The two embraced each other, and Zhou Du smelled the faint scent of Qin Cheng's shower gel in his nose, without any impure thoughts. He thought, if all the hardships he endured were for meeting Qin Cheng, then it would truly be wonderful. Go to sleep, we'll have to catch a flight tomorrow. You might not wake up. Qin Cheng lightly covered Zhou Du's eyes, forcing him to close them. Qin Cheng leaned in to kiss his eyes, I also love you. Zhou Du's eyelashes quivered but remained closed as he held on to Qin Cheng even tighter. Chapter 76, handsome, right? He's mine. Zhou Du's movie premiered during the annual vacation period, colliding with two highly anticipated movies. It received little screening time in cinemas across Jiangbei, either scheduled early in the morning or late at night. Clearly, they had little confidence in its box office potential. Qin Cheng feared that a low box office for Zhou Du's first movie would hurt the child's self-confidence, so he directly booked 10 midnight screenings. All were set between 2 and 3 a.m., not for the sake of price, but because there were few audiences at this time during the New Year holiday. When the movie first opened, Qin Cheng coaxed Xiao Zheng and Yuanzi couple to join him at the cinema. In the first screening, there weren't many people, with less than 50% occupancy. Qin Cheng crossed his arms, staring at the advertisement flickering on the big screen, feeling deeply disheartened. Xiao Zheng was holding a cup of popcorn, this is only the first show, once Zhou Du's handsome face appears, it's sure to sell well. Yuanzi's wife, Ying, took a sip of her milk tea. As an avid social media user, she remarked, this movie uses all rookies. The attendance at the first show has already been quite good, especially considering how tight-lipped the promotions were about revealing the plot. There may be some surprises. Don't worry. Qin Cheng grabbed some popcorn and chewed it loudly, not worried. After all, he could support Zhou Du. Just as the trio were quietly cheering each other up, the ad stopped suddenly and the screen went black. The first scene then appeared on the large screen. Layer upon layer of mountains came into view, followed by a quiet village shrouded in mist during the pre-dawn hours. The camera passed through the mist, revealing a boy dressed in patched clothing. Qin Cheng paused mid-chew, unsure why others couldn't recognize it immediately but he could, it was his boyfriend's back. The moment Zhou Du's face appeared on the big screen, someone quietly let out a, wow, and immediately someone took out their phone to take pictures of Zhou Du. For a movie to become popular, grassroots support is key. For most part, minor unauthorized filming is usually overlooked. Qin Cheng didn't expect Zhou Du to act so well. Originally, he had only half his attention on observing the audience's reactions, but soon he became completely absorbed in the film. The script was written with great depth, showing various aspects of human nature. But Qin Cheng's gaze still lingered mostly on Zhou Du when he saw the male lead holding his admission notice in silence while his hand trembled slightly, though he knew it wasn't Zhou Du, his heart still ached. Zhou Du must have gone through something similar to grow so resiliently strong. When the movie ended and the staff roll started, the light fell on Qin Cheng's face, his eye rims were red, and his face was wet with tears. "Hey, our little crybaby's tearing up again." Xiao Jing laughed and asked his wife for a tissue, handing it to Qin Cheng. "Is it really that touching?" Qin Cheng sniffled and stuffed the used tissue into Xiao Zheng's pocket. "You wouldn't understand." "Damn." Xiao Zheng threw the tissue away in disgust. As they walked out of the cinema, they overheard a few girls discussing how touching the plot was and how handsome the male lead was. "Who acted as the male lead?" "He's too handsome, my goodness. I took photos crazily when he was doing farm work." "Zhou Du. I've been following him for a month. There's this segment on his Douyin account. Super handsome." Qin Cheng went to the restroom to wash his face, feeling somewhat proud in his heart, humming softly, "Handsome, right? Mine." He sent Zhou Du a WeChat message, "You acted well. Truly great." But Zhou Du didn't reply, probably very busy. Indeed, Zhou Du was quite busy. After accompanying the audience to finish watching the premiere, he was answering their questions now, mostly about his growth background, which was a small gimmick of this movie. The reporter's questions had a prepared list, and Su Yang had given him answers in advance. Reciting them made it easy. However, the section where lucky audience members asked questions had no preparation at all, it relied entirely on spontaneous responses. One viewer's question was somewhat sharp. "I'd like to ask our male lead, if you were the main character, would you go back to the big mountains? Or, speaking for yourself now, would you be willing to return to the big mountains?" All cameras immediately focused on this young man. Without any hesitation, Zhou Du took the microphone and said, "Yang Li is Yang Li, and I am me." Su Yang frantically gave Zhou Du meaningful looks. Good heavens, why did this kid always speak such blunt truths? He should have established an image of loving his hometown. Zhou Du avoided Su Yang's eyes, which were blinking uncontrollably fast, and said, "It takes only half an hour for the cable car to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom and back again, but it took me 19 years to cross that mountain. I hope everyone, while admiring the grandeur of the mountains, can also see the poverty behind them." Su Yang came alive again. Good lad. His speech logic was very sound, and he hadn't explicitly answered the question, even elevating the level of this inquiry. No wonder he got into the University of Political Science and Law. He tensely waited for the next audience member to ask a question. "So does our male lead have any nostalgic ties to his hometown?" Su Yang suddenly looked at Zhou Du, clenching his fists tightly, and then he saw his cash cow smile. A slight curve formed on Zhou Du's lips, softening his sharp features, as he said, "The moon, it's very beautiful." Qin Cheng lay in bed watching the video cut of Zhou Du saying this during the promotional tour, burying his face into the pillow to rub it. Finished, he felt bashful. When Zhou Du said, "The moon, it's very beautiful," he even looked directly at the camera. Qin Cheng's heart felt as sweet as honey. Thankfully, Zhou Du was an actor, not an idol, or fans might criticize confessing love privately to his boyfriend in this way severely. Qin Cheng skimmed through online reviews about the movie Big Mountains, finding decent feedback. After skimming for a while, he started searching keywords related to Zhou Du. He didn't want to bother with box office details anymore. Whatever will be, will be. Still, it's better to look at his little boyfriend's handsome face to ease the pangs of longing. Just as he was saving pictures, the person himself called via video. Qin Cheng was a bit dazed, inexplicably having a sense of breaking through dimensions. A face he could only see online just moments ago suddenly became vivid. "Brother Cheng." Zhou Du waved his hand in front of the screen. "What are you spacing out about? Are you done with your work?" "Yeah, I've just returned to the hotel. There are 3 more events tomorrow, so I couldn't reply to your messages in time." Zhou Du hadn't changed his clothes yet, still wearing the crew-designed uniforms. The moment he entered the room after swiping his card, he hastily called Qin Cheng for a video chat. Qin Cheng laughed cheerfully. "I realized something sinister about myself." "Huh?" Zhou Du smiled. "Why say bad things about yourself? It's just... how should I put it? I see many people online praising how handsome you are, calling you husband, but who would guess that you're my wife?" Qin Cheng wiggled his feet. "Hee, you wouldn't understand this feeling, it's... I do." Zhou Du took off his jacket and sat on the soft chair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "I feel somewhat dazed now. I used to never dare dream, but it's true, you really belong to me. I can't help but want to brag about it." Qin Cheng's pride knew no bounds. He thought, Zhou Du being cold and distant to everyone else but gentle and clingy to him alone, excited him greatly. "It seems both of us are sinister little people." Zhou Du chuckled softly. "Yeah, we're naturally a perfect match." Chapter 77, Jealous Zhou Du. After the vacation, Qin Cheng felt he had gained 4 or 5 pounds. He began going to the gym after work every day. Only by touching his blood-filled abs, which felt like a washboard, did he feel reassured. On one hand, he had requirements for his physique. On the other hand, nearing 30, there was a slight touch of age-related anxiety. Relax your shoulders, use the strength of your back, don't rely on the power of your forearms. Qin Cheng was doing assisted pull-ups when a familiar voice came to his ears. Surprisingly turning his head, he met Zhou Du's smiling eyes. Zhou Du. Qin Cheng loosened his grip and almost fell down but was caught by Zhou Du, who held him around the waist and slowly placed him back on the ground with the equipment secured. Qin Cheng glanced around cautiously, whispering, "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Are you sure no one took pictures?" The Big Mountain was still hot in theaters, giving Zhou Du some recognition. Already strikingly attractive, he now had to wear hats and masks whenever in public. But Zhou Du took off his mask and quickly pecked Qin Cheng on the corner of his mouth, saying, "It's fine, I'm not famous enough that everyone knows who I am." "Are you crazy?" Kong Cheng looked furtively around, confirming no one noticed them before hastily pulling Zhou Du into the changing room. "Better safe than sorry, be careful, you've got many girlfriend fans." Zhou Du let himself be pulled along. "I'm not an idol, besides, I chose this career too." He paused momentarily. "Don't worry, I'll be cautious." Even if he didn't care about himself, he couldn't help but care about Qin Cheng. He wouldn't drag him into any scandalous media whirlpools. Upon reaching the changing room, Qin Cheng was chatting when he realized Zhou Du had quietly locked the door from inside. This wasn't a single-person locker room. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Cheng asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Zhou Du took off his hat and mask, casually tossing them onto the nearby sofa, then stepped forward to embrace Qin Cheng around the waist without a word, directly leaning down to kiss him. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Zhou Du once thought it was merely an exaggerated metaphor, but as it turned out for himself, it was true. Thinking about him during the day, even more at night. Watching through a screen can never satisfy the yearning. "I'm all sweaty," Qin Cheng managed to breathe between pauses. He had been drenched in sweat after more than half an hour at the gym, unsure whether his back smelled or not. Zhou Du slipped his hand under Qin Cheng's shirt and found him slick with sweat. His breathing suddenly became rougher. Qin Cheng silently cursed, wondering if the guy was abnormal. Fortunately, Zhou Du could still differentiate between home and public places, resting his head on Qin Cheng's shoulder for a moment to regain his breath before letting him go. Qin Cheng pinched his cheeks. "You little brat, I'll take a shower, and then we'll go home together." "All right," Zhou Du nodded and obediently sat on the sofa waiting. Footsteps sounded outside the changing room door, followed by someone turning the door handle. What's going on? Is there someone inside?" Zhou Du re-put on his hat and mask, opening the door for him. The man gave him a suspicious look, muttering, "Why lock the door?" Zhou Du remained silent, scrolling through his phone to pass the time. After a while, Qin Cheng came out of the shower refreshed, calling out, "Let's go, Zhou Du." Before Zhou Du could respond, the man exclaimed with joy, "Big brother Qin. Do you come here to work out too?" Both Qin Cheng and Zhou Du looked over. Previously Zhou Du hadn't raised his head, now recognizing a handsome-looking man. Qin Cheng blinked. Oh. Little Lu. Are you still working out?" "I do live streams late at night, so exercising is important." Little Lu had just taken off his shirt, revealing a pale, slim abdomen. Instinctively lowering his gaze, Qin Cheng looked at him until Zhou Du moved slightly, effectively blocking his view. "Brother Cheng, let's go home." Zhou Du's voice was soft, but emphasized the word, home. Little Lu curiously examined him. Qin Cheng feared he might recognize Zhou Du and quickly intervened. "My brother, we'll go first, you go take a shower, it's clear inside." "Okay," Little Lu smiled at Qin Cheng, "take care, big brother Qin." Carrying his fitness bag, Qin Cheng tugged Zhou Du's arm and walked out, glancing back as Zhou Du looked at Little Lu one last time. Although mostly covered by his hat brim, Zhou Du's intense gaze left Little Lu startled, repeatedly looking back at his retreating silhouette anxiously. Qin Cheng jumped straight into the passenger seat, turning to look at Zhou Du beside him. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Driving the car out of the parking lot, Zhou Du muttered gloomily, "Who's that man?" "Little Lu, a male streamer in our company, quite capable." Qin Cheng comfortably leaned back in the passenger seat, considering hiring a driver since riding was much more comfortable than driving. "Oh," replied Zhou Du indifferently. After getting home, Qin Cheng finally caught on. "What? You're jealous? He's a guy." Zhou Du replied in poor spirits, "Aren't I also a guy?" Qin Cheng was at a loss for words but found it amusing. "Jealous for nothing, really. I can tell that he likes men. Stay away from him." Zhou Du hung both their coats on the hanger with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that now he had to be wary of not only women but also men. Qin Cheng collapsed onto the sofa for a rest, laughing heartily. "I never realized before how jealous you could be." Zhou Du supported himself on one hand next to Qin Cheng's head while pinching his chin with the other hand, shaking it slightly. "I'm serious, stay away from him. He's interested in you." Qin Cheng dodged his hand. "How come I didn't notice that?" "What could you possibly notice? If you could have noticed, you wouldn't have been single for so many years." "Hey! Are you asking for a beating?" Qin Cheng grabbed a pillow nearby and threw it at him. Zhou Du let him hit him a few times, just a pillow, it didn't hurt, and Qin Cheng wouldn't actually injure him. Seeing that he wasn't dodging, Qin Cheng lost all his temper. Alright, I get it, don't worry, I only like you. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Zhou Du's lips. Qin Cheng pinched his face. If you want to smile, just smile, why pretend? Zhou Du laughed then, lying down on top of him, hugging him, and sighed, what should I do? My boyfriend is too charming. You flatter yourself. Look at all your male and female fans out there. What am I saying? Qin Cheng let out a faint hum, not realizing until now, when he casually searched Zhou Du's name online, he'd see countless boys and girls wanting to marry him. They are fans, you are real. Qin Cheng patted his back, you should be more careful. If the fans hear this, they'll be heartbroken. Mr. Petty, Qin secretly rejoiced inside, again thanking fate that Zhou Du pursued a film career. If it were Idol-dom, droves of fangirls would have drowned them both. Zhou Du stroked his hair, I will work hard to make the audience love my acting more than me as a person. Then Zhou Du added, but you must like me. Chapter 78, Brother Cheng loves you too. When school resumed, Zhou Du caused quite a stir on campus. Even though the box office records kept breaking, Mr. Su, the bigwig agent, almost dislocated his jaw with his wide grin. Still, Zhou Du hadn't anticipated the movie's reach being so broad. It was likely because college students always love to follow trends. Zhang Linhao and Bai Qingyu blocked the crowd eager for signatures outside the dorm room door before Zhou Du could even thank them. But then, 5 grinning roommates surrounded him. Zhou Du looked puzzled, huh? Is something up? Bai Qingyu dumped a stack of Zhou Du's movie stills from his backpack excitedly, quick, sign these. If Fong Ke goes bankrupt in the future, I'll sell your autographs. Xiao Bai, have you been too busy recently to catch up? How are things with Big Brother Fong? How about the parents? Bai Qingyu scratched his neck, what can I say? It's a non-opposition, non-approval kind of situation right now, but we'll stick together no matter what. Zhou Du nodded, that's good. Zhang Linhao hugged his neck, Big Brother Zhou, you're really deep and unassuming. Who would have thought we live with a big star? Oh my gosh, now I can brag online that I'm classmates with Zhou Du. Zhou Du shrugged off his arm, if you're bored, go tidy up the bed for me. Zhang Linhao said dismissively, what? Can't hear you. Gotta play games. Ma Chuan said, Big Brother Zhou, are you graduating this year? Zhou Du, wiping dust off the table, nodded, pretty much, if I have enough credits and no problems with the thesis, then yes. Li Hua sincerely said, you're truly amazing. Bai Qingyu groaned on the bed, how do you manage it all? Studying, working part-time, and filming movies too, are you a perpetual motion machine? Zhou Du pulled out a chair and sat down, thinking for a moment, if you put the energy you spent pursuing Big Brother Fong into studying, you could graduate early too. Bai Qingyu was smart, always slept in class but never failed a course and occasionally won scholarships, yet he disliked studying. Wang Zimu agreed, haha, Big Brother Zhou is right, Xiao Bai, if you spent time on studying rather than dating, you'd already be graduated. Bai Qingyu smirked, can't help it, I'm love-struck. Big Brother Fong is way more fun than textbooks. After finishing his sentence, he propped his head up with one hand and winked at Zhou Du mischievously, and you and Brother Cheng. Zhou Du smiled at him briefly. Holy crap. Bai Qingyu jumped up from the bed, I'm now genuinely in awe of you. You're handling academics, career, and love all at once. In the future, I won't pray to Confucius before exams, I'll pray to you. Before he finished, Zhang Linhao raised his head from the computer screen, what? Love? Brother Zhou, are you dating? Bai Qingyu quickly stepped forward, forcing his headset onto his head, you heard it wrong. Go back to your game. Even though he was usually carefree and somewhat dramatic, he knew when things were serious. Bai Qingyu placed a finger over his lips in a zipping motion. Zhou Du smiled, good judgment. In mid-May, Zhou Du completed his thesis defense, and by early June, he received his diploma and degree certificate. The school admissions department roped him in to shoot next year's enrollment video. Though the university didn't lack applicants, such excellent publicity was hard to pass up. Zhou Du informed Su Yang about this. Su Yang said it was a good thing, there weren't many people in the entertainment industry with high looks, high education, and high acting skills, so he'd buy some hot search spots later for promotion, perfect. Since Zhou Du graduated a year early, there wouldn't be any group graduation photos for him, but he wasn't too concerned about it, even though his roommates dragged him around to take many pictures. Zhang Linhao grabbed his hand, tears streaming down his face, if we ever become rich, don't forget each other. Looking at them, Zhou Du suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Over these 3 years, he had been busy with both studies and career, gaining a lot but forgetting to appreciate the scenery along the way. He wasn't someone who could easily befriend others, but these 5 roommates considered him a good buddy. Zhou Du hugged Zhang Linhao briefly and patted his back, we will always be friends. Zhang Linhao was stunned, has Brother Zhou been possessed by something? Zhou Du laughed. The next second, the roommates swarmed toward him, you must come visit us often. Zhou Du's nose tingled, and he hummed softly, turning to see Bai Qingyu already crying. What? You're only in Jiangbei, we can see each other whenever we want. Zhou Du found this amusing. Bai Qingyu wiped his tears with a tissue, shouting, "You don't understand, I call this being emotional." Seeing his tear-streaked face, the others couldn't help but laugh, diffusing half the sadness of their departure. Zhou Du carried his luggage out of the school gate, taking out his phone just as he thought about calling a taxi. Someone honked on the opposite side. It was Qin Cheng's car. He rolled down the window and beckoned to Zhou Du with a finger. Zhou Du jogged over, his baseball cap was blown off, revealing sweat-dampened temples. Zhou Du smiled as he picked up the cap and put it back on, bending down to meet Qin Cheng's gaze. "Brother Cheng, how did you come here?" Kids graduate, parents naturally have to stop by and see. Qin Cheng reached out to pat his head. "Get in. My parents prepared a whole feast at home to celebrate your graduation. By the way, did you tell Sister Yen yet?" "I did, but my sister is on a business trip and won't be back until next Monday. We won't be able to meet, but she sent me a red envelope." Zhou Du's eyes sparkled, finally showing more than just guilt and sorrow when talking about his sister. Qin Cheng handed him an ice cream from the car's mini-fridge. "What about Zhu Feng? Is she alone at home?" "Yeah, she's brave, very independent." Qin Cheng frowned slightly in worry. "Still, she's just a kid. Let's pick her up after dinner. Tomorrow's Saturday, right?" "Alright, follow your lead." Zhou Du rolled down the window, letting the summer wind ruffle the hair on his forehead. Life seemed to finally be speeding up its pace. Working harder would mean bringing his parents over sooner, allowing for family reunions. And making promises to Qin Cheng in the future would finally carry some weight. "There's air conditioning on." Qin Cheng reached the main control button, shutting the passenger side window, muttering, "It isn't cool anymore." Zhou Du's deep contemplation ended as he turned sideways, amused. Qin Cheng noticed his gaze from the corner of his eye. "Why look at me? Do I have a flower on my face?" "Qin Cheng. What's up? How much I really love you." Qin Cheng froze for a moment, his lips curving upward unbidden, so sweet-talking. The yellow light counted down to the last second, and Qin Cheng pressed the gas pedal. With a sudden roar of the engine, the car surged ahead at the green light. Qin Cheng shouted loudly, "Big brother Cheng also loves you." Chapter 79, Why Don't You Take My Money? When the two got home, Qin Weijun and Cheng Lan had just finished the final dish. Qin Weijun smiled and opened the door. "You're here. Come in, come in." They rushed back without bringing much, only fruits bought from the supermarket. Zhou Du felt a little shy. "Uncle and aunt, hello. Since you're here, why bring anything?" Cheng Lan smiled while setting the dishes on the table. "I never would have thought that Zhou Du has become such a big star." She wiped her hands and took out a few pictures of Zhou Du from the coffee table. "Sign a few autographs for me, I want to show off with the other old sisters who dance." "Sure." Zhou Du quickly put down the fruit he was carrying and accepted the photos Cheng Lan handed him. "Aunt, if it's not enough, just let me know, I'll prepare more and send them over." "That's plenty, plenty." Cheng Lan's eyes narrowed in delight. "Some of the old sisters also asked if you have a girlfriend, wanting to introduce someone to you." "Huh, how absurd is that? Our Zhou Du could never lack for girlfriends." I gave them a firm no. Zhou Du paused briefly as he signed his name and smiled without saying anything. Cheng Lan looked at Qin Cheng, who didn't even bother washing his hands before grabbing the fried mushrooms to eat. "Did you wash your hands? All you do is eat." Look at Zhou Du, he's not worried about finding a partner anymore, but you, already over 30 and still aimless. Qin Cheng wasn't expecting the conversation to turn on him so fast, so he replied wordlessly, "Not over 30 yet, my birthday hasn't passed." "Seriously, besides, I'm not concerned about finding a girlfriend either." At these words, both Cheng Lan and Zhou Du turned their gaze towards him. The difference was that Cheng Lan's eyes were full of disbelief, whereas Zhou Du's eyes contained a strong warning. "Humph." Qin Cheng cleared his throat. "Anyway, it's none of your business, I've got it figured out." "As if anyone cares to manage you anyway." Cheng Lan rolled her eyes. "Wait until your dad and I close our eyes someday, then see how you'll get by alone. Everyone else will have bright homes while you'll be all pitiful. Don't come crying to us then, we won't even hear you." "What are you talking about? It's not like I can't pay the electricity bill, I'm so rich, I'll hire 10 caregivers." Qin Cheng muttered as he headed toward the bathroom. "Besides, there's always Zhou Du, he'll take care of me." Hearing the word "take care," Zhou Du couldn't help but smile. "Nerve." Cheng Lan scolded, then kindly patted Zhou Du's shoulder. "Truly amazing, graduating in your 3rd year, with a successful career already." As Qin Cheng came out after washing his hands, he interjected, "Isn't it all because of my good guidance?" Cheng Lan glanced at Qin Weijun. "I wonder who he takes after. Such a thick skin, really." Qin Weijun placed the clean bowls and chopsticks on the table, admitting, "He takes after me, naturally, my son, all from me." Listening to their bantering, Zhou Du's heart warmed up. During dinner, Cheng Lan kept serving food to Zhou Du. "Eat more, how long has it been since you last came to Aunt's house?" "I've been too busy, but I'll surely visit more often from now on." Zhou Du held a bowl stacked high like a small mountain and gave Qin Cheng a warm smile. Qin Weijun served Qin Cheng some vegetables, asking, "Is Xiaodu earning quite a bit now? They say celebrities earn a ton, must be able to buy a house pretty soon, right?" Zhou Du pressed his lips slightly. The salary for this movie was rather low. It mainly depends on the subsequent work, probably, with effort, I should be able to buy a house. Why buy a house? Just live with me. Qin Ching said indifferently, there's only myself at home, having you around would let you cook for me sometimes. You're bullying him, aren't you? What kind of brother asks the younger one to cook all the time? Chenglan glared at Qin Weijun. What Dad meant was, when Xiaodu has money, he can bring his parents over to enjoy life, right? Like meeting his true love. Qin Weijun hurried to explain, I didn't mean that, I was just making a casual inquiry. Humph. Chenglan tossed all the ginger slices from her bowl into Qin Weijun's, you'd dare, we'd divorce immediately. Then she looked at Zhou Du, who seemed embarrassed on the side, Xiaodu, eat your meal first. Don't worry about things between the older generation. I understand, Auntie, Zhou Du responded lightly with a smile. After finishing the meal, Zhou Du and Qin Ching naturally started cleaning the dishes, leaving the two elders in the living room watching TV. Qin Ching looked back once, speaking softly, my father didn't mean to ask you to leave our home. Don't misunderstand. Huh. I haven't misunderstood. Zhou Du squeezed a little dish soap, feeling a little uneasy, Chinga, I might currently be unable to give all my money to you. I do need to buy a big house for my parents and sister, so, could I give you half first? Once they're settled, all future earnings will go to you. Huh. Qin Ching was full of doubts, why would I take your money? You should save it for yourself. Thinking for a moment, realization dawned on him. The last time, he joked with Zhou Du, saying, when you earn millions a day in the future, give me half, and Zhou Du had said he would give it all. Qin Ching leaned against the sink and chuckled softly, are you crazy? I was just kidding. How could I possibly take your money? Are you stupid? Zhou Du put the washed bowls into the cabinet and frowned, why don't you want my money? Not to mention, I have my own money. Why would I need yours? You're crazy. Qin Ching thought he was adorably foolish. Zhou Du didn't find it funny and said earnestly, what's mine is yours. I'm willing to give everything I have to you, absolutely everything. Qin Ching had been laughing at the simple-minded boy, but when their eyes met in such a sincere and candid exchange, his smile faded, overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless. If these words had come from anyone else, Qin Ching might have thought them pretentious and hypocritical. However, hearing this from Zhou Du made him believe every word. With wet fingertips, Zhou Du lightly touched Qin Ching's slightly reddened eyelids, trust me, what I say is true. Qin Ching felt a little choked up in his nasal cavity and nodded, I trust you, but I don't need your salary right now. Take care of your family first. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Damn, why are you thanking me? Chenglan and Qin Weijun couldn't hear clearly what they were talking about, but only heard them chatting warmly in whispers. Chenglan smiled, Qin Weijun, you shouldn't have had a vasectomy back then. It would have been good if a Cheng had a younger brother or sister, wouldn't it? Qin Weijun handed the peeled apple to his wife, come on, delivering Qin Ching already caused you a day and night of pain. I almost fainted. That's true. Just having this one has given us plenty of worries. I pray endlessly for matchmakers to find him a partner, but he doesn't care at all. Well, dear, let nature take its course. Children will have their own happiness. You finally realized this? Chenglan bit into the apple, didn't you say that there are 3 generations of Qin family continuing without interruptions? What's this continuation nonsense? Health and safety are more important than anything. Qin Weijun glanced back at his silly son who was splashing water on Zhou Du's face in the kitchen, and sighed inwardly, as long as he's healthy, it's fine. The last time Qin Ching came home drunk, his phone was on the table, and the screen lit up at that moment. Qin Weijun saw a message sent by Zhou Du, Brother Cheng, I miss you. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual, it's not strange for friends to express missing each other. But no matter how unreliable Qin Cheng's father may be, seeing how pitiful his son looked, it dawned on him. Sigh, sometimes when he thinks about it, it's all fate. Qin Weijun felt a bit sorrowful inside. If it weren't for him asking Qin Ching to look after Zhou Du, maybe his son could have found a girlfriend normally. If his wife ever found out about this, it's not just Qin Ching who would get beaten, but probably himself too. Qin Weijun sighed again, truly caught between a rock and a hard place, and despite his age, still had to endure these troubles. He couldn't bring himself to ask his son directly, so the uncertainty only worsened his heartache. On the wife's side, he had to carefully conceal it. If she found out, he'd likely become an old widower. Right now, all he hopes is that these 2 young men are just in a temporary craze and break up once they lose interest, since Qin Ching always had rough luck in love. Lao Qin, what are you sighing about for no reason? That cursed eldest child walked lazily out of the kitchen, grabbing his unopened yogurt, me and Zhou Du have some things to do, we'll go ahead. What are you doing? Qin Weijun couldn't help but ask. What good could happen when those passionate young boys crammed together at home? Qin Cheng's gaze wavered, scratching his chin. Is it okay to tell her to pick up her granddaughter, his white moonlight? It's something anyway, just don't ask. Qin Weijun watched all his small actions, and his heart froze halfway. Finished. These 2 must have already explored bodily mysteries. He opened his mouth a few times, then awkwardly blurted out, be safe. Qin Cheng was completely confused. Oh, Zhou Du, let's go. When they left, they were carrying a pile of food. It'd be quite some time before Zhou Zhifeng finishes school, so the two went home first. Though Qin Cheng's house was pretty big, there were only 2 beds. When Zhou Zhifeng comes over, he would sleep in Zhou Du's room, which meant Zhou Du would have to share a bed with Qin Cheng. Watching Zhou Du changing the sheets and pillowcases, Qin Cheng kicked his butt gently, pretty excited. Huh. Fair enough, even if Zhifeng doesn't come, I intended to sleep with you anyway. When Zhou Du said this, there wasn't a trace of embarrassment, straightforward and honest. Sleeping with my boyfriend, isn't it normal? Qin Cheng laughed, you're getting thicker-skinned by the day. Zhou Du had finished making the bed, and he opened the drawer of the bedside table to take out the gift Bai Qingyu bought him last time. Even though Zhifeng doesn't rummage through things randomly, it would be better to keep it in your room. Qin Cheng instinctively pulled back as he saw the item. When was this even bought? It's expired long ago. Throw it away right now. Zhou Du glanced at the instructions, the shelf life is 5 years. You wish. Without allowing Zhou Du any say, Qin Cheng snatched it from his hands and threw it into the trash bin in the living room. Thinking for a moment, he covered it with a layer of tissue paper, still feeling uneasy. He eventually decided to take the garbage bag out and dispose of it downstairs later. Hugging Qin Cheng's waist, Zhou Du pulled him into his arms and asked softly, when will we be able to? Qin Cheng straddled his lap, finding this position awkward and embarrassing. Pretending to misunderstand, he said, what can or cannot be done? I don't get it. Zhou Du kissed his earlobe and chuckled lightly, just pretend all you want. I'm not pretending. Qin Cheng started but trailed off. Doesn't matter, I'll wait however long it takes. The two embraced affectionately and kissed for a while until Qin Cheng looked at the time. Alright, let's go pick up Zhifeng, it's more than an hour drive there. Okay, I'll drive. Zhou Du adjusted Qin Cheng's shirt that had been pushed up. Wash your face first, your cheeks are red. Qin Cheng irritably shoved him away, you're so annoying. Zhou Du watched Qin Cheng's huffy figure disappear and then glanced down at young Master Zhou. Picking up the water jug from the coffee table, he directly drank half the bottle of cold water. When they arrived at the school gate, students were just being dismissed, with clusters of parents waiting to pick up their kids. Qin Cheng worried that Zhou Du might be recognized, so he asked him to wait in the car. After receiving her brother's message, Zhou Yan gave a call to Zhou Zhifeng's teacher, asking the teacher to tell the child that her uncle would come pick her today. Tall Qin Cheng stood out in the crowd and soon spotted a familiar figure running toward them outside the school gate. The little girl in uniform cheerfully rushed over, Brother Cheng. Hey. Qin Cheng effortlessly picked her up to weigh her. My goodness, you've gained some weight. Nah. I've just grown taller. Zhou Zhifeng peeked around. Brother Cheng, where's my younger uncle? He's waiting in the parking lot. Qin Cheng took her heavy backpack without complaining. Your uncle has quite a few fans now. We might get surrounded if someone recognizes him. Zhou Zhifeng winked mischievously, isn't it kind of uncomfortable inside? What do you mean? Shouldn't you be vigilant to make sure nobody steals my younger uncle? The girl, growing up, was quite perceptive. Qin Cheng yanked her ponytail, completely lacking adult grace. Nonsense, nobody can take Zhou Du from me. Zhou Du saw the two walking towards him from far away and stepped out of the car. What's got you laughing so happily? Humph, your niece says I need to protect you from getting stolen. Qin Cheng's tone was colorful and sour. Do I really need to guard you? Not necessary, no one can take me away. Zhou Du opened the passenger door for him with a smile. On the back seat, Zhou Zhifeng rolled her eyes, such displays of affection in front of a kid, these adults were terrible. Zhifeng, what would you like to eat tonight? Brother Cheng is treating you. Qin Cheng twisted his head backward to look at her. Let uncle make something too, he cooks pretty well. Can I ask your older uncle to prepare leftover meals? Zhou Du steered the wheel with one hand. Aunt prepared a pile of food for us to bring home. Heat it up, and it will be ready to eat. Are you going to let our elder sister Zhifeng eat leftovers? No way, Zhou Du, after you've eaten, I'll cook something fresh. Zhou Zhifeng cheered immediately, great. I want uncle to make cola chicken wings. Zhou Du turned to look at Qin Cheng with affection, what would you like? Let's go buy some groceries. I ate too much at noon. Tonight, I'll have a salad. Qin Cheng patted his belly. Getting old, metabolism slows down. Stop talking nonsense. You're still young, aren't you, Zhifeng? Zhou Zhifeng nodded quickly, Brother Cheng is the handsomest and youngest ever. TCH, the both of you are just sweet-talking me, Qin Cheng stretched lazily. Then I'll have seafood tofu soup. Super fresh. Once you start working outside, you won't have the chance to eat it anymore. How could that happen? Zhou Du squeezed Qin Cheng's hand with his free hand, as long as you're here, home is here. As soon as I'm done, I'll return. Qin Cheng smiled faintly, good enough. My gosh. Too much couple food makes it hard to digest. Zhou Zhifeng protested. Chapter 81, fully fed on couple food. Zhou Du, wait in the car, I'll go grocery shopping with Zhifeng. Qin Cheng unfastened his seatbelt and beckoned, Sister Feng, let's go shopping. What kind of generation ranking are you two talking about? Zhou Du helplessly smiled, I'll go with you. I'm still able to go out. Forget it. What if someone recognizes you? You'd better get used to this situation. Zhou Du asked, can you pick fruits? Or vegetables? Or seafood? Zhou Zhifen blinked and looked at Qin Cheng, who awkwardly cleared his throat, just, the good-looking ones that jump around, by what looks fine. Qin Cheng usually took 5 minutes at the supermarket, heading straight for his destination, putting appealing fruits or vegetables into bags, weighing them, paying, and leaving in one smooth motion. What was there to choose? Weren't they all grown from the same orchard or greenhouse? But upon further thought, the fruits Zhou Du bought did taste better. I should go with you guys. Zhou Du put on a mask and got out of the car, let's go. Alright then. Qin Cheng stopped blocking him anymore. Anyway, even if they were photographed, ordinary people wouldn't overthink it. How could they assume Zhou Zhifeng was the child of 2 men? As Zhou Du was pushing the cart and wanted to head towards the vegetable section, he was pulled by Qin Cheng to the snack area. Sister Feng, pick whatever you like. Your uncle has made money now. Zhou Zhifeng hesitated, my mom doesn't let me eat too many snacks. She says it affects my growth. Bah, look at your mom and uncle's heights, how short can you possibly grow? Qin Cheng casually threw some chips into the cart, then quietly took half of them back out after a while. He almost forgot, Zhou Zhifeng had a biological father whose height wasn't anything special either. Let's drink yogurt instead. That's healthier. Qin Cheng picked up a box of yogurt and tried analyzing its ingredients but found it unclear. He decided to toss it directly into the cart. This stuff must be healthy. Zhou Du silently trailed behind the two, his gaze becoming increasingly gentle. These simple but happy moments were the hardest to come by. After taking a round through the snack section, nearly filling the cart, Qin Cheng and Zhou Zhifeng finally left satisfied, trailing after Zhou Du to buy groceries. During this time, they purchased 2 servings of fruit salad, paid separately so they could enjoy them right away. Qin Cheng speared a piece of watermelon, pulled down Zhou Du's mask, and fed it to him, extremely sweet. Zhou Du obediently opened his mouth and bit into it, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Cheng's face as though he wasn't chewing watermelon but rather Qin Cheng himself. This caused Qin Cheng's face to redden instantly, and he quickly tugged the mask back up onto Zhou Du's face, nearly covering his eyes. A smile lingered on Zhou Du's face as he adjusted his mask properly. Zhou Zhifeng walked behind them, utterly speechless. The fruit salad had turned into dog food, crisp and crunchy. When it came to checkout, before Qin Cheng could pull out his phone, Zhou Du pushed him down and said, Brother Cheng, let me handle it. The kid has grown up. The 3 of them pushed the cart toward the elevator when Qin Cheng noticed out of the corner of his eye that 2 girls were walking toward them. He hurriedly grabbed Zhou Du's cap and placed it on his head, smiling brightly at them, is there something wrong? Excuse me, is this person next to you Mr. Zhou Du? Upon hearing his name, Zhou Du was about to turn his head to look, just as the elevator arrived. Qin Cheng pressed his neck to push him inside. To the 2 young ladies, he said, Mr. Zhou Du. Which Mr. Zhou Du? Sorry, we don't know him. My brother just came out of a mental hospital and might go crazy if scared. The 2 girls stepped back immediately, apologies, sorry for the disturbance, and quickly ran off. Mental hospital? Zhou Du laughed looking at Qin Cheng, if they recognize me, then so be it, we're shopping normally. It's no big deal. One less problem is better than more. Plus, we have a minor here. Qin Cheng flicked Zhou Zhifeng's ponytail, if someone takes a picture, it will affect the child's growth. In the elevator with no one else present, Zhou Du casually pulled Qin Cheng close and affectionately pinched the back of his neck, still thinking thoroughly, Brother Cheng. Lowering his eyes, Zhou Du glanced at Zhou Zhifeng standing in front of them and pinched Qin Cheng's cheek, turning his face to kiss him lightly, a fruity and yogurty flavor. Qin Cheng's pupils contracted violently, whispering sharply, are you insane? Are you crazy? He pointed to the reflective walls of the elevator, stupid. Crystal clear. Zhou Du. When the elevator reached the underground parking lot, Zhou Zhifeng hugged her teddy bear and stepped outside, glancing back at her ever-cool uncle, it's fine, I'm invisible air. Zhou Du's ears reddened a little. Qin Cheng chuckled softly, patted Zhou Du's butt, surprised, huh? Dummy. During the 20-minute drive home, Zhou Du didn't say a word. After Qin Cheng's embarrassment had passed, he was all smiles and began teasing Zhou Du, look at your little brother-in-law, his face is sometimes thin-skinned, sometimes thick-skinned ha 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 ha, why aren't you saying anything, little Du? Zhou Du sighed, stop fooling around, I'm driving. Whatever little dignity he had left in front of his niece was now completely gone thanks to Qin Cheng's laughter. When the 3 got home, the house instantly became lively. Zhou Du went to the kitchen to cook, while Qin Cheng lounged on the couch with Zhou Zhifeng, eating snacks and watching cartoons. Zhou Du shouted from the kitchen, you 2 eat less or you won't be able to eat dinner later. No one paid him any attention. Zhou Zhifeng excitedly explained the cartoon plot to Qin Cheng, who initially found it childish but ended up getting engrossed. In the end, he felt a bit guilty, so he walked to the kitchen with his hands clasped behind his back and asked, do you need my help? No. Zhou Du placed the freshly made cola chicken wings on the table, enjoy them while they're hot. Have Zhifeng eat with you, your soup will take a little longer. Don't let me off that easily, let's eat at the dining table together. Qin Cheng put the cola chicken wings back on the counter, glanced into the living room, then helped himself to a wing, shoving it into his mouth. So good. The meat just falls right off the bone. Good that you like it, Zhou Du smiled down, noticing Qin Cheng rearranging the plate so there were no traces of his sneaking. The evening sky outside was filled with late afternoon clouds, and the person he loved most was by his side. Zhou Du was an extremely rational person, but perhaps being with Qin Cheng for so long had softened his heart. There was an inexplicable urge to cry out of sheer happiness. How wonderful, this truly feels like home. And with Qin Cheng here, it feels even better. Zhou Du had never been so content before, almost fearful of his own happiness, as if what he had was stolen and would soon have to be returned. Then Qin Cheng suddenly hugged his waist and gave his cheek a peck, boop. Whose wife is this virtuous, huh? Happiness finally grounded itself, and Zhou Du kissed him back, yours. Chapter 82, let's do it. Zhou Du only prepared one dish and one soup, adding the leftovers brought back from Chenglan at noon. After heating everything, he managed to fill a whole table. Zhou Zhifeng had a hearty appetite and kept praising Aunt Qin's cooking. But Qin Cheng was different, having eaten too many snacks, and sneaked 2 chicken wings earlier, he was now full after drinking 2 small bowls of seafood tofu soup. Trying to help clean up, Qin Cheng's chopsticks were taken away by Zhou Du. If you can't eat anymore, stop. Don't hurt your stomach. I can't eat anymore either, uncle, Zhou Zhifeng pushed her half-empty bowl forward. Zhou Du glanced at her lightly, don't waste food. You're still growing, endure a little, it's fine. After dinner, Zhou Zhifeng returned to her room to do homework, mainly because she'd had enough second-hand romance for one day and couldn't stand being the third wheel anymore. Qin Cheng finally wrestled control of the remote back, and with the kid gone, he leaned heavily against Zhou Du without care for his posture. They hadn't parted yet when the feeling of reluctance already settled in. You said there's a new script, when does filming start? In 3 months. Because the role is a tattoo artist, I need to learn first, Brother Su will help me contact a tattoo studio. Zhou Du played with his earlobe, reporting every detail meticulously. Typically, when Qin Cheng asked one question, Zhou Du would provide multiple answers related to the matter. It's in a small southern city. Filming will last about 3 months, but this time you can come visit me. A faint smile graced Zhou Du's lips, when I get even more skilled, I can bring you with me on set. Qin Cheng, feeling drowsy from his touch, mumbled, I don't want to work. Following you everywhere. You're dreaming. Zhou Du brushed his lips against Qin Cheng's, Brother Cheng, let's go to the bedroom. His slightly hoarse voice seemed to carry a current of electricity, piercing straight through Qin Cheng's eardrums, tickling his heart and leaving him tingling. Go to the bedroom? For what? I'm not done watching TV. Qin Cheng shook his head, trying to shake off the lingering intimacy invading his thoughts. Zhou Du gently caressed his abdomen with his palm, Brother Cheng, let's make love. Qin Cheng froze, staring blankly at the TV screen but seeing nothing, his mind consumed entirely by those words from Zhou Du. He swallowed hard, What? Don't pretend you don't know what I mean. Zhou Du's fingertips grazed Qin Cheng's temple, until when will you keep avoiding it? When did I ever dodge? Qin Cheng sat up, glanced at Zhou Du briefly, then quickly looked away, I haven't dodged. Zhou Du sighed at his cautious expression and pulled him back into his arms, it's fine. I just, can't help myself. Qin Cheng buried his face in his hands and rubbed it, my goodness, is this the Zhou Du I know? He tugged on Zhou Du's face, whoever you are, get off little Du right now. Zhou Du smiled and pecked Qin Cheng's wrist, in front of you, I've never been able to hold back. Qin Cheng touched Zhou Du's cheek reddened by his pinching, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Zhou Du nodded, turned off the TV, then knocked on Zhou Zhifeng's door, Zhifeng, you can finish your homework tomorrow. Get some rest early. Zhou Zhifeng looked up from under the desk lamp and yawned, alright, uncle, you too get some rest as well. Okay, call us if you need anything. Zhou Du closed the door and returned to the bedroom, where Qin Cheng had already gone to shower. Zhou Du sat on the bed for a moment, then took his bathrobe and went to the living room bathroom. Unexpectedly, when he returned, Qin Cheng was still washing. Zhou Du knocked on the bathroom door, Chenggu, are you okay? Why aren't you coming out yet? I'm fine, almost done. Another 10 minutes passed before Qin Cheng came out of the bathroom. His hair was already dried, and after throwing off his slippers, he lay down next to Zhou Du. Zhou Du instinctively held him close, sniffing his scent, did you change your shower gel? It smells wonderful. Just bought it, turn off the light. Zhou Du turned around and shut off the nightlight. Just as he was about to chat with Qin Cheng suddenly tilted his head and kissed him. At the same time, he shoved a small square box into Zhou Du's hand, leaving Zhou Du momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Do I need to teach you? Zhifeng is next door, keep it quiet. If you hurt me, I'll take over from now on. TSK, you heard. Qin Cheng didn't have the chance to finish his sentence. The starved pup encountering the long-desired prey would never let go. Qin Cheng buried his face in the pillow, muffling all the sounds. Zhou Du leaned down and pried his cheeks apart to kiss him. Kissing his thin eyelids, kissing his tear-damp lashes. His voice escaped through his fingers. Hearing it, Zhou Du lost control. The moonlight outside the window was hazy, and in Qin Cheng's ears were Zhou Du's endless murmurs, "Qin Cheng, I love you so much, I really, really love you." But Qin Cheng couldn't hear any of it clearly, only regaining brief clarity when his head occasionally hit the headboard. By the time Qin Cheng woke up, the sun was high in the sky. Rarely did Zhou Du wake up late too, lying beside him with his head propped on an arm, watching him sideways. Qin Cheng met Zhou Du's tender gaze as soon as he opened his eyes and remembered what happened yesterday after a moment. When did they change the sheets? Feeling a bit embarrassed, he hid his head under the blanket, mumbling, "Why are you staring? There's no flower on my face. You're prettier than any flower." Zhou Du pulled him out from under the blanket. "Good morning, baby." Qin Cheng was startled by the word, baby, shivering. No joke, since graduating kindergarten, he hadn't heard that term again. "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" Zhou Du became somewhat worried, even thinking of flipping him over to check personally. Qin Cheng panicked, gripping the corner of the quilt tightly, defending resolutely, "No. I'm fine. I've already prepared breakfast. Wait a second, I'll bring it in." Zhou Du tossed the quilt aside to get up. Qin Cheng sat up, exasperated. People should exercise more regularly, except for slightly sore muscles. He felt okay, no need to visit the outpatient clinic. "I'm not on maternity leave, let's eat in the dining room." If Shifeng sees, who knows what he might think. Kids these days know so much. Qin Cheng shuffled to the bathroom in his slippers to wash up, leaning against the wall to grit his teeth the moment the door was shut. "Zhou Du, you madman. Were you eating meat or gnawing on bones?" Zhou Zhifeng stood holding a bun while watching Qin Cheng move slowly toward him. "Chenggu, do you have lower back pain? Herniated disc?" Qin Cheng immediately felt guilty, the child was just in the next room. These two undisciplined adults were truly being irresponsible. "Maybe it's due to old age. The mattress is too soft, and I slept with back pain." Zhou Du chimed in solemnly, "It's indeed too soft." Qin Cheng. How could this guy have such thick skin? Zhou Zhifeng said with concern, "Oh, then you should put on a plaster later." "You're such a well-behaved child," Qin Cheng patted her head. "Did you braid your hair yourself? It looks very nice." "My uncle braided it for me, isn't it pretty?" Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, "You can do this? Amazing, amazing. I'm really amazing," Zhou Du said. Qin Cheng couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him. Shameless. Chapter 83 Exposure. When Zhou Du's mother turned 60, Zhou Du and Zhou Yan took Zhou Zhifeng back home for the celebration and didn't let Qin Cheng come along. It wasn't proper for two men to always stick together like that. Zhou Yan warned him not to be impulsive, knowing their parents wouldn't accept it so easily. This issue required careful handling. But actually, Zhou Du had no intention of coming out to his parents. In his relationship with Qin Cheng, the only thing he sought approval for was from Qin Cheng himself. As for anything else, even from his parents, it didn't matter to him. Colliding different mindsets would only lead to arguments or getting hurt, and there was no need for that. Zhou Du and Qin Cheng grew up in completely different environments. For Zhou Du, responsibility outweighed familial bonds. He wasn't someone who needed parental blessings at all costs. Zhang Yun cried again when she saw her children, feeling guilty that she hadn't provided them with a strong economic foundation and letting them carve their own paths in life. Zhou Zhifeng, sweet-talking, consoled her, "Once I grow up and earn money, I'll bring grandma and grandpa to live in the city." Zhou Yan playfully tapped her forehead, "Little smarty pants, always know what to say." That night, they didn't let Zhang Yun cook. The siblings spent over 2 hours busy in the kitchen and prepared a full table of dishes. Zhou Du casually pulled a small box out of his pocket, revealing a gold bracelet inside. "Mom, happy birthday. Thanks for all your hard work over the years. This is too expensive. How much did this cost?" Zhang Yun pushed the box back to him. "I can't wear this. Refund it immediately and save the money to get married." Zhou Yan joined in, "Take it, little son has become a big star now, he will earn more and more money." She took out a commercial bag from her luggage, containing a coat, though not as expensive as your son's gift. "It's warm. Try it on." Zhang Yun couldn't stop smiling. There's nothing better than having excellent and filial children. Zhou father gave a cold snort. Now that Zhou Zhifeng had grown up, she wasn't scared of him anymore and grinned. "Grandpa, are you jealous?" "Nonsense, why would I be jealous?" He slammed the table. "Stop being vain and eat already." Zhou Du said lightly, "I've ordered an automatic wheelchair, it'll be delivered in a few days. Then you can go out by yourself." Zhou father responded gruffly with a, "Huh." Maybe because the children had grown up, or maybe because Zhou father realized he was old, the meal was surprisingly harmonious. They chatted about trivial things without any hidden barbs in their conversation. "Zhou Du, how's your job going?" Zhou father suddenly asked. Zhou Du stopped mid-motion while holding chopsticks, looked up at him, and simply replied, "Pretty good." The topic quickly faded away. Their relationship seemed to be stuck there. They say fatherly love is like a mountain, but what kids need isn't a mountain, but rather companionship and care. Their daughter was more attentive and kept trying to start conversations at the dinner table to avoid awkwardness. Just after the family finished eating, the doorway suddenly became lively. Somehow news of Zhou Du's return had spread, and people from the village started visiting to catch a glimpse of the big star. Zhou Du felt no sentiment towards the villagers, but his parents still had some time left living here, so after being nudged by Zhang Yun, he went outside to make a brief appearance. Wow, your mom truly has good luck, we never expected our village to produce a big star. Zhang Yun beamed proudly, it's thanks to my child. It must be due to your excellent upbringing. Both of your children have made something of themselves, unlike ours who don't even earn much money working elsewhere. Little Du, take a picture with the seniors. Someone picked up their phone, but before Zhou Du could reject, Zhang Yun smiled and shook her head, no, the company doesn't allow random pictures. Zhang Yun knew the character of their fellow villagers well, if the photos were leaked, they might slander her son. So even a picture is forbidden. Such airs. Some people started gossiping under their breath. Inside the house, Zhou father's angry voice echoed, gossiping about what? If I said no photo, that means no photo. Zhou Du, come inside. The outsiders were shocked, muttering amongst themselves, good grief, such a short temper. Zhang Yun subtly gave Zhou Du a glance, gesturing for him to go inside. Zhou Du had no intention of lingering with those people any longer and turned to walk into the inner room. Zhou father sat there with a cold expression, glaring at him. Zhou Du's eyes landed on the phone in Zhou father's hand, and he instantly understood. Give me the phone. Zhou father raised his hand as if to throw the phone to the ground, but after meeting Zhou Du's icy gaze, he angrily tossed it into Zhou Du's arms instead, growling softly, what disgraceful deeds have you done in Jiangbei? Zhou Du tapped on the phone screen. Not setting a password on the phone was indeed a bad habit. The first thing that popped up was an intimate photo of him and Qin Cheng. In the setting sun, Zhou Du had kissed Qin Cheng on the cheek. There's nothing to explain, what you see is the truth. Zhou Du tilted his head towards the window. Zhang Yun was chatting with the villagers, so she wouldn't notice their situation for a while. Dad, if you have a shred of conscience, don't tell Mom about this. Conscience? Do you still have the face to talk to me about conscience? Zhou father was uncontrollably angry, wanting to beat Zhou Du but being paralyzed and unable to stand, all he could do was slam his thigh hard. How could I give birth to such a shameless son like you? You went to Jiangbei to study. Not to play around with men. Was it Qin Cheng who seduced you? I've said before, how could Qin Wei Juan's son? Zhou Du cut him off sharply as his words became increasingly unpleasant. I seduced him. I'm gay. I've liked men since I was little. What? Zhou father's face was full of disbelief as he pointed forcefully at Zhou Du, this is a sin. How could our family produce someone like you? Still under the accusations, Zhou Du smiled faintly. Who knows? You break up with him immediately. Find a woman to marry. Zhou father was seething with anger, his chest rising and falling violently. How can I face our ancestors with this shame? Zhou Du chuckled cynically, pulled over a chair, and sat down. I won't get married, won't have kids, and won't be buried in the ancestral tomb either. You. Are you trying to kill me? Zhou father's eyes were wide, looking at him like an enemy. If it were when Zhou Du was a child, he would have been scared, but now, he had grown up. Just say whatever you want, Dad. Take care of your health. When I earn money and buy a house, I'll bring you and Mom to Jiangbei to live in peace. Zhou Du rubbed his face. Sometimes turning a blind eye makes things pass easier, right? Zhou father looked at him, as if he didn't recognize this stranger. How did you turn out like this? Zhou Du didn't answer his question. He simply repeated what he had said earlier. Don't tell Mom about this. She has worked hard her whole life, I don't want her to be sad. Zhou Du stood up. At some point, his father must have realized that his son had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the obedient child who listened to every word. Chapter 84 coming out to his agent. Zhou Du still had magazine photo shoot work and had to return to Jiangbei the next day. When leaving, Zhou father didn't come to see him off, but neither Zhang Yun nor Zhou Yan thought it strange. Zhou Du glanced back at the main hall without stopping his pace. He waved goodbye to his mother and sister. I'm going, go back inside. As soon as the plane landed in Jiangbei, Zhou Du took a taxi to the Roma building. It had become a habit already. No matter how tired he was, as long as he finished work, the first thing he wanted to do was see Qin Cheng. The moment Qin Cheng stepped out of his office after finishing a meeting, he saw Zhou Du, the frown lines between his eyebrows immediately smoothed out. Zhou Du, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Isn't this a surprise? Zhou Du smiled, pulling him into his embrace, and his weary heart was finally satisfied. Even though he had become immune to insults, being scolded by his own father was still somewhat painful. But he didn't plan on telling Qin Cheng about this little incident. You're quite something. Qin Cheng massaged his back. Why are you hugging me non-stop? I need to send an email. One more minute. I have to go to the company later, I only have half an hour with you. Why push yourself so hard? Can't you find me after you finish your work? Qin Cheng leaned over and gently kissed his cheek. You're really good at begging. The corner of Zhou Du's eyes curved upwards. Charged up completely, fully restored. Qin Cheng touched his face. Is everything okay at home? I feel like something's off today. Nothing's wrong. Don't worry unnecessarily. Everything's fine at home. Zhou Du stayed in Qin Cheng's office for half an hour. Only when Su Yang started calling him ancestor to urge him on, did he reluctantly leave. Zhou Du had just arrived at the company and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when Su Yang shoved him into a car. There's a magazine photo shoot this afternoon. After it's done, I'll take you to the tattoo studio to meet the master. You have to go to the studio every day for the next month. There are many one-shot scenes in the movie, so you need to practice hard. Zhou Du flipped through today's shooting requirements. Where is the studio? Is it far from my place? Not far, right across from Qin Cheng's company, the Ingan Chuanhai studio. Do you know it? Zhou Du raised an eyebrow, which meant that he could have lunch with Qin Cheng every day for the next month. I know this studio. He saw it once when he went to eat on the backstreet food street with Qin Cheng, who also introduced him to the owner of the studio, the boyfriend of his landlord. At that time, Zhou Du was slightly surprised. He had met Wu Qilu's boyfriend before, who looked quite handsome but more like someone who would work in an office rather than be a tattoo artist. But none of these were important. The important thing was that he had more time to spend with Qin Cheng. They could go to work together, leave together, eat together, and go home together. Just thinking about it made him happy. Little Du. Zhou Du. Su Yang waved his hand in front of Zhou Du's eyes. What are you smiling about? Aren't you falling in love or something? Zhou Du looked at him. Su Yang. Really? Zhou Du nodded happily. Su, the manager, almost suffocated. Ancestor, you're dating while your career is rising. Didn't you say I'm on the actor track, focused on the screen? It will still have some impact, stupid. Su Yang crossed his arms and glared at him. Not someone within the industry, right? No. Su Yang sighed a little with relief. That's good. Do I know him? Why didn't you tell me sooner? What if we get photographed? How should the company respond? You know him. Zhou Du didn't hide it. Though Su Yang was always obsessed with money, he was truly sincere towards him. Su Yang bit his lip. Zhou Du didn't really have any friends, except for his university classmates. There was only Qin Cheng left, and there wasn't a girl among them either. Ancestor, don't tell me it's that person I'm thinking of. Zhou Du unlocked his phone with his fingerprint and showed him his wallpaper. This time Su Yang was completely stunned and took a long time to recover. You're really something. Being your agent might save me stress but also shortens my lifespan. Su Yang wanted to cry but had no tears left. Zhou Du had no psychological burden, treated work seriously and was highly cooperative. Apart from being a little cold, he was actually quite obedient. Who would have thought that this boy gave him such a big surprise? Can we break up? Su Yang asked weakly and helplessly. Zhou Du glanced at him without speaking, but the meaning was obvious. You think? Su Yang sighed deeply. Although internet users are quite open now, your issue isn't mainstream yet. It's better if you keep it hidden for both you and Mr. Qin. I understand. I won't let him get involved in public opinion. Su Yang patted his shoulder. It's right that you told me. If there's anything unexpected, we can deal with it in advance. The business car stopped in front of the shooting site, and both of them got out. At year-end, there was a film festival award ceremony. As expected, Zhou Du could win the Best Newcomer award. Plus, after the film Mountains, its box office was doing well, making him one of the hottest newcomers in the industry. Moreover, Zhou Du was tall, had long legs, and a good proportion. Under Su Yang's management, he secured quite a few fashion resources. Everything was going smoothly. If it weren't for the matter of dating. Su Yang was genuinely upset. God gave a door and then closed a window. Not all good things could possibly belong to him. Zhou Du shot for 2 hours, got makeup removed, and changed into his own clothes. Suddenly, he noticed Su Yang seemed to have aged 10 years. Brother Su, are you alright? I'm fine, just feel like life is tough. Zhou Du couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Brother Su. I have a clear mind and won't cause trouble for you. What trouble? Don't talk like that, you sound distant. Su Yang moved his arms and legs. Come on, let's go see the master. When they reached the Ingan Chuanhai studio, it was already getting dark. Just as Su Yang led Zhou Du inside, he felt something wasn't right. There was a super handsome guy in a suit glaring at the two of them, but his expression softened slightly upon seeing Zhou Du. Su Yang originally wanted to act professionally and give him a business card to see if he was interested in joining the entertainment industry. But realizing the suit was worth half a year of his salary, he swallowed his words trying to cozy up. Zhou Du. The actor learning from Brother Chuan is you. Mr. Lu. Zhou Du greeted him. Is teacher Jiang here? Wu Qilu pointed upstairs, wrapping up. He'll be down in a moment. Do you two know each other? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Yes, Qin Cheng's little boyfriend. Wu Qilu relaxed his tense heart. If Zhou Du dared to flirt with his wife, Qin Cheng would tear him apart without needing Wu Qilu's intervention. Now, he was reassured. Wu Qilu was relieved, but Su Yang became worried. Ancestor, so many people know about your relationship. Zhou Du, not many, just 5 or 6 people. Su Yang. Chapter 85, Qin Weijun talks to Zhou Du. The young receptionist brought the two of them 2 cups of tea, looking at Zhou Du several times, and finally couldn't resist taking out Zhou Du's poster. "Excuse me, could you sign this for me?" Zhou Du put down his teacup and took the poster. "Sure. Thank you, thank you." The girl happily took the signed poster and served them a fruit platter a bit later. Neither Zhou Du nor Su Yang touched it, but Wu Qilu ate all the watermelon pieces. After waiting for a while, a man wearing a mask came down from upstairs, wiping his hands with wet wipes as he descended. "Sorry, did you have to wait long?" Su Yang shot up. "Teacher Jiang, we just arrived. Zhou Du will be under your care for the next month." Jiang Jianchuan was quite famous in the tattooing circle in Jiangbei. Su Yang had pulled strings to get Zhou Du accepted as his student for a month. Wu Qilu, who had intended to stand up first to greet Jiang Jianchuan, glared silently at Su Yang's impetuous behavior. Jiang Jianchuan removed his mask, rolled it up, and threw it into the trash can. Looking at Zhou Du, he smiled. "Oh, it's you. We've met before." Then he turned to Su Yang sincerely saying, "No trouble, after all, we're getting paid, quite a lot." Su Yang. Zhou Du shook hands lightly with Jiang Jianchuan. It seemed that people sleeping in the same bed were alike. Teacher Jiang also had a mild and amiable personality. Su Yang spoke up. "Teacher Jiang, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? How about I treat both of you to a meal?" Standing behind quietly awaiting, Wu Qilu couldn't hold back. "There's no need, our children are waiting for us to eat." Su Yang's eyes widened. 2 men, with children. Jiang Jianchuan pinched Wu Qilu's finger. "Cat, they kept 2 cats at home, we don't need to eat. Remember to come on time tomorrow, Zhou Du." Zhou Du nodded. "All right, Teacher Jiang." The 4 left the studio together. Zhou Du didn't walk with them towards the parking lot but glanced at the time. At this point, Qin Cheng was probably done with work. "I have something else, you go ahead." Wu Qilu held Jiang Jianchuan's hand. "Bye." Su Yang looked at their intertwined fingers and whispered to Zhou Du, "Am I old already? Is society so open now?" Zhou Du followed his gaze, hoping one day he and Qin Cheng could hold hands openly, without hesitation. "Su Ji, I'll go to Brother Cheng's company. Be discreet, watch out for photographers." Zhou Du pulled his cap lower. "I understand." Sometimes, he would darkly think, just let himself be photographed, reveal his sexuality directly, and mark Qin Cheng completely as his. But he couldn't. Not only would Qin Cheng be affected by it, but Qin Weijun and Cheng Lan had shown him so much care and protection that he couldn't act so irresponsibly. As Zhou Du waited for the elevator in the elevator lobby, his phone lit up, showing a call from Uncle Qin. Zhou Du felt something was off and hesitated before answering. "Little Du, have you eaten?" Leaning against the wall in the stairwell, Zhou Du asked, "Uncle, is there something you wanted to talk about?" "I'm outside Qin Cheng's door, seems like he hasn't finished work yet." Going to his own son's place, unable to get in, he should have called his son instead. Zhou Du pursed his lips. "Uncle, I'll come over right away. Please wait a moment." "All right, drive carefully." When Zhou Du arrived, Qin Weijun was standing at the entrance, giving him a smile when he saw him approach, seemingly nothing unusual on the surface. Zhou Du opened the door for him. "Uncle, Brother Cheng has to work overtime today, might return late. Should we call him?" Qin Weijun stepped inside, his eyes first circling around the living room before landing on the 2 bedrooms. "No need, actually, I came to see you." Zhou Du remained emotionally calm, pouring him a glass of water. "Uncle, please say what's on your mind." "All right, then I'll come straight to the point." Qin Weijun put down his cup of water, appearing a bit embarrassed. He truly hadn't expected that one day he would have to sit down with a boy to talk about his son's romantic affairs. "Are you and Qin Cheng dating?" Even though Zhou Du had prepared himself mentally, hearing this question from Qin Weijun still caused his heart to race in sudden tension. Zhou Du pinched the palm of his hand and looked straight into Qin Weijun's eyes, without answering. Qin Weijun felt a weight fall on his heart. No answer was an answer. Having lived most of his life, except for when Cheng Lan wanted to divorce him, this was the first time he felt a bit flustered. Qin Weijun picked up the water glass from the coffee table and took a sip. "So it is like this." Zhou Du couldn't quite gauge his attitude, so he fidgeted with his fingers as he waited for him to continue. "What are your plans?" "Zhou Du, you're a good kid, but this, neither I nor your aunt can accept it." It was the expected result. Zhou Du's voice was slightly hoarse. "I don't know what Brother Cheng thinks, but I'm serious about this." "So it is like this." Qin Weijun drank another big gulp of water. "You're still young, you don't need to rush for an answer, but Qin Cheng will be 30 soon. As a father, I must think more for my child, right?" Zhou Du nodded, waiting for Qin Weijun to continue. However, he stood up instead. "All right, I know your position, and I've told you mine. I'll leave first." "Uncle, aren't you waiting for Brother Cheng to come home?" Qin Weijun waved his hand. "No, I know what he's like. He's just as stubborn as his mom. Once he sets his mind, he won't let go." "Zhou Du, this matter mustn't reach your aunt." "About you and Qin Cheng." Qin Weijun sighed. "I need to think more about this, no need to see me out." Still, Zhou Du saw him off to the door. As Qin Weijun walked away with his hands behind his back, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. If only he hadn't insisted Qin Qing take care of Zhou Du, none of this would have happened. Their family joke about 3 generations having single children was just that, only a joke. All he really cared about was that his son lived a healthy and happy life. But being presented with a male daughter-in-law suddenly threw him off balance. It was simply incomprehensible to Qin Weijun. Not long after Qin Weijun left, Qin Qing arrived home. Seeing the lights were on, he called out, "Zhou Du. Are you home?" Zhou Du was cooking him a late-night snack in the kitchen. "What's wrong?" Qin Qing noticed his low spirits and touched his face. "Did something happen?" "Brother Qing." Zhou Du turned off the gas stove. "Uncle came earlier." "Uncle? Which uncle?" "Your dad." "Oh haha, where is he?" Qin Qing looked around. "Gone already?" Zhou Du served the prepared late-night snack and brought it out to the dining table. "He knows about us." Qin Qing paused mid-motion with his chopsticks, the smile frozen on his lips. "What?" Zhou Du placed the snack on the dining table. "He knows we're dating, and clearly told me that he disapproves." Chapter 86, Trouble at Home. Zhou Du carefully observed the changes in Qin Qing's mood, pondering what he should do if Qin Qing backed off. Qin Qing silently sat on the chair, eating a mouthful of noodles. "Is Mom aware?" "No, she definitely doesn't know, or else she would have burst through the door and beat me by now. Uncle said this thing mustn't be revealed to Auntie." "Yes, we must hide it." Qin Qing furrowed his brows, unable to taste the food in his mouth. How did old Qin find out about him and Zhou Du dating? Could they have been too obvious? Where did things go wrong? Qin Qing bit onto his chopsticks and tried hard to recall but drew a blank. Zhou Du freed the chopstick stuck between his teeth. "Don't bite, or you might break them." Qin Qing rubbed his hair and deeply sighed. He wasn't unprepared for the possibility of being discovered by his parents, but he hadn't anticipated how quickly it came. Caught completely off guard, old Qin's reaction, however, was less extreme than he imagined, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. But why did old Qin come directly to Zhou Du instead of confronting him? When Qin Qing raised his head, he caught the look of anxiety in Zhou Du's eyes. "Hey, didn't my old man scare you? What did he say to you? Try to separate us? Or offer a check to make you leave?" "Wrong again, he can't match your earning power now." Qin Qing joked around, trying to ease Zhou Du's tension. "Uncle didn't really say much, he just told me that he knows about this." Zhou Du lowered his eyes to look at the tablecloth. If it was my dad, he would have started yelling by now. "Your uncle really loves you." Qin Qing remained silent for a while, then stood up and walked to Zhou Du's side, pressing his head against his chest, and rubbed it. All right, stop overthinking it. We're in this now, so let's take one step at a time." Zhou Du lifted his head from Qin Qing's chest. "What if your uncle and aunt find out and insist they don't agree, what do we do then?" About that." Qin Qing seemed troubled, but with Zhou Du trying to shift the topic, he laughed and opened his mouth. "Even if they don't agree, there's nothing they can do since I already slept with you and should be responsible for you, right? If they still refuse, we'll keep our relationship hidden. Every mountain has a path after all." Zhou Du smiled sincerely for the first time and hugged him tightly around the waist. "Thank you, I'm sorry." "Stop rambling nonsense," Qin Qing pinched his ear. "Come on, my noodles will get soggy. Let me eat quickly so I can go shower, today was tiring. I'll wash them for you. In your dreams." Although Qin Qing didn't agree, Zhou Du still squeezed into the bathroom with him. The small bathroom allowed singing inside to enjoy a full 360-degree surround sound effect. Qin Qing initially felt a little shy. Later, he didn't know if it was due to inhaling too much steam or being stupid. He simply let loose completely. Qin Qing originally wanted to think carefully about how to face his parents later, but he was too exhausted, more tired than an hour of intense exercise at the gym. His mind couldn't focus on anything else, all that remained were colorful memories replaying frame by frame in his brain, savoring each moment. After Zhou Du tidied up the mess in the bathroom, he lay down next to Qin Qing. Qin Qing subconsciously curled closer, finding a comfortable position in his arms, and fell asleep. Zhou Du gently patted his back through the covers as if lulling a child to sleep. The phone beside him lit up. Zhou Du picked it up to see a text message from his father. "Weak Du, I'll ask you again, do you know your mistake?" Zhou Du sarcastically smirked. "Fathers are different, why is there such a gap?" Zhou Du didn't reply to his father's message but placed the phone on the nightstand, contentedly hugging Qin Qing to enter dreamland. The air conditioner hummed softly. Even with 2 grown men lying together, it was still hot. In a half-sleep state, Qin Qing vaguely pushed his arm away, rolled to the edge of the bed, and after a while, was pulled back by Zhou Du. "It's hot, aren't you feeling it?" Zhou Du found his lips in the dark and brushed them, his voice sticky and sleepy. "Huh? What?" "Nothing, sleep. You're so clingy." Qin Qing yawned, turned down the air conditioner by 2 degrees, and drifted off again. However, before sleeping for 2 hours, Zhou Du's phone rang, its screen lighting up conspicuously in the darkness. The sudden ringtone startled Qin Cheng. Who is it? It hasn't even dawned yet. Zhou Du grabbed his phone to see that it was his mother calling, instantly becoming alert. A call at this time meant something must have happened at home. Zhou Du stroked Qin Cheng's head, barefoot stepping into the bedroom, and pressed answer. Before he could speak, Zhang Yun's crying was heard from the other end. Zhou Du's heart sank heavily. Mom, what happened? Your dad, he took medicine, the doctor said it's beyond saving and asked us to prepare for after. He was fine earlier in the day, why did he do this? Zhang Yun covered her mouth and sobbed uncontrollably. Zhou Du's mind went blank momentarily, followed by a long-lasting ringing in his ears. Leaning against the wash basin, he struggled to remain standing. Zhang Yun's subsequent words he couldn't comprehend at all. His dad had taken medicine and passed away. This was the conclusion Zhou Du reached amidst the chaos in his mind. He didn't remember how he replied to his mother, only looking up to see his red, tearless eyes in the mirror. Zhou Du stared at himself in the mirror and forced a small smile. As a child, he relied on fists and wooden sticks for discipline. Now that he's grown up and no longer under control, his father uses his life. Zhou Du buried his face in his hands and wiped it, gradually feeling dampness. After some time, he turned on the faucet to splash water on his face. Someone knocked lightly on the bathroom door. A vague silhouette was seen through the frosted glass. Zhou Du. Are you okay? Is something wrong at home? Zhou Du opened the door and Qin Cheng immediately saw his swollen red eyes. What happened? Why are you crying? Did something happen to uncle and aunt? Zhou Du hugged him tightly, his head resting in his neck like a fragile little animal, his voice hoarse. Chenggu. I'm here, what's wrong? Qin Cheng stroked his back. Tell me. My dad passed away. Qin Cheng was stunned, unable to believe it. What? How could this happen? He overdosed, and they couldn't save him. Why would he do that? Wasn't everything fine at home? Qin Cheng couldn't accept the news of someone close passing away. Uncle wouldn't have thought this way. It can't be because of us. It's not. Zhou Du harshly cut off Qin Cheng's assumptions. Qin Cheng was too smart, with good instincts. Let this sin be on him alone, no matter what retribution or cost comes in the future, let it all fall on him. Zhou Du had never kept secrets from Qin Cheng, he could share everything with him. But this time, even if it meant dying, Zhou Du would not tell Qin Cheng the truth. Baby, don't overthink it. Chapter 87, Move On. I'm not overthinking, so let's quickly book tickets to go back. Qin Cheng hurriedly took out his phone to book tickets. I'll go with you, Aunt must be upset right now. I'll go back alone. Zhou Du pulled his hand, making him sit on the bed. Chenggu, stay home and wait for me. One more person is always helpful, handling funerals can be complicated. Qin Cheng was uneasy letting Zhou Du go back alone. He felt Zhou Du's emotions were slightly off, too calm, more like sorrow than sadness. No need really, Chenggu, things will be messy at home, I won't have time to look after you. Zhou Du smoothed the little tufts of hair on his head. Wait for me at home, okay? Zhou Du was a materialist, didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but if Qin Cheng attended his father's funeral, he thought it would bring bad luck to Qin Cheng. It was his father, an unchangeable fact he accepted. But Zhou Du didn't want Qin Cheng to worship an unworthy elder stranger. Alright. Seeing Zhou Du's determination, Qin Cheng gave up arguing. Call me if anything happens, I can get there anytime. When Qin Cheng saw Zhou Du off at the airport, he met Zhou Yan, her eyes red, and Zhou Zhuofeng also seemed depressed. The siblings exchanged a glance. Zhou Yan couldn't help crying again as Zhou Du went up to hug her, without saying any comforting words. After Qin Cheng said, be strong, he didn't know what else to say. Chenggu, we're going, you should go to work. Alright, remember to call me if anything happens. Qin Cheng repeated again. I know, don't worry. Zhou Du managed a strained smile and waved, drive slowly, take care. The three boarded the plane. Zhou Zhuofeng leaned against Zhou Yan and fell asleep while Zhou Yan spoke painfully. Why did Dad do this? He knew about my relationship with Qin Cheng. Zhou Du said indifferently. Zhou Yan raised her head sharply. What? Dad, he. Yes, it's my fault. Zhou Du's throat tightened, his voice sounded like sandpaper, hoarse and bitter with a hint of laughter. He sure was ruthless. After being shocked, Zhou Yan began to feel afraid, clutching Zhou Du's arm, worried he might do something foolish. Don't think too much, baby brother, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Sister, I've killed our father. Zhou Du's eyes were bloodshot, filled with overwhelming grief. Nonsense, it's not your fault, not your fault. Zhou Yan repeated it over and over, gripping Zhou Du's arm tighter, then let go and touched his head gently. Listen, Dad's death has nothing to do with you, understand? The emotions held back broke down instantly upon understanding. Zhou Du turned his head and wiped away the tears streaming from his eyes uncontrollably, like a faucet that had been turned on full force. Why? Why? Why create him and then abandon all responsibility? Zhou Du thought he had escaped the mountains and found the one he wanted to protect for life amidst unforeseen twists. After enduring so much hardship, he finally blossomed into flowers. But unexpectedly, his biological father stabbed him straight in the heart, leaving bloody wounds. He's gay and he's killed his own father. Zhou Du didn't know how long it would take for him to digest this reality. It weighed heavily on his chest, piercing sharp. If only he had been gentler, if only he had replied to that text last night, would the present reality be different? Zhou Du dared not recall the past, dared not look back, he had to move forward, must move forward. Because ahead lies Qincheng. The plane landed smoothly, and after switching to a bus and then a minivan towards the village, the three of them finally arrived home. A neighbor had helped Aunt Zhang bring Uncle Zhou's body back home. The suddenness of it all meant there wasn't even a coffin ready. Aunt Zhang stopped crying now and then, saying, "He was fine yesterday. I don't know when exactly during the night he passed." Zhou Du took a heavy step into the house, feeling like his legs weighed 1,000 pounds. Every step felt like ghostly hands reaching out from the ground, grabbing at him, pulling him toward hell. Zhou Du saw his father's ashen face. He stood still by the bed, nails digging deep into his flesh, yet feeling no pain. He simply stared, vaguely realizing that he would likely never forget this moment for the rest of his life. His dad succeeded, destroying him in another form. Zhou Yan asked Aunt Zhang to look after Zhou Zhuofeng. She stepped inside and immediately saw her younger brother standing stiffly nearby. His back remained straight and broad, but she thought it looked incredibly fragile. "Baby boy, cover him." It was their local custom for sons to cover their deceased parents with white cloth. Zhou Du nodded faintly and placed the white cloth over his father's head, severing their father-son bond forever. "Dad, if there is another life, let's not meet again." After covering his father, Zhou Du left quickly. It happened to be a cloudy day outside, gray and seemingly preparing for rain. His phone buzzed. It wasn't Qincheng but Su Yang. "Little Du, where did you go? Teacher Jiang said he didn't wait for you, and your phone was unreachable." "Brother Su." Su Yang had been angry before but paused upon hearing Zhou Du's weak voice. He softened his tone and asked, "What's wrong? Did Qincheng leave you?" "My dad passed away, I need to take a week off." Su Yang fell silent for a moment, then said, "All right, condolences to you. Life and death are common occurrences, try to be more understanding." "Yes, thank you, Brother Su." After hanging up with Su Yang, Zhou Du replied to Teacher Jiang, explaining everything clearly. Teacher Jiang expressed his understanding and offered a few words of comfort, sending him an envelope of condolence money. "This is just a small token of my sympathy." Zhou Du accepted it, such matters didn't call for unnecessary formalities. After finishing work-related business, Zhou Du looked at his chat window with Qincheng. There were dozens of messages from Qincheng. "Baby, I'm not good at comforting people, just take it easy. Are you home yet? Let me know when you get home. Call me if anything happens, we don't have to be formal between us. Baby, I still think I should be with you right now. Are you home yet? Is Aunt alright? You're the one holding things together now, console her well. Xiaodu, partings and reunions are life lessons we all must learn, but I will always be here with you." Zhou Du felt his nasal cavity tightening. "Chenggu, I'm home. Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Qincheng responded instantly, "Okay, tell me if you need any help, and feel free to cry if you want to talk." Leaning against the wall, Zhou Du smiled faintly. "Alright, I'll go handle things now." "Okay." The past is over, and he had to move forward, toward Qincheng. Chapter 88, Leaving the Mountains. Cremation hadn't reached this small mountain village yet. Uncle Zhou was placed in a coffin and buried in a family tomb. That day, drizzling rain fell for a long time. Suona music stretched far across miles, with scattered paper money on the path, and Zhou Du picked up its scent all over his clothes. Zhou Du stared at his father's tombstone, feeling a profound sadness arise within. The crowd gradually dispersed, with Zhou Yan helping Aunt Zhang, who had nearly fainted from crying, back home. Zhou Du looked down at the mound of soil in front of him. "I actually don't quite understand why Mom is so heartbroken. You've bullied her all her life and ruined hers. Dad, sometimes I wonder, if Mom had married Uncle Qin, she probably would have been very happy, but then again, if that had happened, neither me nor Qincheng would exist, and our story wouldn't have happened. So I'm actually glad." Zhou Du gave a bitter laugh and squatted slightly. "See? I inherited your selfishness." He wiped the rainwater off the gravestone with his hand. "You really don't know me well. As your son, what could I possibly be but something good? When people die, they're gone for good. I'll live on and share every season of life with Qincheng." Zhou Du sighed, looking around. Surrounded by mountains and water, lush trees, it's truly a feng shui treasure spot. "Dad, rest well. If you have any grudges or regrets, take them out on me, I'm tough enough to bear it." After saying this, he dusted the rain off his clothes, picked up the umbrella on the ground, opened it, and walked downhill. Zhang Yun stayed behind alone, and both Zhou Yan and Zhou Du were uneasy leaving her. They packed up their belongings, and the family of four departed from the mountains in an orderly manner. Zhou Du had imagined many ways of taking his mother away from here, but he never expected it to be this resolute. He had saved some money, not enough for a large house but more than enough for a small apartment. He originally planned to save more for something bigger, but since things had changed, he had to adjust his plan. Zhou Du asked Su Yang to help him find a small apartment close to where Zhou Yan worked and where Zhou Zhuofeng went to school. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, spacious enough for the 3 of them. When they arrived at the county town, Zhang Yun wanted to visit the breakfast shop but was stopped by Zhou Du. "Mom, she's fine. Let's not disturb her peaceful life." Zhang Yun accepted it. Some people are fated to share only a shallow connection, and the best blessing is to leave them be. After all, abandoning one's daughter is undeniably wrong, so never seeing each other again might be better for both sides. When Qin Qing came to the airport to pick them up, he found Zhou Du surrounded by fans. Fortunately, Zhou Yan and Zhang Yun had kept a distance from him intentionally, avoiding being caught up in the crowd. Qin Qing alerted security to handle the situation and first guided Zhang Yun and her daughters into the car. Kong Cheng, usually lively, couldn't muster any liveliness now. He didn't know how to comfort someone who had just lost a loved one. "May your sorrow lessen over time" sounded too formal, and "just let go" felt dismissive. How could one simply let go? Finally, Zhang Yun broke the silence. "Xiaocheng, will Zhou Du be okay?" "No worries, the fans are just taking pictures and asking for autographs. He saw me just now and should be coming over shortly. If you hadn't called out, Auntie wouldn't have noticed. Xiaodu was crowded like that, yet he still managed to notice you." What Zhang Yun meant as a compliment on their good relationship startled Qin Cheng and Zhou Yan, prompting Qin Cheng to clear his throat, cough. Zhou Du has sharp eyesight, he isn't nearsighted. The awkward moment continued as the passenger door opened and Zhou Du stepped in, removing his mask and hat. "Cheng Gu, let's go." Qin Cheng checked around carefully. "Is anyone following you?" "No, I made several turns." Zhou Du smiled lightly. "I'm actually really fast." Qin Cheng looked sideways at Zhou Du and met his gaze, detecting the emotional currents in his eyes. Qin Cheng had so much to ask, and Zhou Du had so much to say, but with elders in the car, those emotions had to be set aside temporarily. Lunchtime approached, and Qin Cheng called Yuan Zi, asking him to reserve a private room where they could keep confidentiality high so Zhou Du wouldn't get surrounded again. Seeing so many dishes ordered by Qin Cheng, Zhang Yun felt a bit embarrassed. "Xiaocheng, there's too much. How much must this cost?" Yuan Zi entered carrying plates with the waitress, laughing. "Auntie, no need to pay, old Qin covers everything." "Yes, don't worry about the costs. Auntie, if you see anything you fancy, we'll have the kitchen prepare another serving for takeout." Qin Cheng added. Zhang Yun looked puzzled. Yuan Zi explained, "Kong Cheng and I are best buddies. Zhou Du is his brother, so he's my brother too. Whenever you come here, no need to pay." "What brother? What brother?" Qin Cheng shot him a glare. "Get back to work." "Hey. You." Yuan Zi had intended to make a joke but suddenly remembered there were others present, so he swallowed his words. "All right, I'll get back to work." Fortunately, Zhou Zhuofen livened up the atmosphere, otherwise, Qin Cheng wouldn't have dared to imagine how awkward the meal would have been. Under the table, Zhou Du grabbed Qin Cheng's hand silently telling him, "I'm alright. Don't worry about me. And I miss you." Qin Cheng dipped his head to eat a bite of rice and reciprocated by gripping Zhou Du's hand. Well, it was a little exciting. But Qin Cheng still bore the grief over Zhou Du's father's passing in mind, so he quickly withdrew his hand. It wasn't appropriate to indulge in personal feelings while the other party grieved. After lunch, Zhou Du suggested Qin Cheng sit in the front seat while he drove. The small apartment Zhou Du purchased still needed the title deed procedures to be completed, so they had to stay in a rental place temporarily. Qin Cheng followed inside and looked around the 2-bedroom apartment. "Will it be too cramped? Should I book a hotel room for a few days?" "No need, I'll sleep with Zhuofeng." "Xiaocheng, you've done enough already." "That's true. Once the property is officially purchased, Zhou Du, why don't you move in too? It's not proper for us to always bother Xiaocheng, and we're a family, squeezing together is no big deal," Zhang Yun said hesitantly. "Not a bother, Auntie. I live alone anyway, and it's not like my house will be occupied all the time. Also, Zhuofeng is growing up, he needs his own space." Qin Cheng hastened to reassure them. Zhou Du was very satisfied with his attitude and said to his mother, "Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Just wait for me to buy a bigger house for you, sis. There will be a lawyer coming over to see you tomorrow for your signature." "What to sign?" "The mandate of transfer agreement. The house will be under your name." Zhou Yan looked at Qin Cheng. "I don't want it. How can I let the money you spent be under my name?" Qin Cheng felt somewhat awkward by her look. What did she mean? Was she afraid he would be annoyed that Zhou Du helped her so much? "Sis, you know my character, don't argue with me on this." Zhou Du patted Zhofeng's head. "Afterwards we'll have a home in Jiangbei. Happy?" "Happy. I still have work to do. I'll leave with Qinggu first. I'll come again when I'm free." Zhou Du held Qin Cheng's back and walked out. "Don't bother seeing us off, Mom, call me if you need anything." On the way back home, Zhou Du remained unusually silent. Qin Cheng tried to tell him jokes to make him happy. Zhou Du would cooperate with a smile, then continued being silent. But the moment they pushed open the door at home, an overwhelming torrent of kisses and hot breaths enveloped Qin Cheng. Chapter 89, Wife. Qin Cheng was kissed dizzy. Zhou Du's emotions erupted greatly, making him feel like he could hardly hold up. However, just at the crucial point, Zhou Du stopped. Qin Cheng looked at him in puzzlement, silently asking, "What's wrong?" Zhou Du bit his earlobe, his voice raspy as if polished by sandpaper. Cheng, nothing can tear us apart, neither your parents nor mine. Qin Cheng picked up an unusual meaning in these words, alerting him with concern. What's wrong with you? Is there something you're hiding from me? No, I just wanted to tell you, even death wouldn't separate me from you. Zhou Du could no longer bear. Qin Cheng hugged him tightly. Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du seemed somewhat different from usual, but exactly what it was, he couldn't quite discern or understand. Life goes on, time waits for no one. The past is like dust, precious are the present and the future. Qin Cheng had no work, so he simply went to the tattoo studio across from his company named Ingan Chuanhai to see how Zhou Du was learning. When he entered the studio, he was surprised to find Wu Qilu there too. Mr. Wu, don't you have work? Mr. Lu. Wu Qilu sneered, aren't you not working either? You came here to see your husband. Qin Cheng was embarrassed, hearing such word from someone else's mouth sounded really strange. Come on, I'll take you upstairs, Cheng. Wu Qilu suddenly smiled amiably. Qin Cheng had an instinct that something wasn't right. The two went upstairs without pushing open the study room door. When they heard a male voice transmitted, Wu Qilu, try to interfere with my work again. Cough, Brother Chuan. Qin Cheng came to see his boyfriend. Wu Qilu pulled Qin Cheng's arm, pushing him forward. Qin Cheng tugged the corner of his lips, thus using him as a scapegoat. Teacher Jiang, Zhou Du, how's the learning going? Seeing Qin Cheng made Zhou Du's eyes light up. It's too difficult. Jiang Jianchuan chuckled, you don't really need to tattoo people, you just need to imitate the techniques accurately. As Qin Cheng was worried about disturbing Jiang Jianchuan's teaching, he watched for a while and then left. He sat in the leisure area with Wu Qilu, sipping coffee while chatting idly. Mr. Lu, how did you and teacher Jiang initially come out to your families? Just said it plainly. Wu Qilu raised an eyebrow at him. Is Mr. Qin getting ready to come out to his family? Don't push it, not yet daring. Qin Cheng rubbed his coffee cup. My father already knows, but he hasn't spoken to me about this matter till now. My heart's pounding in anxiety. Imagine if my mother finds out, I dare not even think. Mr. Lu, teach me the art of language. How should I say it to my parents? Wu Qilu recalled, 2 blood pressure lowering pills worth of matter. Where is it that troublesome? Old Wu can't beat me to death anyway. Although Qin Cheng did have some intersections with Wu Qilu, they were not that deep. Wu Qilu looked wild enough, but in reality, he was even crazier than he appeared. So how did your mother accept it? My mother passed away when I was young. Sorry. This day can't continue any further chat, too awkward. Fortunately, Jiang Jianchuan's teaching soon ended. When Zhou Du came out, he also brought out 2 books. He had a short trip to attend a movie award ceremony in High City. Su Yang had already confirmed that this year's Best Newcomer award was his, after which his pay would multiply several times over. Qin Cheng pondered for a moment. Eating at Yuan Zi's restaurant was safest, so he directly drove over. Do you think it's normal for you to eat and drink for free every day? The children went to kindergarten, and Ying came to the store to help Yuanzi with online operations. She smiled at Zhou Du. Younger brother, why don't you take a video with your sister-in-law for promotion? Sister-in-law, my company doesn't allow private promotions. Zhou Du thought for a moment, but we can take some photos together. Putting them in the store won't be a problem. Good. Ying took out her phone and handed it to Qin Cheng. Cheng, help us take a picture. Qin Cheng was about to chew on a chicken wing when he wanted to take the phone. Then Zhou Du said, why don't all of us take one? Let's call brother Yuan over as well. Together? Qin Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows. You mean putting 4 of our photos in the store? I think it's good. Ying urged Qin Cheng to come quickly. I'll take one of you 2 first. 2 handsome guys, standing together is a delight to the eyes. If I put the photo in the store, people will probably think both of you are celebrities. Ah. Isn't this kind of bad? Qin Cheng felt a bit guilty. Placing their couple photo out was no different from flaunting their affection. With the restaurant crowded daily with passers-by, this was too somehow thrilling. Zhou Du put his arm around Qin Cheng's shoulder, intimate but not overstepping. Anyone who saw it would just say, 2 good brothers. After taking separate photos, they also took one with Yuanzi and his wife. The girl had high standards for the pictures, and they ended up taking more than 10 shots. Ying was very satisfied. Younger brother, after your fans come to eat here, offer them a discount, say that it's offered by you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Courtesy, I have to go work now. When they were left alone in the private room, Qin Cheng smirked while propping his cheek. Zhou Du, I found that you've really changed a lot these past few years. Zhou Du added a piece of fish meat into his bowl. Why do you say that? Well, you didn't like chatting with others before, but now your social skills are great. Zhou Du chuckled, because they're your friends. Qin Cheng slightly raised an eyebrow, snickering, your mouth is getting sweeter. Why did you want me to take the picture with you? You know the reason, right? Zhou Du met his gaze without hesitation, to flaunt our love. Ugh. Qin Cheng laughed twice lowly. My dear, you truly understand me so well. Zhou Du mimicked his tone, a perfect match, huh? Before finishing dinner, Su Yang already drove over to pick him up. Qin Cheng had gotten used to it. Go, earn money. Without any intention of seeing him off. Zhou Du put on his coat, pinched his cheek and kissed him. Wife, I'm leaving. Wait for me at home. Qin Cheng was shocked, red-faced. Who is your wife? Don't call randomly. Zhou Du ignored him, waving goodbye and walked away. Qin Cheng turned bright red, gulping down half a bowl of soup. After Zhou Du got into the car and removed his mask, Su Yang looked at his clear laughter. Had dinner with Mr. Qin. So happy. I find you somewhat love-stricken. Oh. Is that so? Seems like a little. Zhou Du's eyes shimmered with happiness, so I need to make money to support the family. Does Mr. Qin need your support? Su Yang shook his head and chuckled. This young man is really making me recall the days when I courted my wife. Ah, youth is great. It's not that youth is great, it's that Mr. Qin is great. It's that his wife is great. Zhou Du wore an eye mask and rested, with a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. The image of Qin Cheng just now kept flashing in his mind. Fierce but trembling lashes like a little butterfly, clearly blushing. Wife. He murmured this word tenderly in his heart. Chapter 90, But my eyes are only on you. No surprise, Zhou Du won the Golden Flower Award for Best Newcomer, directly increasing his net worth several folds. Unexpectedly, he also received a nomination for Best Actor. When the camera cut over, Zhou Du was playing with his trophy, taking photos for Qin Cheng. Upon hearing his name, he was momentarily surprised but quickly composed himself and greeted everyone after standing up. This was originally a highly prestigious movie award ceremony. That night, dozens of trending topics appeared. Eventually, only Zhou Du remained on the list. He was hailed within the industry as a rapidly rising new star. Some netizens joked calling him the legendary Ziwei star. In early June, Bai Qingyu graduated, and the school invited Zhou Du as an outstanding graduate to give a speech. However, even if the school hadn't invited him, Zhou Du still planned to spare some time to attend since he and his roommates had agreed to wear graduation robes and take a proper graduation photo. Su Yang sent him there without covering him fully like a masked bandit. He just casually wore a baseball cap. The job of a broker is to maximize profits, and right now, with Zhou Du riding high, he needed to be fully exposed. As long as any student posted pictures of Zhou Du online, the trending topics he paid for would immediately rise. No one would dislike an intelligent and ambitious person with both high education and good looks. Zhou Du didn't need to worry about these things. Whatever Su Yang said, he would do it. Except for matters concerning Qin Cheng, his level of cooperation was usually very high. Walking along the direction of the dormitory, Zhou Du felt quite sentimental inside. Time flew by so quickly, truly leaving no room for waiting. Classmate. Can you help pick up the ball? Someone shouted in Zhou Du's direction. The basketball court in their dormitory area was open without fences, making it easy for the ball to go out of bounds. Zhou Du bent down to pick up the basketball, dribbled twice, then threw it toward the basket. An accurate shot. Someone whistled and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, brother. What year are you in? Do you want to join the school basketball team? Zhou Du shook his head. I've graduated. Wow. Congratulations, senior. Zhou Du smiled and replied with the same volume, thank you. He waved and continued walking towards the dormitory. Hey, isn't that senior Zhou Du? The one who finished his credits in 3 years, graduated, and got nominated for the Best Actor award? Seems like it really is him. Senior Zhou. Can you give us an autograph? The basketball-playing boys rushed out and stood in front of him, sweaty but full of expectation looking at him. Sure, but do you have a pen? They looked at each other helplessly. Damn, we only have a ball. Zhou Du smiled. I'll go back to the dormitory first. If you want an autograph, you can come find me there. Alright, alright. When Zhou Du returned to the dormitory, his roommates were gathered playing landlord cards. Seeing him enter, they paused for a moment, then burst out in surprising screams as if trying to blow off the second-floor ceiling. Brother Zhou. Zhang Linhao and Ma Chuan excitedly pounced on him to hug. To be obsessed with Zhou Du, to lose control over Zhou Du, to even bash into walls because of Zhou Du. Bai Qingyu pulled out some glow sticks from somewhere, waving them and shouting loudly. Zhou Du's eardrums hurt from the noise, but he felt good. Come on Bai, I'll sign my name on your clothes. I don't want that, Fang Ke has a small heart. Bai Qingyu laughed cheerfully. We were guessing when you'd come back. We didn't expect you so early. Is work finished? Yeah, nothing much to do, so I came earlier. Surrounding Zhou Du, the group chatted animatedly while he smiled patiently and listened, a patience he usually reserved only for Qin Cheng. Having several genuine friends was rare and precious. Qin Cheng used to pass time watching TV dramas, but now, whenever he had free time, he stared at his phone scrolling through, even registering a new account, almost becoming a big fan of Zhou Du's. Based on his observations mingling among the fan groups, 80% of Zhou Du's fans were career-focused supporters, while the rest consisted mostly of girlfriend fans or boyfriend fans, with some other fans jumping around between categories. Just reading their comments every day was interesting. Qin Cheng once thought that Zhou Du's fans were all gentle people. Until an opponent published a black PR report, claiming Zhou Du often made sour faces on set. When these fans started defending him, even Qin Cheng couldn't match their output capacity. Qin Cheng shared this with Zhou Du. Look, there are so many people who love you and protect you. Zhou Du replied, jealous? Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du was being ridiculous. How could he possibly be jealous of his fans? He wasn't so petty. When Zhou Du took graduation photos, there were many journalists following, and Qin Cheng stood outside the crowd watching the boy in the center. The boy was only 19 years old when they brought him home, and now he was nearly 23. Time flew so fast, and the changes were immense. Zhou Du, who never liked crowds or mingling before, now handled interviews among people effortlessly, glowing as if he were emitting light himself. So many people loved him, so many people liked him. Qin Cheng's heart had a tinge of sourness, strangely feeling like his treasure might be taken away by someone else. Finished, I'm actually a bit jealous. So many people are looking at you, so many people love you. 5 minutes later, Zhou Du gave him a reply, but my eyes have always been on you. Humph, Qin Cheng couldn't help but smile as the tightness in his lips relaxed. This guy knows how to talk. Zhou Du was very busy, and Qin Cheng also had work, so after watching for a while, he left. What Qin Cheng didn't expect was that shortly after returning to the company, Zhou Du followed him back. Qin Cheng was surprised. Why did you come back? Are you done working? Zhou Du took off his mask and wiped the sweat. Not yet. I still have a magazine photo shoot to do. I saw you leave and you didn't reply to my messages, so I was afraid you were angry and came to check. There are too many people around. I worried the cameras might catch you, so I didn't greet you. Are you mad? Seeing his flustered explanation, Qin Cheng's worry immediately vanished. Why would I be mad? You look hot. He reached out to wipe Zhou Du's sweat. Why didn't you call me instead of rushing back here? Calling doesn't let me feel your emotions, seeing you in person makes me feel relieved. Zhou Du held his wrist and gave it a kiss. I'm going to be very busy soon and won't be able to properly accompany you. I understand. Qin Cheng stroked his face. Our little Du has grown up. Love and career don't need to be a single choice question. I'll always wait for you right here. Zhou Du's Adam's apple moved slightly as he smiled. Yeah, you're here, this is home. Qin Cheng humphed. You know how to talk sweet words. Go busy yourself. If Su Yang can't find you again, he'll harass me. Nowadays, Su Yang had found an all-purpose way to deal with Zhou Du. Go find Qin Cheng. When Su Yang couldn't get through to Zhou Du, he'd find Qin Cheng. When he couldn't locate Zhou Du, he'd also turn to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng sighed. Was he just Zhou Du's exclusive tracker? As he was complaining, his phone rang. It was Su Yang again. Qin Cheng. Chapter 91, Hard to Solve Yearning. Zhou Du went away to film again, and it would be 3 months this time. Qin Cheng returned to being a lonely old man, the taste in his heart hard to describe. Long-distance relationships are truly exhausting. Even someone like Qin Cheng who is used to living alone occasionally couldn't help but succumb to increasing thoughts of missing the other person. Recently, Qin Cheng's cervical vertebra wasn't feeling good, always sore and painful. He decided to take half a day off to go to the hospital for a checkup. Though making money was important, health was more important. Being an only child, he couldn't risk having any major problems with his body. Moreover, now that he had Zhou Du, he needed to keep himself healthy for this younger boyfriend after all. This guy wouldn't eat meat without bones. Thinking about it made Qin Cheng's heart beat a little faster. Zhou Du is completely different on and off the bed. Normally, you can mold him however you like, but at those times, there's inexplicable dominance, and occasionally Qin Cheng felt he might be killed by him. Qin Cheng shook his head to clear such thoughts. Broad daylight, no deeper thinking allowed. Qin Cheng opened the Jiangbei Hospital Health app, booked a 3:30 p.m. appointment. Parking at the hospital was notoriously difficult, and finding a parking spot could take ages, so he simply used a taxi app to book a cab. Xiao Zeng once asked him if he wanted to hire a driver since the company scale was growing larger and larger. He was earning quite a lot of money, and hiring a driver would enhance the facade too. But Qin Cheng refused. He still preferred being alone, especially after work. Driving home by himself was a form of enjoyment for him. Later, when he started dating Zhou Du, he didn't want anyone else to disturb them. Qin Cheng visited the orthopedic department, where the doctor asked him to undergo a CT scan. The cervical spine looked fine. The problem stemmed from overwork due to long-term sitting in an office setting, needing more rest to avoid developing cervical spondylosis. The doctor recommended he visit the massage or acupuncture department for therapy. After some thought, Qin Cheng booked a massage session. After waiting for quite some time, the massage session ended when the sun was already setting. Qin Cheng grabbed some food casually before taking a taxi back home. Once home, staring at the empty room and the kitchen devoid of warmth, his lips flattened slightly. At this moment, Qin Cheng somewhat understood what Mrs. Cheng Lan had said before when urging him to find a girlfriend. Other people's homes are brightly lit, with loved ones by their sides, while you are alone, filled with sadness. When the time comes, don't cry. Indeed, it felt rather melancholic. In the afternoon, sitting on the bench waiting for his number to be called, seeing others having someone beside them, his mood did take a hit. He never felt this way when he was single, but now being in a relationship, he felt somewhat aggrieved. Qin Cheng thought he had been spoiled by Zhou Du, becoming overly sentimental as life went on. Irritating. Qin Cheng muttered as he tossed his clothes onto the sofa and pulled out his phone to send a message to Zhou Du. Do you have time? Want to do a video call? It took a while for Zhou Du to reply. Big brother Cheng, there's night filming today. Probably can't do a video call. Qin Ching glanced at his reply and threw the phone aside, melancholy, truly melancholy. Qin Ching fished out the remote from the couch cracks, flipping channels aimlessly. Not even watching dramas cheered him up. In the past, watching romantic TV dramas made Qin Ching feel happy as the protagonists shared sweet moments. But now, he couldn't help but associate them with him and Zhou Du, and seeing others flaunt their affection became unbearable. Qin Ching sighed repeatedly and then wandered into the bathroom to take a bath instead. The big bathtub in his house hadn't been used properly for its original purpose for a long time. Qin Ching cleaned it with a brush, flushed it clean, and then opened the hot water valve to fill it up. During the process, he stood under the shower to rinse himself before stepping into the tub. As the warm water enveloped his body, Qin Ching let out a content sigh. One must still learn how to enjoy life. No matter how good love is, it's still about two people. Treating oneself well is truly what matters. Qin Ching hummed a tune while activating the massage mode, only then realizing that he'd left his phone in the living room without bringing it over. He thought of Zhou Du again. If Zhou Du were at home, he could have fetched the phone for him. But wait, if Zhou Du were at home, Qin Ching wouldn't have even had time to play on his phone. This line of thinking caused Qin Ching to recall some stormy scenes from their past encounters in this very bathtub. His face turned red, and he glanced at a small bulge below. After soaking for half an hour, Qin Ching came out feeling completely relaxed, wrapping himself in a bathrobe. He went to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured a glass, idly swirling it in his hand. Picking up his phone casually, he was shocked to see 45 missed calls from Zhou Du. Startled, Qin Ching set down the wine glass and quickly called back. It was Su Yang who answered. "Mr. Qin, where did you just go?" Zhou Du was so worried he almost took a flight back to Jiangbei in the middle of the night. "I went to take a shower." "What happened? Why were there so many calls? Did something happen to Zhou Du?" "Why you young people, hold on a sec." Zhou Du finished shooting this scene. Su Yang's voice then called loudly, "Zhou Du. Little Du. Mr. Qin has called you back." The line got chaotic for a moment, and soon Zhou Du's anxious voice came through. "Qin Ching, why didn't you answer my calls earlier?" "I was taking a shower." Qin Ching looked at the time, puzzled. "It's only been an hour. Why did you call so many times?" Zhou Du let out a breath of relief. "I thought you were mad at me since I couldn't get through to you." Before Zhou Du could finish speaking, someone else called his name. Qin Ching could hear irritation in Zhou Du's usually steady voice as he responded, "Wait a minute." Qin Ching chuckled. "Oh, our Emperor of Films is getting angry?" "Don't call me that." Zhou Du lightly kicked a small stone beside him with his foot. "I thought you didn't want me anymore when you didn't pick up the phone for such a long time. You're talking nonsense. How could I not want you?" Qin Ching sat down on the sofa. "I felt a little lonely just now, but I took a bath, and I feel much better now." Zhou Du paused briefly. "I'm sorry I can't be by your side." "Stop that. I hate when you say things like that. Everyone has emotions, it's normal. And I can't always be with you either." Qin Ching picked up the remote control and flipped channels aimlessly. "Let's not talk about that. It makes us seem too distant. Brother Ching. I miss you." Hearing Zhou Du's slightly hurt and clingy tone, Qin Ching's heart melted, and he smiled. "I miss you too, sweetheart. Love you." Qin Ching realized he was pretty easy to satisfy. Just chatting for 5 minutes and hearing, "I miss you," filled him with sweetness. Looking at the male protagonist on the TV screen, Qin Ching started to think none of them compared to Zhou Du's handsomeness. Instead, he projected his phone screen onto the TV, playing various interviews and behind-the-scenes clips of Zhou Du he had saved, enjoying his boyfriend's charm up close. As he watched, he grew warm again. Qin Ching tilted his head and drank the entire glass of red wine, unable to taste its flavor. After a while, Qin Ching rummaged around in the dusty cup drawer in the bedroom, muttering, "What beasts." With no one at home, Qin Ching let loose more freely. The lights in the living room were dimmed to a soft glow, and Qin Ching leaned back against the couch, staring at Zhou Du's face on the TV screen. At the mention of Zhou Du's favorite thing being the moon, all his pent-up yearning burst forth at that moment. Chapter 92, Trending Topic. There wasn't much going on at the company in the morning, so Qin Ching was lying in bed sleeping late. In the middle of his nap, the door was violently slammed several times, startling Qin Ching awake and almost causing him to fall off the bed. "Who is it? Are you crazy?" Grabbing the trash can from the floor nearby, he checked the video doorbell irritably. It was Yuan Zi. Without hesitation, Qin Ching opened the door and dumped the trash can right onto Yuan Zi's head. It was newly replaced garbage bag, containing only 2 wads of tissues. Yuan Zi's urgent request was met with a trash can landing on her head. She screamed, flinging the bucket off her head and shaking the tissue wads off. Qin Ching couldn't help himself, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Yuan Zi looked scandalized, as if her purity had been defiled. "Qin Ching. How could you be so disgusting? Jesus, there's even toilet paper. What is in here? It can't be your offspring, right? Idiot, it's just the tissue I used to blow my nose." And it really was just for blowing his nose. Yesterday Qin Cheng had thrown a few wads into the toilet. Qin Cheng watched Yuan Zi panic and asked casually, "Aren't you busy at the restaurant? Did you need me for something? Why didn't you just call?" Yuan Zi glared at him. "You heartless thing. I came here for you. Look at this." Yuan Zi opened Weibo and showed him the trending search in real time. "My wife saw this while scrolling Weibo. Is this you and Zhou Du?" After seeing the trending title, Qin Cheng furrowed his brow. New crowned movie emperor suspected of public romance. Inside was a blurry video, obviously filmed by someone hiding somewhere trying to sneakily record them. Qin Cheng remembered that night. It was from last summer. He had eaten too much, so Zhou Du accompanied him downstairs to walk around and digest. It was already late at night, with hardly anyone on the streets, and since they were inside the residential complex, Zhou Du only wore a baseball cap. There was nothing strange about two grown men walking around at midnight not sleeping, but the issue arose because their hands were holding each other. Some foolish marketing account zoomed in on their intertwined hands, adding the caption, "Holding hands." Even though the footage was blurred, people who knew them could instantly tell who they were. The thin mosaic applied over Qin Cheng's eyes made it even more obvious, yet utterly useless. What's more, the focal point wasn't on Qin Cheng's appearance but the fact that the man holding Zhou Du's hand was another man. "Old Qin, what's going on between you and Zhou Du? Are you two really dating?" Yuan Zi's pupils quaked with shock. They'd known each other for years, and he never once suspected that his buddy would hook up with men. Qin Cheng lazily scrolled through the comments section without denying it. You're saying If uncle and auntie see this, you're dead." Yuan Zi paced frantically. "What are we going to do?" Qin Cheng remained surprisingly calm. "The video from last year has just surfaced this year. Someone wants to target Zhou Du. He worked in live streaming and dealt with internet traffic. Such overt and covert tactics weren't new to him, though he hadn't imagined one day the subject would be himself. Do you still have time to worry about Zhou Du? What about uncle and auntie?" Yuan Zi grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Wake up, lovebird." Qin Cheng got dizzy from being shaken and swatted his hands away before heading into the bedroom to find his phone. There were 5 missed calls from Zhou Du. Qin Cheng called Su Yang first, but Su Yang's phone was constantly in use, clearly busy dealing with the situation. So he called Xiao Zheng instead. Before Qin Cheng could even speak, the other end erupted. "Qin Cheng, what is going on? Are these rumors true or false? You can't even find a girlfriend, so now you've resorted to finding boyfriends. Iron trees don't bloom normally, but when they do, it's monstrous flowers. Just calm down. I'll explain my situation with Zhou Du later. Contact the legal department of the company and sue every single marketing account that leaked this video. I'll send you the number of Zhou Du's agency. Let the PR department liaise with them, get the trending topic removed as quickly as possible, and minimize public influence. I'm hanging up." After arranging everything, Qin Cheng returned Zhou Du's call. "Hey, Zhou Du, if your company asks you to deny it, listen to them. This isn't a trivial matter. You understand? It's not about whether or not you're dating someone, it's that both you and your partner are men." Zhou Du paused for a few seconds before replying, "Don't worry, brother Cheng. I've reported my relationship with you to the company. Though unexpected, we've also made some preparations." "That's good. Anyway, I'm fine, so you focus on shooting your drama. Haven't I, General Manager Qin, seen all kinds of storms?" Qin Cheng maintained his light-hearted tone despite the chaos. But Zhou Du couldn't bring himself to laugh. Once again, he had caused trouble for Qin Cheng. Why did he always feel like a child needing protection when he was around Qin Cheng? He detested this feeling. "Brother Cheng, I'll resolve this properly. Sorry for troubling you again. TCH, I kind of anticipated a situation like this. It was bound to happen sooner or later, so don't keep apologizing. When I was surfing the web back in the day, you were probably still playing with mud. And my employees don't just sit around doing nothing either." Qin Cheng said this not just to console Zhou Du, this was the truth. The internet was a world of mixed truth and fiction. Netizens received tons of information daily, with new trending topics refreshing every moment. If the PR department pushed hard enough, after a little cursing from the netizens, the heat would soon fade. After hanging up with Zhou Du, Qin Cheng logged into Weibo and, as expected, the trending topic had already been taken down. It must have cost quite a bit to remove it so quickly. All entries related to gays were deleted cleanly, with keywords restricted from appearing. As an industry-renowned brokerage firm, their PR level was still decent. Though discussions about Zhou Du were still happening in broader circles, the influence didn't spread too far. Zhou Du's company had already posted a lawyer's letter, which Qin Cheng enlarged to check. They were suing for defamation of character rather than slander. In this line of work, stabilizing public opinion was paramount, placing oneself on a moral high ground first. Such legal statements were often skimmed through by people, they served only to appease casual onlookers online. At least insiders who saw this lawyer's letter could tell that Zhou Du's relationship wasn't fabricated. Qin Cheng didn't understand why Zhou Du's company hadn't directly denied the matter. After all, no one said two men couldn't hold hands, and unless caught red-handed in an illicit act, any negative could be spun positive. But Qin Cheng stopped delving deeper. To lower the heat so effectively in such a short period was commendable PR management. It seemed that Zhou Du's company indeed valued him as a highly sought-after individual. This was good. If ever photographed together again in the future, Zhou Du wouldn't get scolded for deceiving fans. Qin Cheng let out a sigh of relief as he flopped onto the couch. This early morning sure had been thrilling. He glanced at Yuan Zi, whose jaw still hung slack, and smirked. What? What expression is that? Yuan Zi sat beside him, lightly punching his shoulder. You look so handsome when you're working. Shut up, I feel like throwing up. Yuan Zi swore under her breath but laughed. Aren't you gay? So, how about guys like me? Any market value for someone like me in your circle? Who says I'm gay? I just happen to like Zhou Du. You wouldn't understand. Keep pushing nonsense, and I'll report you to Ying. Qin Cheng took a sip of water. I've already become a dad, don't act so sleazy. You have the audacity to scold me. Keeping something as big as your romance with Zhou Du secret from me and De Qiao, how can you call yourself my buddy? Cough. Qin Cheng nervously scratched his hand. This. Well, I just didn't know how to tell both of you. Chapter 93, Free Traffic is Free Traffic. After being teased by Yuan Zi, Qin Cheng was summoned into Jiao Zheng's office for yet another round of scolding in the afternoon. Qin Cheng, truly impressive, hiding such a huge matter from me. Years of friendship, and you kept it hidden. That really hurt my feelings, I'm telling you. And I worked overtime this morning just for you. If it hadn't leaked, were you planning to keep hiding it forever? How wasteful of me trying to set you up with suitable girls while you've secretly turned gay. Qin Cheng, what a trickster. Jiao Zheng placed her hands on her hips, pointing her finger at Qin Cheng's nose, nagging for over half an hour straight. She even ordered Qin Cheng to fetch her water. Back in the day, Qin Cheng would have gotten irritated long ago, likely kicking him and ordering him to shut up. But now, with no moral high ground, he felt guilty, letting himself be scolded without protest. I'm sorry, brother Jiao. There was never a good time to talk about it. Qin Cheng nudged him to sit down, pouring a cup of tea and respectfully offering it with both hands. Please forgive me this once, sir. Humph. Jiao Zheng snorted loudly. Let me ask you, what were you thinking, Qin Cheng? Just because you can't find a girlfriend doesn't mean you should date a boyfriend to make do. What do you plan to do if uncle and auntie find out? Qin Cheng rubbed his head. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't bring it up, it's giving me a headache. You see what kind of trouble you're getting into. Jiao Zheng stared at him disapprovingly several times. Let me tell you, there's no way this will be fully suppressed. All we can do is reduce its impact. Netizens might always track you down eventually. Are you willing to go to such lengths for Zhou Du? Qin Cheng propped his feet up on Jiao Zheng's office coffee table and asked for a cigarette, putting it between his lips. I haven't done much, right? Then what would you call it? You should be glad Zhou Du has more career-oriented fans than possessive girl fans, otherwise, you'd have already been exposed online, receiving endless abuse. Humph, insult me. I'll crush them. Qin Cheng clamped his cigarette with a grin. We'll touch base with the bloggers we cooperate with, preparing appropriate responses, just in case. Already arranged, don't worry about it, Jiao Zheng moved the mouse a few times. Damn, these netizens are too idle. Am I the only one working overtime here? What? Qin Cheng leaned over to take a look. Whoa, netizens had already traced him based on the blurred video. Qin Cheng, being a part of the live streaming circle, often participated in various public events even though he was the boss and didn't have to stream himself. In this internet era, photos from his past events were easily traceable by those who wanted to dig them up. Qin Cheng looked at a photo of himself in a black suit holding a wine glass. Not bad, huh? When was this picture taken? I look so young. Jiao Zheng rolled his eyes. Is now really the time for you to be admiring yourself? But it's good that you've got this handsome face, beauty equals justice after all. Many onlookers online are praising your looks and pairing you two up. Jiao Zheng scrolled down. But Zhou Du isn't doing so well, some people are starting to spread rumors that he's been kept by a wealthy patron. There's definitely someone targeting him. Qin Cheng spat out the chewed-up cigarette in his mouth, furrowing his brow. Who could be this despicable? Can we find out? Su Yang's side should be able to investigate. We can only assist since we're in different fields. Jiao Zheng folded his arms. Qin Cheng also crossed his arms. Humph, let Su Yang handle Zhou Du's side then. We shouldn't waste this wave of attention. Since the company has already been revealed, we should have our marketing accounts promote our streamers. Jiao Zheng pulled at the corner of his mouth, laughing. Old Qin, you truly are a shrewd businessman. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow. Don't waste their goodwill, right? Free traffic is free, don't say no to free things. It's also a good way to shift public focus. The rumor about being kept. All of Zhou Du's paychecks are in my hands. Qin Cheng wasn't overly worried about Zhou Du. His agent was highly ranked within the industry, while seemingly unreliable, his professionalism became apparent with how swiftly the hot search ranking was removed earlier in the day. Besides, worst case scenario, they could quit the job, Zhou Du wasn't exactly struggling financially anyway. After Jiao Zheng finished assigning work to his subordinates, he said, "Old Qin, you should stop being complacent. Your uncle and aunt might not surf the internet, but that doesn't mean people around them don't." "You're right." Qin Cheng rubbed his hair, his eyes brightening as he picked up his phone and dialed his father. "AI Cheng, remember to call me. Spit it out quick. Every son knows their dad well." Whenever Qin Cheng initiated a call, it was usually for something troubling. "That. Dad." Qin Cheng tried to sound fawning even though Qin Weijun couldn't see him. "I got accidentally photographed with Zhou Du." "What?" Calm down, calm down. No big deal, we just held hands. You should spend more time with Mom, don't let those gossipy neighbors talk nonsense to her." Qin Weijun took deep breaths in anger. "If your mother divorces me because of you, I'll beat you to death." "It won't come to that, it won't. Don't worry, Dad, your son is very principled." Qin Cheng thumped his chest, guaranteeing his words. "Go to hell, having you as a son is truly my blessing." Qin Weijun muttered curses as he hung up. Jiao Zheng was surprised. "Does Uncle Qin know about your thing with Zhou Du? He didn't beat you up." "He probably wants to, but he's afraid Mom would find out. After all, wives take priority over sons." Qin Cheng sighed. "Ah, whatever. Getting beaten is no big deal, it's not like they disown me, I'm their only child. TSK, if my son turned out like you, I'd rather reincarnate." "Not that kind of talk, I just happen to like Zhou Du. What's wrong with that?" Qin Cheng threw caution to the wind. "Not much wrong, just make sure you don't regret it." "No regrets." Qin Cheng stretched his neck, whispering quietly, "I never do anything I'd regret." Wandering back into his office, Qin Cheng idly flipped through Weibo. Top comment 1, "This CP is so handsome, I'm here for it. Eating their ass off." Top comment 2, "Alright then, Zhou Du, you better be the submissive partner. Don't disappoint mommies." Top comment 3 carried more intense language, "So disgusting. Who would have thought I'd end up liking a homosexual? Homos should just die already." Qin Cheng snorted and clicked into the comment replies. Top comment 3 had already collapsed under rebuttals. "Just chill and eat more fruit candies. Their preferences have nothing to do with you. Did anyone notify you when the Qin dynasty fell? Eat your own rice. Their relationship has nothing to do with you. Live near the sea. That's broad-minded of you. Collect braids. Change knives." They were too witty. Next life, he wanted to stay netizens with these adorable ones forever. Qin Cheng felt indifferent about dealing with malicious comments. Logging out, he visited Zhou Du's super topic area. Professional fans trained by the brokerage firm had started rallying support with phrases like, "Love goes where the heart takes it, regardless of gender," urging everyone to focus more on Zhou Du's career and leave his personal life alone. Su Yang was undoubtedly skilled at setting trends. Chapter 94, Flash Homecoming. At 3 in the morning, the room was dim and silent, with only the cold moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows to cast faint patches of light onto the floor. The smart door lock beeped as it unlocked, and a tall young man entered, closing the door gently behind him and turning on the standing lamp in the living room. Seeing the disorder at home, Zhou Du let out a sigh of relief. A messy house meant Qin Cheng was emotionally stable without any agitation or anxiety. Zhou Du took off his coat, bent down to pick up the cushion that had fallen to the ground, patted it, and returned it to its place on the sofa. On the coffee table lay several empty beer cans. While tidying up, Zhou Du unexpectedly spotted a cup lazily lying on the couch. Raising an eyebrow, he picked up the cup, weighed it in his hand, and smiled slightly. After cleaning up, he shoved the clothes Qin Cheng had thrown on the floor into the washing machine, then went to the bathroom in the living room for a quick wash. Only after that did he push open the door to Qin Cheng's bedroom. Qin Cheng was sleeping soundly curled up in the covers. By the moonlight, Zhou Du observed him, thinking that if there had been a thief in the house, Qin Cheng probably wouldn't have known until the next day. Zhou Du bent down to kiss him, his body still carried the dampness of having just showered, mingling with his breath that fell softly on Qin Cheng's cheeks. Qin Cheng sensed someone kissing him and groggily opened his eyes. Seeing the shadow in front of him, he was startled and instinctively grabbed the nearby pillow to throw. But Zhou Du anticipated this move and pinned his wrist above his head, whispering softly, "Brother Cheng, it's me. Zhou." Qin Cheng only managed to utter one word before the rest was swallowed. Zhou Du urgently kissed him, his hand reaching under the covers as he chuckled lightly, "Not wearing anything?" Qin Cheng, not fully awake, asked hazily with a voice raspy from sleep, "How did you come back? Isn't it supposed to be another half-month?" Zhou Du lay beside him, pulling him into his embrace, "I've taken half a day off. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon." "You don't need to bother." Qin Cheng felt completely at ease in his warm arms and familiar scent. "Why did you rush back? Do you think your brother Cheng can't handle it?" "I needed to see you, just to reassure myself." Zhou Du caressed his cheeks. "I was worried you might be upset, so I came over to let you hit me a few times to relieve your frustration." "What nonsense, making it seem like I'm a violent maniac." Qin Cheng laughed softly with his eyes closed. "It's all trivial stuff. Don't worry about me." Zhou Du opened his mouth but didn't say anything. But as if Qin Cheng understood his thoughts, don't worry, my mom doesn't know. Zhou Du, today I thought too. If my mom really finds out this time, it would be better anyway. We can't hide forever. Auntie, she won't agree easily, Zhou Du gently massaged Qin Cheng's temples. We'll take it slowly. There's always a way when we reach the mountain pass. Qin Cheng tilted his head and kissed Zhou Du's chin, that's my attitude, darling. You shouldn't always worry that I'll leave you. Zhou Du's throat moved slightly as he hugged Qin Cheng tightly, you saw right through me again. How could I not understand you? Qin Cheng gently patted his back, silly boy, coming home in the middle of the night, aren't you tired? Not anymore, once I've seen you. Zhou Du's heart finally settled firmly back into his chest. For the whole day, his mind had been tense. Su Yang said the company's plan was to deny their relationship, claiming they weren't lovers would make people lose interest soon enough. But Zhou Du disagreed with this solution, though they didn't have to admit, they couldn't outright deny either. Su Yang tried persuading him for quite a while. Seeing it was futile, he relented. After all, he had known Zhou Du for 2 or 3 years now. Zhou Du would cooperate with everything except issues regarding Qin Cheng. To force the matter might result in unforeseen complications. As the intense emotions from the day relaxed and the fatigue of traveling set in, Zhou Du quickly fell asleep. Listening to Zhou Du's even and deep breathing, Qin Cheng tenderly scolded, how foolish. Sometimes simply hugging each other and sleeping is more touching than passionate physical encounters. Satisfied, Qin Cheng embraced him to fall asleep together. However, this pure love atmosphere only lasted until early morning. Once Zhou Du had rested enough, he started taking advantage freely. Because Qin Cheng usually sleeps without clothes, Zhou Du reaped benefits from this habit. Furrowing his brows, Qin Cheng opened his eyes with a soft hum, Zhou Du, are you done yet? It's so early in the morning. Zhou Du kissed his shoulder, keep sleeping. It doesn't require your effort. Damn, how am I supposed to sleep like this? It seemed Zhou Du wanted to redeem the longing built up over these past 2 months. Qin Cheng was exhausted almost immediately after waking up, hitting the bedboard in frustration. What kind of situation is this? Zhou Du kissed him urgently, and Qin Cheng felt the wetness on his own face. Zhou Du. Are you crying? Zhou Du's head was buried in his neck, I love you, I really love you more than anything. Qin Cheng was stunned for a moment, then turned into concern, I love you too. Why are you still crying? Yesterday, I was so afraid that you wouldn't want me anymore, so I didn't dare to call you many times. Zhou Du's red eyes overflowed with tears which fell onto Qin Cheng's face, splashing little craters into the careful heart of Boss Qin, the steel-straight male. How could this happen? How could I let go? I can't let go. Ow, don't cry anymore, Qin Cheng wiped his tears with the back of his hand, a mighty man shedding tears, huh. Zhou Du sniffled, flipped Qin Cheng over. Qin Cheng. Huh. After 2 more hours of fooling around, if Qin Cheng hadn't truly started to get angry, it seemed like Zhou Du would have continued for another 2 hours. After taking a shower, Zhou Du touched his head cheerfully, I'll cook. You sleep a bit longer. What kind of nonsense is that? What time is your flight? Qin Cheng snapped at him unhappily. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There's still 3 hours. No rush. I just called someone to deliver groceries so I can make something good for you. Qin Cheng looked somewhat dispirited but nodded, carry me to the living room, I want to watch you cook. All right. Zhou Du smiled tenderly, all his former dominance gone, causing Qin Cheng to curse him silently several times in his mind. Kneeling on the sofa, Qin Cheng watched Zhou Du busy in the kitchen, thinking it was like a dream, how had this person appeared before him out of nowhere? Yuan Zi said he was a lovehead, but clearly Zhou Du was the one. Zhou Du, do you think you're being a bit of a lovehead? While chopping vegetables, Zhou Du said, I'm a Qin Cheng head. Cheeky, Qin Cheng couldn't hold back his laughter, is there any romantic scene in your new movie this time? With whom did you learn all those moves? He just said it casually, but unexpectedly Zhou Du paused for a moment, there is a bit, but not much. Huh. Oh, well, quite normal since you're an actor, huh, Qin Cheng stretched out to grab the water glass and drank some water, but still couldn't help asking. Is there any kissing scene? Zhou Du gave a shallow smile, jealous? Don't worry, there indeed is one kissing scene, but it's done with camera tricks. Ah. Qin Cheng snorted, it's none of my business anyway. Chapter 95, Su Yang gets rebuffed by Qin Cheng. Zhou Du came in haste and left in haste, making the meal only to leave almost immediately to catch his flight. Qin Cheng had planned to see him off, but Zhou Du declined, reminding him to rest well at home, promising to return once he finished his schedule. Qin Cheng slowly finished his meal and lay in a rocker basking in the sun until he received a call from Su Yang, Mr. Qin, do you have time now? I want to talk to you about Zhou Du's issues. Qin Cheng changed his clothes and drove to the coffee shop downstairs from his company building. The office workers were all inside their high-rise offices, leaving Su Yang alone in the coffee shop. Qin Cheng could guess what Su Yang wanted to say. Pulling out a chair, he sat down, ordered a mocha latte, and asked, Manager Su doesn't follow Zhou Du back home. Why do you find time to look for me? With Zhou Du now paired up with assistants, I don't need to be so involved. Su Yang rubbed his hands together. Mr. Qin, you are a wise man. You should already know what I intend to say. Let me cut straight to the chase. Qin Cheng leaned his head slightly toward the window looking at the ginkgo leaves blown by the wind and gave a soft signaling him to continue. Mr. Qin, right now, Zhou Du is in his rising career phase with unlimited prospects ahead. As someone partially within the industry, you should understand how important public opinion is for anyone's reputation, right? He stopped and looked at Qin Cheng. When Qin Cheng received his coffee from the staff, he chuckled. Go on. Zhou Du is a stubborn kid, young and emotional, unable to listen to what I say. Even when it comes to denying his relationship with you, he refuses to cooperate. However, as it stands now, rumors about his homosexuality and being the sugar daddy, even if false, can't endure such unrest. Qin Cheng sipped his coffee, his gaze sharp. So Manager Su, your point is for me to help you resolve your professional predicaments. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, having seen how Zhou Du usually acted towards Qin Cheng, momentarily forgetting Qin Cheng's position as a self-made CEO. His remarks were subtly mocking his managerial skills. Mr. Qin, I believe in the sincerity of your feelings for Zhou Du, and I know you must wish for him to achieve greater heights. Qin Cheng arched an eyebrow, of course. Su Yang thought he saw hope for success and was about to build momentum again, but then he heard Qin Cheng say, but I have no intention of becoming his stepping stone in his career. Excuse me, I am a businessman. I don't do losing trades. Su Yang mistakenly thought he meant money. Mr. Qin, our company suggests that if you could separate from Zhou Du, we could offer you some compensation as agreement. The moment Qin Cheng heard that his feelings for Zhou Du were being measured in money, his face darkened, and he raised his eyes to look at Su Yang. Is this also Zhou Du's idea? Su Yang was somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Du is still young, so he acts on emotions. Oh, you came behind his back. Qin Cheng slammed the coffee cup heavily on the small table. Who do you think you are? Are you his father or his mother? Oh right, his father has long passed away. What's this nonsense? Has Uncle Zhou possessed you? Should I find a medium to drive out the ghost for you? Mr. Qin, all we said is for Zhou Du's good, isn't it? Su Yang didn't expect Qin Cheng to be like this when he seemed gentle and kind in Zhou Du's stories. If your company really can't stand it, just fire him. I'm not incapable of supporting him. Qin Cheng snorted coldly. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Or, let Zhou Du come and tell me himself. Don't think you can push me around however you like. Let me make it clear to you today, unless I break up with him first, if he dares to dump me, does Manager Su think my company's PR department is useless? Though Qin Cheng was speaking harshly, no matter what happened between him and Zhou Du in the future, he hoped Zhou Du would be fine. Ah, Mr. Qin, don't get angry, don't get angry. I just made a suggestion. If you don't like it, we can't force you. Su Yang hurried to placate him. Goodness. The Qin Cheng introduced by Zhou Du wasn't supposed to be like this, gentle and kind-hearted. Well, kind-hearted or not aside, did gentleness have anything to do with Qin Cheng? Su Yang thought that if they weren't in a public place, Qin Cheng might even hit him. Qin Cheng stood up. If you want to talk about this again next time, let Zhou Du come personally. Never mind, I already see how close you two are. Su Yang forced a laugh, joking. Tell Zhou Du. If Zhou Du knew, he'd dare to terminate the contract with Su Yang. TSK, the 3 million yuan breach of contract fee back then was clearly too low. Not only could Qin Cheng afford it now, even Zhou Du himself could afford it. I have some things to do at the company, I'll take my leave. Qin Cheng had no intention of completely ruining his relationship with Su Yang. Through Zhou Du's usual reports to him, Su Yang cared genuinely and sincerely for Zhou Du this time. It was all for Zhou Du's future prospects, and he could forgive him. Su Yang followed Qin Cheng out the door. That, Mr. Qin, can our conversation today. Rest assured, I won't tell Zhou Du. Qin Cheng waved his hand as he walked into the Roman building. Just then, Qin Cheng received a message that Zhou Du had landed safely. He smiled at Zhou Du's landing check-in and pressed to save it. Work hard and love you, Red Heart. After receiving the reply, Zhou Du was about to put down his phone when he saw a flashing red dot in the dormitory group chat. The screen was filled with Bai Qingyu's complaints. Heaven. Save me. I don't want to be a lawyer. Do you need an assistant, Zhou Du? The attached picture showed Bai Qingyu's workspace. He had originally planned to play for a while after graduation since Fang Ke had money and was willing to support him. But unexpectedly, right after graduation, his parents arranged for him to enter a friend's law firm. The job was making him miserable, yet he dared not resign, fearing that his parents would think Fang Ke might spoil him. Zhang Linhao, one of the big four firms, so many people would kill to get in. Bai Qingyu, you go. I'll give it to you. Wah, I just want to eat and do nothing. Zhou Du laughed. If you hate it so much, then don't do it. Do something you like. Bai Qingyu. Is this something Brother Zhou would say? Holy crap, Qinggu has really trained you well. Zhang Linhao. Are you and Qinggu actually together? I'm still fighting online to defend your bromance. Zhang Linhao, I spent all night arguing with netizens to protect your straight guy identity. My heart hurts. Zhou Du, when I return to Jiangbei, I'll treat you guys to a meal to make up for it. Zhang Linhao, any place with an average spending of less than 500 yuan per person, I'm not eating there. Zhou Du, you choose. I gotta go work now, bye. Bai Qingyu sighed helplessly, so, who's gonna save me? Xiao Bai, have you finished writing the legal documents? Have you prepared the execution materials? Come with me to meet the client. Bai Qingyu took out the materials he had finished listlessly, done. Truly selected by heaven to be a worker, Bai Qingyu curses his job every morning after getting up but does his job better than anyone else. It's rare for such a handsome boy to come to the law firm. Though he has a bit of a temper, everyone indulges him. After accompanying his senior to see the client and returning to the office to work overtime, Bai Qingyu went home feeling exhausted by 8 o'clock. Fong Kei, I want to quit, I don't want to work anymore. If you don't want to, then don't. I'm not incapable of supporting you, Fong Kei patted his head, but I didn't expect you to last for more than half a year. Bai Qingyu slumped onto Fong Kei's lap. I just wanted my parents to think I've grown up, that I can take care of myself and be responsible for my choices, but who knew growing up would be so exhausting. Fong Kei chuckled softly, there's me here. You don't need to grow up. Wah, hubby, you're the best. Bai Qingyu wiped his tears and hugged Fong Kei, biting affectionately at him. Alright, go take a shower first, you're sweating like crazy, it stinks. You're being picky about me, it hurts. I'll wash you, come on. No, I'll do it myself. Bai Qingyu wriggled out of Fong Kei's arms and darted into the bathroom. Work drains all motivation. Fong Kei pursed his lips and had to let Bai Qingyu quit soon. Chapter 96, The Truth Cannot Be Concealed. After Qin Qing received Cheng Lan's call, he felt as if he was heading to the execution ground. He had never thought that the half-hour journey home could feel this short. He cautiously opened the door, only to find the house unexpectedly clean and tidy with no signs of being trashed. There were a few fresh scratches on Lao Qin's face, probably newly inflicted. Qin Qing turned around intending to run, but was yanked back by Qin Weijun, who cursed under his breath, boy, you deal with your own mess. Having a son like you is pure torture. Qin Qing stumbled a little, catching sight of Cheng Lan sitting stiffly on the sofa with a cold expression. Oh mum, in half a month, you look even more beautiful. Qin Qing. Cheng Lan slapped the table hard, glaring furiously at him. Qin Cheng's legs gave way beneath him as he smoothly knelt down beside Cheng Lan, lowering his head. I'm sorry mum, please don't hit my face, I still have to work. Cheng Lan fumed, jabbing her finger forcefully against Qin Cheng's forehead. How could I give birth to such a good-for-nothing thing? Afraid of boiling water, are you? Seeing Qin Cheng's incorrigible behavior made Cheng Lan anxious. He's been this way since childhood. His apologies sound sincere but he never changes. Qin Cheng covered his reddened forehead, grinning awkwardly. Isn't this from following dad? It's genetic, dry stuff, didn't inherit your strengths. The Qin Weijun standing beside rolled his eyes hard and kicked his behind. Go screw yourself, stop this nonsense. Both you two treat me like an idiot. Cheng Lan smacked Qin Cheng's nape again sharply. What's going on between you and Zhou Du? Confess truthfully. My son dating men and I found out from outsiders. Where do I put my face? Kneeling, rubbing his knees slightly, Qin Cheng mumbled softly, it's just that sort of thing. Mumbling what nonsense. Louder. Cheng Lan swung the feather duster, landing one smack on his behind. Aya, it hurts. Qin Cheng shifted sideways, just fell in love. You remember that marriage bond necklace you prayed for me? Cough, pretty effective. Fine. So it's all true then. Enraged, Cheng Lan pointed at both Qin Cheng and Qin Weijun. Both of you are excellent. Excellent indeed. Hiding it from me. Mum, calm down, I didn't mean to. Aya. Mum. Before Qin Cheng finished his sentence, his mum suddenly gasped and collapsed backward, scaring him nearly to death. Jolting upright, he caught Cheng Lan before her head crashed onto the floor. What happened? Mum. Seeing his wife fainting also panicked Qin Weijun. Call 120. Call 120. How can she get so angry? Dad, don't call, drive. I'll carry mum. Panicking, Qin Cheng hoisted her onto his back as father and son hurriedly rushed outside. Placing Cheng Lan on the back seat where Qin Weijun held her tightly, Qin Cheng sped out of the parking lot. Ah Cheng, slow down. Xiao Lan should have just passed out from anger, her breathing is steady. Don't speed, or we might have another problem. Qin Weijun pinched Cheng Lan's philtrum. Darling, don't scare me, how will I survive without you? Qin Cheng's heart raced frantically, trembling slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. If something happened to his mother because of him, he could never forgive himself. Fortunately, heaven favored him, all green lights. When they reached the hospital, Cheng Lan had awakened. After initial checks by the emergency doctor, it was preliminarily determined that she had suffered extreme anger which caused her blood pressure to rise, leading to temporary oxygen deprivation in the brain, making her faint. In simpler terms, she fainted from rage. Qin Cheng sighed slightly with relief while busily arranging for her admission. He wasn't aware that Cheng Lan had high blood pressure. Dad, why don't you check yourself too? Why does mum have high blood pressure? It's just that I and your mom go for annual physicals, no major issues found. Don't worry. Qin Weijun patted Qin Cheng's shoulder, you should focus more on how to tell your mom about you and Zhou Du. I've already told her everything, Qin Cheng whispered with Qin Weijun in a corner. Seeing these two, Cheng Lan became furious, what are you whispering behind my back? Qin Cheng, come over here. Qin Cheng slowly approached, debating whether he should kneel or stand while listening. Cheng Lan gave him an icy glare, sit down. You're 30 and still act like this. I don't want to make you angry again. Qin Cheng sat beside the bed, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? Not dead yet. Qin Cheng pouted his lips, oh mum, please don't be like that. Look at you. Cheng Lan twisted his arm hard, we won't even talk about the fact that you both are men. Just think about the age gap, 7 years, what does it mean to you? Qin Cheng glanced weakly at his mother, clearing his throat, old ox eating tender grass. Are you trying to kill me? Cheng Lan smacked his arm heavily, making Qin Cheng shrink, just speak up directly. Have you thought about the temptations around him? There are so many handsome men and beautiful women. You have a 7.5-year age difference. Qin Cheng, when you are nearly 40, can you guarantee that he will only have eyes for you? With him being younger than you, and given his profession as a big star, countless people keep an eye on him. A rumor from one of his affairs won't hurt him much, but what about you? What if others see it? If the two of you were to break up in the future, which girl would marry you? Would you find another man instead? Qin Cheng lowered his eyelashes, his mother was pointing out facts he had deliberately avoided facing. The lures around Zhou Du could only increase. Their current relationship was good, but true hearts change in an instant. And Qin Cheng knew deep inside, he didn't like men, he liked Zhou Du alone, which put him in a too passive position. Seeing Qin Cheng's disheartened mood, Cheng Lan sighed, my foolish son, while there is still a way out, before you're nailed by public opinion as a homosexual, break up with Zhou Du quickly. It's impossible. Qin Cheng rubbed his head, Mom, I am serious with Zhou Du. After marriage, people also divorce. Why can't you break up with him? Qin Weijun. Chapter 97, Unwilling to break up. Threatened, Qin Weijun felt his marriage certificate was in danger and quickly looked down, he didn't want to make eye contact with his wife at this moment. Otherwise, the fire might soon shift onto him. Qin Weijun. Pretending like an ostrich before me. And haven't I mentioned your interference yet? If you hadn't let Zhou Du stay with Qin Cheng, my son wouldn't possibly be intimate with a man. As she spoke the resounding words, intimate with a man, the door of the ward opened. The attending doctor came in with several interns. Glancing at Cheng Lan's file without changing expression, there's no major issue physically, but your blood pressure is a bit high. It's recommended to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. High blood pressure may easily cause vessel rupture. Try not to get agitated so often, remain calm. Cheng Lan deeply took a breath and exhaled slowly, dying early or late, I'm bound to die anyway. Mother. Don't say nonsense. Qin Cheng turned to the doctor, alright, I understood. Thank you, doctor. After the nurse hooked Cheng Lan up to the 4-drip and left, the 3 family members, the 2 Qins, didn't dare breathe loudly, afraid of irritating Cheng Lan. Qin Cheng, you've reached 30, you're grown up. I can't interfere anymore. I heard Zhou Du's father passed away. Good then, Qin Weijun, you can go live with your old flame. Your happy family together is better than anything else. Sweat was about to break out on Qin Weijun's forehead, wife, I belong to you in life and death to you as a ghost. Cheng Lan shot him a big roll of her eyes, if you hadn't meddled unnecessarily, would this have happened? My perfectly normal son. Even if I can't enjoy the joy of grandchildren, I couldn't bear seeing my son take the wrong path. Mum, please don't get so worked up. Qin Cheng fidgeted with his fingers, I and Zhou Du, we are really good together. He treats me well. You know nothing. Haven't I treated your dad well? Isn't there still someone else etched in his heart? When Zhou Du meets someone better, he'll dump you in a heartbeat. Qin Weijun was hit again, dear, I truly didn't mean it. I only have you and our son. Even our son comes second now, really, there's only you. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have interfered. Mum, take care of your body first. Once you recover, you can beat me and curse me all you want, okay? If you break up with Zhou Du now and sever ties with him, I will check out of the hospital immediately, Cheng Lan said irritably. Qin Cheng felt helpless and dared not to complain despite his. Why? Because you simply don't like that Zhou Du is a man. Aside from his gender being unsuitable for your preference, what else is wrong with him? Weren't you quite fond of him? You only grow in years, not in wisdom. Gender is just one aspect, his career condemns him to be exposed under the public eye. This time we managed to suppress it, but what about next time? Are you going to let the whole world know that you like men? Fine, your dad and I are old enough to no longer care about face, but how do you think others will see you? They will curse you behind your back for being a homosexual. Cheng Lan pressed her temples, there's a broad straight road ahead of you, why do you have to take this little detour? Qin Weijun quickly went over to massage her head, are you having a headache? Qin Cheng, there's some sense in what your mom says. If you were naturally inclined towards men, we would have accepted it, but now it seems you've been corrupted. How can your mother and I accept this? If I were to tell you now that I like men, could you accept it? Qin Weijun considered things from their perspective. Qin Cheng and Cheng Lan looked at each other silently. Dad, then weren't you scamming when you got married? Shut up. That was an example. Don't mess around. Cheng Lan spoke up, you find yourself a man, and without children who will take care of you in old age. Nursing homes treat people differently. Without kids, they'll mistreat you. If you're worried I won't have anyone to look after me in old age, take me away. Let our family reincarnate together, into triplets. He licked his lips and added, I'll be the eldest. Cheng Lan's anger reached its peak. Brat, are you trying to kill me? Qin Cheng. Qin Weijun glared at him, how dare you talk to us like that? I was just joking, don't get mad, don't get mad. Cheng Lan waved her hand, Qin Cheng, I won't try to persuade you anymore. I cannot manage you. But I'm putting this here, I will not agree with you dating Zhou Du. Do not come home until you've sorted it out. Is that so? You're kicking me out. Not recognizing me anymore. Qin Cheng knelt beside Cheng Lan's bed, why, Mom, I'm feeling so bad right now. Cheng Lan saw his bloodshot eyes and poked his forehead forcefully, look at your miserable self. Am I owing you something? Mom. Qin Cheng buried his face in Cheng Lan's hands, forgive me this once, please don't disown me. How dare you act cute at this age? Aren't you annoying? Cheng Lan pulled her hand back, wiping Qin Cheng's tears onto his clothes in disdain, your mother isn't falling for these tricks anymore. Either break up with Zhou Du or lose me as your mom. It's your choice. Then, would adopting a godmother work? Qin Cheng wiped away his tears. Cheng Lan's lips twitched, she was both angry and amused, Qin Weijun. Get your son out of here. He's driving me crazy. This brute child was truly speechless. Cheng Lan was utterly speechless. Qin Weijun pulled Qin Cheng off the floor, pushing him out, that's enough. Let your mother rest. Dad. Qin Cheng shook Qin Weijun's arm, I don't want to break up with Zhou Du. It would be better if you were a girl. Qin Weijun pushed his hand aside, you're already taller than your father. Aren't you ashamed to be acting cute like this? Dad. Hold it. Qin Weijun sighed, when you were a kid, you never caused much trouble. Why did this happen now you've grown up? You've made your move, so what's to be done now? Mom doesn't recognize me anymore, Qin Cheng rubbed his hair, oh well. Don't say, oh well. You shouldn't force your mother to accept this, either. She's your mom, but not a deity. Qin Weijun patted his shoulder, go to work. Let's talk again once your mom has cooled down. Qin Cheng nodded lifelessly, walked a few steps, then turned back, Dad, does this mean you accept it? I don't accept it, but I feel this is all my fault. Your mother is right, if I hadn't meddled unnecessarily, you wouldn't have gotten involved with Zhou Du. Qin Cheng puckered his lips and slapped his dad on the shoulder seriously, Mom is right, you bear most of the responsibility. Lao Qin, you need to make amends. Convince Mom to accept Zhou Du, and everything will be fine. Shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Do you even know who's your dad? Qin Weijun kicked Qin Cheng's butt, little rascal, you're my karmic retribution. Qin Cheng rubbed his buttocks, I'll go first, Dad. Call me if there's anything. I hired a nurse aide. They'll help buy meals and such. Take good care of Mom. Alright, I know, Qin Weijun waved and returned to the ward. Cheng Lan lost her earlier momentum and turned to look at the green trees outside the window, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Lan, why are you crying? Qin Weijun went over to wipe her tears. What am I going to do about my son? This is something not even recognized by law. Cheng Lan pulled out a tissue with one hand, wiped her nose, and threw it on Qin Weijun, he can be reckless, but we as parents can't let him run wild. Sigh, wife, but your son has this temper. Cheng Lan sighed, talk to that Zhou Du kid. Chapter 98, why didn't you tell me? Zhou Du received Cheng Lan's call just after finishing the last scene, preparing to start a video chat with Qin Cheng. Looking at the bouncing words, Aunt Cheng, on his screen, Zhou Du felt his heart sink. He walked into his own room and hit answer, Auntie. Cheng Lan hadn't done anything like breaking up couples before, so she took a deep breath and got straight to the point, little Du, Auntie already knows about your relationship with Cheng. Zhou Du stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, rubbing the hem of his clothes. Qin Cheng had just sent him a message asking only when he would be off work, not mentioning that his parents knew about their relationship. Auntie knows you're a good child. How have I treated you these past few years, Xiao Du, tell me. Zhou Du's throat tightened slightly. He looked down at the young couple holding hands downstairs, then shifted his gaze and said, you and uncle have taken good care of me. Cheng Lan sighed, little Du, I don't want to judge who initiated this between you and Qin Cheng, but as Qin Cheng's mother, I cannot allow him to continue down this wrong path. I understand, Zhou Du's voice was like processed bitter orange, painful, Auntie, I understand. You understand then. That means if I ask you to break up with Qin Cheng, you will agree, right? Cheng Lan's voice carried a tinge of fatigue, Auntie doesn't want to morally bind you, but I only have this one son. Zhou Du could no longer describe how he felt. His mind was in chaos, but everything revolved around Qin Cheng. Did his parents scold or beat him? Was Qin Cheng sad? Why did he not tell him first? When facing his father, Zhou Du was confident because that person only gave birth and did not raise him. All the pain from his childhood came from his father, so he could coldly and harshly refuse. But now he faced Qin Cheng's mother. Chenglan wasn't just Qin Cheng's mother, but also a considerate elder. Zhou Du once again thought of the cliff near his hometown. He was currently standing on its edge, caught between a rock and a hard place. Zhou Du. Chenglan spoke again, you haven't answered my question yet. Zhou Du took a deep breath, his fingertip twirling the jade charm Chenglan once gave him. He spoke with difficulty, Auntie. I can't promise that. The other side fell silent for a long while. Finally, Chenglan said, all right, I understand. You're not my son, and I have no right to force you to make any decision. Auntie, Dudu, the call was hung up. Zhou Du sat down on the small chair by the window, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Due to role requirements, he learned to smoke, but it was only used during shoots. He always kept them in his pocket. Zhou Du thought the taste of nicotine was choking. He couldn't understand why Qin Cheng liked this stuff in the first place. The moonlight outside the window was very bright, tonight being a full moon. Zhou Du lit the cigarette dangling from his lips, taking a deep drag and exhaling the cloud of smoke. He still disliked this taste, but he needed to do something to relieve the anxiety growing from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Du held the cigarette between his fingers, burying his face in his palms, massaging them vigorously. His knitted eyebrows since before never relaxed. Previously, he wanted to video chat with Qin Cheng, but now he was afraid to. Qin Cheng loved his parents dearly. If really for his parents' sake he broke up with him, Zhou Du could accept this reason, but he would go insane at the same time. The mobile phone nearby started vibrating. Zhou Du glanced sideways, it was Qin Cheng making a voice call. Usually, Qin Cheng would initiate a video call directly, seeing the face was better than hearing the sound alone. Was he, like Zhou Du, trying to hide his emotions? Zhou Du extinguished the cigarette, picked up the phone and hit accept. On the other end came Qin Cheng's voice laced with laughter, baby, I called you 3 times already, why are you answering now? Work just finished. Zhou Du adjusted his emotions, brother Cheng, are you okay? I'm fine, not really. I miss you, Qin Cheng laid on the sofa, won't you be back next week? How long can you stay in Jiangbei this time? Zhou Du pinched his brows while looking down, Qin Cheng, there is one of your traits that is really bad. Qin Cheng sat up, what flaws do I have when I'm so perfect? You always say I take everything on myself, but what about you? Aunt Cheng knows about us, why didn't you tell me? Qin Cheng was taken aback and then hurriedly asked, did my parents contact you? What did they say to you? The uncle and aunt are very nice, they didn't make it difficult for me, but Qin Cheng, why didn't you tell me? Zhou Du gripped the leaf of a nearby bird of paradise plant. You're out of town now, I didn't want to affect your work. Besides, this matter isn't something that can be resolved immediately, so why not wait until you come back and discuss it then? Yeah, everything you said is right. Zhou Du forcefully pulled the bird of paradise plant, snapping off a large leaf. He'd probably have to compensate for it when checking out. Usually during their chats, they felt time was never enough, but at this moment, silence enveloped them. Qin Cheng clicked his tongue, what's wrong? Are you mad at me? No. If you're not mad, why the long face? Your grimace came through the internet all the way to me, dark as could be. Zhou Du. Wife, Zhou Du softly called into the microphone. Qin Cheng's annoyance melted away like water poured over him, mumbling, why the heck did you call me that? Who is your wife? So annoying. I know you're doing it for my good, but Chenggu, I just want to be someone you rely on too, I want to be the first person you think of when something happens. Alright, I got it. Qin Cheng rubbed his ears, I'll report to you first from now on, okay? How are the uncle and aunt now? Did they hit or scold you? Qin Cheng was about to rebut but swallowed his words, answering honestly, my mom fainted in anger, she's hospitalized now, but nothing serious. She doesn't want to see me right now, Dad is with her. In the hospital? Should I ask for leave and go back to check on her? Qin Cheng poured himself a glass of water, you absolutely shouldn't. Seeing me makes her angry, and seeing you might make her faint again. Let's wait until she gets better before discussing other things. I'll investigate more tomorrow. Zhou Du moved his lips, Qin Cheng, said, if you dare to say, I'm sorry, again, I'll beat you. Zhou Du softly laughed, alright, I won't say it. Humph, anyway, since it's already come to this, you just focus on your work. After hanging up the call, Qin Cheng touched his neck. TSK, how did he end up feeling like he had strict wife management? Chapter 99, Kneeling. Chenglan refused to see Qin Cheng, so Qin Cheng harassed her daily on WeChat. He forwarded some public accounts titled, There's no mother like any other, and added pitiful emojis, kids without moms are just weeds. Frustrated beyond measure, Chenglan initially wanted to directly block this little rascal. However, this guy sent her a 555 renminbi transfer along with every message at the end. Free money isn't bad, so Chenglan collected the cash and continued ignoring him coldly. Qin Ching glanced at the chat interface, saw the confirmation of receipt, and sighed while holding a cigarette in his mouth, resting his foot on the office desk, lost in thought. This couldn't keep going forever like this, but he temporarily couldn't think of a perfect solution, so he withdrew a little money from Zhou Du's salary card every day to placate Mrs. Cheng. That's right, the money all belonged to Zhou Du. Qin Ching usually wouldn't touch his money, but to flatter the mother-in-law, shouldn't the son-in-law to be bear some losses? Xiao Zheng came over to deliver documents and chuckled, "What's wrong with your face?" Qin Ching brightened at seeing him and spat out the nearly crushed cigarette into the trash can. "Come here, Big Xiao. You've been there before, let me ask you, what should I do if my mother-in-law doesn't like me?" "What kind of talk is that? My mother-in-law likes me so much, she invited me home for dinner yesterday and even made me a leek pancake." Xiao Zheng carried a bit of pride. "Your brother Xiao's personal charm, elderly people all love a son-in-law like me." "I don't believe that." Qin Ching took the file in exasperation, flipped through a few pages, and signed his name. "Leave quickly, looking at you annoys me." Xiao Jing caught the gist and laughed a few times. "What's up? Did Aunt Ching not approve of Zhou Du?" "Well, she's ignoring me, refusing to see me. When she was hospitalized, I could still hang around her bedside. Now that she's discharged, the locks on the house have been changed, clearly signaling she doesn't recognize me as her son anymore." Qin Ching sighed. Being a man is tough. This mother-in-law and daughter relationship is truly, tsk. Mother-in-law and daughter? How come you seem like the little daughter-in-law to me? As Xiao Zheng's voice trailed off, Qin Ching threw a penholder at him. "Get out of here. The sight of you irritates me. Look at your round face, you need to start working out before Hua's sister dislikes you." "Hey! Are you resorting to personal attacks because I embarrassed you?" Xiao Zheng cheekily approached and slung his arm around Qin Cheng's shoulders. "Did you enjoy it down there? I heard men can rely on prostate stimulation too." "Eh? Why are you hitting me again?" Qin Ching wrestled him into a suplex, pressing him down and patting his butt hard while baring his teeth. "Do you really want to know?" Lying on the ground, Xiao Zheng laughed uncontrollably until he saw Qin Ching pulling out a fountain pen and making gestures with it, which scared him into quickly standing up. All right, you win this time." Qin Ching coldly humphed, "You don't deserve it. My 18,000 yuan fountain pen isn't for someone like you." After arguing back and forth with Xiao Zheng, Qin Ching found his earlier melancholy had dissipated. He opened his drawer and took out a large golden bracelet that his assistant had just bought from the jewelry store, deciding to express some filial piety. Even though he had informed his father in advance, no one came to open the door for him. It was hopeless. Comrade Qin Weijun feared his wife. "Mom! Mom! Mom!" Qin Ching screamed at the door, "Let me in. There's only good mothers in the world." As he kept shouting, he even started singing, "A child without a mom is just a weed." Neighboring households cracked their doors open slightly to check on him, but Qin Cheng just smiled and greeted them. "Hi. I'm Cheng Lan and Qin Weijun's son. My name is..." With a click, the doors suddenly opened, and Qin Weijun dragged Qin Cheng inside, awkwardly waving at the startled neighbors. Sorry. Cheng Lan stood there with her arms crossed, still holding a feather duster. "You shameless brat, do you have any decency left? What nonsense are you shouting? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Qin Cheng slid down onto one knee, both hands holding a wooden box towards her. "Mother, this is my humble gift for you." Cheng Lan hesitated mid-sentence as she glared. "No thanks. Take it away. A 50-gram pure gold bracelet, aren't you interested?" Qin Cheng turned to look at Qin Weijun. 50 grams. Now gold has already risen to more than 700 yuan per gram. Kang Weijun suppressed a chuckle. "Wow, that's expensive." "It sure is," Qin Cheng replied smugly. Father and son chimed in together. Cheng Lan snatched the box, opened it, looked at the intricately designed bracelet, then coolly slipped it onto her wrist with a huff. "It's just a so-so." Getting up from the floor, Qin Cheng massaged Cheng Lan's shoulders. "Stop ignoring me. I'm feeling so bad." Cheng Lan stared at him furiously. "You feel bad? How could you oppose your own mother like this for the sake of another man? Heartless. Well, let bygones be bygones, huh? Besides, look at both of us, we're men, and all our money is going to you, to buy you pearls and gemstones. But if I were to marry a wife, she'd take half of everything from you. You brat, even if I married off all my jewelries to your future wife, that would be fine." Cheng Lan slapped his hand away. "Don't always try to trick your mother, I've eaten more salt than you've walked roads. You've got hypertension though, it's better for you not to eat too much salt. TSK. You're really taking advantage of this situation, aren't you?" Cheng Lan gave him an unimpressed swat with the duster. "I'll be killed by your behavior one day." Qin Cheng rubbed his bottom and laughed. "Forgive me, please." "No way. Let me make this clear. When you break up with Zhou Du, that's when we can get along like a loving mother and son again." Cheng Lan sat down on the sofa. Qin Cheng pursed his lips and sat beside her. "Mom, I'll be honest with you. I like him. I want to stay with him forever. We can't split." Cheng Lan was about to yell, but then Qin Cheng continued. "All this gold you're wearing now was paid for with his money. Zhou Du really is pretty good, and you know him well. What did you spend his money for?" Cheng Lan pretended to take off the bracelet, but Qin Cheng stopped her. His entire fortune is in my hands now. He keeps a portion for his mom and sister, and the rest he directly transferred to me. He probably only has a couple thousand yuan left. Cheng Lan fell silent, then pulled the bracelet off and slapped it into Qin Cheng's hand. It's natural for my son to buy things for me, but I won't accept someone else's child's money. Qin Cheng, I can't control you anymore, but don't force me. Sinking back into the couch and kicking his feet, Qin Cheng sighed. Why is it so hard to date? He likes me, and I like him. Why must you oppose this? Don't try to act spoiled on me. Why should I, as your parents, cater to every whim of yours? And why must I agree to you dating another man? Qin Cheng let out a yell and stood up. All right, I've wasted my time. I'll leave. He left the golden bracelet behind. You took care of Zhou Du so much before, it's only right that he buys you things. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's dating me. You keep it well. After Qin Cheng left, Cheng Lan and Qin Weijun stared at the 50-gram gold bracelet. Qin Weijun placed it on her wrist. Maybe we should let it go. We know Zhou Du well. And our son is stubborn too. Do I not know that Zhou Du is a good kid? But can this kind of relationship be something openly discussed? If our son continues being with him, it will surely end up in the open, inviting so much gossip behind their backs. All right, don't get worked up. Qin Weijun patted Cheng Lan's back soothingly. The doctor said you shouldn't get stressed. I must have owed your family Qin in a past life. Our old Qin family's ancestors must be overjoyed to have such a good wife as you. Nonsense. Qin Cheng definitely gets his smooth talking from you. He's shameless, just like you. Yes, he gets that from me, but not his looks. All that handsomeness comes from you, my dear wife. Cheng Lan chuckled, looking down at the golden bracelet. This must have cost a fortune. Chapter 100, The Concrete Form of Happiness. Qin Cheng was rather career-oriented. Despite the mess at home, he did not neglect anything related to the company. After leaving his parents' house, Qin Cheng directly went to a drinking party and, cooperating with Xiao Zheng's eloquent tongue, successfully closed another contract. Although Zhou Du was not at home, Qin Cheng now had it figured out. He avoided drinking whenever possible, so he was quite sober when he returned home. Just out of the elevator, Qin Cheng saw someone sitting outside his door, wearing a black jacket and a baseball cap with the brim pulled low, revealing only soft lips, seemingly asleep. You don't have to worry about being photographed. Qin Cheng kicked Zhou Du's foot. Wake up. Zhou Du opened his eyes confusedly, looked up and saw Qin Cheng, his gaze refocused. Brother Cheng, you're back. Hurry up and get up. Qin Cheng reached out to pull him up, but was pulled into his arms and forced to kneel down. I missed you so much, baby. Zhou Du's warm breath fell on his neck, accompanied by a string of kisses. Qin Cheng supported himself against the wall behind Zhou Du and whispered, You crazy person, look where we are. Let's go home, we'll do it at home. Zhou Du kissed his lips enough to make him full of energy again. I'm revived. Idiot. Qin Cheng blushed as he unlocked the door, looking at his tired dark circles. What kind of hobby is sleeping outside instead of inside? Couldn't open it. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhou Du used his foot to close the door, grabbed Qin Cheng's hand who wanted to turn on the light, pinned him against the door for a kiss. Why did you drink again? Reduce the social engagements. How old are you anyway? How old am I? Qin Cheng pushed him. If you don't like me getting older, find someone else. Last month I changed the lock and forgot to tell you. I was wrong. Zhou Du smiled in his eyes, his mouth covered and speaking unclearly. Brother Cheng will always be the most handsome. Qin Cheng sighed. At your 20s, you are as beautiful as a flower. I am much older than you, I must be old already. Zhou Du kissed the palm of his hand, cooing, baby, and, wife, you're not old. Qin Cheng was embarrassed to death. He really couldn't understand how the guy who only said or oh had become someone full of seductive talk now. Zhou Du hugged his waist. Uncle and aunt there are still. Qin Cheng cut him off. Not that easy to accept. You do your own thing. Sorry, if it wasn't for me dragging you into this. That's it. Since you finally come home, let's not talk about this. Zhou Du rested his head on Qin Cheng's shoulder. Brother Cheng, do you regret bringing me home? Qin Cheng was stunned. Regret? If he hadn't met Zhou Du back then, perhaps he would have been married and had children, leading a life his parents expected. Qin Cheng moved his lips. I. Zhou Du kissed him, his voice carrying a tinge of begging. Don't regret, never regret. Qin Cheng fiercely pulled a handful of Zhou Du's hair. Can you stop being overly sentimental every day? I don't regret, I've never done something I regret. Zhou Du softly laughed, leaning in to kiss him. I love you. After completing his shoot, Zhou Du took a week off, exclusively cooking for Qin Cheng, making all sorts of dishes every day without repetition. Qin Cheng wandered out of the bedroom in their couple sleepwear, hugging his arms and leaning against the kitchen door where Zhou Du was chopping vegetables. Even if you don't act, I think you could earn a lot of money as a chef. Are you well rested? Zhou Du turned around and looked at him, casually washed an apple, peeled it, cut it into small pieces and put it on a plate handed over to him. Qin Cheng chewed the apple. I reckon my mom doesn't plan to let me go home for the new year this year. Would you consider taking me in? Let me go home with you for the holiday. Zhou Du paused slicing vegetables and put down the knife. Should I go talk to Auntie? This coldness isn't good. No need. Qin Cheng stuck a piece of apple into Zhou Du's mouth. Our family matters I'll handle myself. Don't worry about it. Zhou Du was silent for a while. This is our matter, not yours alone. Not overthinking again, right? My point is, she's my mom, I know her well, I know what approach works. Qin Cheng pinched his face. Just give me peace and play the role of wife honestly. Zhou Du smiled. Brother Cheng, you misunderstand my intention. I mean, it has been so long and I haven't made an appearance yet, which doesn't feel good. If you're not afraid of being driven away, go ahead. Qin Cheng shook his head. The fighting spirit of my mom, you haven't seen, she's definitely the top warrior in our family. The only thing I'm afraid of is that you don't want me. As long as you're by my side, I fear nothing. Since Zhou Du decided to show sincerity, Qin Cheng took him there the next day and deliberately removed his hat and mask before knocking on the door. He seems pretty reasonable. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow and pressed the doorbell. Qin Weijun came to the door and was a bit surprised upon seeing Zhou Du. Xiaodu has come. Uncle, it's been a long time. Zhou Du carried gifts in both hands, all of which were expensive. Qin Weijun subconsciously said, since you've come, why bring anything? After speaking, he looked back at Qinglan. Qinglan didn't say a word, so Qin Weijun gestured for them to come in. Zhou Du and Qin Cheng sat neatly on the sofa. Auntie, how is your health? Qinglan didn't look at him, holding the remote control and changing several channels until Qin Cheng grabbed it and switched to her usual channel. Qinglan glanced at the things Zhou Du brought. I was kind to you because I felt sorry for you. It wasn't for the purpose of receiving something from you later, let alone for you to start a relationship with my son. Qin Cheng held Zhou Du's hand tightly. Qinglan noticed this out of the corner of her eye and turned up the volume of the TV significantly. Zhou Du spoke softly. Auntie, I didn't come today for you to accept my relationship with Qingge. Qinglan raised her eyes at hearing this. Then why did you come? Zhou Du pulled out the jade amulet hanging inside his shirt collar. Even ignoring my relationship with Qingge, you are still an elder who has been kind to me. Even if your past kindness wasn't intended for me to repay, I remember it all in my heart. You and uncle have given me much warmth. Because of the two of you, Jiangbei no longer feels like a cold city to me. Zhou Du looked down and pressed his lips. I apologize. I know my relationship with Qingge has hurt you. I'm sorry to you and uncle, but I can't break up with Qin Cheng. He is the reason I live, apart from repaying my mother and sister. He is also the concrete form of happiness in my life. Chapter 101, Mother-in-law and Daughter-in-law Relations. Qinglan's expression relaxed for a moment upon hearing the words, and Qin Cheng shook her arm. Mom. Alright, Qinglan swatted his hand away. The two of you stop fooling around and go home already. I haven't made dinner for you too. Zhou Du stood up. Brother Cheng, you stay here and eat with uncle and aunt. I'll go back on my own. Qin Cheng looked up at him and then at his parents. Should I, Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships were truly one of life's great challenges. Qin Cheng felt like he was being cornered and asked, if your wife and mother fell into the river, who would you save? Fortunately, his dear mother didn't give him time to agonize over the question and practically kicked him out the door. Don't even think about it, there's no food for you either. Qin Weijun escorted the two of them to the door, whispering as he closed it, your Aunt Cheng just has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart, she knows you're a good kid. Zhou Du smiled slightly. Uncle, I know, and I understand. Qin Cheng spread out his hands and stared at the tightly closed door. Well, we've been kicked out again. Zhou Du put an arm around his shoulders and started walking him out, but they accepted our gifts, which means it wasn't that bad. Even if it had been worse, it couldn't have been as cruel as the father threatening to kill himself. Although Qinglan hadn't explicitly approved their relationship, Qin Cheng was still quite happy. Good job, you're getting better at speaking. Zhou Du slightly lowered his head and allowed Qin Cheng to pat his head. It's not because I'm good at speaking, everything I said was heartfelt. Zhou Du thought that Qin Cheng's parents were really good people. No matter how many rejections they encountered, he never felt sad. You're quite open-minded about this. Qin Cheng helped him wear his hat and mask, fully arming him. Hide properly, don't get photographed. But even if we are photographed, it doesn't matter anymore because my parents already know. I'm fearless. Qin Cheng paused for a moment. Still, let's hide well, it's not good for your career development. Let things happen naturally. Brother Su said after we were exposed this time, my fan base increased by several million. Without any hesitation, Zhou Du held his hand as they walked down to the parking lot. Who cares whether heaven or earth dictates what others prefer? I just love you. Even if I stopped working in this industry, I'd still love you. The corner of Qin Cheng's mouth curved proudly upward. Am I really that good? Zhou Du removed his mask and kissed him softly. Yeah, exceptionally good. Su Yang sent Zhou Du a message, telling him to post a few daily life photos on Weibo to maintain his fanbase. Qin Cheng helped select 3 of them. One showed Zhou Du cooking with an apron on from behind, another was his profile sitting on the sofa reading a script, and the third was Zhou Du standing beside a floor-to-ceiling window with the outside lit gloriously by evening glow. Of course, these 3 were all taken by Qin Cheng. He liked playing with photography during college and bought equipment using his savings. The money spent on travel came from taking pictures for others. Later on, after working, he didn't have time for these hobbies anymore, but his phone still contained plenty of records of life, first landscapes, then Zhou Du. Zhou Du used the 3 photos he selected, but secretly posted one more picture he took himself of the dining table. Only part of it was visible, but one could vaguely discern the outlines of the opposite pair of chopsticks and bowls, signifying that the two of them ate together. There was only a crescent moon as the caption. After this Weibo post was sent out, Su Yang seized the opportunity to buy some trending topics. It's true that netizens are like excavators, truth can be unearthed from the smallest details. After enlarging Zhou Du's photo several times, his CP fans uploaded it to the super topic dedicated to the couple. Living together. Absolutely living together. It seems the Zhou-Qin couple is real. Sometimes the power of netizens is overwhelming. Without any capital promotion, this Weibo post was eaten up by gossip-loving internet users and reached the top of entertainment hot topics. Without promotional accounts stirring up trouble, the trend square was filled with various discussions, most of which revolved around who beats whom between Zhou Qin or Qin Zhou. A hardcore Qin Cheng supporter posted a photo of Qin Cheng wearing high-end tailored suits. They earnestly appealed, "Comrades, take a good look at this face. This face will never become zero." In the first comment, "Sorry, I'm a dwarf shorty." Seeing this comment, Qin Cheng clenched his teeth loudly, "Am I really that short? Am I really that short? I'm only 5 centimeters shorter than you. It makes me so angry." Not short, not short, Zhou Du stifled his laughter while gently stroking his back and cooing him down. As they enjoyed their sweet moments, Su Yang was already losing 10 years of his life due to Zhou Du's antics. However, seeing the relatively mild attitudes from netizens in real-time squares, Su Yang decided not to spend money trying to take down the trends. That night, Qin Cheng lay flat on the bed utterly drained of energy, too lazy to lift even his pinky finger. He didn't know if it was because he was getting older, or if Zhou Du's addiction was just too strong. How could his body keep up with 3 or 4 times a day? His kidneys couldn't handle it. Qin Cheng silently opened Taobao and searched for kidney supplements. Zhou Du was drying his hair nearby and, upon seeing the search screen, chuckled. "I'll roast you a few big kidneys tomorrow. Brother Zhou, even if I had 4 kidneys, I wouldn't be able to withstand your energy." Qin Cheng threw his phone aside and snuggled up on Zhou Du's lap. "Anyway, you can't always stick by me like this. You need to visit your mom. Don't act like someone who got married and, forgot about her mother-in-law." Zhou Du bent down and kissed him on the lips. "After you go to work tomorrow, I'll visit her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, sweetheart. Do you deserve a punch?" Qin Cheng slid off his lap and burrowed into the covers, yawning. "Alright, little brother Zhou, let's sleep." Zhou Du turned off the light and slipped his arm under Qin Cheng's neck to use as a pillow. Qin Cheng naturally turned over, draping his leg onto Zhou Du. "Sleep already, sleep. Good night, my treasure." Zhou Du kissed his forehead. Zhou Du's sleep quality was always poor, but only when he was next to Qin Cheng could he sleep soundly until morning. Oh, by the way, Qin Cheng suddenly remembered something. "What did you wish for on your 20th birthday? You said you'd tell me later." Zhou Du massaged his neck gently. "It has come true." "Huh?" Qin Cheng opened his eyes and looked at him in the dimness. "Me? You?" Zhou Du pulled the blanket higher. "I wished that Qin Cheng would always stay by my side." "TCH, I thought you were asking me to be your boyfriend." Qin Cheng closed his eyes again. "You were still conservative back then. I wasn't daring enough to dream of more back then. Now, I'm greedy. I hope you will always love me, and love only me." Qin Cheng nudged him twice against his chest with sleepy exhaustion. When something has already been realized, it's no longer called a wish. Zhou Du responded, his heart melting in overwhelming happiness as love bloomed infinitely. Chapter 102, Zhou Du goes home to see his mother. After sending Qin Cheng to the company, Zhou Du drove straight to Jiating Villa area. It was purchased 2 months ago, with the names Zhang Yun and Zhou Yan on the title. He had discussed this in advance with Qin Cheng, who hadn't hesitated before agreeing. Using his earnings to buy a house for his mother and sister was only natural. Most importantly, Qin Cheng knew that buying this house was a matter close to Zhou Du's heart. He felt guilty towards his mother and sister, and with this villa, Zhou Du would feel less burdened in the future. Zhou Du had also contacted his second sister privately. She was studying for her doctorate and planned to stay at her university as a teacher, bringing their parents to live with her in comfort. She didn't accept the money he gave her but smiled and said to Zhou Du, "I'm really grateful to your grandmother for selling me to my parents. I'm very happy, Zhou Du. You shouldn't keep living in the past, start a new life." His second sister was right, people couldn't always be stuck in the shadows of the past. It was time to begin anew. Zhou Du carried the gifts he had bought for them into the house. The smart door lock recognized his fingerprint. This was their shared home. "Mom, I'm back." Zhang Yun heard the voice and rushed out eagerly. Seeing her son, she grinned so widely her eyes became slits. "You've wrapped up filming? I just watched your movie. My son is really handsome." Zhou Du's movies and interviews had been watched repeatedly by Zhang Yun countless times, as if she could never get enough. Zhou Du smiled, you even know the word wrapped. That's impressive. Is anyone else home? Yan went to work, Zhafeng went to school. Just me, the idle one. Zhang Yun chuckled. Since coming to Jiangbei, she hadn't needed to work hard, gaining a few pounds, her complexion much better than before. Originally, Zhang Yun had wanted to plant a small vegetable garden in the backyard, growing some vegetables, but they required fertilizers to grow well, and Zhou Yan mentioned it might disturb the neighbors. Reluctantly, she abandoned the idea and began raising flowers instead. Isn't it because you're keeping the house so clean? If paid labor-wise, it'd cost around 10,000 yuan per month. Zhou Du took the duster from Zhang Yun's hand. Take a break. No need, no need. You came home without telling me. Let me go buy some groceries, Mom will cook something nice for lunch. Zhou Du watched as his mother hastily changed clothes in the bedroom, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave. Let me go with you. Nope. You're a big star, getting photographed would not be good. Zhang Yun waved her hand. Call Yan and tell her to come home for lunch. Then let them take pictures. It's alright, it's only fair to go to the supermarket with Mom. Zhang Yun looked up at him, smiling as she patted his arm. My good son. Zhang Yun took Zhou Du to her usual supermarket, buying a lot of ingredients, filling both their hands with big and small bags. Seeing her happiness, Zhou Du didn't stop her. Back home, Zhang Yun wouldn't let Zhou Du enter the kitchen. Go watch TV. Today, Mom will cook. Zhou Du sat in the living room and messaged Qin Cheng. Their WeChat messages never ceased, requiring no immediate response. As soon as they picked up their phones, their first priority was to reply to each other. Zhang Yun, washing vegetables in the kitchen, suddenly asked, youngest child, are things going well between you and Qin Cheng? Are you still staying there? Zhou Du's typing hand paused for a moment. Yes, brother Cheng lives alone too, and we can keep each other company. Even as he said this, he felt a bit guilty. With so many rooms in the house, it was strange that he chose to live with Qin Cheng. Fortunately, Zhang Yun didn't ask further, merely chatting casually about family and Zhou Du's work. The atmosphere remained harmonious. At noon, when the mealtime approached, Zhou Yan returned home from work, picking up Zhou Zhafeng from school along the way. The four of them sat together for a reunion dinner. Zhou Zhafeng was delighted to see her younger uncle and begged him to sign several autographs. Sign nicely. I'm giving them to my classmates. There's no need to rush. Zhou Du slowed down slightly. This one, sign beautifully. Write, meow meow classmate and, wishing you happiness every day. Following her instructions, Zhou Du signed and asked, are you having fun at school? Of course. I've made so many good friends. Zhou Zhafeng smiled brightly. By the way, I haven't seen brother Cheng for a long time. When winter break starts, can I visit where you live? The term, your place, sounded a little strange. Zhou Du glanced at Zhang Yun. She seemed unaware of their conversation, focused intently on watching TV. Zhou Du patted Zhou Zhafeng's head. Sure, I'll come to pick you up then. In the afternoon, Zhou Yan went back to work, and Zhou Zhafeng returned to school. There were only him and Zhang Yun left at home. Mother and son chatted casually as Zhang Yun handed him a peeled orange. I haven't seen little Cheng for such a long time either. If you two have time, come over for a meal. Alright. Zhou Du didn't stay for dinner, he didn't explain why, and Zhang Yun didn't ask. She only reminded him to drive slowly on the way home. As Zhou Du was leaving, he looked back at her several times, and every time, she was smiling and waving to him. After picking Qin Cheng up from the company and bringing him home, Qin Cheng went to take a shower first, then put on their couple's matching pajamas and sauntered into the study where Zhou Du was reading a script. How is Auntie? Is she in good health? She's fine, and she mentioned that you should join us when you're free. Zhou Du adjusted his glasses. He had become slightly nearsighted but with low prescription, so he didn't wear them often. Qin Cheng strolled over and naturally straddled his lap, fiddling with his glasses. He used to dislike this pose, but now he was more open-minded about it. After all, it felt pretty comfortable, so who cares? Your frames are too old-fashioned. I'll get you a fancier one someday. Alright. Zhou Du's tone carried a hint of affectionate laughter as he placed his hands on Qin Cheng's waist. You smell so good. What scent of shower gel did you use? Tea flower fragrance. Pretty nice, right? A friend brought it for me from overseas. Qin Cheng sniffed his own arm. Though I can barely tell anymore myself. All your preferences have been passed down to me. Zhou Du removed his glasses and gazed at him intensely. Qin Cheng quickly got off him. Let's eat, I'm hungry. Pansy. As Zhou Du walked past Qin Cheng, his hand sneaked down to give him a pinch. Are you crazy or what? Qin Cheng immediately covered his sore bottom in shock. Who says I'm not? Zhou Du was in a very good mood today. He thought his mother might have noticed his relationship with Qin Cheng. After all, Zhang Yun would look up various pieces of information about him whenever she had free time at home. Recently, she even learned how to surf the internet thanks to Zhou Zhifeng, so realizing that he and Qin Cheng were in a romantic relationship was just a matter of time. But judging by his mother's attitude, it seemed like she wasn't against it. Though Zhou Du didn't quite understand why, he felt incredibly relaxed. What are you grinning about all alone? Zhou Du placed a bowl of soup in front of Qin Cheng. I won't tell you. Who cares anyway? Qin Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. Later in the evening, Zhou Du was almost asleep. Suddenly, Qin Cheng leaned close to his ear. Tell me, please. Zhou Du burst out laughing. Chapter 103, Gathering for a Meal. Before the holiday ended, Zhou Du fulfilled his promise by booking a restaurant with an average spend of over 500 yuan per person to treat Zhang Linhao and Bai Qingyu to a meal. The other roommates were not developing their careers in Jiangbei, so it wasn't convenient for them to come back. Brother Zhou. Before the private room door was opened, they heard Zhang Linhao's yelling from outside, as well as Bai Qingyu scolding him, yell louder, let everyone hear you. Are you dense or what? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Du smiled slightly on his face, stood up, and went to the door to greet them. The door had just opened when Zhang Linhao rushed in, big star. Alive. Zhou Du staggered a bit after being bumped into, and then pulled Zhang Linhao off himself. Have you gained weight? You're heavy. Bai Qingyu also came over chuckling, hugging Zhou Du and patted his back. Long time no see, little Zhou. Subconsciously looking at the tightly closed private room door, Zhou Du made sure he didn't see Fang Kei's figure before giving Bai Qingyu a brief hug and smiling, yeah, long time no see. The last time they all met was during the graduation ceremony, and it really had been quite some time since they last saw each other, but there wasn't even a trace of awkwardness between them. Once seated, Bai Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Oh my goodness, it seems acting really pays well. Should I switch industries? Zhou Du called over a waiter to order dishes. Actors can't avoid physical contact with colleagues. Brother Fang might not agree with that. Humph, he's like a guard dog guarding its food. I don't know where this strong sense of possession comes from. Bai Qingyu rolled his eyes. Look at you two, you've both found your lifelong pursuits, and I'm still unemployed. Zhang Linhao laughed. You shouldn't take blessings for granted. Many people want to slack off but can't. Besides, didn't you open a coffee shop near your boyfriend's club? Don't bring it up. Fang Kei wants to keep me under his watchful eye. It's so annoying. Zhou Du poured them each a glass of wine. Isn't it different from how you used to hang around Brother Fang in the dormitory every day? TSK, you wouldn't understand. Distance creates beauty, said Bai Qingyu earnestly. A person needs their own personal space. Zhou Du thought he was bragging about his relationship right in front of him, something hard for someone like him, who is in a long-distance relationship, to bear. What kind of beauty created by distance? Only negative distance could create beauty. While Bai Qingyu was grumbling, he still took out his phone and took a group photo with Zhou Du and Zhang Linhao to send to Fang Kei. Zhou Du shook his head. These two were pure examples of mutual consent, though Fang Kei worried endlessly about Bai Qingyu was clearly willing to be looked after, right? After the waiter served the dishes and left, two young girls turned around and glanced back several times, getting excited as they slapped each other on the arm. Oh my gosh. Isn't that Zhou Du? He's more handsome in person than in pictures. When will I find such a good-looking boyfriend? I heard he has a boyfriend already. Men like him usually keep their relationships within their close circles. Right. His boyfriend is also handsome. Let me flip through some super topics for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Linhao looked at Zhou Du and asked quietly, are you and Brother Qin not hiding it anymore? Not hiding anymore. Zhou Du picked up the glass and sipped it. There's nothing to hide. Awesome. Zhang Linhao raised a cup of wine. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm getting married at the end of the year. Bai Qingyu blinked. There are actually girls who are blind enough to like you. How dare you talk like that? Your bro Hao here is suave and dashing, okay? Zhang Linhao swayed his wine glass. What are you doing just standing there? Cheers. Laughing, Bai Qingyu and Zhou Du clinked glasses with him. Cheers. Zhang Linhao put a bite of food in his mouth. By the way, you two must come then. If you can't make it, Brother Zhou, at least record a video for me to show off. Alright, I'll try to come back then. Zhou Du smiled and agreed. When they first met, they were all less than 20 years old. Now they're already at the age of marriage. Time really flies. Zhou Du's phone rang. It was Qin Cheng's WeChat. Drink less alcohol. I have to work overtime today. I'll have my assistant pick you up. Okay, I miss you. Qin Cheng, Super Rich Edition, I miss you too. Bai Qingyu, seeing Zhou Du smiling at his phone, leaned closer. Is it Brother Qin? Zhou Du didn't let him look, turning it upside down on the dining table. The meal lasted 3 hours, and the chatting took up 2.5 hours. Long unseen friends always have so much to say. By the time they needed to go home, Zhou Du was indeed a bit drunk, but his steps seemed steady. He called a designated driver for Zhang Linhao first, and then handed Bai Qingyu over to Fang Kei. Bai Qingyu staggered into Fang Kei's arms, who then greeted Zhou Du. Zhou Du, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Brother Fang. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner separately. Fang Kei placed Bai Qingyu into the car and turned back to pat Zhou Du on the arm. Sure thing. I see that you're doing better and better. I'm proud of you. Thank you. How are you getting home? Should I send you? No need, Brother Cheng sent someone to pick me up. They'll be here soon. Fong Ke nodded, alright then, I'll go first. Take care. Drive safely. Zhou Du waved as Fong Ke's car disappeared from sight. It was already very cold at night. Zhou Du pulled his down jacket closer around him, gazing at the bright streets ahead, filled with deep emotions. He had come here with nothing years ago, but now he had a house, a car, and the person he loved. Life has been kind to him. The chilly winter wind blew, and Zhou Du looked up at the night sky. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't good tonight, and he couldn't see the moon or the stars. But it didn't matter because he would soon meet his own moon. The driver finally arrived. Sorry Mr. Zhou, I took a wrong turn. It's fine. Is Brother Cheng still at work? Zhou Du opened the door and got in the car. He's not yet finished. Mr. Qin is still discussing the proposal with Mr. Chiao. He asked me to take you home first. Leaning back against the seat, Zhou Du said, let's go to the company instead. As soon as he spoke, the assistant chuckled. Mr. Qin was absolutely right. He said you wouldn't be going home. Qin Cheng and Zhou Du's relationship had already spread throughout the company, everyone working in live streaming was trendier, and no one felt anything strange about their relationship, it seemed only natural to them. After all, Zhou Du used to visit the company so frequently, and Mr. Qin indulged him so much that it was more surprising for them not to be together. When Zhou Du arrived at Qin Cheng's office, Qiao Zheng was there too. Seeing him walk in, Qiao Zheng smiled and greeted him. Zhou Du, you can hang out for a while. Mr. Chiao and I still have some things to discuss. Qin Cheng glanced at him. Are you drunk? Still okay. Zhou Du sat on the couch and poured himself a glass of water. Qin Cheng stopped caring after that, since they weren't keeping secrets from Zhou Du, they trusted each other entirely. Half an hour later, Qiao Zheng packed up the documents. I'm off. I'm starving. Zhou Du asked, haven't you guys eaten yet? Qin Cheng snorted with laughter, we did. But he's hungry again, eats like a pig. Hey. Qiao Zheng couldn't argue with that, so he turned to Zhou Du mischievously, brother, who's on top between you and our Chenger? Qin Cheng choked on his drink and started coughing furiously, what's wrong with you? Qiao Zheng claimed victory and was extremely pleased with himself. However, Zhou Du responded, Brother Cheng is on top. And that's all. Qiao Zheng's eyes widened in shock, what? Zhou Du explained seriously, position doesn't represent male dignity. It's simply how we relate to each other, as common as eating or sleeping. Qin Cheng arched his eyebrows slightly, this young man really knew his place. Qiao Zheng blinked, oh well, I was just teasing Brother Cheng, off to work now. Then he messaged his wife. Big gossip. Zhou Du is on the bottom. Sister Hua, you're talking nonsense. My couple cannot switch roles. Chapter 104, Unexpected Joy. After the vacation, Zhou Du had a new schedule, but all his trips were short-term. His company was careful in picking scripts for him, ensuring that he wouldn't be away for 3 or 4 months at a time. When he wasn't home, Qin Cheng would go back to his parents' place for free meals, hanging around under Cheng Lan's watchful eyes every day. He often praised Zhou Du extravagantly, calling him a one-of-a-kind talent, and would grab the remote control from his mother to switch to the movie channel just to watch Zhou Du's films. Cheng Lan couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Cheng, can't you go back to your own place? You've never been this frequent before. This is just me being a filial son. Qin Cheng sat beside Cheng Lan, eyeing the big gold bracelet on her wrist. Hey, this bracelet looks familiar. Don't bother me, get lost. Cheng Lan pushed him away irritably, keep your distance. Qin Cheng smiled and hugged her shoulder without shame, you're the best, Mom. The best in the world. Nonsense. Stop being cute, you're an adult now. Although Cheng Lan complained with her mouth, her heart softened a little as she touched her son's head, time flies so fast, you've grown up so much, Mom is getting old. Don't say that, you're not old at all. In the kitchen, Qin Weijun shouted, Qin Cheng. Don't spend all day eating. Come help me wash the vegetables. Days went by like this. Though Cheng Lan didn't change her position, she was no longer as fierce as before. On New Year's Day, Zhou Du had to attend a gala and wouldn't be able to return to the north to be with Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng said casually, no problem, but secretly booked a flight ticket on New Year's Eve. True love means give and take. If you can't come, then I'll go. Before flying to meet Zhou Du, Qin Cheng drove to visit Zhang Yun's house, as it had been a long time since his last visit. Zhang Yun opened the door and was surprised to see him. Little Cheng, how come you didn't tell me you were coming? Auntie, I just happened to pass by. Qin Cheng entered with gifts in both hands. Zhou Du won't come back for New Year's Day, did he tell you? Yes, look what you've brought. Don't buy so many things. Zhang Yun tried to refuse but felt uncomfortable accepting the gifts. I don't need so many good things, take them back. But once bought, how can we take them back? Qin Cheng took the water handed over by Zhang Yun and looked around at the cozy living room. Do you ever get bored staying alone at home? Why not join a square dance team and hang out with the other grandmas? My old legs won't allow that kind of movement. Have you eaten, little Cheng? Auntie will make you something delicious. Zhang Yun lovingly looked at him. Have you lost weight? That's great, I want to eat the stir-fried noodles you make. They're better than Zhou Du's. Qin Qing didn't hesitate, indeed, he hadn't had lunch yet. Alright, wait here while I prepare it. Zhang Yun directly went into the kitchen. Qin Qing didn't wait idly in the living room, instead wandering into the kitchen chatting aimlessly with Zhang Yun. How could one not feel lonely in a foreign city where children have their own jobs? She could only stay home alone. After eating lunch with her and chatting a bit more, Qin Qing said, Auntie, I have to go now. There are still some things to handle at work. That's fine, don't miss your important tasks. Zhang Yun stood up to see him off. As they left the house, Qin Qing waved goodbye, go back inside, it's cold outside. Suddenly, Zhang Yun said, looking at him, Little Qing, actually, I already know about your relationship with my youngest child. Qin Qing stiffened, incredulously looking at the woman who had spent most of her life in the mountain village, unsure how to respond. This revelation terrified him far more than if his own parents found out. Zhang Yun awkwardly rubbed her hands. At first, when I learned of it, I couldn't accept it either and wanted to scold Zhou Du countless times. She laughed sheepishly, but Gu Yan said that you are a good child and this decision came primarily from our youngest child. Qin Cheng's lips moved slightly as a layer of sweat appeared on his back in the bitter winter air. Auntie, do you mean? Zhou Du has never enjoyed the blessings from his father and me since childhood, but now it's me enjoying my son's blessings instead. Zhang Yun's eyes were a bit red. Both you and my youngest child are good kids, and you've helped our family so much. Auntie, please don't say such things, you're making me. Oh well. Zhang Yun wiped her face and lovingly smiled. I just wanted to tell you that as long as you two are happy, that's fine. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Qing responded dumbly, completely caught off guard. He never expected Zhang Yun to be so open-minded. Hurry to work. Zhang Yun waved him off. Okay, I'm leaving. Qin Qing was somewhat incredulous and turned back to look at Zhang Yun several times. Zhang Yun watched Qin Qing get in the car and disappear around the corner before turning back home. She didn't understand anything about being open-minded or not, she only knew her son had always been independent since childhood, stronger than her. After driving out of the villa area, Qin Qing was still in a daze. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Du. Hey, Zhou Du. Brother Cheng, why are you suddenly calling me? Did something happen? No, well, yes. I just left your place. Qin Qing rubbed his hair. Your mom knows about us. Zhou Du didn't seem surprised at all. Oh. What did she say to you? Why aren't you surprised at all? She said as long as we're happy together, it's fine. Qin Qing tapped the steering wheel. Isn't this joy coming too unexpectedly? I guessed that already, Zhou Du chuckled. It is sudden, I didn't expect my mom to be like this either. But it's good. It's good indeed. Qin Qing took a deep breath. Well, sometimes things turn out for the best when you least expect it. I'll have to keep working harder to win Aunt Qinglan over. There's no rush. Someone on Zhou Du's side called him over for makeup, so Qin Qing said, you go ahead and work. I'm driving now. Okay, see you later. I miss you. Zhou Du hung up the phone with a smile. His stylist saw it and teased, so happy. Who called teacher Zhou? Zhou Du looked at him while fixing his hair with small clips, his gaze soft, my boyfriend. Chapter 105, The Rings. Upon hearing this, the makeup artist looked full of regret. Is teacher Zhou really one of us in this circle? It's such a pity that I met you too late. Zhou Du locked eyes with his reflection in the mirror and laughed. Even if we had met earlier, it wouldn't have made a difference since I've known him for longer. Ugh, here comes another dose of dog food. The makeup artist took out a powder puff to set his makeup and winked at him. Then if the two of you break up, I want to be the first runner-up, whichever side you choose. Zhou Du arched an eyebrow. That will never happen, we'll be together forever. Dead from jealousy. I truly envy the two of you. The makeup artist put down the makeup brush she was holding. She applied only light makeup on Zhou Du, just slightly enhancing his features. With his well-defined facial structure and handsome features, Zhou Du hardly needed any makeup. However, as this was an evening event, some makeup would make photos turn out better. Zhou Du smiled warmly but remained silent. In their circle, there are clean romances, but the prevailing atmosphere has been corrupted by certain individuals, leading to public stereotypes about them being messy. Yet people live their own lives and will reap what they sow. It is excessive for those chasing excitement to envy others' pure love. How can someone expect both? After finishing his makeup, Zhou Du went backstage for the final rehearsal. He would go on stage today to sing a duet with two other actors. Qin Qing didn't head to the company, telling Zhang Yun that the company was busy, which was merely an excuse. He was taking a flight to spend New Year's Eve with his young boyfriend. Qin Qing quickly grabbed a few change of clothes and stuffed them into his suitcase before booking a taxi to the airport. Jiangbei was not far from Jing City, and the flight only took an hour and a half. After landing, Qin Qing did not contact Zhou Du but called Su Yang instead. Su manager, which hotel is arranged for Zhou Du? Mr. Qin, are you in Jing City? Yes, don't tell Zhou Du yet, I want to surprise him. Qin Qing picked up his small suitcase and bought a cup of coffee at a cafe. Su Yang covered the phone and glanced at Zhou Du, who was currently rehearsing. Xiao Du is practicing right now. His performance is at midnight, so he won't return to the hotel until very late. Or I could have my assistant pick you up and bring you to the scene. There are still empty seats in the front row. Isn't this arrangement risky? What if we get photographed? Su Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, the two of you have already made your relationship public, does it matter whether you're photographed or not? It's fine. After Xiao Du finishes work, the two of you can take separate cars back to the hotel. I'll make sure it's handled. Alright, thank you. Just send me the address, and I'll take a taxi there. After Su Yang sent the address to Qincheng, he arranged for his assistant to wait outside the door. Zhou Du had finished rehearsing and was about to do a pre-show interview. Su Yang patted his arm. Did you review the interview script? This is CCTV's interview, so please give good answers. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The assistant sent to pick up Qincheng was a newly graduated girl, who seemed thrilled upon seeing Qincheng. Mr. Qin, are you going to meet Teacher Zhou now? Qincheng arched an eyebrow. Why do you seem happier than I am? I'm a CP fan of the two of you, how could I not be excited to see you both in person? The assistant quietly whispered while covering her mouth, immediately quieting when noticing someone approaching. Qincheng chuckled. He's busy now, so let's not disturb him. Just lead me to his dressing room to wait, okay? With Zhou Du's current status, he already had an independent artist makeup and lounge room. Sure, follow me. As Qincheng followed the assistant, people were bustling around the corridor, all too busy to notice him. Mr. Qin, here we are. Qincheng raised his gaze and saw the 5 characters, Zhou Du's restroom, posted on the door. He opened the door directly. Inside were some of Zhou Du's clothes and working materials. You can go ahead and take care of your business, I can stay here myself. Oh, and keep it a secret from Zhou Du. Absolutely, understood. The assistant gave him a thumbs-up gesture. After the assistant left, the restroom was left with only Qincheng. It was very quiet, allowing the sound of hurried footsteps outside to be faintly heard as everyone prepared for the upcoming gala. Qincheng scanned the area and consumed the fruit platter the staff had prepared for Zhou Du. A coat of Zhou Du's hung on the hanger. Its pocket bulged slightly. Curious, Qincheng nibbled on an apple and strolled over, pulling out a box. It contained 2 plain platinum rings. Qincheng paused, suddenly losing the sweetness in his apple. He picked up one of the rings and slipped it onto his ring finger. It fit perfectly. Oh. Qincheng's face turned red, and he quickly put the ring back in its original place. His heart was racing with anticipation as he wondered how his young boyfriend would present the ring to him. Would he kneel down on one knee? Ah, that would be strange for 2 men. Or perhaps it would be hidden in a cake for him to bite into. What if he swallowed it by accident? Mr. Qin patted his flushed cheeks. Hey, what a sweet problem to have. Qincheng wandered around the dressing room and couldn't resist pulling out the ring box again. He stared at the ring on his finger for a long time. Though it was the simplest design with no embellishments, just a matte band, Qincheng felt it weighed heavily, tickling his heart with a soft sensation. As Qincheng placed the ring back, he noticed an engraving inside, the initials of their names and a tiny crescent moon. It was impossible not to feel moved. Zhou Du always found unexpected ways to softly knock on his chest. Qincheng walked over to the window and gazed at the night sky. Winter nights fell quickly, it was already pitch black by 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, there was no moon in his line of sight. Lost in thought, Qincheng turned on the television in the rest room and switched to CCTV. They were live-streaming Zhou Du's interview. The CCTV reporter had quite a skillful approach. After asking questions about Zhou Du's performances, they smoothly transitioned to his personal life, though indirectly. Teacher Zhou is so young. Could you share with us your views on marriage and love among today's youth? Zhou Du smiled faintly. My opinions probably don't represent the younger generation. My friends say my mental age is 20 years older than my real one. The reporter chuckled, amused by his quip. Zhou Du continued, I prefer lifelong monogamous relationships. Once I've chosen, I won't let go. Wow, looks like Teacher Zhou follows the pure love route. Qincheng took a sip of warm water to calm the fluttering in his chest. When Zhou Du glanced at the camera earlier, Qincheng almost thought he could see him through the lens. The assistant knocked on the door and came in with dinner, specially ordered from a nearby restaurant. Mr. Qin, the gala is starting soon. After you finish eating, I'll take you there, okay? Isn't Zhou Du performing at midnight? Sitting there for 3 hours would be too boring. I'm perfectly fine staying here. Qincheng pulled open the meal box. Has Zhou Du eaten yet? His food has already been delivered, so don't worry, the assistant said with an expression clearly implying, you really love him. When Teacher Zhou is about to perform, I'll come take you over. Alright, have you eaten? Qincheng offered generously. Have some with me, I can't finish this much alone. After all, you're a fan of our CP, and I should be kinder to you. No, the assistant waved her hands. I still have work to do. Please eat, and if you need anything, just call me. Alright, thank you. Qincheng smiled warmly at her. Chapter 106, The Moon Will Come to Me. There was still plenty of time before the next performance, and Zhou Du was about to return to the resting room to take a break. However, he noticed an expression of hesitation on his assistant's face from the corner of his eye. What's wrong? Is there something? No, it's just, your resting room. The assistant pressed her lips together, swallowing the rest of her words. It was a surprise, and she didn't want to ruin the little intimate moment for his CP. Zhou Du looked at her with a puzzled expression before pushing open the door of the resting room and walking straight in. Once inside, he discovered someone lying on the sofa, covered by his overcoat, sound asleep with their face also buried under it. He turned to look at the assistant, silently questioning her with his eyes. But the usually astute young assistant backed away and quietly closed the door for him. Mr. Zhou, I'll keep watch for you. What? Zhou Du stared at the closed door, his face filled with bewilderment. What was she supposed to guard? He walked over closer, taking a glance at the man who was sleeping soundly wrapped in his overcoat, and then reached into his pocket to take out the ring box. Zhou Du thought it was a staff member and so didn't wake him up. Still, he felt this person had absolutely no sense of boundaries. Coming into his resting room was one thing, but sleeping covered with his clothes? Still, everyone had been pretty busy lately, barely getting 3 or 4 hours of sleep each day. After some consideration, Zhou Du decided to let it slide and wait until the man woke up. Zhou Du sat down on the small sofa beside and poured himself a drink when he noticed the fruit plate on the coffee table was already empty. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the sleeping man on the couch. His overcoat extended to below the knee, so even if it covered his head, only the other person's legs were visible. Something about this person's pants seemed familiar to Zhou Du. He took a sip of water, and suddenly fixed his gaze on the man snoring loudly beside him. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Qin Cheng had called him during lunchtime from Jiangbei. Besides, wasn't Qin Cheng supposed to go home for New Year's Day to spend time with his parents? Zhou Du stood up and carefully lifted the coat off the man. The moment he saw Qin Cheng's face, an overwhelming joy coursed through his veins as blood rapidly spread across his chest cavity. Was he dreaming? The person he'd been longing for had suddenly appeared right in front of him, leaving Zhou Du standing there unsure how to express his happiness. Qin Cheng opened his eyes groggily due to the sudden influx of light, and saw Zhou Du crouched next to him, looking gentle and loving. Ah! Qin Cheng exclaimed, startled. What are you doing? Why didn't you wake me? Qin Cheng, how did you get here? Before Qin Cheng could answer, Zhou Du leaned down, silencing whatever he wanted to say with a kiss. Qin Cheng pushed him away. You have lipstick all over your mouth. That doesn't matter, I can reapply later. They nestled close on the sofa, sharing a deep kiss. It wasn't like being at home, so Qin Cheng felt a bit uneasy. Alright, your clothes are wrinkled. Zhou Du sat up straight and smiled foolishly at him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Qin Cheng wiped his mouth, smudging the lipstick slightly onto his chin. Isn't this what I'm learning from you? To give you a surprise. Definitely a surprise. Zhou Du held his hand, treasuring it as if it were rare. Amused, Qin Cheng used the pad of his fingers to wipe away the lipstick that had spilled from Zhou Du's mouth. Look at you, dumbfounded. Do you have to sing soon? Want me to listen? Will you be nervous? I won't be. With you here, I feel safer. As they indulged in tender moments, the door to the resting room suddenly opened. Su Yang walked in a few steps, then quickly turned around. Cough, ahem, Xiaodu, it's time to change into your costume. I'm coming. Zhou Du squeezed Qin Cheng's hand gently. Xinga, please wait here, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up and escort you into the venue later. Alright, Qin Cheng nodded. Zhou Du followed Su Yang outside. Upon seeing his smeared lipstick, Su Yang almost fainted. Your mouth, if this gets live streamed, oh my god. Zhou Du leaned down and wiped his mouth with his knuckles. Is it obvious? Su Yang hurriedly dragged him into the makeup room and shouted, Alan, quick, touch up his makeup. The makeup artist put down her coffee and came over, exclaiming, oh my goodness, who did Mr. Zhou kiss passionately? Did your boyfriend come? Zhou Du neither nodded nor denied it. While joking around, the makeup artist fixed his appearance for him. Alright, try to endure it. No more kissing. Zhou Du's ears reddened. The makeup artist chuckled a couple of times, truly sincere. Just before Zhou Du went on stage, Qin Cheng was led inside by the assistant. There was only one seat left in the first 2 rows, which inevitably drew others' attention when he approached. Qin Cheng regretted not wearing a suit. The heating inside was very strong, and Qin Cheng was only wearing a light-colored hoodie, always feeling like he couldn't command respect in the setting. The camera kept scanning over, and Qin Cheng quietly took out his phone to fix his hair. Unsurprisingly, in just those 3 or 4 seconds, the live stream cut directly to him. Sharp-eyed netizens quickly noticed his small actions and immediately turned it into a gif. Is that Qin Cheng? He's there to watch Zhou Du perform. Family members. Zhou Qin is for real. Qin Cheng looked so young in that hoodie. Qin Cheng was completely unaware of being discussed online at that moment. He was focused on listening to Zhou Du singing. He had assumed it would be pre-recorded, but unexpectedly, it was fully live microphone, which was Qin Cheng's first time hearing Zhou Du sing. Even though it wasn't a love song but an extremely positive one, after catching a glance from Zhou Du, Qin Cheng felt an extreme sense of intimacy. After Zhou Du finished singing, Qin Cheng stayed to watch 2 more programs before leaving. As soon as he returned to the resting room, someone hugged him. Happy New Year, baby. Ugh, my goosebumps. Qin Cheng shivered, seeing Zhou Du's little pouty look, and laughed as he cupped his face. Happy New Year, darling. On the drive back to the hotel, with nothing better to do, Qin Cheng logged onto Weibo and saw their names trending. Qin Cheng sighed helplessly. These netizens, do they have radars for eyes? They're too sharp. He showed his phone to Su Yang. Doesn't this matter? Shouldn't we stop it? Su Yang had already become indifferent. No problem, straight guys still sell yaoi, you two deserve a bit of /fans. Won't this affect Zhou Du's career? Su Yang snorted twice, inwardly scoffing, thinking about how neither of them considered this when they were kissing earlier. It's fine, we haven't admitted anything yet, right? These are all speculations from the netizens. People can ship us if they want, we can't stop them. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Du. This works. Don't worry. Zhou Du yawned, leaning his head on Qin Cheng's shoulder. Wake me up when we arrive, I'm too sleepy. Sleep well then. Qin Cheng tenderly touched his cheek. Chapter 107, It Has to Be You. Qin Cheng had originally intended to go upstairs separately from Zhou Du, but Zhou Du said it was unnecessary. Besides, there was also Su Yang who acted as the third wheel around them. Zhou Du's room and Su Yang's were next to each other. If all 3 of them went up together, even if they got photographed, they could argue it off somehow. Zhou Du took out his room card and opened the door. After Qin Cheng entered, he turned on the air conditioner first. It was a bit cold inside during winter, so the room needed to warm up, otherwise, he would catch a cold when stepping out of the shower later. Just as Qin Cheng was adjusting the wind speed, a warm body pressed against him from behind. Zhou Du's breathing was heavy as he kissed and sniffed Qin Cheng, saying that he missed him. Qin Cheng felt a little shy. Aren't you tired? Go take a shower and sleep. It's already so late. I've had enough sleep just now, I'm full of energy. As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Cheng was turned around by Zhou Du and picked up in an embrace. In a posture similar to carrying a child, Qin Cheng's buttocks were held as he was carried toward the bed. During this process, Zhou Du continued kissing him while tilting his head upward. Qin Cheng was lifted higher than Zhou Du and twisted his head away to avoid being kissed. President Qin easily flushed at this treatment and felt utterly embarrassed by being embraced like this. Let me kiss you. Zhou Du's eyes shimmered with mist and bloodshot redness due to staying up too late, looking somewhat pitiful. Unable to resist, Qin Cheng smiled, his lips curved gently, and lightly pecked the corner of Zhou Du's lips. How did you end up pouting like this? If pouting makes you care for me more, then I can keep learning how to do it. Zhou Du's smooth talk flowed effortlessly, without any sense of shame himself, but it made Qin Cheng feel awkward on his behalf. Just as their passion intensified, Qin Cheng's stomach suddenly growled with hunger, causing Zhou Du to pause momentarily before laughing. Are you hungry? I didn't eat much for dinner. Zhou Du lowered his head and kissed Qin Cheng's stomach, pulling down the disheveled shirt covering his chest. He stood up and grabbed his phone. What do you want to eat? Let's order some snacks. Sitting up, Qin Cheng rubbed his messy hair. This time of night, only barbecue places are open. How about we get some barbecue and drink a bit? It's New Year's Day after all, another year has started, and don't you have no work tomorrow? Fine, whatever you say. Zhou Du opened the food delivery app and chose a highly rated nearby barbecue shop. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qin Cheng knelt behind him, resting his chin on Zhou Du's head and joined in selecting the skewers together. Because eating too much snacks leads to indigestion, neither of them ordered a large amount. After finishing the order, Zhou Du casually tossed the phone aside and lunged at Qin Cheng. We still need to wait over an hour until it arrives. Qin Cheng chuckled, beast. Qin Cheng lay face down on the pillow. You said Su Yang stays nearby. No worries, good soundproofing. Zhou Du stroked Qin Cheng's sweat-dampened hair. And isn't it a bit late to be thinking about this now? Whose fault is this? Qin Cheng weakly kicked Zhou Du once. Go take your shower, in case the food gets here soon. Understood. Despite working hard for an hour, Zhou Du didn't seem exhausted in the slightest, cradling Qin Cheng firmly in his arms. President Qin was inwardly annoyed, gripping a small handkerchief in frustration. Just a 7-year age difference, yet could it be so huge? Zhou Du noticed Qin Cheng's melancholy gaze. What are you thinking about? Qin Cheng turned on the showerhead, sighing wistfully. 7 years really does make a big difference. Zhou Du put down the handheld shower nozzle, diligently helping Qin Cheng wash. You're thinking too much, Chenggu. When you were my age, you were just as drained. Shut up. Qin Cheng leaned on the tiled wall, laughing helplessly. So cocky now, huh? Want to argue with me? A soft chuckle escaped Zhou Du's throat, blending into the steamy bathroom atmosphere, hinting at slight intimacy. Do you think it's little that I argue back? I'll slap you. Qin Cheng turned around and pinched Zhou Du's waist. Pain rippled across Zhou Du's brow furrow. That was quite fierce of you. Humph, serves you right. With the high temperature in the bathroom, Qin Cheng's face glowed pale pink after coming out. Due to the warm water amplifying things, his marks looked even more severe, as if he'd been beaten up. He walked to the low cabinet, unscrewed the cap of a bottle of mineral water, and drank half of it in one breath. His hoarse throat finally found relief. The internal telephone in the room rang, notifying them that the hotel robot had delivered the food, requesting them to promptly open the door. "I'll go get it." Zhou Du glanced at Qin Cheng, who was only wearing underwear. No one should see, even the robot shouldn't. The food delivery was 10 minutes overdue, and the delivery guy apologized via a call, which Qin Cheng answered, "No problem, no problem. It hasn't delayed anything, so don't worry about it." Qin Cheng thought privately, good thing it was late. "Chenggu, put on your pajamas." Zhou Du rummaged through Qin Cheng's small suitcase but couldn't find such clothing items. "You can wear mine." Zhou Du raised his hand to take off his top, then pulled Qin Cheng over and forcibly slipped it over him. Although there was only a 5 centimeter height difference between the two of them, their body circumferences differed by about 1.5 circles. And this was after Zhou Du had lost weight for a movie. Additionally, the pajamas were already designed to be loose, so when Qin Cheng wore Zhou Du's pajama top, it reached down to cover his buttocks. "What are you doing?" "It's just the two of us. There's the floor-to-ceiling window, what if someone sees?" Zhou Du looked over Qin Cheng with satisfaction, a mysterious sense of fulfillment washing over him. Qin Cheng smiled, "I'm a man, I don't care if anyone sees me." Zhou Du placed the barbecue and beer on the small table by the floor-to-ceiling window. "What if someone sees, then they'd know you've just been with me." Qin Cheng was speechless. "Watch your words, okay?" Zhou Du grinned, picked up a soft pillow, then covered it with his own clothes before letting Qin Cheng sit down. "If Brother Cheng is too good to me, I might get conceited." Qin Cheng let out a tisk sound, and glanced regretfully out the window. "It's such a pity that the weather isn't good today, we can't see the moon." Zhou Du pulled the tab on the beer can and replied casually, "Isn't it right in front of me?" Qin Cheng let out an ow, taking a sip of the chilled beer. "Annoying, just shut up, my teeth are going to rot." "Did your uncle and aunt know you came to find me? Will they be mad?" Qin Cheng chewed on a piece of lamb skewer. "I told them, no problem. Getting scolded is something I've grown accustomed to." "Hey, I've been wanting to ask." Qin Cheng clinked glasses with Zhou Du. "Why do you like me? Since when did it start?" Zhou Du took a sip of alcohol, thinking carefully before answering. "I can't remember clearly, but I just liked you." "There must be a reason, right?" Qin Cheng wouldn't let it go. "For example, because I'm handsome, I have a great personality, or I'm rich. There are so many advantages about me, and you can't even name one you liked." Zhou Du looked at him and laughed softly. "Must I say it?" "Yeah, say it." You look quite nice when you cry." Qin Cheng paused mid-motion with the skewer. "What? So moody, yet so prone to crying." Zhou Du noticed the faint redness still lingering in the corners of Qin Cheng's eyes. "Very cute." "I'm moody." Qin Cheng pointed the bamboo stick at Zhou Du. "Rephrase that, am I moody?" Zhou Du, shirtless but smiling in his eyes, leaned forward despite the imminent poke from the skewer. Qin Cheng quickly retracted it. "What are you doing? Let me stab a couple holes in you. I like every side of you, seriously." Zhou Du wiped away the leftover spices from barbecue at the corner of Qin Cheng's mouth. "There's nothing particularly extraordinary, it just has to be you. No one else will do." Chapter 108, Time Sure Does Fly. Qin Cheng thought that just hearing Zhou Du's confession today would satisfy him. He suddenly remembered the 2 wedding rings and pondered when exactly Zhou Du planned to bring them out. "What are you thinking about? Daydreaming at a time like this?" Zhou Du asked, dissatisfied. Qin Cheng pinched his beer can. "What else could I be thinking about other than you? Time sure does fly." "Hey!" Qin Cheng said rather excitedly, "Do you remember our first outing with Daqiao and the others?" Zhou Du smirked sarcastically. "Of course I remember, your blind date, what was her name again? A little fuzzy on that one." After saying that, he chuckled coldly. "Ah, now I remember, he Qin Meng, right? You're such a jealous one," Qin Cheng teased while tearing off a piece of pancake, wrapping the meat skewer inside it, pulling it tight, and passing it to Zhou Du's mouth. Zhou Du, reluctantly, accepted the feeding. "Humph. I'm telling you," Qin Cheng reminisced, "that time we had a barbecue by the sea, you got drunk after just one drink. My goodness, it took so much effort to drag you back. Look at now, your alcohol tolerance has improved, our little Du has grown up." Qin Cheng sighed reflectively, then his eyes lit up. "Oh my god, I almost forgot. We kissed back then." Well, not exactly kissing, more like tripping and bumping into each other. "Tell me, who could have guessed that we'd end up like this?" Zhou Du paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and finished the last sip of his beer. "Who says it isn't true?" Qin Cheng noticed Zhou Du's calm expression and felt a little upset. "What's wrong? I'm reminiscing here, but why do you look so indifferent?" "Huh? Nothing, Chinga, if we don't eat soon, it'll get cold and tasteless." Zhou Du pushed Qin Cheng's favorite grilled horse mackerel toward him. Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du's behavior seemed a bit forced, studying his reaction carefully, narrowing his eyes. Were you pretending to be drunk that time?" "No, I was genuinely drunk. Back then, I was young and couldn't hold my liquor," Zhou Du explained earnestly. Qin Ching gave an unsure "oh" and reflected. It wasn't very likely, they'd only known each other for 2 months back then, right? If Zhou Du had tried to take advantage of him when he was drunk back then, that would have been way too calculating. It must have been real drunkenness. A 19-year-old kid's alcohol tolerance is poor. Qin Ching leaned back in his chair, beer in hand, looking out the window. Time really does fly fast. Zhou Du stared at Qin Cheng's side profile in a daze. He didn't miss the past because the gap between his former self and Qin Cheng was just too great. So great that even when the person lay beside him, he never dared to imagine owning him. Zhou Du preferred the present much better, when he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Cheng. When they could enjoy barbecue together, drink beer, and hear Qin Cheng recount their old stories. If he had to say what he missed from the past, it was every moment Qin Cheng called his name. Seeing Qin Cheng yawn, Zhou Du's tone held an affection that Qin Cheng couldn't perceive, deeply harboring his love. Are you sleepy? Yes, it's already so late, let's go to sleep. Qin Cheng drank the last gulp of beer, crushed the empty can, threw it into the trash bin. Let's sleep. All right. Zhou Du cleaned up the small table, sorted the garbage to make it easier for the cleaning aunt tomorrow. Qin Cheng was lying on the bed, calling out, Xiao Du. I'm here. Zhou Du came out of the bathroom after washing his hands. What do you need? Patting the spot next to him, Qin Cheng said, come over, time to sleep. Smiling, Zhou Du pulled the covers open, embraced Qin Cheng into his arms, kissed his forehead, and whispered, good night, baby. See, now is truly the happiest. Qin Cheng's person and heart all belonged to him completely. The two of them slept soundly until 1 in the afternoon. Zhou Du woke up once during the night to open the door. Outside stood Su Yang. Su Yang thought something happened to them and was about to call the police and ask the front desk for the room card. Could sleeping possibly cause any trouble? Zhou Du was sleep-deprived after staying up too late last night, evident from the dark circles under his eyes. Su Yang slightly tugged his lips, wanting to say something but stopped himself. Then fine, go back to sleep. Still, try not to stay up late in the future, it's bad for your skin condition. Zhou Du nodded, closed the door, and went back to sleep with Qin Cheng in his arms. Outside, Su Yang muttered with disapproval, these young people these days, so lack restraint. How could sleeping cause problems? Su Yang grumbled, thinking how many issues sleeping might actually create, who knows if they don't have some peculiar preferences. Su Yang, acting as an overly concerned mother, made the assistant reschedule their return flight to Jiangbei for the afternoon. Qin Cheng woke up from hunger, nudging Zhou Du next to him, I'm hungry. Zhou Du opened his sleepy eyes, took his phone to check the time, and confirmed that he was indeed hungry. Chinga, what do you feel like eating? I want something light. I ate too much barbecue yesterday, my stomach doesn't feel very good. Qin Cheng frowned as he rubbed his belly. Zhou Du followed his hand to gently massage his stomach. Maybe it's not just because of the food. It must be from drinking then. Qin Cheng yawned, tears welling up in his eyes, and leaned against Zhou Du's arm. Zhou Du chuckled silently but diligently ordered a plain noodle for Qin Cheng. On the way back to Jiangbei in the afternoon, Qin Cheng and Zhou Du were seated apart. As Su Yang put it, even if you two are real, you need to put on a show for the audience. Subtle hints of sweetness are always better, overt displays can make people tired. Upon hearing Su Yang's wise words, Qin Cheng exclaimed with admiration, wow, Su Dejingji really has impressive tactics. Not bad at all. Su Yang modestly waved his hand. Qin Cheng glanced at Zhou Du and smiled. This time, Zhou Du had an open schedule, no hiding from fans. Quite a number came to greet him, though the scene was orderly maintained by security. Still, once Zhou Du emerged, the crowd almost lost control. Zhou Du took off his mask so they could snap photos. Some fans traveled long distances to see him. How disappointing if they couldn't see his whole face. Of course, there were also CP fans here. One of them snapped pictures of Zhou Du's lips, which had scabs forming, shouting, Zhou Du. Where's your wife? Hearing this, Zhou Du gave her camera a smile. Wow. Zhou Qin is definitely the best to ship. The CP fan's heart trembled. She'd root for them forever. As Zhou Du walked along, he collected letters the entire way. Before boarding the private car, he turned around to bow to the fans. Thank you for your love, Happy New Year's Day. Happy New Year, Zhou. Be happy together. After closing the car door, Zhou Du turned his head toward Qin Cheng who was crouched in the corner at the back. What are you doing, Chinga? Qin Cheng stretched out his legs that he'd been folding up. Ahem, I'm avoiding being photographed. Zhou Du smiled softly. The private car drove to the company's underground parking lot first. After switching to Zhou Du's private car, they finally headed home. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Qin Cheng looked at Zhou Du's increasingly firm and mature side profile. Time does fly fast, right? Zhou Du freed one hand to hold his, bringing it to his mouth to press lightly. Yeah, but I still like you as much as when I was 19. No, Zhou Du added with a smile. I like you even more than back then. Chapter 109, It Will Get Better. Life went on day by day, with firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, bustling with tiki of daily life. Qin Cheng was initially anxiously waiting every day because of the ring Zhou Du had bought. Unexpectedly, Zhou Du was so patient that after waiting for more than half a month, nothing happened, and Qin Cheng's excitement gradually faded away. On the day of Zhang Linhao's wedding, all of their dormitory mates attended. The youthful boys from back then had grown into dependable men. Bai Qingyu was still the one who cried the most. When the groom kissed the bride on stage, he cried messily from below. Muchuan teased him, "Oh my goodness, those who understand think you're moved, but those who don't might think you're crying over unrequited love." Bai Qingyu pressed a tissue against his eyes, "I want to get married too." "How can two men marry?" The roommates jokingly bantered with him. Only Zhou Du paused for a moment and said, "If you want to get married, then do it. Life is only a few decades long, why care what others think? In this vast world, one's own happiness is the most important thing." Zhou Du's hand was in the pocket of his coat, stroking the ring box inside. The velvet box was almost polished smooth from being handled so much, and he had rehearsed hundreds of times in his mind, but it always felt too rushed and not grand enough. After Bai Qingyu finished crying, he started taking selfies, showing his red eyes to Fang Ke. Even if he stepped back 10,000 steps, wasn't Fang Ke partly responsible for his tears? He couldn't cry for nothing, someone should feel sorry for him. Sure enough, Fang Ke's video call popped up immediately. "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Bai Qingyu switched to the rear camera to show him the teary-eyed Zhang Linhao on the stage. "Look how happy they are. I also want to have a wedding. Even if we can't get the official certificate, having a wedding would be good, right?" Fang Ke on the other side of the screen sighed with relief. "If you want to have it, just do it. There's domestic guardianship registration available domestically, but if you feel it lacks ceremony, we can also go abroad for the marriage license." Bai Qingyu blinked. "Let's do it abroad. I want a cruise wedding. At sea. If we do it domestically, it would be too conspicuous and people will gossip." "Alright, I'll arrange it. Don't cry anymore." Fang Ke lightly touched Bai Qingyu's red eye corners with his fingertips. He had already thought about the designated guardianship and marriage certificate matters, but he was worried that Bai Qingyu might not be ready due to his young age. Now that Bai Qingyu brought it up himself, everything was perfect. Someone knocked on the office door, and the secretary came in to show Fang Ke the latest match schedule for the club. Fang Ke smiled, feeling good as he asked, "Secretary Wang, are you interested in attending my wedding?" Secretary Wang was taken aback. "Are you getting married?" Fang Ke happily nodded affirmatively. After hanging up the video call, Bai Qingyu cheerfully ate a small cake. "You all must come to my wedding. Fang Ke will reimburse your flights and accommodations. You really don't hesitate to spend your boyfriend's money." Prince Mu laughed. Bai Qingyu wagged his index finger. "You don't understand, he's actually happy about it." After saying that, he looked at Zhou Du. "Will you come?" "Zhou Du? What are you spacing out about?" Zhou Du snapped back to reality. "What? I said I plan to have a cruise wedding abroad later. Are you and Qing coming?" "We'll come if there's no work." As they were chatting, Zhang Linhao approached with his bride to toast. "What are you guys talking about so happily? Come on, wish me happiness on my new marriage. Isn't my wife beautiful?" Bai Qingyu grinned. "Beautiful. She looks pretty, and so do you." "Get lost," Zhang Linhao laughed and scolded him. "Brother Zhou, thank you for coming despite being so busy. Can we take a picture?" Behind Zhang Linhao was a follow-up photographer. Zhou Du smiled. "Of course, congratulations on your new marriage." The group seemed to return to the age of 19 as they gathered together, smiling happily to the camera saying, "Cheese." After the wedding ended, Zhou Du didn't let his assistant pick him up but instead rented a shared bike. It was almost New Year's, and the trees on the roadside were entwined with lights, hung with red lanterns, creating a festive atmosphere. The cold wind blew into Zhou Du's collar, making him feel chilly, but instead of minding it, he removed his mask and hat. The shared bike was semi-electric, requiring only a few pedals to go quite far. As Zhou Du felt the cold wind blowing past his face, he recalled when he first came to Jiangbei, and his only transportation was either a bus or a shared bike. Time flew by, and Jiangbei was no longer just an icon on a map, it had become home with his family and lover. When he arrived at Roma Tower, Zhou Du's face was frozen red. Seeing his hair tousled from the wind, Qin Cheng touched his face with the back of his hand. "Are you running away from famine? Is this how you got here?" Zhou Du didn't bring gloves, and his hands had stiffened a little as he fished out the velvet box from his pocket. Qin Cheng froze. Zhou Du took out one of the rings inside. His hand trembled slightly, whether from the cold or nerves, and he slipped it onto Qin Cheng's ring finger. "I've always been looking for the right moment or planning an elaborate ceremony," Zhou Du said, "but while I was riding over here, all I could think about was putting this ring on your hand." Qin Cheng lowered his gaze to the plain platinum band on his finger. There was no kneeling, no small cake, but his heart still thumped wildly in excitement. "Put yours on me, Qin Cheng." Zhou Du extended his frostbitten hand. Qin Cheng lightly swatted his hand before taking the other ring. Zhou Du eagerly thrust his own ring finger forward. "Qin Cheng." Zhou Du grinned foolishly. Looking at his dopey expression, Qin Cheng laughed. "Are you crazy? Do people propose like this? Where are the flowers? The knee-down proposal? The cake? Upon hearing this, Zhou Du immediately knelt down. Flowers and cake, I'll get them later. Ah, you idiot. Qin Cheng laughed, pulling him up. I was just teasing you. I don't care about that stuff. Qin Cheng still had some work to finish, so Zhou Du left for home first without waiting for him. Wearing the ring made everything feel different. Zhou Du even felt like jumping as he walked along. By the time Qin Cheng got off work and came home, the dining table was already laden with dishes fragrant and delicious, accompanied by fresh flowers and a cake. Qin Cheng's eyes watered again, touched by the tenderness and romance beyond their daily routine. Zhou Du, still wearing his apron, came over to greet him. Was it cold outside? Go wash your hands, and we can eat. It was only a bit chilly near the parking lot. Qin Cheng shrugged off his coat, kicked off his shoes, and hooked his arms around Zhou Du's neck for a kiss. Or shall we eat later? Zhou Du's lashes fluttered, and he nodded softly. The feeling of having the ring really did change things. There were traces of mischief everywhere in the entryway. The underfloor heating was warm. But it couldn't dry the moisture of intimacy. Zhou Du transferred the apron onto Qin Cheng. He tied a beautiful bow knot at the back of Qin Cheng's waist. The apron still carried the lingering aroma from cooking soup earlier. Qin Cheng twisted his head to scold him as a pervert. Zhou Du gently rubbed the protruding bones of his spine. On one knee, flowers, cake, ring, we have them all now, brother Cheng. One thing is missing. Zhou Du kissed him again. I love you, I really do. Winter darkness fell quickly. Qin Cheng sat with his legs crossed like a dignified elder while Zhou Du reheated their meal. A bruised patch of purple showed clearly on his knee. The phone on the dining table rang. It was Cheng Lan calling. Qin Cheng cleared his throat. Mom. How's your throat? Are you catching a cold? The weather has dropped drastically lately, so wear more clothes. Don't show off or you'll end up with arthritis and rheumatism when you're old. Cough. Understood. Qin Cheng guiltily accepted Cheng Lan's concern. Did you call for anything specific? No. Cheng Lan paused for 2 seconds. Just, if Zhou Du has time, bring him home for dinner. Huh? Qin Cheng raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked toward Zhou Du in the kitchen. If you didn't hear, never mind. I'm hanging up. Heard it. You can't go back on it. Qin Cheng smiled cheekily. Wife. My mother-in-law has invited us home for dinner. Chapter 110, Out Over, Meeting with Mother-in-Law. Zhou Du had been to Qin Cheng's parents' house many times before, but he had never been this nervous. Just as Qin Cheng said, an unattractive daughter-in-law must see her in-laws. Cheng Lan opened the door for them and appeared very calm, as if they were just a couple of kids coming over for a casual meal. You're here. Why do you always buy so many things? You're Uncle Qin and I can't use all these. Zhou Du broke out in a thin layer of sweat on his back. Qin Cheng intervened. Why not take it? It's something that Zhou Du has put effort into buying. Here, let me have it. Qin Wei Jun wiped his hands on his apron and took the expensive gifts from Zhou Du. Very thoughtful of you, little Du. Qin Cheng looked at his dad's apron, realizing it was the same model as theirs. His mind suddenly became dirty. Dad, why are you wearing a pink apron? Really, it's ugly. Are you asking for a beating? Qin Wei Jun shot Qin Cheng a glance. You have too many complaints. Zhou Du raised an eyebrow with a smile, taking advantage of Qin Wei Jun and Cheng Lan's distraction to draw a gesture behind Qin Cheng, earning himself a glare. As Qin Wei Jun and Cheng Lan had finished preparing dinner, after washing their hands, Qin Cheng and Zhou Du could start eating. At the dinner table, Cheng Lan asked Zhou Du some questions about shooting, then started chatting gossip. Xia Du, do you know Zhang Man? Is it true between her and Li Qizhe? I saw online that they're dating. Auntie, I'm not quite sure. Qin Cheng sighed. Mom, aren't you making Zhou Du make mistakes? Why ask these things? I'm curious, that's all. Zhou Du smiled. Auntie, I truly don't know. Besides work, I rarely pay attention to these things. Qin Wei Jun said, that's good, it saves us from getting involved in unnecessary trouble. The water in your circle is already deep enough, we should just take care of ourselves. Look how insightful my dad is. Qin Cheng grinned while giving him a piece of braised beef. Cheng Lan humphed, so am I supposed to lack insight? I wouldn't dare say. Under Qin Cheng's liveliness, the atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. Zhou Du hardly spoke. After the meal, Qin Cheng and Zhou Du went to wash the dishes. Cheng Lan handed Qin Cheng a small box. The jade of peace that I prayed for, you throw away the one related to marriage. Qin Cheng glanced at Zhou Du, spotting the pendant hanging around Zhou Du's neck, which happened to be identical. It's the same, isn't it? Isn't it very effective? Look at Zhou Du, who lives peacefully and has also succeeded in his career. Cheng Lan placed it around Qin Cheng's neck, saying, peace and safety. Qin Cheng hugged her and smiled. Thank you, Mom. But what about this matchmaker, neglecting his own job? He's encroaching on Buddha's tasks. Ow. Ears, ears. Qin Cheng didn't finish his sentence before having his ears twisted. Cheng Lan clasped her hands devoutly and said a prayer. Childish remarks. No offense, no offense. Then she slapped Qin Cheng's back. Say nonsense again and I'll beat you. On the side, Zhou Du watched this lively scene and found inner satisfaction. Truly, he had no regrets in this life. Qin Wei Jun, go chop the filling, I'll need the dough. It's almost the new year, let's make some dumplings. Qinglan turned to Zhou Du, how is your mother's health? She's doing well, thank you for your concern, auntie. Zhou Du rolled up his sleeves, let me help chop the filling, uncle, rest. You don't need to, children shouldn't go in the kitchen, you and Acheng watch TV. Qinglan patted him, go play, Qin Wei Jun will get some exercise. Zhou Du looked at Qin Cheng, who happily replied, later, we'll both help with the dumpling making. Zhou Du then sat on the couch with Qin Cheng. After searching endlessly, Qin Cheng still couldn't find a decent TV drama and ended up flipping through some random food-themed shows. Lying his feet on Zhou Du's lap, Zhou Du instinctively began playing with his calf. Do you remember? The first day you came to Jiangbei, you were sitting on this very couch, looking so uneasy. Zhou Du laughed, I remember, you kicked me with your foot, and I thought at the time, this person is really outgoing. Qin Cheng chuckled softly, if I had known you were gay back then. Zhou Du looked up at him, Qin Cheng swallowed down the words, I wouldn't have taken you home, and instead responded, it's all fate's gift. With the sound of chopping from the kitchen and the laughs from the variety show, Qin Cheng took a nap on the couch. When he woke up, Zhou Du was already helping his parents make dumplings. Did the young master wake up? Qinglan glanced at him while rolling the dumpling skins, wash your hands and come make dumplings, look how proactive Xia Du is. Yes, godmother. You go off to the side. Qinglan chuckled, what a troublesome child. Zhou Du also gently smiled along. With the three of them making dumplings, Qinglan's speed of rolling out the skins couldn't keep up, so Zhou Du asked if there was another rolling pin, indicating that he could help too. Qinglan looked at him in surprise, how do you know all this stuff at your age? A half basin of filling usually took Qinglan and Qin Wei Jun an entire afternoon to finish, but this time it was all done in no time. Qinglan set aside a few for dinner and froze the rest in the fridge. How are the two of you spending the new year? Qinglan asked. Qin Cheng wiped the flour off his hands, we'll just go back to our respective homes and see our moms, one day doesn't matter. Qinglan nodded and reminded them, you should visit Xia Du's mom more often. Got it. Auntie Cheng really is kind-hearted. Qin Cheng playfully drew a line of flour on his mom's face and got smacked on the butt with the rolling pin as expected. After eating dumplings for dinner, the two didn't go home, they stayed over. Given their current relationship, sharing a room had become somewhat suggestive. Originally, Zhou Du thought about sleeping on the couch, but Qinglan said they didn't have extra sheets dried. So, as he'd hoped, he ended up sleeping with Qin Cheng. The two nestled together by the headboard chatting. Zhou Du sincerely admitted, Chenggu, I never imagined I'd be this happy. Thank you. I'm very happy too, sweetheart, Qin Cheng touched his lips. And we'll only get happier from here on out. Zhou Du responded softly, Suddenly, Qin Cheng looked out the window, Xia Du, isn't it snowing? Zhou Du followed his gaze, watching sparse snowflakes drifting down, twirling gracefully in the light. At this moment, Zhou Du wished time could slow down a bit. But even if it didn't, he and Qin Cheng still had many, many wonderful years ahead. Chapter 111, Sweetness. The north in mid-May was scorching like a huge furnace, the moment one stepped out, they were drenched in sweat. Qin Cheng almost wished he could transform into Ho-E to shoot the sun down. Zhou Du had just wrapped up a new play and was resting for a few days. He spent the long weekend with Qin Cheng at home enjoying the air conditioning. But even with air conditioning, it wasn't enough to cool down the fervent young man around him. Qin Cheng's bones felt soft. His hair was completely damp from sweat. Zhou Du didn't have it much better either, he hated the heat and his sweat flowed non-stop. Despite that, Qin Cheng thought Zhou Du looked incredibly sexy. Especially when Zhou Du's sweat dripped onto his face, his affection exploded. Baby, let's go take a shower. We'll catch a cold if we keep sweating like this. Stepping over scattered clothes on the floor, Zhou Du carried Qin Cheng to the bathroom. Qin Cheng squirmed, hey, I'm a grown man. Stop calling me that, and put me down. I can walk myself. Zhou Du didn't understand what Qin Cheng was so shy about, he'd seen and kissed every inch of him already. He put Qin Cheng down and watched as Qin Cheng limped toward the bathroom, leaning on his waist with an almost heroic perseverance. Unable to suppress it, Zhou Du burst into laughter. Qin Cheng glared back at him. Zhou Du lowered his head. Qin Cheng couldn't say exactly whether he was straight or not, but all he knew was others didn't do it for him, only Zhou Du did. After their showers, Zhou Du had already changed the bedsheet, making everything in the room tidy. Qin Cheng was quite satisfied. He leaned over, kissed Zhou Du once, then patted his behind teasingly, oh my goodness, who has such a virtuous wife? Zhou Du didn't try to snatch back this little advantage. With a subtle curve of his lips, he replied, yours. Qin Cheng hummed with a laugh, you should go clean yourself too. I'll prepare a watermelon and chilled wine bucket. Summer is the season for watermelons and icy wine. Will your stomach handle it? Zhou Du simply cared because Qin Cheng had suffered from a stomachache a few days ago. But Qin Cheng misunderstood the question and snapped defensively, do you think I'm going straight to the hospital? Enough bragging. Zhou Du felt his brother sometimes talked a bit rough but still smiled, saying, that wasn't my meaning. You'd better mean it. Qin Cheng stretched out his limbs, walking to the kitchen to cut the watermelon. By the time Zhou Du finished washing, Qin Cheng had completed preparing the drink with plum liquor, Sprite, small limes, and blueberries. The smell filled the air with a refreshing aroma. Qin Cheng inserted a straw directly and sipped a mouthful, his eyes lighting up as he offered it to Zhou Du, delicious. Do you think I have some bartending talent? Zhou Du silently mocked inside, looks more like you're born with a knack for drinking. Afraid to speak it aloud. Zhou Du bent his head and nibbled on the straw, drawing a sip. Though uninterested in alcohol, he still managed to find the mixed flavor decent thanks to the watermelon juice. He nodded, good. Baby, you're talented. I'm no kid. Stop being weird. Though Qin Cheng protested with his mouth, deep down, he still kind of. How to describe it? Like summer's chilled carbonated water, bubbling uncontrollably with joy. Zhou Du tilted his head and kissed him gently, you look younger than me, like a college student. Nonsense, Qin Cheng laughed and handed him a piece of watermelon with a fork. Since Zhou Du cooked well, Qin Cheng ate until his belly bulged during dinner, absent-mindedly touching his bloated stomach. Zhou Du pulled him up, let's take a walk. Eating this way might hurt your stomach again. Not gonna happen. What if we get caught on camera again? No worries. If worst comes to worst, we'll make an official announcement. Oh yeah, Mr. Zhou is feeling pretty bold. Zhou Du chuckled. Wasn't this why he worked so hard, just to be able to proudly stand by Qin Cheng's side? To be able to hold hands with Qin Cheng on the street, that was his biggest wish. They left together. Although summer hadn't fully arrived, the evening breeze was still relatively cool. Qin Cheng stared at Zhou Du's short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers. Are you going out looking like this? Don't you? Zhou Du retorted. I'm not an actor. You're the family member of one. They bantered back and forth. All through it, Zhou Du tried to grab Qin Cheng's hand, each time met with refusal due to sweaty palms. There were moments when Zhou Du wanted to call the police. What could he do if his girlfriend acted too straight? At the supermarket in the neighborhood, Qin Cheng bought 2 ice creams and handed one to Zhou Du. Why are you sulking? I want to hold hands. Zhou Du reached out, spread Qin Cheng's fingers, and intertwined them with his own, feeling relieved. Qin Cheng blinked twice and also gripped his hand. In relationships, honesty is key. They strolled around the artificial lake in the neighborhood multiple times. When they leaned against the railing talking, a little kid holding a balloon stopped before them, tilting his head and staring at their clasped hands. Qin Cheng felt a bit embarrassed under the intense gaze of the socially confident kid and tried to pull his hand back, but Zhou Du held on tightly. The child's mother hurried over and carried him away. Sorry. Zhou Du wasn't wearing a mask, and Qin Cheng quickly turned him around. No big deal, it's okay. Sorry. No big deal, it's okay. Once the mother and child had moved far enough away, Qin Cheng let Zhou Du turn back. Zhou Du, dissatisfied, said, am I not allowed to be seen by others or something? You're just too visible. Have some pity on Broker Su and let him enjoy his vacation properly. Su Yang, who was playing with his child at home at that moment, sneezed and felt a chill down his spine. At 1:30 a.m., the Zhou couple quietly climbed to the trending list when the internet went quiet. Their super topic avatar was quickly updated to a high-definition picture of their intertwined fingers. After Zhou Du received a call from Su Yang in the middle of the night, he quietly liked the hottest comment on the trending topic, Zhou Qin SCD. Then he unliked it, pretending it was an accidental click. Su Yang, staring at the constantly rising entry, Zhou Du suspected official announcement, pinched his philtrum hard. He didn't dare to scold Zhou Du, because Zhou Du's contract was about to expire soon. Su Yang also clearly understood that Zhou Du had aspirations to start his own studio and had explicitly indicated he wanted to take him along. How could he possibly criticize his future boss? Su Yang sighed inwardly, what kind of life was this? Zhou Du, however, was blissfully hugging Qin Cheng. Life was becoming more hopeful day by day. How wonderful. Chapter 112, Announcement. On the day of Zhou Du's official announcement, Weibo went down, and Su Dayan's mindset as the agent also collapsed. The phone kept ringing non-stop with calls from all major media outlets seeking the latest scoop, and his brand new mobile phone was burning hot in his hand. Su Yang was having a tough time, tougher than helping his third-grade daughter with her homework. He couldn't scold his daughter, nor could he berate Zhou Du. While he silently shed tears over here, the two protagonists were relaxing at home and doting on each other. Qin Cheng looked at the front page of Weibo where 7 trending topics featured Zhou Du's name. Trend 1, Zhou Du officially confirmed. Trend 2, Zhou Qin couple fans are celebrating like it's the new year. Trend 3, fictional world mirrored reality in entertainment circle. Trend 7, Qingzhou. Zhou Du, will this really not have a negative impact on you? Qin Cheng worriedly asked, I'm already in my 30s. I don't really care about whether or not our relationship is public. Zhou Du countered, are you happy? Qin Cheng pursed his lips. Alright, I am indeed pretty happy. That's enough. If you're happy, that's all that matters. Zhou Du leaned over to kiss him. I don't want to be in a long-distance relationship anymore. When the timing is right, I'll switch to working behind the scenes. Over these past few years, Zhou Du had done a lot of work. He constantly worked tirelessly, retained his title as film emperor several times, received numerous awards, founded an independent studio, and signed many actors and artists. He wanted to transition to working behind the scenes as soon as possible. He was grateful for the aura and wealth that his acting career had brought him, allowing him to confidently stand beside Qin Cheng. He also gradually fell in love with this industry, but being away for 3 months at a stretch for filming became increasingly unbearable for him, as it meant 3 months without seeing Qin Cheng. At his current level of fame, bringing family along while filming would have been possible, but Qin Cheng had his own career and couldn't revolve around him. Zhou Du was too young, his job was always under the public eye, surrounded by attractive men and women. Although Qin Cheng's parents no longer opposed their relationship, they still occasionally showed distrust towards him. Zhou Du wanted to change the current situation, to reassure Qin Cheng's parents, and also to see Qin Cheng every day and embrace his warm lover every night instead of being separated by the internet. You seem quite lovesick, but I still think your career should take priority. You're doing so well now, suddenly giving it up, won't you regret it? Qin Cheng touched his face. No matter what, I support you, but I hope you'll make a careful choice. I don't regret any decision I've made. For this day, I've worked hard for many years. Zhou Du smiled. I have Qin Cheng's brain. Nonsense. Qin Cheng felt somewhat moved. Actually, he felt very moved. Having struggled through society for so many years, Qin Cheng was used to weighing the pros and cons first. Zhou Du was his heartfelt choice, and in return, Zhou Du gave him a more passionate and direct heart. Alright, stop thinking about it. Setting up a studio, cultivating our own actors and artists is part of my career plan. Well then. Qin Cheng rubbed his handsome face. I guess I did get lucky, big baby. Zhou Du chuckled and pressed forward. It's been so long since I last saw you, brother Cheng. So what? Qin Cheng raised his eyebrows and pretended not to understand the implications. So, let's get some exercise. Zhou Du pulled him into his arms and kissed him urgently. Mrs., I miss you so much, I'm about to die. Not you, how can you shift so fast? There's no smooth transition. Qin Cheng laughed as he dodged him, in broad daylight. Can't hold on anymore, why do you smell so good? Zhou Du sniffed the fragrance of the newly changed shower gel on him. You've already taken a bath, stop pretending. Who? Qin Cheng blushed. I wasn't pretending. A thunderclap echoed outside the window. Jiangbei was quickly covered with dark clouds. Summer rain poured down urgently and quickly, splashing onto the parched ground. Zhou Du, listen to me, I'm over 30, I can't keep up. Shouldn't we consider long-term development? Aren't you already running businesses and companies? Don't be attracted by short-term gains. We need to focus on. Zhou Du chuckled softly twice. He bent down and kissed his damp temple. Brother Cheng, you're so adorable. Say, husband, to me. Qin Cheng glared furiously at him. Those 2 words got stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. It doesn't matter, anyway we don't have to work today or tomorrow. The sound of the rain drowned out many sounds. Qin Cheng was overwhelmed. Husband. Husband is fine, right? Damn it, husband. Zhou Du's Weibo, yes, we are in love. The end.